Hello, my loves. It is Monday, and welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I'm your host for today, Laura Lalaki, and today we're diving into a topic that hits at the heart of our community, the Black family and its impact on wealth building and legacy. Dr. George C. Frazier recently said something that shook me. He believes the Black family is in crisis. He pointed out that Black marriage rates have dropped from 84% to just 34%. That's not just a number, it's a reflection of how we've moved away from combining our wealth, our strength, and impact as a people. So today we're going to be asking some pretty tough questions like what happened to the Black family? How has the decline in marriage affected our ability to build wealth and create generational change? And most importantly, what can we do to turn this around? So today I'm actually joined by an incredible panel to unpack this. I have Athena Gardner, our CPA and wealth coach, Joe Corley, our licensed therapist, mental wellness coach and educator, and Marlo Layson, TV and film producer. So we're going to start unpacking this critical issue, and together we're actually going to try to explore solutions and strategies to strengthen Black families, elevate our relationships, and reclaim our power as a community. So in order for us to kick this off, I want us to please watch the first part. It's going to be two parts. We're going to dig in. So first off, once you hear this, I want to hear if everybody agrees, and I want to hear our viewership family, if you agree with him or not. So let's see what Dr. George C. Frazier has to say.
There's a talk I give on the 5 biggest challenges Black people have for the next 100 years. The number one challenge is the existential crisis of the Black family. The existential crisis of the Black family. Marriage in our culture is down to 34%. When we were growing up, it was 85%. It's now down to 34%. 71% of our sisters are not married. 29% will never get married. 63% of our brothers are not married. 30% of them will never get married. There is no culture in the history of humankind that has risen to maximize their full human potential without family at the center of their culture. This only exists. This is an interesting but negative statistic. This phenomenon of the existential crisis of our family only exists among African American Black people. It does not exist on the continent or anywhere else in the diaspora. So there must be something in the water. We must fix this. It is a lot easier said than done because it is impacting our wealth.
That's hard to hear. It really is, because we here at Fly Nubian Money and so many other organizations that we are in touch with and work with directly, we're all about building Black wealth. We're all about Black family, Black love, Black everything. And to hear this breaks my heart. So I'm going to start with you, Joe. Why do you think marriage rates in the Black community have dropped so drastically?
I think all the systems are doing what they're designed to do, right? Break us down, tear us apart, and we've allowed it. And now we're at a stage where we understand what it is, and a lot of us are still allowing it. Some of us are not. But what we see in culture and what we see in our homes sometimes is not appealing, for the most part. So why would anybody lean into that? Is what I believe, just to start.
I believe so too. I believe we're fed a lot of things that they want to feed us so that we believe it. Because, if you show it, a lot of people believe it, and we don't want to get out of those mind thinking. But thinking back, especially now, guys, we are in the holiday season. So we're always seeing these wonderful films, our Black films showing family being centered around the grandmother and the family coming together. And even though we're arguing in these movies, we come together in the end as a family because some kind of tragedy happens. I think we need to actually see more of that. And I want to ask you, Athena, because you deal with the money. How has the decline in Black marriages affected our ability to build generational wealth?
I'm glad that you brought that up, because I remember saying this specifically on one of the shows last week, that our decline in wealth is correlated to the decline in marriage and relationships. And Dr. George Fraser, who I've had the pleasure of meeting at Power Networking and ABNC, so eloquently put that issue on the forefront, and it's something that we need to hear. We keep trying to do all these things, explore all these alternative lifestyles, ethical non-monogamy, polygamy, baby mama, baby daddy culture, right? Instead of doing what I feel we need to do, which is grow up, learn the skills to have a healthy relationship, whether that is you self-studying, going to therapy, whatever the case is, and learn how to talk to people, resolve conflicts, and have healthy relationships. And also embrace marriage. We're always trying to find these alternative things that we can explore, but does the Black community, can we afford exploring other alternatives to marriage? Clearly not.
I agree. So I'm going to pull it back a little bit, because this is very, very deep. So what I want to hear from the panel, and I'll start with you, Marlo, do you agree with what he said? And if so, I want to hear your idea of what has led up to this point. Do you think this is something new?
It's definitely not anything new. And I absolutely agree with what he said. And I think that, we could draw a straight line between this and the good old Americanism, right? I think that this is by design, since they put the people on the boats and shipped them over here as cargo to be the workforce. The plan has been to separate and divide. Right, even when the Emancipation Proclamation was delivered and the slave master had to come out and say, y'all can go, they still found ways, right, to separate people and to say, hey, you always have a place here, but old Joe, he want to leave. He think he better than you, right? So that's where we as Black people, I'm sorry, not James.
We're going to have to pick another name, Marlo.
James left because he thought he was better than everybody else on the farm, right? And so I think it is, the good old American racism is at work, and it is working as designed. And I think that if we don't start there, right, we'll always be trying to figure out, what is this? What is this? What is this? This is racism working as it's supposed to be.
I think so too. And Joe, I know we dove in really quick and really hard with this question, just because it just really I feel like an arrow just shot through my heart with those numbers. So my question to you is, do you believe what he's saying? Do you agree with what he's saying about these stats, and where do you think that this does stem from?
Yeah, I do agree with him, and I agree with Marlo. Just like I said, the systems are doing what they're designed to do. Black folks are like the only culture that has been systematically had to deal with basically warfare in their own country. We're behind enemy lines. We always have been, and we're the only ones that have been behind enemy lines for our complete existence here in America. So everybody benefits off of what we do. Obviously, our families are destroyed, because if they were empowered, we would be empowered, right? So, we have to, disenfranchise the man, weaken the woman, destroy the youth, all the things that the system is designed to do. It's doing it. And like I said, now that we know and understand what that is, I mean, we could have had grace and understanding maybe 30, 40 years ago, as we were just trying to figure it out. But now, we know and understand what this is. A lot of us do, and a lot of us are still falling for it. Our celebrities, like I saw the picture yesterday with Sierra and Lala and all these beautiful Black women lined up with Kim Kardashian, right?
Not there.
Yeah, so, and what is that leaning into the now we have, one of the greatest assets to me is the Black woman's body being copied and borrowed, by by the white woman, and it's another tool used to weaken us. Is all I see. That's all I
And
see.
yet still put us down for our natural
Mhm.
features, very much so. And then making sure to pit the Black woman against the Black man. I think that's working very well. A lot of the times people who our viewership knows that we talk about some pop culture, correct? We are always looking at what's Cardi B doing, what's Culture and all them people doing. And to me, that also helps to tear us down. We're so focused on what other people are doing that we don't see the value in what should be going on in those relationships. They just want to see what's going on behind the scenes. So Athena, Lawrence Lamar had a comment, and I want to bring up part of that, and I want to get your initial response and if you agree with him or not. Black men and women had more standards back in the day. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
I agree with that, because when you look at even images of a Black man, Black woman back in the day, they were put together. They had on their tailored clothes. They made sure that you weren't looking crazy. Now, did they necessarily have the best things back then? No, but we made do with what we had, and there was an agreement on roles and just trying to come together. And we have strayed from that. Somehow with integration and some of the other things. We don't operate like other groups do. Even though they are integrated in society, they still put their group first. And somehow we have mistaken integration to mean that other is better, whether it comes to dating, because Black men date at interracially at 2 or 3 times the rate as other men. Whether it comes to what we patron, what we value, a lot of Black businesses do not get patroned. It just trickled down into a mindset where we don't value each other as much as we should. And we are all out here trying to get the respect of other groups, and we're not doing respectable things as a collective. We can't even get marriage together. And marriage is, I keep saying it, marriage is one of the most basic things. Worldwide. There are people in huts on dirt floor married and know how to keep their family together. And somehow in this first world nation that we live in, we can't seem to do that.
I think you hit on some really good points, but we are so not done with this conversation. We're going to take a deep breath. We're going to come back right after this commercial break.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens. That's Queens. That's Queens to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want.
Yes, because we talk about everything here and you don't want to miss a show. It's very simple. You got your little this little thing right here does everything for you. So all you have to do right now, pick up your phone, make sure that you text Queens, Queens, to 87948 so that you don't miss a show. I got my notification right now. So I'm on the show and it's telling me about a notification. So you don't want to miss out. I want to pull up some of the comments because this was taken off of an Instagram post. And I want to bring up some of these comments that we can discuss. And I'm really going to go through these because I think that there's some very valid points. Skeet Moses, I love these names. They crack me up. We have to stop having babies continuously with broken people. We have to look at how we are raising our children. It's a mess. How can you build a great community with dysfunctional people? Birth control, life management. Chocolate Honey says, stop with the stupid podcast balloon popping videos, 50-50 convos, and find your spouse. Ooh. VIP Phil says, fix the music media industry that profits off of pushing this smut on our youth. At this point, they're only doing what they hear and what they see 7 p.m. on Friday. And King Calicat says music industry and social media influencers push negative images that too many try to mimic these. And Bronze says Black man plus Black woman equals Black children and Black nation, period. This one. It's pretty disturbing to frequently see Black men in commercials seemingly partnered with everyone but a Black female. What is that about? Who said that Black women don't want good husbands and fathers for their children? I'm grateful for my husband, who has always been active and present in our children's lives. My own father and grandfather were hardworking men who took their roles as providers and protectors seriously. And then we need to pledge to all go to therapy, then forgive each other. And then finally, patriarchy is almost non-existent in Black families. This is one of the leading factors to the impeding threat of Black families. What is happening in our culture is systematic, and we played right into it. America did a good job on us, and it's heartbreaking. The only way this will change is if we change. I don't see that happening. Oh my God, these are heartbreaking. Like, we all like to go in and see the drama, but when we are talking serious comments come out. Now, Joe, they did touch on the media and what we see. So do you believe that we are losing the cultural importance of marriage in the Black community?
Yes. And, accountability is one of the main factors here, right? We're not holding each other accountable to the truth, and we sat in the 90s and 2000s. I'm talking from the male perspective, and watched a culture pushed on us that, lifted up having as many women as possible. Right. And that was what was popular. So we didn't see any of our heroes or the videos glorify, and they were married and being told not to show that side of themselves. Don't show that you have one wife or one woman and that you're raising your family and your kids and all of these things. Now these same men are, in their 40s and 50s and doing just that, but they left a trail in the after. They have a trail behind them of damaged families and broken men with the wrong idea about what was important in life. And for me specifically, I didn't hear until I was maybe in my 30s how critical and important it was just to have one woman and love one woman. No man told me that until I was in my 30s.
I
And
think that's very important for you to share that, Joe. That's very, most of the time you hear the ladies' side of it, but you just said a very powerful statement that more people need to hear. That breaks my heart that you didn't even hear that from someone else as a young man.
No one
How do you
told
think that impacted you?
No one told me, no one showed me. So when it was said to me, I remember it. Obviously, it's in my core memory now. I looked up and said, and it hit me right away that I have never heard that. I had never heard that. Not even from my own father, who glorified having multiple women. He told me to my face what that was. So another man tell me how important it was just to the importance and the value of one woman supporting you and helping you do all the things and lift you up all the time. And if you have one, what it means to like protect her, cherish her, and I had never heard it.
Oh, wow. That's pretty deep. We could have a whole show on that.
Mm-hmm.
Marlo, how do you think the lack of marriage has impacted our children and the future generations?
Well, obviously, if they don't see it, they don't believe it's something that they need to engage in or be a part of at all. So I think it's detrimental to them because it changes the dynamic. I think Athena touched on it beautifully in the beginning, like all of these different relationships dynamic, you polymetric, you bionomic, you like everybody got all of this stuff going on, and it's like none of that is getting us to where we need to be, right? You want to say your ancestors were like this, your ancestors were like that. Were they? Or do you just want to piece and parse what you think they were according to what YouTube is telling you you should be into and what kind of fly shit you could get off into if you got 6 women, right? So I think that we have to show them, right? Adults are examples, right? We are exemplars for younger people. And I think that we have lost that. I think that there's a generation that lost that. We wanted to be out and clubbing and living our best life and doing, like Joe said, I've heard other men say that nobody told them that they needed to be a good husband, that nobody told them that it was cool to have one woman. So I think that it's, give the children the right example. Give the children an example that says something to want. I wanted the relationships that my great aunts and my grandparents had, where there was this foundational family unit, right? I wanted that because I saw that around me. And I think that we have to get back to that. And a lot of kids aren't seeing it. And they also are seeing all this toxicity through social media with all of these crazy people who monetize their relationships and always need a hook. So, we in a rough patch with these marriages, y'all.
Yeah. And I'm coming from a marital standpoint from me, being married for so long. My husband and I have been married for over 30 years and been together longer than that. My role model was my family, where my aunties and my uncles were the standard for me to see every day. That was important to me. That my house was the house to be for the holiday dinners and the get-togethers and every Sunday. So I didn't hear anything other than how important family was to us. So that's how I was raised. And that was very, very important to me. So a quick question for all of you, just quick and clean, is did you have that same standard as I just discussed? Did you have Sunday dinners? Did you have the holiday dinners in your life? Starting with you, Joe.
So yeah, I had to rub my eyes together after hearing that question, Lala. No, I didn't have those things. Yeah, quick and clean, I didn't have it. I just leave it at that.
Okay, how about you, Marlo?
Yeah, my grandparents' house was that house. It was the hub for Sundays. It was the hub for holidays. So yeah, that was a structure within our family.
How about you, Athena?
Yes, I was actually talking to somebody about this. On Sundays, like we had a Sunday dinner recurring, and I don't know if that's a Jamaican traditional thing or if it was just my family, but Sunday was a day everyone had a bigger meal or a better meal, and we would come together on Sundays.
It's me. I mean, we prepared on Saturday. We were ready. Mom and I were preparing the meal for Sunday. And the thing is, if anyone came to church that didn't have somewhere to go, whether you family or not, you didn't have somewhere to go for dinner, my mom would be like, we got dinner. So come on back. My house was always full. And I feel so very blessed to have that. And I think we do have to get back to that. We have to get back to the basics where the men after dinner would be able to go and have their little man time, and the women would go in another room and have a woman time, but still yet we commune together as a family and friends, because that's what we did. We're so far away from it. I love that so much that I created that within my own family. Once I had lost my mother and lost my dad, our house became that thing. And that's so important to me. So we still have so much more to unpack, and we have a special surprise to you, but we're going to take a deep breath and take this little short commercial. We'll be right back.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
Get your money right. FlyNewbie.com. Listen, guys, no, we laugh and we giggle about that, but you know what? We hope that you're doing this for real. And then you're going tickety, 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 tick and going to that website, because we want you to get the resources that you need to make sure that your financial house is in order. Our name says it. Fly Nubian Money. We are all about helping you get your mindset right around your finances. It's the end of the year. We know that you're in holiday mode, but pull back a little bit and really start thinking about how you want to start the year and how you're going to be able to protect your household financially. We have plenty of resources for you, and we don't want you to miss out. So go on over to flynubianmoney.com. We do have another guest who's coming in, another one of our queens who just could not keep still. Come on in, Constance. Come on in. We are so glad that you're going to join us today. You couldn't help yourself, could you?
I couldn't help myself.
So tell us your initial thoughts. I'm sure that you saw the video, and I wanted to hear your thoughts about it because you also are very like, got to get our Black people together financially, build their wealth. What are your initial thoughts on this? Do you think that we are being set up to have these stats be low and be in the teens when it comes to marriage?
Well, that has been the targeted effort, I think, since the inception of this country. And I'm all about understanding white supremacy and how it affects us in every aspect. And I don't believe that you give it power because you speak to it. You just you have to understand. You speak to it so that you can understand what's going on, so that you can protect yourself from it. I do believe that if it's not the marriage, right, because we've had the separation of the Black family from the 60s and the 70s. And then you have all the other things that they throw to try to destroy us. But it just speaks to our resiliency. And I just look at the glass as being half full. They do that because they know that we are such a powerful people. How do you destroy someone? You destroy them from the inside out. And so, taking the family apart, and the breakdown, and removing the man from the family, and then having the women be the head of household and all these other things. Of course, we have to be responsible for our own actions, for sure. But I believe this is a conscious effort of a system that has been designed to destroy us as Black people.
I agree. Now, Charlene Royal says feminism, the sexual revolution, and welfare have all but destroyed our families. I'm going to ask you, Athena, what do you think about that? Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. And not only will I would add to that, and I will say that we as Black people, we need to understand that the function and the family unit is a man, woman, and child. And when we come together, we bring a great power with that.
100%.
However, to take this even to a political route, immigration, abortion, what else is an issue? Immigration, abortion, and gay rights are things that we have been campaigning for with the Democratic Party, and those are things that come against the family structure and unit, and those are things that we need to discuss. All of those issues negatively impact at the Black family and take away.
You about to get some hate mail now, girl, but you're telling the truth.
It's the truth. It's the truth. And I know I feel like a lot of us were conflicted in voting because on one hand we understood that, but on the other hand we just didn't like Trump. So I think that was like the real issue at hand. We didn't like Trump, but on the other hand, the Democratic Party has not been truthful to us and have not given us anything to stand on a foundation enough as it pertains specifically to the Black family structure. And we have to contend with that and have to realign our values to what Big Mac was saying in the chat. We have lost our legacy and values. And we need to, not only from a political standpoint, but from a social standpoint and every standpoint, put Black family first.
Okay, well, that brings me to a really good question, because this is a good bounce back. Marlo, how has this independent mindset contributed to the decline in Black marriages? You always hear women say, I can do it by myself. Or, I don't need her. I'm going to do this by myself. So we're saying these things. How can you balance this independent yet bring back the family togetherness? So how has this contributed to the decline in Black marriages?
Well, I think the language is bad, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with independence. We sit here, four of us, I think all of us strong, independent women, right? But I think that when you use that independence as a tool against your mate, right? When you weaponize your independence to make him invisible, when you take that independence to be a tether for him in some way, or some type of a hold or a leash, right? So I think that it got the independent messaging definitely took a wrong turn somewhere. I can't say where, right? Because when I think back and I look, the Black family aesthetic was the Cosby Show when I was growing up, right? And you wouldn't say that Claire wasn't strong or independent, right? But she was lockstep with her husband. They were making decisions together about their family. They were disciplining their children together, right? You would see them delegate that discipline between the two of them. So I think that there is nothing wrong with the independence. I think that weaponizing that independence to emasculate the man or to make the man feel like he is less than is where it gets problematic, right? And one woman does that, now all the women do it, right? Or that's the perception, is that all women feel like that. I feel like I'm independent, but I still need my man child. I'm not about to be out here with y'all playing these games. Like, I don't want to be getting my legs rubbed at night. That's a lie.
I'm telling you, I'm happy with my man. I keeping him, and y'all done heard me say that more than once.
Listen,
and
my man. Y'all just my
Right?
man and us. So
Right.
we need to get our man counted so we can be with
Right.
them.
But Joe, earlier on, we heard someone say in the comments of that video, someone mentioned how we all need to go to therapy and to help break down these norms. And it used to be that you would go to counseling and things before you got married. It was expected you to do that. Do you feel that that would be a good way to start for this mindset to shift, is therapy?
Yeah, 100%. And, there is, I believe, a generation of men that are entering therapy right now that are finding out the things that they learned growing up were wrong, and they're being deprogrammed and unlearning some of these things. It's a trickle now. It's not it's not a water hose, not a fire hose. It's a trickle, but it's opening up wider than it's ever been. And and now we're going to try our best to pass that on to the next generation of young men and to get them to unlearn some of the things that we learned growing up about what masculinity actually is, and how we are applying it to our everyday lives, especially in our relationships with women. But we need the women to get in. I mean, they're in there, but we need to get more of them in there as well to understand, some of the things about not only about their men, but about themselves, so that we can come together and start learning how to forgive each other and all the things that we've been told that work against each other, because a lot of it's just not true.
I agree. Constance, can single parent households still achieve the same level of wealth and impact as married ones?
I mean, I've been in a married household and I've been in a single parent household. I'm currently in a single parent household, and my wealth was disrupted with the divorce, in terms of having to divide that. But I still have the same earning potential. So yeah, of course, I believe that you can. It just depends on who's the person that is actually driving the wealth, right? So could the person who wasn't the primary wage earner or the primary wealth builder not do it? Probably not. But I mean, is it harder? For sure. That's the reason why, having a two-parent household, that's the reason why having a husband and a wife is so important. And Dr. Joe, I love what you said. It was definitely an eye-opener that wasn't the measure, that you weren't taught that. But I think that's the case for so many people. And it's so sad. Like when you think about Russell Wilson and Sierra, how people are calling Russell Wilson a simp because he's taking care of his wife, because he's creating a family, because he prays with his woman. And then they mad because he's taking care of Future's baby. I mean, just that's the kind of thinking that we have in our community that's actually been normalized, to think that something like that, there's something abnormal about a man stepping up, being a father, being a husband, taking care of his family. So we have to change the conditioning and the thought process in our family so that we can change the conversation, change the narrative. But that's the reason why these conversations are so important.
I agree. I mean, we're definitely talking about something extremely important, and especially even more important as we move into this different cycle of what our country is going to face when we're already going to be facing so much division as it is. How do we also make sure that we don't have that division in our families? So Athena, I want to ask you, are Black people prioritizing success and careers over marriage and family? Do you feel that we're doing that?
I think a certain level of Blacks do prioritize success over family, but you have to, those are the ones that are already high achieving, I would say. Even in the dating market, I notice people are like focused on these vanity metrics, how much they make, how much this, that, and the third, and we're forgetting the relational aspects of things. And not, there's a lot of good on paper people, and the resume look good, and the character and all the other stuff can be trashed. So I think we play a dangerous game, especially in this level up manosphere, red pill, social media era, right? But what I will say is this: we have normalized within our culture degeneracy. And whenever someone attacks or goes against or promotes family values, people gets attacked, or promotes anything that promotes togetherness, family, people get attacked, right? So I mentioned from a political standpoint, the issues on immigration and gay rights and abortions that a lot of us voted against when we did this election, right? But because most of us are trying to avoid Trump, right? But from the other perspective, there are people, even on social media, arguing about this woman who cooks and the cook clean narrative and all this other stuff that
Girl, because she cooks and twerks. That's the problem.
Listen, let that girl monetize her stuff. I was probably her. I was like, listen, go get your money, girl.
My sons are obsessed.
You not in nobody's strip club, and you not hurting nobody, right? A lot of these men dusty anyway, ain't do nothing. So y'all arguing for men that ain't even do nothing in the first place. However, because this woman is cooking, right, having home traditional family values, which is what we need to get back to, traditional family values, pro-life, pro-family, pro-Black, right? Because even in the midst of all of this, when you do have a Black man who's decent at making a certain amount, all of a sudden he forget who he is and want everything, every bunny under the sun except for a honey bunny, right? Right? So we need to get to the point as a people, as a group, to get back to center. But what I will always say is water seeks its own level, right? So if you are a person who's trying to get with someone who is on the same wavelength, you eventually find it because you're going to reject the nonsense. However, what I'm saying is not enough of us is rejecting the nonsense.
Right. Yeah. Oh, as you can see, we're getting really deep into this conversation. I don't know, y'all. I'm really into this. I mean, it's such an important topic for us to discuss. So why not have it here where our community is watching this and offer some solutions? We're going to take a quick break and we will be right back.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and review so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
We got that magical email address. You get to do all the things here. So if you want to be on the show, it's really easy. We talk about really good stuff and you feel like you have a voice that you want to come on and say things to, you have a seat at this platform. So all you have to do is email us at info@realvirtual.net. And I'm going to spell that info@RELVIRTUAL.net. All right. Now listen, I know we were laughing about twerking and things, but we're going to get to another part, but I had to put a little say so in about that because listen, grandma had the moo and still had granddaddy and her having 5 or 6, 7 babies. Okay, so you don't need all this twerking stuff. You just need you a good moo-moo.
She was twerking in that moo-moo. She was twerking in that moo-moo.
That's none of our business. That's none of our business. But anyway, we're going to go to the second part of the video so that we actually can hear what else the good doctor has to say. I just love him. He's a really good person for our community, and I think we really need to be listening to him. So let's check out what the second half of his video is.
For 350 years, household median income was dominated by white people. They were number one in this country. They no longer are number one. They're number three, and there's a reason for it. So who has the highest household median wealth in America? It's East Indians, $104,000 a year. What's the marriage rate in the East Indian culture? 94%. Two are working. Who's number two? Chinese Asians. Household median income, $110,000 a year. Marriage rate close to 70%. Number three are white people. Household median income, $88,000 a year. What's the marriage rate? Almost 50%. Down significantly. Number four are Hispanics. Household median income, $61,000 a year. Marriage rate, close to 70%. We are at the bottom. Household median income, $55,000 a year. Marriage rate, 34%. And projected, based on facts and statistics, that if we do not fix this, because white folks ain't fixing this, our marriage rate will be in the low teens in the next 20 years. We must, this is an enormous challenge. That's a whole talk by itself on how do we fix it. It can be fixed, but we have to, first of all, understand that this is a problem. No one's talking about this problem. This is a huge problem. It's the number one problem in our culture. So we must fix it. Oh.
What I love about what he said is this can be fixed. Yes, that'll be another full conversation, but it can be fixed. Joe, do you believe Black couples face more challenges than other races when it comes to staying married?
Yeah. As again, I keep saying, culturally, the things that are in our face are, we've learned, we had a generation of young people that learned that multiple women was the thing. We had a generation of young ladies that thought they had to take their clothes off to get noticed. And now we're seeing the product of that generation. You know what I mean? We're seeing the product of it. And now, oh man, you go outside, you look outside, it's crazy out there. But that's what they're having to do to compete. And then you're talking about a bunch of systems designed to tear us apart and shut us down. I'm gonna keep saying that because it's the truth. They are designed to tear us apart, because if we win, if we come together, we will win. We will win.
Together. That's the key point. And that's where I feel the most frustrated is sometimes I feel like we miss out on that togetherness. But now, Athena, you're a single lady and you're dating. So do you feel that modern dating practices is making marriage less appealing in the Black community?
Listen, I can't tell you the amount of men I've actually went out on dates with who expressed a lack of desire to be married for one reason or next, or either they were divorced or whatever it was. And guess what I did immediately? Expeditiously on to the next child, because I understand for me and what I'm trying to create in my future, especially if you're going to lay down with a man eventually, especially you're going to give him in time, money, and energy. Okay, if you ain't making no investment in me, I'm not making no investment in you. And if you don't have family values and value a wife and value children and a legacy, then me and you don't have nothing to talk about. I don't care how much money you have, because trust me, a couple of them tried to get me to sign up for a harem, honey. And, it was kind of tempting because, that black car be looking real nice and my own house look real nice. However, that is how much I believe in family and family values and a good sort of level of traditionalism. I, even looking at some of the values, I tend to lean more conservative, because that's kind of how I grew up with, like, those family values. And those are the people who try to remain together as a family. When you look, and to bring it back to politics, when you look at anti-conservatism parties, right, like the Democrats and all of that, their policies don't necessarily support a family unit, right? The things that they support, which is immigration, which is abortion, which is gay rights, which is all these alternative things, are not beneficial for the Black community. And also, I think it's an agenda to make us the face of those movements. And those aren't our movements. Our movements need to be reparations. Our movements need to be, starting with reparations in general, right? And what is going to be necessary for us to build and create the future and promote Black future. Because didn't George Fraser said, we have 34% now, and we projected to 16%. So guess what? That's going to happen, right? Constance, you always bring the stat by 2050. We're going to have how much wealth? Is it Black? 0. All right, cool.
Well, okay, let's take a step back because we do need to. These stats, my God, I feel like I'm on the verge of tears, but I also feel like this has definitely been set for us all the way back to the time they brought us over. The more that they can separate us, the more they have more power. So even when we felt like we were winning with the civil rights movement, I also feel like things were being put into place to still continue to tear us down in the hindsight, make them feel like they're winning something, but yet let's do this. And then our producer actually brought up, wasn't it Hoover that said that the most dangerous thing for America is Black unity? Yes, it is. And Constance, I'm gonna throw that to you. With that thought, do you really feel that it's really dangerous for America to have Black unity? I'm not talking about any other culture. I'm not talking about LGBTQ. Black unity.
Of course, that was the assignment of COINTELPRO, and that's the reason why they did everything they could to destroy us. They put drugs in our community to destroy us. They killed our Black leaders to destroy us. All of those things are very true. They and then even these social service programs, right, that Democrats really promote. And when you talk about the difference between Democrats and Republicans, we have to get to a place, y'all, where we are self-sufficient and independent. And, I really do believe, because Black women are now leading in entrepreneurship and income. I do believe that we have the power of Black women. And I'm going to speak to Black women because we allow so many things. We allow certain things. There's this African proverb that I always mention that says, when you teach a man, you teach an individual, but when you teach a woman, you teach a nation. So with that being said, Black women are the ones who kind of control the direction of the way things go. The reason why Black men are able to do and get away with what they're able to get away with is because we allow it. The reason why they make it so easy, it's so easy for them not to commit, is because we allow it. The reason why they're not standing up and being fathers is because we allow it. We do not have boundaries. We're not. We don't have pride. We're not setting the standard. It's so easy. Black men used to have to court us. They don't have to court us. Y'all fucking on the first night. Like, there's no standards that Black women are setting to make sure that to keep the Black family intact. And I know Black men are at fault as well, because they should be the leaders. If Black men were to do what they were to do as the leaders of the house, Black women wouldn't do nothing but fall in line. But I do believe that Black women can stop them in their tracks if they wanted to, but they're so desperate to have a piece of a man, to have a piece of something, that they just allow for anything. And if we can galvanize as Black women, we can change the whole narrative.
You got no argument from me. I completely agree with that. I will say, in my household, I was taught, young lady, and I sometimes I feel like I'm an ancient dinosaur, because young lady, close your legs. Young lady, watch what you say around people. Young lady, speak, there's nothing wrong with being independent, but there is a point to being classy and also putting down what you expect from your partner. And if you want to build that, you're building together. When you do that, you build one another. I love it when my husband comes home and says, babe, I found this outfit for you. This is beautiful. To me, he knows me. He knows what I like. He knows what I don't like. He knows what I will wear. He knows what I won't wear. We have certain language of our own in our household that even when we're out in public, we can speak that language to one another and know, okay, we out now, let's go. We are in sync. What happened to us teaching each other to be in sync and uplifting one another instead of tearing each other down? But We have been built. This has been put into the streets. This is the yellow brick road that they have laid for us. And I want to bring up these slides that we have, because this is very important. This was from like 1965. The Labor Department released a report titled The Negro Family, the Case for National Action, also known as the, I can't pronounce that, monolithian report. Had to stumble through that. So y'all had to giggle at Lala on that. The family structure. The high rates of single-parent households among Black Americans were a critical factor contributing to poverty and social issues. 25% of Black children were born to unmarried mothers at the time. This is 1965, y'all. The cycle of poverty. The breakdown of the Black family unit was leading to a cycle of poverty and social dislocation affecting education, employment, and overall community stability. Now, check this out. Recommendations included a national commitment to improve economic and social conditions for Black Americans through job creation, education, and support for families. Critics argue that he overemphasized family structure, neglecting the significant roles of systematic racism and economic inequality in the challenges faced by Black families. Now, this next one I want y'all to pay really close attention to. 50 years of the Black family crisis, but no one wants to talk about it or admit it. 1960, Black family, 80%. Children born out of wedlock, 20%. 2024, children born out of wedlock, 80%. Black family, 20%. You see how we completely flipped this round? Joe, how can we start making these changes to flip these numbers back around?
Let me fix my throat. Constance is right.
Wait. Say it
It's the
again.
apocalypse. The rapture done came, y'all.
For the people in the back.
If we galvanize the Black woman, but get her to hold us accountable without blame and criticism and contempt, Athena.
Oh, you asking for a lot right now.
Yeah, you asking for a lot. I'm asking for a lot. If we can galvanize the Black woman and ask her to know the difference between holding us accountable and holding us in blame and contempt, then we can really start to fix this problem. But I am asking for a lot right now, but it's going to take a lot for us to get to where we got to go. But honestly, we need her, because we answer to her, and if she's able to hold us accountable up on level 10, we won't go down to level 5 and find them scallywags.
Listen, y'all can stay with the scallywags if y'all want to.
No, I love that. I love that.
You gonna let me finish my thought, Athena? We got to get help for Athena. See, we got to cure Athena and the Athenas of the world, so that we can get what we need to get. Okay, because we need Athena, but she is so mad at us, and her accountability sounds like criticism, and we're not gonna respond to that. That's
Yeah.
to be honest.
Okay, so I have this comment that I need to address, and it's from anonymous persons. He said, it would be nice if you guys had some married women on the panel to speak on this subject. The only married person on the panel is me, so she's good with me, but all the rest of the women are hypocrites. I
was married for 132 years.
And I was married for 163 years.
Wow, so that's what I want to address, ladies. Just a minute. I want to pull back on that, because I know that, but a lot of our panel doesn't. I mean, a lot of our viewers don't. So now I want to actually tap into that comment and get your point of being women who were previously married or in a really long-term relationship. So Marlo, I want to hear your thoughts on that as a single woman now, but being married before. Now, why do you think that he's feeling like we're being hypocritical?
Well, I don't know, because probably not knowing what hypocritical means. But I will say that what Joe said about himself, in his youth and what he learned in his coming of age as a man, I wish more men could admit that, right? I wish more men understood that. I wish that there were more support for men to be able to open up and be honest that they didn't have the tools to be a husband. When I look back on my marriage, that's all it was. He just did not have the tools. He came from a single parent household. By the time he was born, his grandfather was dead. So there was no patriarch, right, in that family. And so he was just figuring it out. But if you figuring it out with the hustlers and you figuring it out with the pimps and you figuring it out with old boy who don't claim none of his kids in the hood, right? If those are the people that are helping you figure it out, you ain't figuring out shit, right? You figuring out the fast track to divorce court is what you figuring out. And I've said before several times, it's no blame on him because I was also young. I also had bad information. You know, I got bad information from married women who got bad information from unmarried women probably. But I think that the biggest issue that I've seen just personally in my own life and relationships is that people don't have the tools, and we think that this is easy. We think navigating a marriage, building a family, building a community. A lot of people like to be kings and queens. Well, building a kingdom building is not easy work. And I think that without the tools, you gonna fail. And I think without sharing good information, I think without married couples having honest conversations amongst themselves about what pains them, but also what makes them feel pride. Absent of that, we're never going to have communal success, right? We're never going to have, like, by and large, these great numbers of great marriages that are building families and communities because people are passing on bad information. It's really time for us to just get our minds right, get our hearts right, get everything aligned, and start sharing good quality information and get the ratch out, y'all. We have mastered the ratch, right? We mastered that shit. Throw that shit away. It's time for something new. Let's master not being ratch, right? Because the ratch, we got that shit down pat. I could give y'all ratch right now, but I'm a hold back. Because I want us to find a different way. But I think, we got to focus on some better things to get better outcomes, because we all know the definition of insanity. Joe could tell us that's what he went to school to learn what insanity meant.
Right.
Same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. That's crazy.
Yeah. But Constance, I want you to bounce off of that for me, please. What are your thoughts on that?
So I was married. I was with my ex for 30 years and we were married 23 years. And so we had shut up. We had what a lot of people from the outside looking in thought was a really solid family. And I made sure that we looked the part. Now, internally, it probably wasn't always that way. But, I think, I thought when we were married, we had a pretty good unit. I thought, I was the one that was out there, slaying dragons, and he was at home. But I don't think that's a natural thing for some men. And I thought he was happy with that. I really did. I thought, okay, listen, I'm making him feel like he's a part of everything. I'm making him feel like he's a part of the business, even though he does that. We're good, the kids. And so I didn't learn until, like, we were divorced that that's not naturally what he should have been doing. And I thought he was great. He was a present father when we weren't together, but then when we broke up, the presence was just 100% gone. So he did what I told him to do. But after I no longer told him what to do, he no longer did it. And that was the unfortunate part. So I feel like I take some responsibility for that. Like, dang, if I would have just kept telling him what to do, then he would have, he'd still be here for these kids. But my kids are like, no, we're better off now. So it's unfortunate. So, I have a really great dad. I have a really great father who I probably model a lot of my parenting after. And so I just pray for me and my family, with just me and my kids, my 4 kids, that they can actually get that male thing from my dad. And that's what I hope. But, they need their own dad. Like, they call my dad, for money and stuff. They call their dad. He'd be like, no. And they call my dad. And I'd be like, look, you call your own daddy. Don't be calling my daddy. But no, but I'm grateful that I do have my parents as an extension of my family that are there to kind of pick up the slack where they don't have it. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. I mean, luckily it's happening when they're all, like, young adult teenagers. But I wish that wasn't the case, because you need your parents for the rest of your life.
Baby, you can say that again, because I don't have either one of mine. And that's a cherished thing that I wish that I didn't have to be in that special club of not having your parents. We have really, really, really just started to open the can of worms about this, and we are getting ready to wind down. But one of the things that we do talk about here on this channel, and one thing that is brand new to this channel, is the Fly Nubian Money Club. And if you haven't gotten in on that, now is the time. There is a free trial. This first 30 days is a free trial. We had our first training this weekend, and I was there with you on that first training. Thank you. We talked about home ownership, and we talked about stateside as well as abroad. We had a 2-hour training. Do you feel like you got left out? No, baby, we didn't leave you out. We got a recording for you. So it's not too late to get in and see that training. And we'll be having future trainings in just a couple of weeks. We're going to have another training, but go on and sign up now. Get your free trial going and see what we have for you at flynubianmoneyclub.com. You will be happy. Our purpose of that is to help uplift you in business and finance and family, so that we can get on board of this foundation again and rebuild the things that everybody else wants to tear down. Because as much as many people want to tear us down because they know how powerful we are, not only are we powerful as a people, but financially, our black dollar is needed and wanted, baby, or else they wouldn't be chasing it. So you want to make sure that you join the flynubianmoneyclub.com. Go get that training and sign up for the next one. We really, really want you to get your bag. Now, with that being said, y'all, this hour went fast. So it is final thought time. And I'm going to start with you, Athena. Final thoughts and where we can find you, please.
Final thoughts are this: we need to prioritize Black family first. And from all standpoints, from social, psychological, political, everything. Okay. We can no longer support, especially on a political front, agendas that do not bring forth Black unity, because we are on trend to be a part of that 16% of marriage rate, which is despicable. And we should be ashamed of ourselves as a group. This is directly tied to the poverty we experience. We experience poverty because we will not grow up and take accountability and learn how to resolve ourselves, get along with each other, appreciate each other, come together and gain those skills. Instead of, we are trying to stunt front and look dusty in the process. Also, we need to prioritize within this our own wealth while we are waiting for the partners of our dreams and our futures that will create this strong family unit with. And if you want to learn how to create your own wealth through either launching a business with AI or getting your own personal finances together, you can find my resources at elevatewithathena.com. There I have courses and programs and workshops that will be catered to you to help you to do just that, so that when you do meet a partner, a king or a queen that you would like to rise in life with and build a family and legacy with, there will be some money there for you to do so.
Thank you, Athena. Guys, you need to go and check out everything that Athena is doing. She has some really good stuff for you. And if you're looking for a little bit of a change of direction and you want to jump on the bandwagon of AI, you need to go and check out Athena's course. I always tell y'all what y'all need to do with all of us. I don't care who's on the panel. I need you stalking and chicken hawking. That's what I need you to do. Go and check us all out, because we have something for you. Maybe one person doesn't have something you're interested in, but somebody else does. So make sure that you support us. Constance, what are your final thoughts and where can we find you, please? Can't hear you.
I said, thank you for asking. I appreciate that. You know what Black people really, really, really need? You know what we really need? You pointed out earlier, 1955, J. Edgar Hoover said the biggest threat to America was Negro unity. And they have been successful at breaking down the Black families through various ways. You remember, I don't know if you guys remember that documentary where you seen the Black people on welfare. They could not bring the husbands in the home. If the husbands got caught in the home, they would cut off their welfare. This was all by design. This was all intentional. And understand that when we had unity, when we had to work together, things happened. We kept our wealth. Remember, during the days of Black Wall Street, the dollar circulated in our community, 12 months before it left the community. There is no other community where we've seen wealth last in a community as long as it did. You got the Jewish community where wealth lasts 30 days. The Asian community, 20 days, white, 17 days, Hispanic, 11 days, but ours, 6 hours, $1.3 trillion in spending power we don't spend with ourselves. It's necessary if we want to continue to build our communities. I don't believe what they're saying. I don't believe that in the year 2053, our net worth is going to be 0 because we're a resilient people. We got to get back to practicing collective economics. That is so extremely important. The reason why the dollar lasted so long was because we had to work with each other. But then when desegregation happened and integration happened, that's when we stopped working together, because when we no longer had to, then we stopped. But once we start working together, we're going to start to see a trajectory shift in our community. And one of the things that Joe said that he was right, that I think I was right on, is Black women. Black women, we are the foundation. That's the reason why it's so critical. And as he was talking, I was sitting there thinking, because I do what's called the Net 7 Collective, where I help Black women increase their net worth. And we talk not only about business development, but we talk about personal development as well, because I can show you how to get the money, but in order to keep it and have a holistic, well-balanced experience, you need all of those things. So part of that, I think we're going to go forward and just talk about different things that we can do to really engage our community, not just about financial, but what's the holistic perspective and how do we really approach that so that we can build our families. That's one of the things that's a mission of mine for 2025, is to figure out how we can make that shift. And all these things that we're talking about today starts with you. I'm going to do it with the people that I have, my circle of influence, my family, my community, but you have to do it with your community. Start with you, your friends, your community, and that's how you're going to see a spark, and that's how you're going to see a whole explosion happen within the Black community. But it starts with you.
That's why.
Where can you find me?
Yes.
Everywhere. I am Constance Carter, and the new Net 7 Collective is coming up in January, and I'm excited about it. A new batch of women that are getting ready to take over the world, and they are doing some amazing things in the world, y'all. Holla at me. Go to bookwithconstance.com to see if you can, if this will be a good fit for you.
All right. You got your assignments, so now go ahead and do it. I'm with you, Constance. You know what? You hear that from me all the time. It has to start with us, and that means you. Then when you start with you start with your household, and then you start to shine in your community. Marlo, may I please have your final thoughts and where we can find you?
It definitely starts with us, and it starts with our children, right? I think that we, especially I'll take on my generation, we have gotten away in large amounts from teaching our children their history. Who are they? Who are we? And why are we important, right? We've gotten so settled with trying to get them involved in different extracurriculars and things that make them more well-rounded. And in the process, I feel like they are losing themselves. So if we want to recapture the Black family, we have to kind of enlighten the Black child about who they are and why they're important, and how we got here, right? About Black Wall Street and about all of these great communities that were built by Black people, as Constance mentioned. I think that understanding is important in conflict resolution. I can't say enough. I'll share a quick thing and then I will hop off. My ex, one time we were arguing, he said, "You're just like my mom. You won't let me get a word in edgewise." And I stopped in my tracks because I realized that was a trigger for him. I think that what's important, I learned from an old couple, learn what buttons to push and then push the right buttons, right? Don't push the triggers that are going to get the heat. Push the triggers that are going to bring the warmth. And so I think that if we work together, we can do anything. We are a powerful people. We are a creative people. We always think out the box. Everybody wants to be us on the low, right? And then they want to pretend like they don't know where do-rags came from. They just had a great idea one morning. Take that you are great. Take that and run with it, and make your family great, and work every day to be the best you that you can be, so that the small yous that come behind you know that greatness is in them, and they don't have to go out looking for it because they were born with it. If you're looking for me, I am Marlo Layson. You can find content that I have written or videos that I have produced on the internet under my name, or you can find me on Instagram. I'm Olram Marlo. That's my name backward, forward, then a little underscore on the end. In January, I will be undertaking a very big challenge. I am going to try to qualify for a bodybuilding competition in the amateur ranks. And so I'm starting in January. I'll be chronicling that on Instagram. If you guys want to follow me, give me uplift me, keep me encouraged as I'm not eating and lifting copious amounts of weight. I would appreciate it. I love y'all, and thanks for being here.
I'm excited for that, Marlo. I just think that is absolutely wonderful. So I'm going to be doing the stalking and chicken hawking. Okay, I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to be watching that. I want to really see your journey and cheer you on. So Joe, that leaves us with you, my love. What are your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
I'm gonna go. Follow Constance. When she said we was right, because we was right. And what we said, which is a really long cry from our first episode, where she told me I was 1,000% wrong in her closing statements. But to the sisters, to the Black women, like they copying y'all, sis. They copying the span of your hips and the stride of your step and the curl of your lips, all the things that make you a phenomenal woman. And I'm gonna say it again: we need you, and it's a skill to be acquired, to be able to get past your hurts and your confusion and hold people accountable without the contempt, the defensiveness, and the blame that comes along with that. I know that's asking a tall tale. And the brothers, we got to get to a space where our shame allows us to be held accountable so that we can do what we need to do to join together and lift this community together, because we're not going to do it separate. I mean, we can make some progress here and there. I'm making progress in my Black family, but I know as a whole, as a unit, as a monolith, what Dr. Frazier said is correct. And, we're going to need the Black woman to acquire this skill through therapy, through understanding, and we're going to need the brothers to acquire the skills to be able to communicate what they're dealing with, because step one of the plan was to destroy the Black man. That was step one of the plan the minute we stepped off them ships. And I don't think anybody here is going to argue that. And that plan has been effective. And this is what result we got out of it. So you can find me, Joe Corley or J Corley 80 on socials, on Instagram or whatever. And you can come get on his couch at realuconsulting.com. That's the letter U, not spelled out, because I need y'all to talk to me so that y'all can learn how to talk to each other.
I love that. I absolutely love that, Joe. You always bring such wonderful balance to the panel. And I personally just want to say I appreciate everything that you bring to the table. And so you want to make sure that you go and check out Joe. He's got some good things coming up. You got to follow him, because this is where we start at the basics. And here's my final thoughts. We need to get out of the media streets where we are giving glory to those who are feeding us drama. The more drama you take into your life, the less that you're going to put the attention on becoming to your highest potential in your life. You need to stop worrying about what Cardi B is doing. You need to stop worrying about all these other women that are doing and couples doing their own thing, fighting each other in the streets. You don't want that drama. What you want is peace, peace from within, and peace within your homes, and peace within our community. So stop giving that the attention, because that takes your attention away from the hard work that needs to be done. Now you can find me. I made it very easy. at bit.ly/Laura Key Info. I have a lot of great free resources there for you, great articles, great YouTube videos for you to go and look at. But most of all, I really do want you to go to Fly Nubian Money Club. We are doing something so good. And you have the opportunity to get in on the ground right now. So make sure that you go and you sign up to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and you make sure that you subscribe to us on Spotify and put in text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. You want to be a panelist, come on in at info@realvirtual.net. If you need help with your business, you need to use that magical email address there too. And guess what? If you want to get your business in front of people and you're looking for your audience, you can bet they're looking for you too, because people are starting to really pay attention about where they're putting their Black money. That's how important that it is. So if you're interested in advertising with us, send us an email and to request the ad rates, and we'll be happy to send that to you. Listen, my royal panel, I love spending my time with you every single day. And when I'm not here, I miss you greatly. And I want to say thank you, those who always come and support us every day. We see you. We don't take that lightly. We know that you could spend your time somewhere else, but you chose to spend it with us. So we are very grateful. Now, don't miss out on tomorrow's show. Make sure that you join us tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But until then, uplift yourself, uplift your household, and uplift your communities. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Hey, welcome everybody. Hi Elaine. How you doing? Yes, Ivy, Rosa. I see y'all in here. Michelle, y'all getting buckled up and ready. Today, hey, we are talking about how to be an adult in relationships. It's our book club. Sorry, I couldn't make it last week, but we are talking about how to be an adult in relationships. That's the name of the book. These are the 5 keys to mindful loving by David Rico. You guys, welcome everyone to the Healing Haven book club. How you doing, Andre? Sheila, how's it going? Today we're talking about the practice of high romance. So the past couple of weeks, we have been discussing what high romance looks like in relationships in the book, How to Be an Adult in Relationships. Y'all got your journals? Everybody got their journals? So we're going to talk about practices. Today, you're going to be learning about how to understand healthy relationships and things that you can do to promote healthy connection with individuals for yourself, how you can incorporate this into your own life, and what toxic, addictive relationships look like. Addictive love, y'all. We got to understand what that means. So today we're going to talk about the practices. And in this book, How to Be an Adult in Relationships, it's a book by David Rico. David Rico. He is the author of this book. And if you go into the show notes of the class, you will find the link to the interview that I did with the author of this book. You will also find links to previous YouTube class sessions where we talk about all of the 5 keys to mindful loving. And let's see what else. What else do I want to let y'all know today before we jump in? Oh, I do want y'all to know this is a webinar format. So I want you to text LOVE, LOVE, to 87948, and then you'll be able to know when we go live. You can register in advance and get notifications on when and how I'm coming in here, and you can understand what's going on with my schedule, because sometimes it's not always the same every week. Anyway, how's everybody? How is everybody? Y'all got this book? This book comes in audio form. It comes in paper form. I'm old school, so I prefer the paper form. But you can also get it on Kindle or so forth, Kindle version of it. So we are on chapter 4, which is all about high romance. That's the beginning stages of a relationship.
when you find somebody and you fall in love, and what does this high romance look like? What does healthy romance look like? And what is it that you look at in relationships where it's very toxic? How do you know? It feels the same. Sometimes when you meet someone for the first time and you start dating them, it feels all exciting and it feels fun. But when is it where it gets to the point where you cross the line and it becomes really crazy love, right? Like it goes into a place where you start to see some unhealthy red flags. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Today, we're going to talk about the end of chapter 4 when we discuss all about the practices. So if you turn to the page 125 in the paper copy of the book, there's a section in chapter 4 called the practices. So everybody got your journals? I think you should have time now to get your journals out and start taking notes. Start taking notes on what to do. So here we go. The practices of how you can establish high romance instead of a toxic, addictive type of love. All right. And let's see. Before we get started, I just want to at least know where y'all can find me. Okay, so if you're interested in working with me, go to coachingwithdralicia.com, fill out the intake form. You get to, you can book a consultation with me. So you'll be able to do that then. Yes, Lidora and Delcia, how you doing? And Patricia, I remember Patricia and Wanda. How y'all doing? Okay, we're going to start page 125, the practices. Simply noticing where I am. This sounds like a mindful practice. Whenever someone challenges you to notice certain things, that's when you know you're sitting back, you're not participating, you're just paying attention, you're noticing. Simply noticing where I am. In commitment, healthy egos relate. Yeah, healthy egos relate. That's my man. That's my woman. That's what that means. That's healthy egos. It's not saying I possess this person, but it says that's my person. That's my man. You know, you start identifying with that person. That's a healthy ego, right? That's my cup of tea, right? 3 stages characterize most human enterprises. There's 3 stages that characterizes most human enterprises. This includes intimate relationships. It also includes family relationships. It includes educational. Yes, when you go to school. Yes. And it also includes religious affiliations and any long-term interest. So what he's saying is notice where I am. So notice that all relationships have stages and they all follow a similar profile. Okay, all of them. Family relationships, educational relationships. When you first start school, don't you kind of like romanticize? Do y'all remember, all of you all who went to college? Who went to college? Let me know. What was it like, the orientation? When you go to college and you do the orientation and you move into your dorm, let's say you went to college away from home, you move into your dorm, you're all excited. You built up this romance about the school. You're infatuated by the library. You're infatuated by, I don't know, how nice everybody. Isn't everybody really nice to freshmen when they first arrive on campus? Everybody is nice. And eventually, because that's the romance part of anything that's new, but eventually come finals. Right now we're in finals or midterms. You start to have conflict. You get your first exam back and you're like, dang, what happened? You start to become disillusioned. And then you go through it 3 or 4 years. And then finally, by your senior year, you selected a major, You know who your friends are. You know who the people you don't like. And then you start moving and grooving. You've integrated. You've become you've dug into the major and you start identifying with this profession. If you pick a professional major, you start becoming socialized and you start getting ready to leave. You know, you integrate who and what you are. So that's just an illustration of, just like in any relationships, you know, there are stages that you go through. So that's what he's saying. See if you can locate yourself in one of these three phases of relating, which correspond to the heroic journey. The heroic journey. Y'all seen movies, right? Every single movie focuses on a hero's journey. And you know what hero's journey is? Shout out to the late, great Joseph Campbell. Y'all check out his books. Joseph Campbell lays out a powerful narrative in all movies that's based on mythology. So any of y'all want to become movie writers and script writers, all you got to do is study mythology. You just need to study Joseph Campbell and his hero's journey, because any movie you watch is all about the hero's journey. Okay. So it's this storytelling tradition. And not only is this storytelling tradition common in movies that we watch, but it's also common in ancient cultures, indigenous cultures. Every single one of them has this storytelling element about the hero's journey. And really what it is the transformative journey that you have when you embark on something new. It's and it resonates with us. We love it. We watch a movie and we know how it's going to end. We know the man gets the girl, loses the girl, gets the girl back, and at the end they walk away. We know when we watch a movie about a crime, we know they're going to solve the crime at the end, but we want to know how. And why do we keep going to the same movie over and over again, knowing the outcome? It's because it is a very human experience that all of us experience. So it resonates with us. Hollywood and the music industry is based off of the hero's journey. And it's a framework oftentimes for stories, right? So we're embarking upon this personal journey, and nothing is more personal in terms of your development than being in a romantic relationship. So these trials and tribulations, struggles that you have in your relationships, if it's healthy and reflective, it will help you grow, it will help you evolve, and ultimately you can have a very deep and fulfilling connection with another person. But it's going to take some trials and tribulations. Your love has to be tested in order for you to know if it's real or not. That increases your commitment. And so the hero's journey that this book talks about is based on Joseph Campbell. Check him out. He is talking about how we have this quest for love, how we can overcome obstacles. And in the process of overcoming the obstacles, we emerge transformed. and then we're ready to cultivate and nurture high romance in our relationships. Okay, so it is a hero's journey. How y'all doing? Oh, I see some people in here. Marina asked, do any of y'all have audio or video yet? Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can see me. Hopefully you can hear me and see me. I'm hoping that you can. Yes, people can hear me and see me. Yes, audio and video. So I'm just making sure. And if you want to see previous videos of other sections of this book, go to the show notes and you'll have access to the classroom. Thank you, Wanda. You can hear me. Okay. Just making sure I ain't talking to nobody. I like talking to myself, but today I want to read this book. So, hero's journey. It all is something very, very common here. And what he talks about was the attachment phase. So in romance, this is the ideal. The ego ideals embrace. So all of the wonderful things you see and you understand, all of those things are embraced. You have mutual dependence, right? Not interdependence, not codependence, but mutual dependence. There is some sense of enmeshment, and there's no boundaries at the beginning. And then the hero leaves. Y'all seen, there's a TV show kind of like this called The Witcher. Anybody watch The Witcher? I think it's on Netflix. It might be on Hulu, but I love that show because it's all about The Witcher. It's all about a journey that every single season, there's a new season that's out. Every single season has many, many trials. Yes, Patricia, many, many trials. And you go out into the forest and you have these adventures and you come home. So that's what happens. You go out, you detach. Detachment stage is conflict, where the shadow ego collides, right? So shadow, remember the shadow are things that are hidden, the things you don't want to address. Think about, think about what the cowardly lion does. You have a cowardly lion, like in The Wizard of Oz, right? You're on this hero's journey, and the cowardly lion, that's the shadow side. He's supposed to be courageous. He's supposed to be the king of the jungle, but underneath it, he's a coward. He wants to suppress the fact that he's scared. And that starts to come out when the little Toto comes out and barks at him, and then he gets scared. And honestly, underneath all of that, his shadow is saying, you know what? There are some things that I'm struggling with. So I need to assert these things and learn about myself, become courageous. If you know The Wizard of Oz, the lion, he comes out on the other end and he is courageous, right? He had it in him. Everybody that was looking for something from Emerald City, from the wizard, the wizard was a fake. They all had that in themselves. So it was the journey that they need to go on in order for them to be able to discover who and what they are. And that is what they're talking about here. And then eventually you integrate. That's where you have a commitment. All the trials and tribulations in your relationships, you have a healthy commitment, interdependence, there's ease, you understand true compatibility. You can really see each other, not through your ego, right? Because your ego, you put on your mate all of the wonderful things. Okay? You're projecting onto, in the romance phase, you're projecting onto your partner all of the wonderful qualities. You only see the wonderful qualities, but there's shadows to that, right? The shadow side. And that's when conflict happens. That's when you start to see the hidden. You start to see the intricacies in somebody's personalities, right? You start to acknowledge and you start to notice their flaws. So the shadow side. And then eventually you make a commitment. It's healthy to know, yeah, the good and the bad, but we're committed to each other and I love you anyway. And that's when the hero comes home. That's when things are beautiful. You have a mutual honoring of boundaries. And of course, you got to let your boundaries down so that you can show the other person who and what you are. It can be scary sometimes. So anyway, the hero's journey, y'all get into that with Joseph Campbell. Okay, so we move on. To be fixated in the attachment phase, right? That's the first phase, the attachment phase. To be fixated in the attachment phase makes for regression. Regression means going back. You can't go forward. It makes for regression. It makes for clinging and addiction. So when all you're thinking about is this beginning excitement of the relationship, like the first 18 months of a relationship, and you're not able to deal with any form of conflict, you're not able to see that person's flaws because nobody's perfect. It's not realistic to want to stay in this attachment phase at the beginning, this romantic phase. To be fixated in that attachment phase means you're regressing, you're clinging, and you have an addiction to love. Okay? The honeymoon period. Thank you, Travis. To be fixated in the detachment phase where there's conflict, and the inevitable conflict that will test you, and you get to learn more about them. Remember, the purpose of conflict is to get to know somebody better. And if you look at conflict like that, it will help you to be way more realistic. It will help you to stop being so afraid of conflict, right? So, because conflict is just a way to get to know each other. And people who are really good at conflict understand this. They say, oh, wow, we totally disagree. This is where you need to stop and become curious about the other person. Okay. So, but to be fixated in this detachment phase makes for problems with authority and distancing. Am I there? Any of y'all? Any of y'all have issues with authority? Any of you guys want to detach? You're in this place where you want to avoid conflict. Anybody there? Some of y'all, how many of y'all, be honest, hate conflict? You're going to have it at work. So as soon as one problem happens at work, you be ready to get your resume together and go get another job. Thomas is admitting this, right? So as soon as you come across conflict, that's when you just want to jet. Well, I don't want to work here no more. These white people bother me. These people get on my nerves, but you're not seeing that conflict is inevitable. So it's like that at work. Nobody likes conflict, Val. Thank you for being honest. But know that conflict is how you grow. Sometimes if you have conflict at work, there's certain things you need to know about another person. Maybe there's something about your job that you need to learn about. Maybe you weren't trained well enough. But the conflict is inevitable because that's how you grow. Yes. All right. To move, look. To be fixated in the detachment phase makes for problems with authority. I'm glad I brought up jobs because there's some people who have issues with authority. And how could that not be translated in a work position? Like everybody needs to have somebody they report to. And you have to be respectful to each other. And you have to understand that there's a hierarchy. You have to understand that maybe that person's been doing that job longer than you, and maybe they can teach you something. But if you have problems with authority, sometimes you may be reacting more to something reminiscent of maybe some issues going on and not really reacting to the fact that that person's just doing their job. Yes. Oh, look at Thomas self-disclosing. Therapy taught me to address conflict. It avoids the boil over. Oh my God, you'll lose it. You'll lose it. You have to address it, nip it in the bud, and get to a better understanding. And that's professionalism. And I think you need to interact with, you really need to interact with authority in a way where you can kind of respect authority and know that you can learn from them. Okay, so to move from phase to phase makes for serenity and opens us to concerns for the wider world. This is how healthy relationships heal the world. I choose to be here. I choose to be here. This is how healthy relationships heal the world. To move from phase to phase makes for serenity. You have to understand that it's normal and healthy to have conflict, normal and healthy to be in that romantic phase, normal and healthy to integrate. This is how you heal the world. I choose to be here. What do the 5 A's look like in your current phase? So in each phase, attachment, detachment, and integration, all 5 phases need to come together. And then he goes and he lists what they are, right? A big list. The phase, so the romance phase means, and if we're comparing romance and addiction, and you could list it, the romance phase is just a phase, but addiction, it's ongoing. In the romance phase, you have need fulfillment with a sense of contentment. You know that there's needs, but you're content with the fact that you have these needs. You understand, okay, you know what? Sometimes I would love to have companionship when I go to the movies. But if I don't, I understand that I feel a little lonely, but I will go to the movies by myself and enjoy my own time. Okay. But if it's an addiction, you're feeling like this neediness is felt as a bottomless pit. You can't get through it. Hi. Healthy relationships and romance tells you, I have a desire for contact, but it's proportional. He's got his life. She's got her life. I got my life. We'll see how we can fit these things in with each other. But in addiction, you are desperate for contact. More is given. It's not proportional. More is given and less is received. You are giving more than you're getting back. You're constantly calling somebody. They don't feel like they need to call you so many times. It's obsessive. You're obsessed over somebody. It's like you have this anxiety. Where are they? What are they doing? You want to know what's going on all the time, right? With romance, everything is egalitarian. Hey, ain't no man says this and woman does this. No, it's egalitarian. In healthy relationships, everybody's thoughts matter. Everybody's feelings matter. One person's thoughts and feelings is not above and beyond another person's. Yes, that's what happens. But in addiction, it's hierarchical. You have to get permission to do something instead of telling somebody. In healthy relationships, in adult relationships, you let people know, hey, I just want to let you know I'm going to the grocery store. Is there anything you want me to get for you? That's an adult conversation. But when it's hierarchical, it's asking for permission. I think y'all understand that. In romance, healthy romance, it is reciprocal. It's give and take. The 5 A's are give and take. I see a future there, right? In addiction, it's always one-sided and there is no future there. It's this person over another person. In healthy romance, feelings of satisfaction and joy are there. I'm just happy with the time that we spend together. And that's what's beautiful to me. But in addiction, in toxic relationships, you feel like there's never enough. It's a bottomless pit. It's never enough. I can never have enough of you. You can think that, but you don't have to act on it. And you don't have to be obsessed with somebody, obsessing and compulsion with another person. That's not healthy. In romance, you feel secure because you have secure attachments. But in addiction, there's always doubts. You're not quite certain what's happening. You're not quite certain what's going on. There's always doubts. Everything is kind of nerve-wracking. In healthy relationships, you anticipate for the next time you see, oh, I look forward to meeting with you. And then you go on about your day, right? Your self-esteem is increased. You feel better about yourself. But in toxic relationships, you don't feel better about yourself. And it's often painful. You can't tolerate any sort of absence. That's obsession. That's addiction, not healthy. In nice, healthy, mature relationships, you have loose boundaries, right? You're comfortable letting people in. Both partners relate to each other that's healthy. I relate to you, you relate to me. And this begins the challenging journey to love. But in toxic relationships where it's unhealthy, what happens? There's no boundaries. There's no boundaries. There's no beginning or end. That's codependency, right? When there's no boundaries. One partner is being possessed by another. And this becomes a vicious cycle of pain. Most people do not understand. They confuse obsession with real love. And I think that for romance, if I had to sum it all up, romance is what happens when there's a mutual desire for connection and fulfillment. You feel content. There's proportional give and take. You're anticipating for future interactions. In romantic, healthy relationships, there is a feeling of satisfaction, joy, and secure. You feel secure in that relationship. You're not constantly worried, what are they doing, what's going on. There's boundaries are relaxed, but what happens is that boundaries are relaxed to the point where you have deeper connection and mutual understanding. So that helps to increase your self-esteem. It fosters a sense of well-being, and it helps you set the tone for love. How many of you guys are in relationships like this? How many of you guys aren't in relationships like this? Now you know what healthy relationships look like. Yet another dimension to what healthy relationships look like. Y'all see any elements of this in any of your current relationships? Job relationships. You see this in employment, in education, if someone's abusing another person, right? Like, if you got to set boundaries when you're working. It's like, it's a Sunday night. I don't want you texting me and calling me and expecting me to pick up the phone and answer the phone call while I'm at dinner with my family. That's not healthy. You need to put boundaries up. Like, I have a life outside of work, and that's healthy to balance your life out. Okay. So I just want to say, what does addictive, toxic, unhealthy love look like? Y'all see if y'all have these in your relationships. A desperate need for contact. Desperate need for contact. More is giving and less is received. You got to report to somebody. Somebody has to tell you what to do, control you. That's toxic, because the one person has power, holds the power over you. And this addiction, there's really no future. We're not talking about what's the future. It's just characterized by this insatiable longing, and there's always doubt. In toxic relationship, you're always being hurt. You're always in pain about something. And there's a cycle of neediness. In unhealthy, toxic relationships, there's no boundaries. And you lose your self-esteem. One partner becomes possessed by the other. And there's always a struggle. If you're in a relationship and there's constant struggle in that relationship, that's maybe toxic. And you have to learn the differences between romance and addiction. And now you know. Now y'all know. Everybody know. Y'all like and share this video. Send it to somebody who you know are going. Y'all know somebody going through something like this. Let them know what healthy relationships look like, what toxic relationships look like, so that they know things need to change. You need to recognize the signs of what's healthy and what is unhealthy. Being dependent on somebody is unhealthy, and you have to guide that person or guide yourself. Start with yourself toward building something that's sustainable. Y'all got it? Okay. So how y'all doing? People just joining me. How to be an adult in relationships. It's the 5 keys to mindful loving. David Rico is breaking it down. What is healthy and not healthy? And Lord, us as Black people need to know this. Let me tell you, I've been a therapist for 20 some odd years. We need to know this. I've been a licensed therapist for 21 years. And I tell you, I wish everybody could just read this book and digest it. This will cure the world. You're talking about how to get, I don't believe in the world where we have war. If everybody read this book and incorporated this, it will heal the world. And that's my hope for the future, is that the world will be operating in a place that's not toxic. Because I do think we live in a very toxic world. Rhonda, how you doing? Aisha, hey. Okay, so what am I saying? I think I'm going to ask everybody, this is a webinar format. I've never done this before, but to get information and notifications on when I go live, I think they give you reminders. Hey, Dr. Alicia's going live at this time. You're going to have to go to put with your phones, text LOVE to 87948. Text love to 87948, and then you'll be able to know exactly when I go. I know I'm doing, I'm not going to be able to do it next week because I'm going to be doing my self-care, but I will be available the week after. So I'll be available. I don't know what day that is. I don't have my phone in front of me. I like that I don't have my phone because it is distracting. But anyway, I won't be available next week, but I will be available the week after. Hey, Mia, how you doing? Dennis, how you doing? How you doing? Okay, we talking about healthy and toxic love, how to be adult in relationships, the 5 keys to mindful loving by David Rico. I interviewed him. Check him out. The link is in the show notes. All of the previous videos to how to be an adult in relationships, those videos are in the notes. So just click on it and then you'll be able to get caught up. Okay. We are moving on. We're on page 126. Oh my gosh. It's been a half hour and I only got through less than a page. So let's go. Let's power through. Okay. This chart, toxic and healthy. This chart will find your present way of relating. Use this chart. So what they're saying in your journals, y'all got your journals out, use the chart. Everything that I talked about was romance, healthy romance, and toxic addiction. Use the chart to find your present way of relating. Be honest with yourself about where you are on some of these things. If you seem to be addicted, write journal responses to these statements. Okay, pay attention. Get your journals out. See where it is that you are addicted. You keep chasing someone who does not want or respect you. You stay with someone with whom problems are unworkable or who is abusive. How would you respond to those statements? How would you respond to? You are with someone who depletes you. You keep going back for more when there's only less. You can never get enough of what you do not need. You forget that if you can't get enough, you do not need it. You are trying to redo and undo a parental bond simultaneously. You are in an addictive bond with someone who is addicted to you. Goes back and forth. You are the object of someone's addiction. How would you respond to that? Y'all like and share this with somebody if it sounds like somebody you know. Say, hey, tell me what you think about this. So you write these in your journals and you respond to those statements. Let me read them again. You keep chasing someone who does not want or respect you. You stay with someone whom problems are unworkable or who is abusive. You are with someone who depletes you. You keep going back for more when there's only less. You can never get enough of what you do not need. You forget that if you cannot get enough, you do not need it. You forget that. You are trying to redo and undo a parental bond simultaneously. You are in an addictive bond with someone who is also addicted to you. You are the object of someone's addiction. Is the following something you might say? I cannot let go. I do not even know whether I really want to stay. I just don't know. I don't know if I want to stay. As long as I am infatuated, I lose my boundaries and sometimes even my own self-respect. I will put up with anything from the other just to get my fix. Let me tell you, it is toxic, unhealthy to think that just because you're married to somebody, you have to continuously put up with toxicity. You should always work for healthy relationships. And that other person that you're married to or in a relationship should always be working toward healthy relationships with you. And if they refuse to work for it, you need to start thinking. I am not excited by relationships when I see these things happen. And some people think, oh, we've been together for 10 years and it's been so, it has to be a good 10 years. It cannot be this toxicity back and forth. I do not admire those relationships. I will put up with anything from the other just to get my fix. I lose so much in my addictive attachments. How to release yourself. Oh, goodness. Page 127. Get your journals out. They're going to give you some solutions. So the first part here is kind of like making an assessment, an honest assessment of yourself, what's going on. And now they're talking about how you can release yourself from denial. A lot of people are in denial. In releasing ourselves from denial, in romance, we want what the other can give. I see what you can give, and that's what I want. In addiction, we crave what the other and anyone cannot give. We're craving, this person doesn't even have the capacity to give you the 5 A's. Attention, allowance, affection. They can't give you affection. They can't give you attention. They can't allow you to be who you are. They cannot, attention, affection, allowance, appreciation. They can't appreciate anything you do for them. They, let me see what the other one, they can't accept you. They can't give you the attention. They aren't able to appreciate you. They aren't able to give you affectionate. They're not affectionate, and they're not allowing. They're judging instead of allowing. In addiction, we crave what the other and anyone cannot give. Recovery from a one-sided addiction begins with freeing ourselves from denial. I do not want to know what you are unable to tell me. I don't want to know what you are unable to tell me. That is denial. I cannot see that what I want is not what you offer. I'm unable to recognize that the things that I want in a relationship are the things you can't even offer to me. You have nothing for me. I am not really looking at you at all, but I'm only looking at my own neediness. Freedom from the addiction will mean ending our confusion. Speak up first in your journal. Sometimes you're not ready to speak it out loud to another person, but speak up first in your journal. Write about this. Then when you are ready, confide in a friend. Talk to a friend about this. And then face to face with the object of your addiction. You know, I want to say something about addictions. I don't think I ever really defined addictions. And I do want to take some time to talk a little bit about addictions, because this is about addictive love. But I really do think that addiction is not just limited to substance abuse. There's various forms of addiction. And I think relationships definitely fall into that. Addiction is really a lack of connection. It's an intense, compulsive attachment to another person. And in addictive love is driven by our unmet needs. And there's this hole, this emotional void. That's where addiction comes from. And so I just want you all to recognize that addiction in relationships tend to lead to codependency. You don't have your own autonomy, and it just affects your self-esteem. You're like, I can't go because I don't have this person with me. I don't even want to participate in any activities outside of being with this person. And that's when you know that that's not right. So I just want to make that point out about addictions. And hey, Pam, Pam says, Pam is repeating it. I'm there now where I don't know if I want to let, excuse me, if I want to let go. but no matter how I say I want out, he doesn't hear me. So Pam, you got somebody who's not willing to listen. Oh, excuse me. Somebody's not willing to listen. But I just been staying away and saying no to being around him. This is good. I mean, Pam, if you feel like you're not at the point where you can talk to him about, excuse me, exactly what it is that you want to let him know, eventually you need to get to the point where you need to let him know how you're feeling. But thank you for disclosing that. Patricia says, why do we feel we need their permission to take a step away, even to break? You don't. You can just let somebody know. Everyone needs personal space, and to always keep personal space in place in the relationship. For me, yeah, I mean, that's healthy. There's things that we do when we are together, but we don't have to be together all the time. And if you feel like you need to be together all the time, that's definitely problematic. Hey, Ed. Oh, I need some water. I don't have any. I drank all my water. Ed is saying the whole concept of relationship that you're dealing with is based on a Caucasian's point of view in the Western society. That's a good point. That's a good point, Ed. It is in a sense. But some of this in terms of growing and being healthy, some of this is universal. Just think about the 5 feelings that are emotions that all of us have. Yes, Travis, I do need some vitamin C. I probably need to go to some place where there's sun. But yeah, that's a good point. Some things are culture specific, but think about feelings. Just think about the feelings: anger, sadness, disgust. All of these feelings are universal if you think about it. Love. I mean, you could go to India and you could look at a couple in India and you can tell, oh, he don't really like her. She mad at him or he mad at her. You can tell. You don't even need to know the language. You can go to China and tell and look at a family dynamic. I've done it. I've been to China and I've watched family dynamics and I realized, God, in a lot of ways, some of this stuff is universal, but it's always good to know about culture. Thank you. Okay, let's move on, you guys. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I got choked up. Okay, so let's talk about obsession. How we deal with obsession. An addiction is an obsession in our minds and a compulsion in our behavior. We feed the addiction when we let the obsessive thoughts spill over into compulsive actions. To allow the thoughts and not act on them is a crucial part of letting go, right? Not act on them, just letting go. That's the first part. There's other parts to it. But thus, I can think about you every minute while driving on the freeway, but I do not have to swerve off at the next exit and call you just to hear your voice. Okay, this was written a long time ago, but it could be, I don't have to text you all the time. Yeah, I was thinking about you. Interesting you called me. I was thinking about you. It doesn't mean that you need to act and love bomb somebody all the time. To free ourselves from addiction is to pass up the chance for a fix. It takes work to see what we are really up to. Say this aloud if this applies to you. See if this applies to you. Actually, every thought about the person who loved me or left me is really a plea for attention from the wounded, non-grown up part of me, now re-experiencing its original pain through the newest version of mom or dad who abandoned me. I think this is very critical when it comes to romantic relationships. And I really do think that this is one of many reasons why your romantic relationship, although it is similar to other types of relationships, it is to be compared to no other. Because the person that you're dating is a newest version of the parents who raised you. You are re-experiencing the original pain through the newest version of mom or dad who abandoned me, either physically or emotionally. Obsessive thoughts about this present man are actually urgent pleas from my past. Great pain in present relationships gives me a perhaps unwelcome clue to the family ties broken long ago. This person only triggers the old, but never current predicament. I'm going to read this again because I really think this is, to me, I think this is the key for insightful things, but I really think this is the key to healing. Because I really do believe that if you become insightful and you start to become more aware of how this is operating in your life, that this is how you heal through your current romantic relationship. There's some healing that can happen through another person if you're self-aware and you want to become insightful and you want to be able to understand things better. I'm going to read this again. Actually, every thought about the person who loved me or left me is really a plea for attention from the wounded, ungrown up part of me, now re-experiencing its original pain through this newest version of mom or dad who abandoned me, either physically or emotionally or both, right? Obsessive thoughts about this present man are actually urgent pleas from my past. Great pain in present relationships gives me a perhaps unwelcome clue to the family ties broken long ago. This person only triggers the old, but never, ever current predicament. We are reading How to Be an Adult in Relationships, The 5 Keys to Mindful Loving by David Rico. Hello, everybody. We are on page 127. How y'all doing? We are talking about healthy relationships, unhealthy relationships, and now we are talking about why obsessions happen. You are in a relationship with a person who can't love you the way you want them to love you. And part of that need is reminiscent of the need you felt when you were younger and you didn't get some of this stuff from either your mom or your dad, who either abandoned you physically or emotionally or both. It's a plea to get them to pay attention to you, to give you the 5 A's. And sometimes we get in a relationship with people who could never give us the 5 A's. It can never be enough. Because you're still wounded and you did not get what you needed to get when you were younger, and you grow up and you seek it in your current relationships and you're not conscious of this. It's unconscious. So we're going to rise this up to a conscious level because this is how you heal. If anybody wants to work with me, go to coachingwithdralicia.com. If you want to know next times, all of the times that I go live to talk about this book, text the word LOVE, LOVE, to 87948, and you will get information about when I go live so you won't miss anything. Y'all like and share this with people who you're like, this is reminding me of somebody. See how they experience this. Good spark. Y'all send it to your significant others, because I'm sure there's something happening, something that every one of us can relate to. Okay. Okay, let's move on. Responding to those who seduce and then withhold. That's disorganized attachment. I think I talked about that 2 weeks ago, a couple of weeks ago. Disorganized attachment is the push-pull. It's like, I'm lonely, I need somebody with me. As soon as you get that person with you and that person gets close and you start really enjoying it, you get really frightened and overwhelmed, and then you push them away. You do things to make sure that they don't love you. You're not lovable. When you need this relationship and you have these needs, you become lovable. But as soon as they get close, you become unlovable and push them away. What do? These are answers today. When a person assumes the style of seduction and withholding, she seduces because of her terror of being alone and abandoned. She withholds because of her terror of being close and engulfed. She is at the mercy of a panic that creates a reflex response. In the context of such dread, the seduction is not a lie, nor is the withholding a punishment. So it wasn't like they were seducing you to manipulate you. That's a whole different people do that, but not in this case, right? They're not seducing you to manipulate you. They're not lying to you. They really honestly want to be with you. They really honestly want to spend time with you. And they're also not withholding to try to punish you. None of it is about you. People who do this because they have fear, panic, terror. They're lonely and they feel terror. They're withholding because they're scared of being close to somebody. Because the people they were close to in the past hurt them. So they've associated closeness, this closeness, with pain and suffering. And they were never able to heal from that. So when they grow up, when they start to feel good and they have somebody close to them, they're so out of a sudden afraid. And they're like, I'm going to push you away because I need to protect myself. I'm scared something's going to happen, that this person is going to hurt me. So I'm going to push them away before they get a chance to hurt me. This entire push-pull is a panic. It's a panic that creates a reflex response. We can respond to a person who behaves like this, right? We can respond with compassion rather than retaliation. Because if you retaliate, you're basically giving in to what that person thought you were going to do anyway. See, I knew it. This is why I don't let anybody close to me, because this is how they treat me. You should handle people like that with compassion rather than retaliation. Ask yourself silently, can you stand aside as a non-judging witness and support her in finding help to work through her fear? Finding help to work through her fear instead of responding. If you are the one seducing and withholding, you need therapy, basically. You definitely need to go into therapy. You need to figure it out. And I love the fact that this book is encouraging you, when you see other people's sort of chaotic way, disorganized way of relating to you, do not take it personal. Because if you do, you're going to retaliate. So don't take it personal. It's like the 4 agreements. Y'all know about the 4 agreements? One of the agreements is don't take it personal, right? You know, I think it's just to understand this dynamic and understand that it is a fear response, but it's driven by genuine emotions, right? And people feel lonely and they want connection. So if you see it in yourself, any of this, there's guidance and support. You can reach out to me or you can reach out to anybody. Yes, Patricia, push-pull is panicking. Woo. Imagine how these people feel. It's really tough. Okay. Finding the program. We're moving on page 128. I think we may do a couple more paragraphs because it's like we've been at it for an hour now. So, okay. Finding the program. In my practice as a therapist, I keep finding that addictions almost always have to run their course. Marcel Proust seems to support me in his commitment that obsessive love is like an evil spell in a fairy story against which one is powerless until the enchantment has passed. I love these fairy tale references. It's just beautiful. Therapy and spiritual practice help, but they cannot compete with an active flow of adrenaline. Yes, an addictive relationship promises and delivers an excitement that most people interpret as true aliveness. You interpret that excitement as healthy when it's not. It is hard to let that go, especially when so little comes along to take its place. You cannot remove an addiction unless you have something to take its place. Those addictions 101, we know this. Okay. Addiction is ultimately a form of pain. As old song says, who can give me what you give me? Who can make me feel this way? Who can hurt so good? Who can hurt so good? There will never be another you. Why must your kiss torture me like this? Wow. At the same time, there are tools that work. A 12-step program is a very powerful spiritual tool for people addicted to relationships, to romance, or to a specific person. By working through steps adapted from the Alcoholics Anonymous program. He's telling y'all to do anonymous program, alcohol AA programs, basically. And having a sponsor, a friend, someone that can help you, can free oneself from addiction. Recognize that all your efforts are not quite enough to deliver you from this kind of pain. You will have to turn yourself over to a power greater than yourself. Who or what is that for you? The higher power we turn to can be God, it can be Mother Nature, it can be a sacred heart of the universe. Listen, he is saying this applies to everybody. Whatever you connect with, or whatever seems transcendent to you. These are all forms of assisting force of grace, help that comes to us from beyond our effort or control. A 12-step program helps us form a link to that power that's higher than ego, a refuge from the snare of addiction. Something else I want to talk about addiction. As I was reading this, I was just thinking about addiction is not about the drug, right? Most people who try drugs don't become addicted. Most people who gamble don't become gambling addicts. Most people who watch porn aren't addicted to porn. Most people eat. We all eat 3 meals a day. You know, most people who eat don't become addicted to food. People who shop, we're going Christmas shopping. People who shop don't become addicted to shopping. We all share similarities in the same process. People have intercourse. People have sex, but they don't become addicted to sex, right? So these addictions there's something unique about it. It's not the actual addiction. It's a process of relief. If you are turning towards shopping to relieve a pain, then it can become addictive, right? And so it's a short-term ability. It's short-term and you can't give it up. So addiction is a relief from stress. It helps you numb your pain, and you just have to give yourself grace if you're addicted to in this way, because, the desire to feel normal and the desire to not have the stress in your life, the desire to have a peace of mind can be what is actually driving the addiction. So the thing is that you need to explore the feeling that made you want to use drugs. What is the feeling that made you go shop uncontrollably, and getting connected to that feeling. And you will find that it really distracts you from stress, and it gave you control. It gave you a peace of mind. It helped to numb the pain. That's why alcoholics drink so much, because they have this deep-seated pain, and it helps to numb the pain. So, I think it's important to just understand that part. Addiction is a chemical imbalance in the brain. Yeah, it is chemical. So it disconnects you from yourself, and it shapes the pain. So you do have these endorphins and dopamine receptors, and you have these things, right, that are there. That is a good way of relieving some of the stress. It restores the stress response, right? So the biggest driver of addiction is stress, and it helps to restore the stress. Who's in here with me? Take him out of there. Okay. Okay. So let's move on. Let's go to the last paragraph here on page 129. Spiritual practice can thwart the ego's frail but stubborn attempts to control others and make the world obey our wishes. What is required is medication on the three marks of our existence: impermanence, suffering, and the fact that a solid self is ultimately an illusion. Yes, we cannot see any of this without someone's help, especially while we are addicted, which is why we need a program with a sponsor, a spiritual practice with a teacher, and a course of therapy. Approach addictions not with shame, but with a spirit of inquiry, wanting to know how your mind got caught in desire. This means finding a way to accept yourself without the mindset of judgment, fear, blame, attachment, biases, or defenses. That is mindfully. See the other as a Buddha. Here to show you where your work is, just how far astray you can go from the path, and how you can return to it, back on the path. And that's it for today for practices. There's a lot to write in your journals. We're going to pick this up the next time we meet. It won't be next week. Oh, there's only 2 more pages. So we'll pick up the last 2 pages, and maybe I'll have some question and answer next time I come on. But you are watching The Practice of High Romance. This is part 1. Part 2 is coming in 2 weeks, of how we're going to practice high romance, not addictive love, but high romance, and how to be an adult in relationships, The 5 Keys to Mindful Loving by David Rico. That is what we're reading. Get this book. We're like halfway in it. There's still time for you to get caught up. You can get caught up. You can watch in the show notes. It will show you the links to all of my previous discussions. It also gives you an outline of what the 5 A's to Mindful Loving is. And then let's see what else. You can text the word love, LOVE, to 87948. And then you can get information about when I go live on for book club and also for Mental Health Monday. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about politics tomorrow. How about that? Politics tomorrow. Coachingwithdralicia.com. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for joining.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you're having a great day. It's so good to see you. Welcome to Money in the Morning, our millionaire training camp. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I'm having a good day. I wasn't in the 5 a.m. club this morning, but I was in the 6 a.m. club, which is pretty good. It's pretty good. Don't judge me. Don't be judging me. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing good. I'm feeling good. We got some good stuff to talk about today. That's really going to help your finances. And actually, in a few minutes, I'm going to ask everyone to take a little quick break. And I told you all I wanted to give you a survey so you could tell me how you feel about Money in the Morning, how we can do things better, what you'd like to see us cover. Also, some just suggestions of just everything, just how we can help you the most, and just where you are mentally and whether you feel like you've benefited, in growing your economic intelligence, things like that. So anyway, what I'm going to do is send out a quick text to let people know that our Money in the Morning is starting now. And give me 1 second here. All right, I'm just putting that. Yeah, so the other thing too is, of course, you guys know if you want to get text notifications, make sure you pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. Just text morning to 87948. And I be all up in the inbox, but only if you want me there. But I don't crawl in people's DMs, so just don't be asking me to do weird stuff like that. So anyway, guys, how are you doing? I hope you're feeling good today. I hope that your day's going well. One of the things I wanted to talk about actually is the type of investment that I'm making as of late. I'm actually investing more in the metaverse. I already made some investments in the metaverse, but I became doubly convinced that the metaverse is kind of like that best kept secret in America right now. I don't know why the rest of the country doesn't love the metaverse the way I do, but I believe that that's going to change. I really believe that, and I'm gonna tell you, um, you know, there is I believe there's going to be an explosion in this area because of basically I told you all that I love to play VR golf, right? There's this game called Golf Plus. I'd stopped playing golf, for many years because golf, if you have ever played the sport, it's very time consuming, very expensive. And just who got time to be walking around the golf course all day? There's stuff to do. We got stuff to do. And so even though I took a golf class in college, and I kind of learned how to stand, how to twist my body, how to stroke the ball, and so I can kick it. I kick everyone's butt when we go play. What's that game? Where you go and you hit golf balls while you eat food. I forgot the name. It's something I forgot what it's called. But like sometimes people go there for like weddings and stuff where they'll like you go hitting and you eating a cheeseburger and hitting golf balls while you're hitting Top Golf. Thank you. I'm losing my words today. But Top Golf, like I usually kick everyone's ass at Top Golf. So just know that if me and you ever end up playing Top Golf together, it's about ready finna go down. You're gonna get second place at best, just because I'm the best top golfer amongst all my friends, and all my friends suck. So that means I get to be the king of all the crappy golfers. But anyway, so that's because of my class I took. Literally, I just know how to stand. I know how to get have my legs straight. I know how to twist my hips. I know how to keep my arms. The key is you got to keep that arm straight, and you got to keep your head down. If you lift your head up to look where the ball's going, it'll be a terrible shot. So anyway, I play Golf Plus now. And Golf Plus is a godsend because Golf Plus on the metaverse actually re-engaged me and reminded me of how much I love golf. It really took me to a place where I was like, holy crap, I forgot how much fun this was. And because now instead of a round of golf taking like half the day, I can play in 20 or 30 minutes. And it's very realistic. It's extremely it's very comforting actually. It's very comforting. When I play around the golf, I can hear the birds chirping, the sun rising. You'll be playing on a golf course in Hawaii, and you'll look out in the water, and you hear the water hitting up against the rocks, and it's just very, very soothing. And on top of that, you get to have fun. I compete with thousands and thousands of people, and I don't. I keep thinking. I think there's a glitch in the system because I'm supposed to be getting first place, but there's clearly something wrong with the system because they keep telling me that I'm like, 3,243rd place, which that's just fake news. It's probably racism or something. Like it's probably white people. They don't want to see a black man thrive, succeed in this world. So I got to get that fixed. But besides that, it is a really pleasant experience. And so here is my thesis on why I believe metaverse investing is going to catch on. Here was the problem. When Mark Zuckerberg became very passionate about the metaverse and a deep believer in the metaverse, he even changed the name of the company to Meta because he believed so much in the metaverse. He kind of started it off on the wrong foot. If you remember, Zuckerberg put out his little avatar to show everybody, hey, I'm on the metaverse. Look at my little avatar. It's like a little digital Mark Zuckerberg. It looked absolutely terrible. It was so bad that it became memed. It became kind of a joke. It's like, okay, this is supposed to be the future. This is crap. And he launched something called Horizon Worlds, which ended up just not really doing so well. And I think there was a miscommunication in terms of what the metaverse is. So people thought, oh, if this is the metaverse, I don't want to do this. It's a bunch of goofy cartoon characters in this, and they maybe they visualize it being on their computer screen instead of it actually being on some sort of device. So here's the interesting thing about the metaverse and why I believe in this is that I believe that Meta and a couple of other companies are deeply committed to playing this thing out. They're deeply committed to the fact that this is a 10, 12-year vision, and I think they've lost $58 billion investing in this. So in a way, it's kind of where Bitcoin was around 2014, 2015. Bitcoin looked ridiculous. Bitcoin looked like it could disappear at any moment. But you had these individuals, the hodlers, the people that hold on for dear life, who just kind of kept Bitcoin alive. Well, Mark Zuckerberg is kind of the metaverse version of the hodler. He's just every year dumping billions of dollars into developing this space. And I live in that space. I spend time in that space, and I like the space. They've actually got spaces where you can put on the headset. My wife got me the headset for Christmas. I think she regrets it because I just think I'd have so much fun with it. Where you can meet your friends and have these really cool virtual meetings, and like I can meet all of you like on a planet or something in a spaceship, and we can literally have a meeting just like this. So at some point you will hear me announce like, hey, I'd like to meet everybody in the metaverse. Here's how you do it. The problem right now though is that it's still a little complex. It is not exactly user friendly. The glitches are still there a little bit. So it's like these early pioneering phases. But here's what I think is going to be the catalyst for mainstream adoption. They went from people doing the metaverse on their computer screens. Who wants to do that? That's boring. Then they went to people wearing these big, bulky, nerdy looking glasses. I'm comfortable being a nerd, but a lot of people are not. And so it's still a little bit weird. Like I can't get my parents to try it, even though I know that they would love it. But it doesn't matter. They're not gonna try it because they're older and sometimes old people just don't want to do new stuff. But I know they would love it, because my father loves golf and my mother loves like the beach. And I'm like, you can actually put this thing on it. You'll feel like you're at the beach. Like because they understand senses only. There's only like, what is it, five senses? Sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. So if you think about it, when you have an experience in life, you're pretty much usually only using two senses. There's really only two, right? If you go to Italy and you see Italy and you hear Italy, you might remember the smell, you might not, right? It's like if I blindfolded you and put you in Italy versus China, and I say, tell me if you can smell the difference. Some people could, a lot of people could not, right? So it wasn't like the smell of China that made you want to go back. It was what you saw and what you heard. Also, most things that you see, you're not actually touching them. You're looking at them, right? So I experienced the mountains by just looking over at the mountains. I'm not touching every mountain. I'm definitely not tasting the mountain, and I don't smell the mountain. I need to see it and hear it. You follow what I'm saying? So what they're doing, I think, which is very crafty and intelligent, is they are creating another reality where it's like, oh, all we got to do is convince your eyes that you're seeing something, which they've done that. They've nailed that part. And then convince your ears that you're hearing the thing that you're seeing. And then they've also got these things. My wife's gonna get me one for Christmas. She thinks I don't know what she got it in the box down there. She's trying to surprise me, but she don't. I know what she got, and I know that Santa Claus didn't bring it. She did. And so there's this thing called a haptic suit, and I asked her for it. I wrote a letter to Santa Claus, which it's really Alicia, and so I'm getting this haptic suit, and this haptic suit is cool because what it does is it allows you to go in the metaverse, see things, hear things, and feel it. Like so when the monster punches you in the chest, you feel it. Or if someone shakes your hand or pushes you or touches you, you feel it. Or you're on a roller coaster, you feel a little bit more. So this is where things are going. And it's only going to get more interesting over time. And the thing that I think is going to push it over the top is now they've gone from the laptop screen to the eye goggles, and now they're down to the Ray-Ban sunglasses, the really cool Ray-Ban sunglasses. So now you don't have to be a nerd like me to enjoy the metaverse. You can actually be cool like me. Some people think I'm cool. Did y'all know that? Yeah. Some people think they're like, man, you're. I kid you not. 5 times in my life, I've heard people say, someone specifically say, that meeting you is more important than meeting Michael Jackson or Prince. I couldn't believe it. I think some people think I'm kind of cool. And so here's the thing. So you can be cool and do the metaverse. That means you can wear these sunglasses, you can look at stuff, and you blend AI in there. Chat GPT now can see stuff and tell you what it's seeing. Did y'all know that like you can take your Chat GPT, and I was in the car the other day with my son. I turned on the AI. I'm holding the AI up as I'm driving. I say, "What do you see right now?" She said, "Oh, I see a bunch of cars and I see da da." And then I pointed at him. I said, "What do you see now?" She said, "I see a person that's driving. Is that you, Dr. Watkins?" That's what the AI said. "Is that you?" I said, "No, that's not him. That's not me. That's my son." And she's like, "Oh, okay." And I show, or you go on a trip and you take a picture of something, you load it into AI. I went to Dubrovnik in Croatia, which is beautiful, by the way, and it's where the Game of Thrones was shot. I took a picture of some steps. I said, these steps look familiar. I took a picture of the steps. I said, which scene of Game of Thrones were these steps used in? And the AI goes, oh, this was used in the scene where the queen was being shamed publicly, and they said, shame, shame, shame. If you watch Game of Thrones, you know what I'm talking about. It's a famous scene. And the AI knew how to do that, right? So my point is to say that the future is coming and the future is here. And I believe that when you blend AI with the metaverse and then you throw in that cool factor, now that people can put on Ray-Bans and be in the metaverse, I think that's what's going to help this thing really pop off. And where Zuckerberg is right, and I have a mixed relationship with Zuckerberg. Because I had 800,000 followers on my Instagram page, and they took my Instagram page down. So literally, you're talking about somebody who's been really angry at Facebook, and because they don't even answer the phone, and so I couldn't get my followers back. But I have you, so that's all I need. But literally, the good side of that, and that vision that I respect is that he's sticking to it and he's putting money behind it, and I believe it's going to pay off. So if you want to know one place I put some money this morning, there is a metaverse ETF. The ticker symbol, you can write this down if you're interested in taking a look. This is not investing advice, of course. Y'all know I gotta always say that for the haters in the world who think that I'm telling people what to do. I'm not telling nobody what to do. Is METV, METV, METV is the metaverse ETF. And in fact, actually, what I'll do is I'll text you guys. I'm going to make a more thorough list of different metaverse investments that you could consider making if you want to get involved in this space. And I'll text that out to you. So if you're not on the text list yet, make sure you get on there. To be on the text list for this class, text the word morning, MORNING, on your phone to the phone number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Now, one thing that I want to do really quickly is I would like to ask if we could take a little break and do like 5 minutes for you to do me a tiny little favor. I'd like for you to fill out a very brief survey on this class. We started this class at the beginning of the year. This is the first time I've ever done a class where I've talked to everyone every single day, because the goal is to form financial habits, and the way you form habits is you repeat yourself over and 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 over again, and that's how you develop culture. Culture and habits are deeply connected, so that's why we do money in the morning. That's why we do this 7 days a week. Ain't no stopping. unless I just cannot make it. But for the most part, I think it's been a lot of fun. It seems to have been very successful, and I just want to make it better. And I also would like to get feedback on ways we can help you more. So there's about 12, 13 questions on this survey. If you could fill this survey out for me very, very quickly, we could take like a little bathroom break. And I would appreciate that quite a lot because one of the goals that we have here in the Black Business School is when we started everything that we do, we literally committed ourselves to being what Jeff Bezos refers to as customer obsessed. And so one of the rules that we had is I said, look, let's be obsessed with what people want. Let's think about the people that we're serving, figure out how we can help them, and hope we can form a relationship with them to let them know how serious we are. We're into substance. We're not just trying to be flashy Negroes. We're actually trying to solve problems. And so that's why we bring in our scientists. That's why we look at the data. We talk to you consistently to get a finger on the pulse of where you are and how we can serve your family and take you and your people to the next level. So I'm gonna put this survey in the chat. Somebody's asking, where's the survey at? It's a great question, Daryl. I'm asking myself that same question. So let me grab this survey for you guys. And if you could take just 5 minutes and fill this sucker out for me, I would certainly appreciate it. And to just tell you how unprepared I am, I'd had it. It was here. What had happened was it was here, and then it wasn't here, and now it's here again. So I got it, and I'm gonna put this in the chat, and then I'm gonna come back in 5 minutes, and then we'll continue the class. All right. So here is the survey. Let me know. Give me a yes if you see it right there. I'll keep on putting it in here so you guys can grab it. So just hit that link. And if you could fill it out really quickly, I would really appreciate that so much. Thank you, Tamika and Ida and Mo Lewis and Alicia. I appreciate you very, very much. So let's come back in a second. I'm going to run to the bathroom. All right. All right, all right. Let's jump back in and get started again. Okay, so thank you all for filling out the survey. If you didn't get a chance to see it, or maybe you're on your phone, I did actually set it up to text out to you guys later on this afternoon. The survey really helps us in terms of knowing how we can best support what you're doing, and also it helps us collect information in terms of how we're going to set up the Black Economic Elevation Summit. We are going to do that, and that's going to happen in the springtime. So we've already started making the plans. We've already talked to the team, and so a lot of you have requested meeting together in a collective space. So Los Angeles is going to be where it's at because Los Angeles is warm, and I figured you'd rather be warmer than colder. So let me know if you got it done. Just type a done in the chat. I see Carmen and Rochelle, Shadi Brooks. Thank you. Okay. All right. Perfect. Okay. So I'm seeing the duns coming through. Great. Thank you, Karen Millhouse, Valentina, Errol Semengal. I appreciate it. Felton, uh, great to see all of you, and I appreciate that. All right. So one of the things I wanted to talk about today was this thing. I did a little survey on my Twitter, and my Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. And on Twitter, what I wanted to know was I wanted people to share their biggest financial mistakes, and us to kind of talk about this. Like a part of the way to optimize your life economically is to learn from the mistakes of others. I grew up around some people that didn't always optimize their lives in the way that they wish that they had. A lot of the guys, the men especially that I grew up with, they made a lot of mistakes. And I grew up hearing a lot of people saying, "Well, like you get that uncle that's holding a beard, is like, hey boy, don't do what I did, don't be like me," And I felt kind of sad about that now that I think about it, because it's got to be tough to have to be honest enough to tell a kid, like, don't be like me. Like, that's, if you talk about self-hatred, that's pretty deep, right? I wouldn't, if someone asked me and they said, would you want your daughter to marry a man like you? I'd say, yeah, absolutely. I think I'm okay. I like who I am. And so the idea that, so really makes me think about, like, sometimes how you have rappers that are really picky about who their daughters hang out with, because they don't want their daughters to date a man that's like them. They don't want their child to run into the 21-year-old version of themselves. If you remember, anybody remember that when the rapper T.I. was checking his daughter's hymen to make sure she was a virgin? He had to verify that he made a joke about it. I assume it was real. Yeah, and he was literally talking about checking his daughter's body parts to make sure that she really was a virgin, because I thought to myself, I said, yeah, because I've known your music a long time, and if your daughter dated a man who thought the way you thought 10, 15 years ago, it would probably make you very upset, right? So I think sometimes we have to treat others the way we'd want to be treated ourselves, and remember that that's somebody's daughter, and I think that's important. So anyway, with that said, I think about the way we can learn from the mistakes of others, right? We can learn when people are honest enough to tell their stories, so that you don't make the same mistake. And so rather than feeling the shame of saying, man, I messed up, I honor people who say, yeah, I messed up, and this is knowledge, right? This is, remember, as a college professor, one thing I know for sure is that your best knowledge doesn't come from a damn book. The world is a classroom. The earth is a university. So knowledge is everywhere, even from the people who didn't make the right choice. Like, a lot of times people will say, well, how are you going to tell me not to smoke when you smoke yourself? Well, that probably overqualifies them to tell you not to smoke, because they know the consequences of smoking. Do you see what I mean? Like, oh, you used drugs when you were my age, so how can you tell me not to use drugs? Well, because I use drugs, and I know that that's not what you want to do, right? So long story short, mistakes are a great training ground, and so I'm going to read some of these mistakes that were listed on my Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. If you want to join the conversation at any point, feel free to hop in. I post stuff all day. Just be ready to be offended. I usually offend everybody at least twice a week. All right. So Tony Robo says that his biggest financial mistake was buying a semi truck during COVID. Okay. Let's see. Larry says investing blindly with a family member, and it cost me 5 or 6 years worth of savings. Oh, that just chills down my spine. I put a video. Check out my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. I put a video up this morning where a lady was going through all the grim statistics of startups and how likely you are to lose everything if you put all your money into a startup. We have this I can't, I'm messing the word up, but we romanticize starting a business. We're like, oh, we're gonna start this business. We're gonna put all our life savings into it. It's gonna blow up because I went to, a seminar and they told me you got to follow your dream. You got to follow your passion. You can't never give up, right? And it's like church, right? And we get caught up in that emotionally. And I think that that is true. I think following your dream does matter. I think consistency and relentlessness and persistence is great, but after the feel good speech is over, there has to be some degree of measure and discipline that's applied when it comes to the implementation of whatever it is you're trying to do. And yet you can't just go in there and think the Holy Ghost gonna carry you through a dumbass situation. Right? Like the Holy Spirit ain't gonna get you through every single horrible choice we can make. There is something called sort of calculated risk that has to be applied. Right? Calculated risk means that I say, okay, I'm not gonna be scared. I'm not gonna let fear make the decision for me, but I'm also not gonna let stupidity take over the car either. I'm not gonna replace fear with dumbassedness and put myself in a situation where I lose everything, taking an unnecessary risk. In finance, we define risk very specifically in the field of finance. Risk can be measured in a lot of different ways. And one thing about risk is there is something in finance that we refer to as an efficient risk versus an inefficient risk. Efficient versus inefficient. Efficient means that you thought it out, you understand the downside, you've done the trade-offs, and you feel like, okay, this is what I need to do. I need to go ahead and take this chance because I think that the upside outweighs the downside, and I have a plan in case it doesn't work out. Inefficient risk is where you're just betting it all and you ain't even got to. And I see a lot of inefficient risk. Like there's no reason why your whole damn life savings has to go into your cousin's liquor store. Why does it have to be the whole life savings? Why can't you do 10% of the life savings or 5% of the life savings and say, we'll see if we want to go to stage 2? You dip your toe in the water. You don't jump in because the swimming pool might be filled with acid. So don't jump the whole body in the swimming pool. You dip your toe in. Then at the very least you're gonna lose a toe, but at least you can still walk and you're not dead. So really, and in entrepreneurship, they have this term called MVP, minimum viable product. Minimum viable product is where you spend as little money as possible just to find out if there's something there, if it works, if there's proof of concept. A lot of us don't do that. We'll dump everything into something and then sit back and pray, and that's not a good way to invest. That's how people lose everything. So when I saw this brother mention that he spent all of his savings starting this business, I said, yeah, that happens all the time because startups typically fail. But startups must exist. You must have startups in an economy for you to build businesses. There would be no, without somebody taking the chance on a startup, there would be no Microsoft, there would be no Facebook, there would be no Walmart. So startups are necessary, but you have to be really careful about how you approach that. My brother works with a company that manages billions of dollars and with investing in startup businesses. My brother Lawrence, he actually helped me start the Black Business School. Now he's doing some other things too. He's still involved with the Black Business School too. And one thing about venture capital investments is that your odds of losing your money on a given investment are quite high. So you really want to kind of be careful with that. Another thing, let's see. Intrusive Savage says, I invested in meme coins, my whole savings. Oh gosh. Yeah, see, investing's good, but meme coins are not. Meme coins are, a lot of meme coins are scam coins. Did y'all know that after the crypto crash, literally, I think they said there were 12,000 cryptocurrencies that went bankrupt. 12,000. So crypto is good, but putting all your money in crypto is not good. And coins can be good, but meme coins are not always good. They're basically it's an inefficient risk. And when you talk about inefficient risk, I used to sort of cringe when I would do stuff with Damon Dash. We did this cool thing. It was fun. It was called Intelligent Boss Moves. And we talked about investing from different perspectives because people actually joke that me and Dame kind of look alike and our birthdays are almost alike. And we really established a great friendship. He would jokingly say that he was like my big brother because he's like 2 weeks older than me or something. And it was a joke. I like the guy a lot. I really do. But one thing that used to make me cringe a little bit was he would talk about his investing style and he would always use the term "I bet it all." I bet it all. I bet it all. And I would just kind of move my butt in my seat and say, "Well, you ain't got to bet everything, do you? You ain't got to bet it all, do you? Because what's going through my brain is everything I learned about risk. And sometimes when you take a risk, the willingness to take the risk is quite admirable, but then you got to ask yourself, do I really have to go die on that hill to fight a good battle? Hey, just because you're ready to be a soldier don't mean you got to go volunteer to be on the front line every damn time, right? Maybe you could be a good soldier in some other way, or maybe you can be a good soldier by avoiding the battle that's going to cause you to have to die on that hill, right? Good soldiers understand this. They understand. They say, "Look, I ain't scared to die, but I don't want to die. I'm not scared for the fight, but I'm not looking for a fight." Do you understand? So I think that balance is extremely important when you talk about investing, because a lot of times when we go to those extremes, that's when people form a bad relationship with investing, is because they have that experience and it doesn't go well. Investing is a lot like sex. There are people that have great experiences when it comes to sex, but sex can easily turn into a bad experience if you're in the wrong situation. So if your first sexual experience is with somebody who loves you, who does a good job, who's very attractive to you, then that could be a good, memorable experience. But it could be a bad experience if your first time having sex happens at a Diddy party. Then at that point, you're traumatized for life because we don't know what Diddy put in that baby oil. So just be really thoughtful about that when it comes to investing. Investing is good, but it's not always good. You have to make sure you calculate your risk carefully. All right. So Be Non-Human says, I'd asked my stockbroker in the 90s or 2000s to invest in Chipotle stock, which had an IPO. I was investing $10,000. Oh, wow. At an IPO price of $20. The stock went up on the first day to $60. Next day, I called and found out the stockbroker left the company and did not execute the transaction. Well, that ain't your mistake. That's the broker's mistake. Oh, my God. Chipotle. Oh, my God. I bet $10,000 invested in Chipotle in 2000 would be worth probably millions by now. Chipotle stock is a beast. Oh, my gosh. Um, let's see. GOH says, my biggest mistake was supporting a liar for love and acceptance. I lost the better part of 20 years of my life, totally my fault. Okay, so this is interesting because he's talking about his worst investment or his worst decision was not so much just a financial decision. It probably impacted his finances, but it was actually a bigger investment, which is an investment of time, energy, and love. Remember, you've been investing your whole life, whether you put out any money or not. Most of your biggest investments you'll ever make in your life have nothing to do with money. That's so, when I invest in my kids, when I invest in my family, when I invest in my health, when you're investing time to be here, you're investing energy in the things that you care about. That's going to mean more to you when you get older than how much money you spend. I promise you, when you get on your deathbed, you ain't going to be thinking about your 401k. You're going to be thinking about all of the people that you interacted with in your whole life and maybe wishing that you had done things different or wondering what things would have been like if you'd gone a different path. That's what happens when people get old. I've studied this kind of thing. Right? This is what they always say. All right, so let's keep going. Paul says his biggest mistake financially was he got rid of gold when it was $350 an ounce. Yeah, that's a big mistake. And that's what happens a lot of times. A lot of times we sell too early. A lot of people sold their crypto early. They sold Bitcoin when it was 30,000 or 10,000 or 20,000. And that's where perspective just kind of becomes extremely important because it's very easy to think that when Bitcoin was at 8,000, that it was never going to go up any further. That 8,000 is the highest it can go. And that is doubled down. That emotion is doubled down on when you see it go from, say, 8,000 down to 6. Then you're like, oh my God, it's down to 6. That means it's going to eventually go down to 0. And this is where you have to manage your anxieties. This is where you have to manage your emotions extensively and make a decision on who the hell you are and what is it? What is the goal? What are you trying to do? What was the plan? What was the game plan in the beginning? And when you establish the game plan in the beginning, it makes you a better investor because you're not trying to predict things that are unpredictable. It was very hard to really know where Bitcoin was going to go when it was in its infancy, especially when it was at 8,000. You didn't know it was going to go to 106,000. Of course, if you knew that, you would have stuck with it, but you didn't know it. So maybe some of you sold, maybe some of you didn't get involved, whatever it is, right? But I will tell you that when it comes to investing in something, I think you have to kind of just decide who you are and what you're trying to be. Like, so for example, I decided many years ago, about 1999, that I'm going to commit to being a free black man, whatever that meant for me at the time. And a free black man partly meant I'm not bowing to these folks. I'm not letting you judge me for being too black. I'm not letting you tell me I'm a bad person, even though I don't think I am. I'm not worried about none of that. I'm just like, no, this is who I am. And I know that with that lifestyle choice, I have to be loyal to it. My best chance of succeeding in that lifestyle choice was to stick with it and commit to it, not flip flop back and forth, not live in the closet. It's very, very hard to do that, to become schizophrenic as a means of survival. And I think that happens for a lot of black people. When we make jokes about code switching and all this other stuff, that breeds, in my opinion, a type of mental illness that we endure. And then when you're stressed out and you got heart disease and diabetes and having strokes and heart attacks and high blood pressure because of the stress you're going through, I think that plays a part into it. Almost like a person that's gay pretending to be straight. And you see how happy they are when they're like, look, I spent 20 years. I met a guy like that once. He told me he spent 25 years reading the Bible from cover to cover, trying to learn how to not be gay. Like that was, and I was listening and I was like, wow, you did that. That's amazing. And he had 3 kids with his wife. And he said, I couldn't take it no more. He said, so eventually I divorced my wife, got my boyfriend, and I'm happy. He said he was happy. He said, I've never been happier. And I couldn't help, just from the energy that came out of him, I couldn't help but to be happy for him. Right. And again, I know that that's a controversial kind of topic, but I really think that choosing what you want to be as an investor or as a wealth builder is really important, because then you have a philosophy that you can go back to that'll keep you from being wishy-washy, that'll make you consistent. Because the things that you have to understand about any strategy that you take, whether it's investing or life, is that strategy is never going to work all the time. It's never going to be a one size fits all where it's going to be perfect for every situation you could possibly run into. Sometimes your strategy is going to make you look stupid. It's going to make you feel stupid. Warren Buffett looks dumb a lot. He does. He does. He misses out on lots of possibilities and opportunities because he has a protocol. He has a process. He has a philosophy of investing that where he's not going to participate in the crypto, even if the crypto's going up. He's not going to participate in a lot of the tech stocks. He's not going to participate in a lot of industries that have really exploded, because that is in contrast to his core philosophy. But by being consistent and sticking to that philosophy repeatedly, it's allowed him to have more wins than losses. Right. So in my own journey, for example, my decision to just be the black finance professor, not the finance professor who happens to be black. I'm not trying to be Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm trying to be Boyce Watkins. That means that I'm black first, and then I'll be everything else after that. I see things through the lens of blackness, period, and I speak on that, which means that certain opportunities will never be available to me, and I'm okay with that. But what it does is it opens up the very best of who you are and the best of what you can be. It gives you the best chance of success by being consistent, so that at least you know who you are, the world knows who you are, and you're not responding to every little fad that comes along. So how does this link back to investing? Let's go back to that. So let's go back to that example earlier. So Bitcoin's at 8,000. You're freaking out. You're like, oh gosh, what do I do? What do I do? Do I sell it? Do I? Yeah, we do that. That's financial anxiety. By the way, my wife, who created our Black Financial Therapy Department, wrote a whole workbook on how to deal with financial anxiety. Depression and anxiety are big in the therapy space. She's an expert on those things. And actually, remind me, I'll give you guys a link to her Mental Health Monday. She covers these things in Mental Health Mondays, and that's actually tonight. So I'll give you guys a link. Don't let me forget to do that. One thing about dealing with that anxiety is that I think that it's better when you decide in advance what kind of investor you are. So the hodlers in Bitcoin, who I just honor and admire so much, they're the people who just say, no, we believe in Bitcoin. This is what we do. This is where we put our money, and we're going to go down with the ship. We're going to be consistent. We're not going to run just because things are looking tough. We're just here. And that may end up looking good for us. That may end up making us look bad, but that's just who we are. And that's what we're going to do. Right. So if you are a hodler, then the decision is easy when the price goes down. If you're a hodler, then when the price goes down, you say, oh, Bitcoin's cheaper now. Let me go buy some more. It's easy. The algorithm has already told you what you're supposed to do next. You don't have to wonder, like, what do I do? I don't really get it right. In finance, you know what we call that? We call that market timing. Market timing is not only a bad investing strategy, but it will cause you to go broke and go crazy at the same damn time. All the research we studied, we have research, we did research papers on this. So we have the data that tells us what works and what doesn't. And one thing most financial scientists will tell you is that market timing doesn't typically work, and also, market timing can be extremely stressful. It's like a person who's trying to fit into every fad and trend that comes along to the point where they don't even know who they are. People like that tend to be insane, depressed. They become alcoholics and drug addicts because they've never shaped an identity. I had a cousin like that. He was black, but he kind of wanted to be white, and he didn't know who he was, and he was hooked. Eventually, he was hooked on drugs. Like that'll make you crazy, you know? So the point is, the question I would ask you is, who are you as an investor? What is your strategy? What is your philosophy? Are you a conservative investor? Are you a tech investor? Are you a crypto? Are you committed to crypto? Because if you are, then what happens is it's just like getting married. You know, when I married my wife and they say things like for better, for worse, and all that, well, I'm down with Alicia. That's it. I'm down with Alicia Watkins. That means if Alicia Watkins is on top of the world, then I'm on top of the world. If she's not if she's not on top of the world, then I got to carry that load as well. So pick what you're committed to and be consistent with that. And I think it doesn't guarantee success. That's the first thing I want to make sure you understand. But at the very least, it creates clarity. So you're not driving yourself crazy trying to decide what to do next or when's the right time to sell. And then when you make decisions, you just live with it. You live with it. You know, I owned a bunch of Bitcoin. I sold it. Ah, dang. Oh, well, my algorithm told me to sell it, so that's what I did. Discipline in investing is extremely important. Most people don't have it. If you have discipline, then you will probably be far more financially successful than those who do not. All right. So one more thing. Let's go. I love these hearing these financial mistakes because I think they're important. And then what I want to do is read the top 5 financial mistakes that people make. Okay. So someone says, Mark Cericio says, honestly, getting my business stats PhD instead of stopping at my MBA and going to work in the private sector had a negative ROI. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people think that PhDs automatically make a lot of money, and that's not true. You got a lot of PhDs out here on welfare, and that make minimum wage. And one of the things I would say to these individuals, if I spoke to them, I spoke to my friend the other day. He's the president of the Black Doctoral Network, which is the largest organization of Black PhDs in the country. And I said, it doesn't make a lick of damn sense to me that you have people that are some of the smartest people on the planet who are financially struggling. That doesn't make sense to me because I'm sitting there thinking, but wait, you're a genius in biology or you're a genius in math, and you can't figure out how to go make some money. Like, become a genius at that too. Learn that too. What in the world makes you? I mean, as smart as you are, how in the world could you be so limited as to think that the only way you can make money is if some university's paying you when there's literally trillions of dollars in this economy flying around? That's like a weird type of pimping slash Stockholm syndrome, or I don't know where it would be categorized, but that's a mental health issue in my opinion. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not making fun of anybody because I've been in that. I've been caught in that trap too. But to me, if you're smart and you're this genius and you can solve problems and you can learn things, why don't you understand that making money is another skill you can learn just like you learn biology? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Do y'all get what I'm saying? I want to take my time on that point so you understand this. Learning how to get money is a skill. Studies show that people that have money spend far more time learning how to make money than people who don't have money. It's a skill. It's not like a lottery. It's not like luck. Like, oh gosh, I hope somebody gives me a bunch of money. No, it's a skill. Just like if you asked me to start twerking, I would not be very good at it because I don't practice twerking. I don't watch videos on how to twerk. White women do. See those videos for white women where they teach them how to twerk? They ain't working with nothing, but they show them how to bend their back or bend their knees right and arch the back and how to do, and all that stuff. And like they learn. You gotta learn. So I don't twerk with Miley Cyrus. Like, that's hilarious. Now you got me laughing. But really, like, so the same way you can learn how to twerk, you can learn how to cook. You can learn how to whatever job you have, you probably had to get some certification to learn how to do that. Whether you are a garbage man, a nurse, or an attorney, you had to get training. So if your goal is to have more wealth, then why don't you train yourself on that? Why not spend time doing that? And why not require your children to spend time doing that? What part of the educational process skipped over our heads where we didn't realize that this is not an area where you just roll the dice and hope for the best? This is an acquired skill that you can actually learn. So that's what I would say to all my fellow PhDs out here. I get it. These universities are terrible. I went into finance. The reason I got my PhD in finance was because my mentor, Dr. Tommy Whitler, who's at DePaul University, he told me, I said, he had a Porsche. And I was 19 and I wanted a Porsche too. And I said, how did you buy this Porsche? You're only a professor. Professors don't make any money. And he told me that business school professors do make a lot of money. He said, in fact, finance is the highest paying area in all of academia. And I said, oh, okay, well, tell me more. Like, where do I sign? And in that moment, that's when I decided, okay, I think I'm gonna get me a PhD in finance. And so finance, when I got to Syracuse University, and this was when I made far less money than I make now. But when I came into Syracuse, this is why I had so many haters actually, because not only was I one of the few black people on that campus, but I was the highest paid assistant professor on the entire campus, and I was the highest paid associate professor on the campus, and I wasn't even an associate professor. Literally, you don't become an associate till you get tenure. I made more money than all of them because I was the highest paid person in the highest paid department, and I didn't even know that they hated me so much for this. I didn't even know that people knew how much money I made. I didn't even process it. I was like, but now I look back at that, I'm like, okay, no wonder y'all hated me. I probably hate on me too. So I went into that field specifically because I wanted to be able to make more money. But then I saw colleagues in other areas who were really smart, smarter than me, who were making like 1/3 of what I was making. And I was like, that's terrible. So here's the thing though. You still live in the richest country in the world, and there is money out there. You just might have to acquire another skill to be able to go get a piece of that. What most people don't understand is that you don't have to become a millionaire in order to be able to breathe much better financially. A lot of times, just having a little side hustle that brings in an extra 2 grand a month can literally change your whole entire life. Like I have our house mortgage is I don't mind sharing it. It's not we don't live fancy or nothing. Me and my wife, we're not into that. Even though she's a little bougie, like she got a luxury car and she stays in these 5-star hotels and stuff. But for the most part, she's very frugal. And our house, our mortgage, like maybe $2,600, right? So think about this, right? So if I live in a house or a place where the rent is 12 or 1300, and I want to live in a bigger house, and it's a big house. We have 6,000 square feet, right? And I want to live in a bigger house where the mortgage is $2,500 or $3,000. That little side hustle that maybe I create with my sibling, that I create with my spouse, that I create with my best friend could be the difference. That could make that extra money. And really, here's the thing: if you really push hard, it might become something that makes you an extra $10,000 a month. Now you're really rocking. Now a lot of the things that were expensive suddenly become cheap. The things that were unaffordable are suddenly within your reach. And then suddenly life is a lot different. And I really would say that for anybody that has education that isn't making the money that you want to make, you probably want to realize that there are spaces where you can decide what your salary is going to be, but you have to eliminate the middleman. The middleman is your boss. The middleman is the corporation that you work for. The middleman is the person that's signing your paycheck because they're deciding what your economic ceiling is going to be. And so I would encourage you to just sort of say, how do I get rid of this? Because this isn't going to work for me. Because in America, again, workers, even those who have lots of education, workers have a really hard time getting their fair share. That's just the way America's built. I can't fix that. I can only tell you what I see, and I can only encourage you and sort of ask you to go out and acquire the skill that will help you to do that. And I don't think you have to do it alone. If you get with groups of people together and you talk to those individuals, I guarantee you that eventually you will come up with your idea. It might not be your $1 million idea, but for some people, getting that $10,000 idea can make a difference, that $100,000 idea. So don't feel like you have to find the $1 million, $1 billion idea. Maybe the $100,000 idea would be pretty cool too. All right. So anyway, I'm done talking. Thank you guys for hanging out. I want to say thank you for filling out the survey. Those of you that came in late that missed the survey, I'd ask you to please fill it out. I'm texting it out this afternoon. If you're not on the text list for this class, pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, on your phone to the number 87948. So text morning to 87948, and you'll get the survey as well as some other information. Number two, I'll send you guys a list of the metaverse stocks later on. I'll put a full list together, about 5 or 6 investments you can look at if you want to be investing in this metaverse thing. I think it's going to be big. Zuckerberg's making the investments. I believe that it's going to pay off for him. And here's the beauty of it. If it does pay off, it's going to be massive, because right now it's neglected, it's ignored, and that's the thing about investing. You want to get to the spot first. You don't want to show up when everybody else shows up. You show up before everybody else shows up. Like if you want to be married to Barack Obama, you can't go chase the man after he becomes president. At that point, all the women want him. You got to do like Michelle. You got to go date Barack when he's driving a hoopty, when he ain't got $20 on his credit card, when he ain't got two nickels to rub together. He's living in a $1,000 a month apartment. That's when you get the Barack Obama, and then you watch him become president, or you encourage him. You don't try to get him after he's in the White House, because then that's too crowded, right? So the other thing too, one more thing tonight. We're meeting for the real estate club, drboycerealestate.com. Alan Bean, who does land development, you saw him the other day. He's going to actually be our special guest tonight. So if you want to see all the curriculum material in the real estate group, if you're interested in that kind of thing, just feel free to go to drboycerealestate.com. The first month is free, so that's drboycerealestate.com. And last but not least, Dr. Alicia, my wife, she's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. She's doing Mental Health Mondays. Remember, mental health is a critically important part of investing. Financial psychology is everything. Money mindset is everything. And so she's done a lot of great work in that area, particularly related to things like financial anxiety and all the other things that we kind of deal with emotionally as we're trying to make that plunge to become entrepreneurs or investors, things like that. So she does Mental Health Mondays. If you want to be notified when she does Mental Health Mondays, pull out your phone, text the word love to 87948. Text love to 87948. Love is the word that she likes because that relates to relationships, and she's very good as a relationship therapist. In order for you to build your wealth, for a lot of you to get where you want to get to, you might have to even deal with some toxicity in your own relationships. I know that it's very hard to build wealth when you're going through a divorce. It's very hard to build wealth when you're dealing with abuse. It's very hard to build wealth when you're dealing with toxicity and fighting your partner all the time. It's very hard to build wealth when you can't even get along with your own relatives. So she's really good at that kind of thing, and I encourage you to consider the tools of therapy if you really want to be a good investor, a good wealth builder, and just a good citizen in the earth. I mean, we need therapy everywhere because we know undiagnosed, untreated trauma is the number one reason that Black wealth does not grow, and it's the number one reason why Black businesses don't get developed. It's also the number one reason why our families are not what they need to be or what they used to be. Dr. George C. Frazier, who spoke at the All Black National Convention, he did a really great viral video where he was talking about the disappearance of the Black family, and that it's a state of emergency, in that the Black family has become an endangered species. And if the Black family disappears, Black wealth will be obliterated. You cannot build wealth in a community without families. No community's ever done this in the history of all humankind. You're not going to be the first. So anyway, that's it. So if you want to join for Mental Health Mondays with Dr. Alicia and her therapist, she brings in Black therapists every week. Text the word love to the phone number 87948, and we'll send you a notification as well. So we have a lot of stuff going on in the Black Business School, and anything your family needs, we're here to help you. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you all tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, and I hope you have a great day. Bye-bye. Doing well. Welcome to Dr. Boy's Daily Stock Market, where I cover things that are happening in the world of investing that you might want to know about. Let me tell you all, a lot of people are celebrating right now because Bitcoin just hit another record high. This is a big deal. Bitcoin hit $106,000. So this is a great day for those of you that have been consistent with your investing in Bitcoin. A lot of money has been made. A lot of money is going to be made. If you want to know my opinion about investing in Bitcoin, I think that there's a long way to go. There's probably going to be another crash, but I anticipate Bitcoin is going to continue to rise. And so today, Bitcoin, it hit 104,000. That was a big deal. But then it hit 106,000. And so it just keeps going up and up and up. And nobody really knows exactly when this is going to stop. It's been kind of crazy. Right now, it's at $105,524.40. And what I'll do is tell you all a little bit about my perspective on what's happening right now. I kind of think you're in a period of pretty irrational exuberance right now in terms of the market just sort of being a little bit crazy. I think prices have gotten a little bit overvalued. They've been pushed up a little bit too much. There is what is called a risk-on environment. Risk-on environment means everybody's taking chances. Everybody's pumping money into this economy because you have this psychological phenomenon in investing called basically FOMO. That's really what it is. And so people just have this fear of missing out. They follow bandwagons. And so right now you're seeing Bitcoin benefiting from the bandwagon. So I congratulate all of you who have been investing consistently because this is your reward, right? Remember all those people that made fun of us because we were talking about investing in Bitcoin? You know, I had people, Dr. Boyce don't know what he's talking about. He think he's supposed to have a PhD. He ain't got no real PhD. He ain't no real doctor. He don't know it. He told everybody that he was going to buy Bitcoin and look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin ain't going nowhere. And it's nonsense. It's done, right? I mean, it's investing requires patience. A lot of people don't have patience. Now, let me ask you all this. Give me a quick yes. Let me know if you can hear me. Mike Ferris says he cannot hear me. Give me a quick yes to let me know if my audio is coming through okay. I'm pointing at my ears, asking you if you can give me a yes or no, if you can hear me, because now I'm a little bit worried. I'm going to check my audio to make sure I'm coming through all right. Also, I'm going to let you all know that I am, this podcast is also on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify, you look up my name, Boyce Watkins, you'll see Dr. Boyce Daily, and also you'll see the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. Those are two podcasts I have on Spotify. So feel free to hop in and take a look up my name, and you'll find everything there. I also should mention that Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Powernomics, is now available on Spotify. So if you love Dr. Anderson and you want to get the audio book, which a lot of you have been asking for several years, you can go to Spotify now and find Powernomics, and maybe it's a good gift for yourself or for others for Christmas. All right. So, all right. Wow. Look at that. Okay. So Max says he's been investing $25 per month, and you now have $25,000. Good for you, Max, man. I love that, brother. I think that's really great. And this is this really shows you how investing is supposed to work. One of the things that you all need to never, ever listen to people who make you think that investing is a casino, or that you're supposed to have these, these quick flips, or that you can evaluate the quality of an investment in 3 weeks, 3 months. Sometimes you can't even evaluate the quality of an investment in 3 years. And the other thing about investing that you have to understand is that sometimes you're going to get it wrong. You know, it's like dating. I mean, just because you're dating doesn't mean you're going to always pick the right person, but you have to date in order to even have a probability of picking the right person. Do you understand? So the fact that you dated a scrub, or you dated somebody that wasn't good for you, that doesn't mean you should never date again. And people do that with investing. You know, they don't go on dates with money. So with dating, that's how we reproduce. So you don't reproduce your money, because the only way to reproduce your money is through investing. That's the only way your money becomes fertile. Your money will not become fertile if you don't invest. If you try to save your way to wealth, you will never have wealth. If you try to work your way to wealth, 99% of the time you will not have wealth. So in order for you to make your money fertile, you got to go on some dates with some dollar bills. You got to go out here and invest a little bit, make some calculated risks. Don't get hung up on your mistakes. We all make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time. I make them all the time. And so one of the great challenges of helping everyone understand why investing is so important. Remember, I'm a scientist. I'm a researcher on this stuff. Is that you every indicator pretty much says that if you don't invest in America, you will not get ahead financially. So I consider Bitcoin to be a great part of the portfolio. This is not investing advice, but I also will warn you about putting too much of your portfolio on Bitcoin. Sometimes if something's doing really well, we get carried away and we want to just dump it all in there. We want to double down and triple down. And that's another great way to lose everything, because this Bitcoin's probably going to have another crash. It's probably going to crash. Because what Bitcoin tends to do is it plays with you, right? It started off as pretty much nothing. Then it went to like $100, and people are like, oh my God, Bitcoin's $100. It can only go down from here. Go look at the headlines. And then it crashed. See, I told you Bitcoin was garbage. It crashes from $100 to $10. To $10 or whatever. And people are like, oh, see, I told you it was a fad. Then it comes back. It wakes back up like the sleeping dragon. And then it goes up to maybe 500. And people are like, oh my God, Bitcoin's at $500. It can never be higher than this. Oh Lord, that's crazy. I wish I'd bought it when it was cheap. I missed out. And then it collapses again. Right? And people are like, see, I told you it was a fad. I told you were stupid for buying the Bitcoin. And that's what Bitcoin does. But if you notice, if you look at the long-term trend of Bitcoin, what you'll notice is that every crash, it would kind of crash at a higher level than before. Like the new crash was the old high. Let me see if I can show this graphically. I didn't plan to put the graph up, but I might as well because I think this is a great learning point. I mean, holy cow. If you missed this, I know you're mad. I know you're mad. But the thing is that don't spend time being mad. You need to be glad. Instead of being mad, be glad that you live in 2024 instead of figuring this out in 2034. Because I can almost guarantee you, in my opinion, I don't see any reason why the people in 2034 are looking back at you with time binoculars. They're looking back, they're watching this video and they're saying, oh my God, if I could only go back to 2024, back when Bitcoin was only $100,000. That's what they're doing. They're looking at us through, hey, y'all, I want to say hi to all the people from the future, because all the people in the future in 2034 and 2044, some of them are watching this video now and they're saying, God, I wish I could go back to 2024 and buy Bitcoin when it was 100,000. It's perspective, financial consciousness. That's what we discuss every morning. So what I really want you to do is get over yourself, stop feeling bad, stop getting mad, stop dwelling on your mistakes and get in the damn game. This is not investing advice. It's not me telling you what to do. This is me telling you what I'm going to do. I've been accelerating my investments in crypto ever since I saw this move occurring, because every single thing that I see indicates a bull market for Bitcoin, but also things like Ethereum and Solana and Stellar Lumens and all these other cryptos are firing up. And in fact, if you want a list of my favorite cryptos, all you got to do is text the word crypto on your phone to the phone number 87948. So text crypto to 87948 and I'll send you a list of my favorite cryptos. And so let me share the screen here. DWI says, don't buy Bitcoin at these levels. I'm not going to say I disagree with you or agree with you or that you're wrong. You could be right. You could be right. But I can also tell you, man, that when Bitcoin was at 70,000, there were people who said, don't buy it at these levels. So just be mindful that risk means that the thing that you thought was going to come down could keep going up on you and you could miss the opportunity. So let's step in here. Let's look at this. Okay, so here's what I was talking about with Bitcoin. Now, if you're on Instagram, you can't see the link. So just I'm doing this on YouTube. I'll describe it for you. All right, so here you go back to we can only go back to 2016. I wish we could go back all the way to like 2013 or 2012, because that's when it's really interesting too. But 2016, a lot of you remember 2016. It wasn't that long ago. Bitcoin was priced at about $453. Now, I want you to give me a yes or no. How many of you can think of several times where you probably spent $453 and didn't have nothing to show for it? Give me a yes if you're kicking yourself because you probably bought stuff. Maybe you went on a trip and spent $2,000. Maybe you bought 2 pairs of Jordans, or maybe you bought a new iPhone. That's a good one. An iPhone, they cost you at least $500 and you don't even have the phone anymore. Give me a yes if you kind of kick yourself when you think about this, right? So here, Bitcoin's $453.99. Now, what I want you to kind of understand that's really crazy is that back then, at that time, this was seen as outrageous. This was kind of seen like, holy crap, this is out of control. Bitcoin's got to go down from here. Lord Jesus, 453. That's Lord, that's crazy. That's bananas, right? And so there were people who said either I like this and I believe in this, so I'm going to keep on buying. These are the hodlers. These are all those little geeky nerds, ladies, the ones that y'all turned them down because they studied too much and they weren't 6 feet tall. This is when these geeky little nerds, these hodlers, God bless them, because they're holding up the infrastructure of Bitcoin. The hodlers were acquiring Bitcoin en masse. I knew people at this time in 2016 who were buying $50,000 worth of Bitcoin, who were literally buying 1,000 Bitcoins at this time. 1,000 Bitcoins right now is $100 million. Am I getting the math right? Because it sounds crazy coming out of my damn mouth. 1,000 Bitcoin at 106,000 is $100 million. I knew people back then that had 1,000 Bitcoins. 1,000. So you better start dating the nerds, because those are the ones that are going to be able to feed your babies. Okay, so let's keep going. So here you see, so Bitcoin's moving, right? May 6th, 2016, it's making all kinds of headlines each day because it's hitting a new high, 700, 900. Oh, is it going to ever hit 1,000? Oh my God, Bitcoin hit 1,000. Oh Lord, oh, this is amazing, right? This is May 10th, 2017. It's $1,201.86. At this point, there were vibrant millions of conversations about Bitcoin. What is the future of Bitcoin? Is it going to keep going up, or is it going to crash? It's got to crash because it can't possibly go higher than $1,000 because Bitcoin is pretty much worthless. It's a worthless currency. That's an argument people have made. Smart people, Warren Buffett and others, were saying Bitcoin is garbage. I wouldn't sell Bitcoin to my dog. I think Warren Buffett said that I wouldn't want to buy all the Bitcoin on earth for $25 or something crazy like that. So even the experts got this wrong. So here you see it's going up, up, up. Now it's really going berserk. Now the frenzy takes over. This is where you had a massive market occurring with crypto, people getting really excited about it because it goes up to 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. And then people are like, oh my God, could it ever hit 10,000? It hits 10,000. That was insane. I remember that. I remember 2017 when Bitcoin was at 10,000. And that was when I said, I think when I'd done all my research on it, I said, I think Bitcoin has a bright future. I think that Bitcoin could actually keep going up from here because all of the trading dynamics tell me that this asset is going to increase in value, even though I can't fully explain exactly why that should happen. Right? It's like we decided that Bitcoin was going to have value. The things you decide have value are going to have value. Like there's a time when you decided that Diddy was an important black man. You thought that Diddy was one of the most important black men in America. And that was pretty much what we just decided. Now we've decided that he's whatever he is, a predator or something, or whatever he is, right? A dancing guy that holds these crazy parties where people walk out with their butts hurting, right? So whatever he is, right? But there was a time where we decided he was something different. And because we decided he was something different, that's what he was, right? That's how he's on the cover of Forbes magazine. That's how he's seen as one of the biggest, most important leaders in the black community. That's why he's sitting next to Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton and Al Sharpton, and he's the leader of the Vote or Die campaign, right? So really, value is something that is hard to tackle sometimes. Asset valuation, that's something I specialize in my doctoral program. Asset pricing, asset valuation is an inexact science. There's a lot of nuance there. Sometimes it's as much art as it is mathematics. And this is what's going on with Bitcoin. So here, the hodlers are just holding it down. So effectively, the hodlers, the fact that you have people out here that own their Bitcoin who will never, ever, 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 ever sell, is one of the things that keeps its value strong. That's why Bitcoin has been able to have resilience even when everything around it was trying to take it down, when the government was doing all that it could to destroy Bitcoin. So you see here, Bitcoin almost hit 20,000, and then you had a crash. And this is where the I told you so's come in. These are the Negro naysayers. The Negro naysayers are the people who have a problem with every solution. These are the ones who think that teaching and investing and talking about wealth is stupid because they think black people can't have any wealth. So the Negro naysayers were attacking me. They were saying things like, Dr. Boyce, he don't know what he's talking about. He was telling black people to buy Bitcoin. I don't tell you to do anything. I don't give investing advice. But he was telling black people, look at where Bitcoin's going. Look, so it goes down from 19,000 down to 14, 12, 13, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Oh my God, this thing's gonna go to zero. It's down to 37, 35, 3,400, right? So Bitcoin didn't just crash, it went on a long, steady, painful decline. And here's the thing, this is a great lesson on investing, because if you are a short-sighted person, if you don't have perspective, if you don't have patience as an investor, if you don't know who the hell you are and what you're committed to, you probably would have given up around here. You would have just said, oh my God, if I keep buying, because there are people who said, oh, I'm gonna buy the dip. Bitcoin's down to 17,000. I'm gonna buy some Bitcoin. And then you buy it to 17, 14, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. And I can tell you that the hodlers were still buying. That's the thing. That's the beauty of it. They just believed in this thing. And the thing about it that's interesting to me is that the hodlers have more courage than I do. Because I'm not in the hodl category, but I respect these individuals because they were ready to go down with the ship. That's why they deserve to have $100 million in the bank. That's why they deserve to be billionaires or whatever they are right now. You got a lot of 28, 29-year-old crypto billionaires now that were buying Bitcoin consistently since it first came out. And these people are sitting on more money than most people will make in 20 lifetimes. And I think that that's amazing. I think that they deserve it because, believe me, they did a lot of things nobody else would do. And the reality of investing and wealth building is that if you're not willing to do things other people won't do, then you'll never get to live a reality that other people can't have. But if you're willing to do things others won't do, then you'll get to live like they'll never live. So I would encourage you to just take this as a lesson. And in fact, I really think because Bitcoin's so fascinating, I want to keep looking at this chart because I think that there's still a lot to really discuss here. So if you look here, you see it went way down, toward 2019. And the thing was, it didn't sort of turn around in a week or two. It stayed down for years. And this is when I think the regulators were just beating up on crypto. I don't feel that the Biden administration was very supportive of crypto. It was kind of unfortunate. I think that they could have done a little bit more. The SEC, Gary Gensler, was very much against crypto, in my opinion. The Sam Bankman-Fried situation really didn't help with the failure of FTX. But despite all this, you still saw a rise in crypto. So you can't put it all on the Biden administration because during that time, you see that it did start to rise again. if you're willing to wait a year or two, maybe buy it and just sit on it, set it and forget it, then now Bitcoin's hitting new record highs, right? And it's going up to 55,000. Then another crash, But what I want you to notice about this second crash is that in this second crash, the bottom of the crash was higher than the highs from previous generations of Bitcoin. So here you have a low, then you go to a high, and then you have a low, and then you go to a new high. And then the low after that new high is higher than any other high that happened before this particular regime. So the price in 2021 dropped from 55,000 down to 33,000 or 34, whatever. But 34,000 would have been a dream and a fantasy back in 2017 when the high was 19,000. So we were going crazy when we hit 19,000 and thought it couldn't go higher. But here we're depressed because we're down to 33,000. So do you understand? Do you see what I'm trying to show you in terms of what relative pricing is? That's a financial concept. There's a concept called relative pricing, which says that we compare numbers to other numbers that we think relate to the numbers that we're comparing it to. Meaning that if I say that a loaf of bread is $1.50 and the price just went up to $1.90, that might affect you more than if I had, say, a car that was 20,000 and I was to drop the price to by $400 or $500 or something, right? Because you compare things, right? So basically, when Bitcoin gets to this point, because you're comparing it to the previous high of 58,000, it looks terrible. It looks like a dog. It looks like a loser. But if you can look at it with perspective, you'll notice that this low is higher than any of the previous highs before, say, 2020. So Bitcoin was actually doing well when it appeared to be doing badly. Instead of asking the question, why did Bitcoin drop from 59 down to 33? The better question would be, how in the hell did Bitcoin get all the way up to 33 when it used to be down to 2,300? So you see here, so then you get another high at 61, then it starts dropping again. Then you get another low at 16, right? This was your chance, right? If you believed in crypto, this was your chance. And now you've been riding these highs all throughout the year. So the only thing that you could reasonably predict based on this pattern would be another crash. There's absolutely positively, without a doubt, going to be another crash in Bitcoin. The reason that I am not going to wait for the crash to happen is because there's nothing that's guaranteed when it comes to investing. There's absolutely nothing that allows you to know for sure that the crash is going to occur and when. And what often happens is when people sit back and they wait for something to go down in price and they do nothing, they sit on the sideline, is that you sit there and you watch that damn thing go from 106,000 up to 180,000. And then you're waiting, and then you buy in at 170 because now you're happy because everything went down in price. But in the meantime, you haven't factored in the fact that this very same asset that you think is on sale is 50% more costly than it was when you decided to sit on the sideline. So a better approach is dollar cost averaging. That's where I approach things with it from an agnostic perspective. I don't know if 106,000 is a high or if 106,000 is a low. The only people that know these things are people that live in the future. I don't live in the future. I've never lived in that neighborhood before. I can only live in the present and I can only see the past. So based on what I see, I have to understand enough to know that I don't understand anything. So my view is that because I believe Bitcoin has a bright future, because I believe that Bitcoin has an upward trend, because I believe the dynamics are supportive of the price of Bitcoin, then what I do is I'm buying a little bit of Bitcoin every week, buying a little bit every week, just buying a little bit every week. I don't care about the price. I'm just getting in the game, buying a little bit even if the price goes down, what the hell are you going to do with your money anyway if you don't invest it? Think about this. Process this. A lot of y'all have never invested before. You've invested very little. What did you do with that money? You spent it? Give me a yes or no. Do you understand when I tell you that spending money is not a good investment at all? Do you know that when you spend money, your return on investment is negative 100%? Do we understand that? If I take that money, I say, no, I don't want to buy a stock because if I spend this $200 on stock, it might drop in price from 200 to 160 and then I'll lose money. But what are you going to do? Take it and go to Applebee's? Are you going to buy a pair of Jordans with it? What do you think your Jordan's going to be worth to you in 5 years? At least with your stock, at least you have something to show for it. I guarantee. Let me just say this. Let me say it like this. Let's say you were a terrible investor. It's hard to be a terrible investor, by the way. You have to work really hard to be bad at this. I told you, Burton Malkiel in his book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, showed monkeys how to invest, right? And literally the monkeys made more money than people who didn't invest because monkeys didn't overthink it. That was the secret sauce. So even if you were a bad investor and you lost, let's say you lost 30% on every investment that you ever made over the last 10 or 15 years, but you consistently put, I don't know, $400 a month toward a stock portfolio, and you did that religiously every month for 20 years. Do you understand that you would still have more money than most people because most people take that $400 a month and flush it down the toilet? I mean, think about this. At least you would have 70% of your money to show for it. Imagine if somebody went back in time and said, we went back and we looked at your car notes that you've been paying for 20 years, and we realized you were being overcharged by 50%. So we're going to give you back 50% of all the money you've spent on car payments for the last 20 years. How many of you would suddenly have more money in your bank account than you have right now? How many of you would see that as a massive bump in your bank account? If you got a 50% refund on every car note payment, every car payment you've made since 2004. Do you follow what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, even if you're a bad investor, at least you're saving something. The problem for most Americans, and the reason most Americans are broke right now, the reason most Americans are not ready for retirement is because nobody ever taught them to save a little, invest a little, and be consistent. You pay bills for everybody else but yourself. You pay annuities to everybody else but yourself. You pay the car note on time. You pay the rent on time. You pay the cell phone bill on time. Well, what about the bill for your future? Just like the car dealer's business has to be funded and the cell phone company has to be funded, your life is going to have to be funded. Your life is going to, do you understand? Do y'all understand me when I tell you that we are in the middle of the greatest retirement crisis that we've ever seen in this country? Do y'all know that? At least in 100 years, since before the New Deal. Y'all do know that we're in the middle of the greatest retirement crisis in any of your lifetimes. Why is that? Well, because most people are not investing at all. So what I would say to you is, whatever you're doing, you got to do something. I'm not saying Bitcoin's the answer, and this is not investing advice. I've never told you to buy Bitcoin. I've only told you what I'm doing. And I do own thousands of dollars worth of Bitcoin, but I own thousands of dollars worth of other cryptos as well. Some people think Bitcoin is a scam, but guess what? A lot of big player investors from BlackRock on down are putting money in this game. And the more money they put into this space, the more it is projected that the price will go up. Bitcoin is different from typical currency for one major reason. There are other reasons, but one big reason separates it is that you can't inflate it. It's programmed, at least right now, that only 21 million Bitcoin will ever exist anywhere at all times. So they can't do what they do with the Federal Reserve. They can't go and just print a bunch of money. So the U.S. government loves to print money, which causes inflation. They did this during the pandemic, and now the price of everything is going up because they've got more dollar bills circulating in the economy. And inflation is a theft from the poor to the rich. Think about this. The price of everything's going up, but your wages are not going up. People's pay isn't going up, and minimum wage isn't going up, but the price of everything's going up. Huh? What the hell, man? The people that are benefiting from inflation are people that own assets. I'm one of those people. I own a lot of stock. I own some real estate, and I own some businesses. All those things go up in value when inflation happens. So rich people like me, and like some of you that are in this room, benefit with inflation. But remember, stop thinking that because you're not rich that you can't be in a wealthy position. I was born in the project, so don't tell me about poverty. I know what it's like to flick a roach off your sandwich and keep on eating. I hate it when people think that because I'm a professor and because I got money that I've always been rich. That's goofy. That's stupid. Stop thinking that way. No, I decided I did want to be broke for the rest of my life because I had a baby when I was 18 and I didn't have anywhere to live and I had to hustle and find a way to survive. So anybody who's telling you that because you're poor, you got to stay that way is full of crap. They are not your friend. They are a liar that's trying to control you. So what I'm saying to you is that if you do things that wealthy people are doing, then you will eventually become one of them in terms of wealth. You don't have to be like them in terms of attitude or whatever you think about rich people. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in terms of financial security and higher income levels and owning assets and being in a position where this economy will benefit you as opposed to exploit you. This is what I do. This is why I got a PhD in this stuff. It was really hard. I had to study this with a fine-tooth comb for a very long time. So I'm not some guy on the internet who's just running his mouth. There's a lot of those. There's a lot of people who, I learned how to buy stock last Tuesday. Let me show you how. They don't know anything. I've been doing this for 30 years. I taught my first finance class at Indiana University when I was 22 years old, and I ain't 22 no more. I got a lot of gray in my beard. So what I'm telling you, based on all the research that I've seen, you have to be an investor. You have to do it consistently if you want to be financially secure. Now, one question, one thing I'll say, DW puts a good point in here. I'm gonna answer I'm gonna respond to your comment in a second. But before I do that, I want to let everybody know that if you could please hit the thumbs up button really quick. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, we do a free financial class. Anybody who wants to learn economics, you can come in and join us for free. We do something every morning called it's a millionaire training camp. And basically, we do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, and it's 100% free. You don't have to pay money. I just want you to pay attention, and I want you to bring your family to class. And we've been doing this. We've done over 250 trainings, in the morning where we just talk about money. It's what I call conversational learning. So no textbooks, no tests, none of that stuff. You just come in. We talk about money. That's how you learn. Money needs to be a part of your culture. If money's part of your culture, then you'll have more money. When money is not part of your culture, then you won't have any money. So we're building culture. So if you'd like to join us, pull out your phone, text the word morning to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. Okay, so let me see here. So DWI, I don't know what that means. I hope you don't drink and drive, because it sounds, or maybe it's DW2. I don't know. Boyce is a multimillionaire. Bitcoin crashes 70%. He will be fine. Will you? Great question. Great point. So one thing I'm going to mention is, number one, this is not investing advice. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm only telling you what I'm doing. Number two, the way you prevent those sorts of problems is with one simple investing rule that you should never forget. And that one word is called diversification. Diversification means that you really shouldn't put more than 5 or 7% of your wealth in any one asset. So I know sometimes people break this rule, but just know, whenever you hear about an athlete that goes broke or somebody who says, I invested and I lost everything, that right there tells you that they made a mistake. That tells you right there that they didn't invest properly, because you should never be in a position where you can lose everything because one asset went down. So if you invest smartly, then if Bitcoin drops 70%, you still got the same number of Bitcoins. You might have to wait out the storm, but it should not destroy all of your wealth. You want to spread your money out. All right. So the next question, what's your opinion about buying Target stock? You know what, Dijon, I'm not sure about Target. I feel like Target is having some problems. I don't know if they're going to fix those problems. I think there's better stocks out there to buy. I do something called What Dr. Boyce is Buying in the Black Stock Market Program. So if you go to drboycestockmarket.com, you can join us. We do Stock Market Tuesdays, and all I do is analyze stocks that people bring to me, as well as tell you guys what I see in the stock market. So feel free to go to drboycestockmarket.com and do a free trial if you'd like to. What are my thoughts on SMCI, Supermicro Computer? Yeah, it is very volatile, and I think if you can stomach the volatility, it can work. But I don't think Supermicro Computer it's not my top pick. But at the same time, if you sell stock options or something, then it's a great way to sell stock options. But you have to really understand what you're getting into. If you step into the wrong thing, then you can end up getting absolutely fried with a company like that, because Supermicro Computer is getting a lot of scrutiny from Hindenburg Research. So there you go. Bitcoin BTC 250. Yeah, Jason, I think Bitcoin's. I don't think it's too late to buy. I think Bitcoin's gonna keep on going up. It may crash, but if it crashes, just know I'm gonna be in the checkout line buying more. My goal is to be consistent. That's it. The world's not gonna be consistent, but that doesn't mean you can't be consistent. You have to be the consistency that you seek. People who invest from an emotional standpoint, where you allow fear and greed to dictate your investing decisions, people like that don't tend to make much money. You cannot let your emotions overwhelm your economic decisions. because if you have fear, then problems will emerge. In fact, my wife is a therapist. She's a full professor of social work and a licensed therapist. And she helped us create something in the Black Business School that we figured out we needed, called a Black Financial Therapy Department, because we realized that a lot of wealth in our community gets missed because people are traumatized. You have a lot of undiagnosed, untreated trauma in the community, and that shows itself in things like drugs. I know I just heard today from a friend of mine who said that her sister died from a fentanyl overdose, and she was using the dope with her father. She was literally getting high with her daddy, and she OD'd with her daddy, which is insane to me. Another area where it shows up is, if you notice, there's an obsession with sexuality on the internet. Every other conversation is about dating, relationships, or sex or whatever, right? And the thing is that sleeping with people releases dopamine. So promiscuity is a way to numb internal pain that you have from undiagnosed, untreated trauma. Another area where you see the effects of the trauma is in the financial choices and financial decisions. It's very hard for a traumatized person to make money, because traumatized people panic really quickly. They freak out because you're so scared of being re-traumatized. So you see your stock price drop, you're like, oh, I'm out, I'm gone, I'm never doing this again. Right. And also, traumatized people have a hard time maintaining relationships because you have an itchy trigger finger. You're so scared of being re-traumatized that you run at the first sign of trouble, as opposed to doing what therapists show you how to do, which is how to have a proper conversation, how to not make assumptions, how to work things out and figure out a way to keep the relationship going. So in fact, actually, my wife does, she does a book club every Sunday. She's going to do this tonight, actually. If you want to join and get a notification when she sets it up tonight, feel free to text the word love to 87948. Text love to 87948. I guarantee you that this will help you not just in your personal life, this will also help you make more money, which is also part of your personal life. Because people that understand relationships and understand communication and understand how to get along with others tend to be more successful in every aspect of life, as opposed to people who want to duke it out and fight all the time. So text the word love to 87948. Check it out. Her name's Dr. Alicia Watkins, and she's really good at what she does. And she's right here and available if you want some support on what you're doing. All right. So with that said, and that's what makes the Black Business School unique, is that we designed ourselves specifically around the problems that are faced in the Black community. We don't dislike white people, but we focus on Black wealth issues because we have unique hurdles. We have unique problems. We have unique generational curses that if they're not addressed, they can't be fixed. So I cannot just be an economist. I have to be a socioeconomic expert in order to actually fully implement some of the things that we talk about. Like, I could tell you all day how to invest and make money. That's easy. The problem, though, is that if your mind ain't right, if the basics aren't handled, then you're not even going to be prepared to hear what I have to say. All right, so let's keep going here. Okay, MicroStrategy. Do I believe MicroStrategy will move further up or down? I have no idea, John. MicroStrategy is a company that when Hindenburg Research attacks a company, there's usually some merit to the attack. I don't know if the merit is deserved in MicroStrategy, though. I'm sorry. I was thinking about SMCI Super Microcomputer. That's the Hindenburg company. MicroStrategy is Michael Saylor's company that buys all the Bitcoin. So MicroStrategy, the interesting thing about MicroStrategy is, according to most economic models, MicroStrategy is significantly overvalued, because all they pretty much do is they buy a bunch of Bitcoin and they just hold it. So when the price of Bitcoin goes up, MicroStrategy's price goes up. But when the experts, people, nerds like me, when they sit there and they pull out their calculators and they say, well, how much Bitcoin do you have and what's it worth? They'll find out that the Bitcoin's worth this much, but for whatever reason, the company's worth that much. There's like this big premium that you pay in order to buy MicroStrategy. And people are like, well, why wouldn't you just buy a Bitcoin ETF or just buy some Bitcoin directly if you want exposure to Bitcoin? So the only argument that I can think of is that people that pay that extra premium that, for that overpriced stock, is that they have so much faith in Michael Saylor that they just believe he's going to just make these amazing decisions that are going to lead to the company's value going up. And or they believe in what is called the bigger fool theory, which is that they believe that even if they're overpaying for something, someone else is going to overpay more than them, which is going to allow them to make a profit, which sometimes does happen, but it doesn't typically last that long, because it kind of becomes like this emotionally driven Ponzi scheme where eventually everybody gets their butt kicked financially. So just be really careful with that company. I'm not buying it, but the story is quite interesting. All right, let's see. Next, let's see. Someone says, Oh, Travis says, I started a restoration business, fire, water, and mold remediation. Good for you. Put the name of your business in the chat, Travis. Let's see. Insurance companies are denying homeowners claims. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And not just the other insurers. I mean, not just the health insurers, because you saw where the health exec guy got killed, but also just generally insurance. The cost of insurance is going up. I got a notification today on a property that I own, and they increased my monthly mortgage to cover the insurance because the insurance premiums had gone up. And so they have to take they take part of your mortgage and they put it in escrow to pay the insurance and the taxes. And I just got that today. So this is kind of a nationwide thing. The pandemic really disrupted the economic ecosystem in America to the point where the price of everything pretty much went up. In fact, the price of just owning a house shot up to an enormously high level, to the point where there are a lot of people who even wonder if home ownership is the wealth driver that it used to be. I still think that it is, because at least owning a home gives you a little bit of what they would refer to as forced savings. It's not the best way to save because you have so many expenses that come with owning a home, but I love the home I own with my wife because my ROI isn't just financial. Like, I love this house because I love my man cave. I love having my wife's office next to mine. We got a big, gigantic basement where she works down here. I work down here. We watch a scary movie today in the other room. There's a bedroom down here. There's a bathroom. It's like a really nice, comfortable place. And that's what I think about. And it's okay to invest that way, in my opinion, where money doesn't have to be the be all end all, in my opinion. I think that sometimes in America, we have just an obsession with money. That's what's wrong with your healthcare system. That's why you got, healthcare CEOs getting shot in the street, is because we put money up here and we put people down here. We put quality of life down here. And I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm telling you, if you're looking for a guy who's obsessed with money, I can't be that guy, but I understand the importance of money, right? So I prioritize financial literacy, not because I want to worship money, but because I want you to have enough money so that money doesn't control you anymore. You'd be amazed how many people have to do stuff every day just for the money, things they don't want to do. And that's a key to happiness, by the way, is not having freedom, right? Slavery sucks, right? So ultimately, the financial literacy you give yourself and you give your children is so that you can have enough money so that you don't even have to think about money anymore. That's when you really get to live in life, in my opinion. But then again, I'm on the soapbox now, so let me hop off here. All right, so let's see here. Okay, let's see. Thoughts on AMD call options and the best expiration date. You know what? I don't want to dig too deep in the weeds with options. We'll do a stock options meeting soon. I'll reach out to you guys. If you have an interest in our stock option stuff we're doing in the Black Business School, pull out your phone, text the word options to the phone number 87948. So text options to 87948. I'll send you an invitation when we meet with the Prime program and stuff. But basically, with AMD options, I think they're probably as good as any other Fortune 500 company for the most part, as long as you protect yourself against the risk with the puts and stuff like that. I don't see it as a major income driver, and I haven't had a chance to assess it and analyze it. I think that when it comes to selling options, there are other companies that are much better, like Marathon or CleanSpark and stuff like that. But then those stocks also come with some volatility. And IONQ is a quantum computing company that I bought shares in. I'm really intrigued with that company. I'm really enjoying my ownership in that company. It's been able to generate thousands of dollars in income just from selling the options and stuff like that. You can pay a few bills with that stuff. So it's pretty cool. So in fact, I would highly recommend looking into selling stock options as a way to generate income, especially if you want to do that and not have a bunch of risks and stuff like that. The other side of options, buying options, is very speculative. I don't buy a lot of options because you're basically just gambling to some extent. You're hoping that the price moves in the direction that you want, and it's okay to do that. But when you sell the option, you're just getting your money. You're taking your bird in the hand, and you're not worried about what's in the bush. And that's the type of investing I enjoy the most. Because what I found is that most of us, the biggest challenge we have is, how do I just generate extra income or enough money to quit my job or enough money to pay a couple of extra bills or whatever. And so if you're interested in what we're doing with stock options, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. Feel free to take a look at that. I'll put that link on the screen if you guys want to go take a look. All right. So last I'll say before we head on out, and I'll check back in with you guys tomorrow, is if you want my opinion on whether or not I'm going to keep buying Bitcoin, the answer is yes. I'm going to buy it if it keeps going up. I'm going to buy it if it starts going down. I'm going to buy it if it goes sideways. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. If you don't buy the dip, then you miss the rip. You have to move before everything happens, not after. But the beauty of Bitcoin, what makes Bitcoin special, in my opinion, is that Bitcoin is a unique asset in the sense that it had its growth stunted. Its growth was stunted. So y'all don't understand. Bitcoin is hitting $106,000 now. I thought that crap was going to happen in 2020. I thought it was going to be 2021 when Bitcoin hit 106. I didn't think it was going to take this long. And the reason it took this long is because there were artificial mechanisms from a controlled economy that were put in place to block the growth of cryptocurrency. The people that are loyal to crypto, they talk about things like fear, uncertainty, and doubt being thrust onto the crypto space so that wealthy people could maneuver and manipulate things. I think they have a point. I do believe that. When you had Jamie Dimon from, is it Chase or I think it's Chase, right? He's Chase, right? Goldman is the other guy. Anyway, you got Jamie Dimon going around talking crazy about Bitcoin, but then his company's buying Bitcoin in the background, right? It's just it all smells very sinister. And what you're smelling is very, very real. I do believe that there are wealthy people who do manipulate the economy and do all the sinister things that you believe, but that's not a reason not to participate. That's not a reason to stay away. Because if you want a simple strategy, just do what they're doing. Follow what they're doing. So right now with Bitcoin, what makes it interesting to me is that as the price goes up, you've got two tidal waves of money coming into the space, and simple supply and demand applies. The two tidal waves are, one, Bitcoin's making new headlines. More people are coming in. That means increased demand. Simple supply and demand. When you have restricted supply, increased demand, the price of an asset tends to go up. Because on one side, you've got people that want Bitcoin. On the other side, you got a bunch of people that will never sell. So that means the price has to go up. The second tidal wave you have is institutional adoption. The BlackRocks and the Chases and the Goldman Sachs, they cannot ignore Bitcoin anymore. And one of the things that you want to understand about these greedy bastards is they are financial drug addicts. When it comes to money, money is their crack. And the thing is that you don't understand. Y'all scared of crackheads, but one thing I know about crackheads is that crackheads are very dependable people. They're very reliable people. As long as you got the crack, you know where they're going to be at 10 o'clock. If you tell them I'm going to have some crack for you at 10 o'clock, you know they're going to be there at 10 o'clock. So they're going to always go where the crack is going. So if you want some of that money, then you follow what they're doing. And what they're doing is they are positioning themselves such that as they see Bitcoin rising as a legitimate asset class, they don't want to miss out. They're positioning and saying, how in the hell do we get in this game and make a few $1 billion for ourselves? So when they come in with that big, massive money, that's going to, in my opinion, continue to push the price up, even if there's a crash in the meantime. There could still be a crash, but I don't really see anything that tells me that it's going to happen anytime soon. You also have a Trump administration that is very, very pro-crypto. This is a gangster government where people basically bought, in broad daylight, they bought the White House. They bought the damn thing. Elon Musk bought the White House. That's why he might be a trillionaire by the time this is done. After Trump got elected, Elon Musk's net worth went up by about $80 billion. Before the election, he was neck and neck with Bezos and Bernard Arnault and these other people for the richest man on earth. After the election, he has a higher net worth than Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos combined. He has a higher net worth than the next two people behind him combined. And it's going to keep going up. He's going to get the regulations removed. His little driverless cars are going to be everywhere. He's going to be able to stab his competitors in the testicles, because he's sitting next to the freaking president. So Elon Musk is going to get rich. Donald Trump is going to get rich. The crypto billionaires who funded a big chunk of his campaign are going to get rich. So that to me is a full and thorough argument as to why you might want to be on board with this. Again, you don't have to listen, and I'm not telling you what to do. I don't give investing advice ever. But what I'm seeing says Bitcoin to the damn moon. And you got a few other cryptos that are going to go right there with it. Even Dogecoin is actually like a real asset. They made Pinocchio into a real boy. Dogecoin is crap. Dogecoin is not real. Dogecoin, they tell you on the page, this is fake. This is stupid. This doesn't exist. But even Dogecoin is real. Why? Well, because Elon Musk made it real. He breathed life into Pinocchio. Now Pinocchio is a real boy. So does Dr. Boyce own some Dogecoin? Yeah. If I own some now, if you'd asked me 3 years ago, I'd have been like, I'm not buying that crap. It's worthless. But now you got to understand reality is highly subjective. Reality is a function of perception. So while a mathematician like me who does financial theory and stuff for a living, I can tell you what the value of an asset should be. But while I'm telling you what it should be, I have to also acknowledge what it actually is. And sometimes it is not what it should be. Dogecoin should not have any value. Tesla shouldn't be worth what it is. Even Bitcoin shouldn't hardly exist, but it exists because people want it to be real, and now it's real, and now it's here. And every indicator that I see tells me that it's going to keep on going up. Not telling you what to do, but that's what I believe. All right. Now, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. If you want to see the list of the cryptos that I like, pull out your phone, text the word options. Text crypto, not options. Sorry, you can text crypto to 87948. We also have stuff that we send out to Black Business School on stock options. So if you text options to 87948 on a different list, you'll be getting different information. So we have a lot of information for you based on whatever it is you're interested in. And the Black Business School, we're just here to serve in any way that we can. And Kashif says, do you still believe in starting a Black-owned business? Oh, of course I do. I'm starting one with my son very soon. One thing I don't do as much, because it's my personal preference, is I don't invest as much money in startups as I used to. The only time I participate in a startup is if I have a lot of partners to share the risk with, and also if I'm the CEO or if I'm a decision maker in the startup, because unfortunately the startup success rate is very, very low, and it can be very damning financially if things don't work out. So you got to be really careful about putting a lot of your money into startups. So I would not take my life savings and put it into Cousin Pookie's liquor store. I think that's a great way to lose everything. And also I found that just buying shares of certain companies and selling the options on those companies, I can make far more money doing that and with far less work in a much more liquid environment where I can sell my business anytime. If you start a Black-owned business, you can't sell it to anybody, really. It's very, very hard to do. You can, but you have to pay a very high, what they call liquidity premium, because there aren't that many buyers. So you have to reduce the price substantially to get somebody to pay you even a fraction of what it's worth. Whereas if I go and I buy, 1,000 shares of Tesla and I sell the options and I'm making, $8,000 or $9,000 a month selling the options, I can sell my Tesla stock anytime I want. So I'm a big fan of looking into things like that as opposed to even real estate. I find that to be even more lucrative than real estate, and not just lucrative, but easier. I'm at a point where I don't want to work all day. I don't want to be stressed out. I don't want to spend all my time chasing dollar bills. I want to enjoy my life, and so everybody has their opinions, their different journeys, but that's my perspective on that. Now, someone asked about Forex. I don't really mess around with Forex much. I don't see a lot of people making consistent income from Forex because they have these Forex programs where they're like, pay us $10,000, we'll teach you how to be a trader. And 90% of the traders, unfortunately, don't make any money. So even though in the Black Business School, we do allow people to learn Forex if that's what they really want to learn, I don't see that as a safe, consistent way to make money on a regular basis. I mean, there are people that can make money from it, but most people don't, and that's just the reality of it. So that's my 2 cents on that. Okay, so anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. I hope you guys have a great day. And again, if you want to see what we're doing with stock options and generating income from options, all that, you can go to drboyceprime.com. Or also, if you text the word money to the number 87948, I do have a free training you can take a look at called How to Make Money Without Working. So if you'd like to see that, text the word money to the number 87948 on your phone, and it'll come right to you right away. So look for that text and you can watch it and see what you think. I think it's the best way to make money I've ever seen. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I'm going to go get ready to support my wife in what she's doing. She's doing her book club tonight. And if you want to join her, she does a lot of stuff on psychology, relationships, stuff like that. Feel free to text the word love to 87948. So that's so we got a lot of stuff in the Black Business School. If it seems like I'm throwing stuff at you constantly, it's because our goal is to support anybody that wants to learn from scholars and learn from people that know these things that we claim that everybody's not teaching us. Well, no, I think that we should know everything about economics. I think we should talk about economics every day because I believe that our people will be and can be the best people on the planet when it comes to economics and financial intelligence. Don't think that where you are right now has anything to do with where you're going to be in 100 years, even in 20 years. Remember, if you read a book, I have my students in the Black Business School, I asked them to read a book called An Empire of Their Own, How the Jews Invented Hollywood. And if you read that book, it's very inspirational because it talks about how Hollywood was started by, Eastern European Jews who were heavily disrespected, didn't have no money, were not seen as any sort of a power group, but they took advantage of the new technology, which is these moving pictures. And so when you look at some of the big movie studios, from MGM to Warner Brothers to, Universal, all of them, they all started from the same little pocket of people that just said, okay, we're going to build a better future for our community. We're going to control our message. We're going to build wealth for our people. We're going to build institutions for our children. And next thing you know, in 20 or 30 years, they were among the most powerful people in America. So I have no doubt that B1 people, for sure, like meaning forward-looking people in our community who really understand breaking generational curses, mental health, physical health, intelligence, things like that, people that want to do better, you're going to have power. Your kid's going to have power. Your grandkids are going to have power. So don't ever allow what's happening in 2024 to define what's going to be in existence in 2044, 2054, and 2064. I think the future for our people is very, very bright, and that's what I'm invested in. And remember, with investing, you invest in something before it happens. You get there early. So we're getting there early. We're on the ground floor, because I believe in 50, 80, 100 years, they're going to be talking about what we did right now, and it's going to mean something. So anyway, that's it. That's my philosophy. That's what I see. And I hope that helps you. So God bless you. Have a good night, everybody. And again, Dr. Alicia's book club, she's doing some relationship stuff tonight. Just text the word love to 87948 on your phone, and you can join her. I'll text out an invitation to you guys if you want to join her. I'm going to go and do something else. So have a good night, everybody. God bless you. See you soon. Bye-bye. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope everybody's having a great day. It's so good to see you. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is our millionaire training camp. This is where we get together and we just act real black and talk about wealth and make ourselves amazing and have an extraordinary day, which converts into an extraordinary life. And I'm here to say that I proudly was not a member of the 5 a.m. club today. I was a member of the 7 a.m. club, or the 6:45 a.m. club to be exact. So, we made it happen. And actually, I'm not going to keep you guys very long today because, in case you don't know, the Fly Nubian Money Club, they have an investment club that's taught and run by women. There are men and women in the club, but it's run only by women. We only want to hear women's voices. And as far as teachers in that particular space, we have spaces for men as well. And they're actually doing something today where Laura Key, who's an international real estate expert, is actually showing everybody how to buy property. She's really good at it, and everybody in the Black community should own property. Everybody should teach their kids to own property. So she's doing that today, and I'm gonna give you guys the link. You guys can get free access today to go check it out and decide if you want to be a member of the club. So just remind me before we go. I'll give you the link, and you can join. They actually started now, which is the same time as this class. But I'll give you guys a link where you can go over there because you're in this class. We'll let you take a look for free and hang out and see what you see and see if you like what you see. All right. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm sending out a text message also to everybody that is a member of this class and letting them know that we're getting started now. And if you're not on the text list, then just pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text the word morning to the phone number 87948. Do that on your phone. Don't do that on the computer. Do that on your phone, and you will get notifications when we meet for class. We meet for class 7 days a week at 10 a.m. And also remind me also, I decided that I'm going to buy a certain stock today, and don't let me forget to share that with you. So if I sound like I'm all over the place, just blame it on my ADHD because I really was thinking about all the things I wanted to share with you guys today. So I'm going to write this down so I don't sound like a lunatic because literally my brain gets a million ideas at once. So I want to make sure I tell you guys about the stock that I want to buy and why. And then after that, we'll go to Lala's class. And then also I want to talk about why I think Jay-Z might go broke. That to me is an interesting topic because I was thinking about that this morning, and whether he'll go completely broke or not is one thing. I don't know if that's going to happen or what that's going to look like, but I can just tell you that he's in financial jeopardy. He's in significant financial risk, and I personally think that rappers, in general, if you kind of think about financial culture and economic culture the way I do, you can see why the world is not designed for rappers to keep their money. Because one thing that we talk about a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is that wealth preservation is just as important as wealth accumulation. That the ability to protect the ball, so to speak, and to keep your money is just as important as making the money. A lot of people make the money and they lose the money, and so what I personally think is that if you don't understand how to keep your money, then you're not going to keep it for very long. So let me explain this so that I don't sound half crazy. I think Diddy, um, you know, I think Diddy is definitely going to have some financial challenges. I think his legacy's in jeopardy. You're talking about a cascade of lawsuits, just like literally dozens, if not hundreds of lawsuits that pop up. The burden of proof in these lawsuits isn't very high either. It's not as if they do a deep dive CSI investigation on every claim. Sometimes people just get paid just to make it go away because reputational wealth is very fragile, especially for a black man. Reputational wealth, meaning that people want to do business with you because they think you're the coolest guy on the block and because they loved your last album. That's very fragile because the minute that somebody says that you might have done something bad, even if there's not a lot of evidence, that's still going to make people not want to do business with you because business inherently is very conservative. Corporations are very conservative. And I observed that actually back in 2013 when Lil Wayne said something that was just racially terrible and it was very insulting to the black community. The way I was able to get Wayne's attention was I didn't address Wayne directly. I addressed Mountain Dew, the corporation that was sponsoring him. And I said, you can't be putting money in the pocket of a black person who is disrespecting the black community. I don't care what race he is. You're not my ally if you disrespect black people. I'm sorry. I don't care what your skin color is. And it was because of that economic pressure that he folded. He ended up apologizing, and unfortunately, he ended up losing. He had a world tour. I think they were sponsoring a tour. He and Ti and stuff like that were going to go on a tour, and it got canceled. Because I was like, no, this is BS. You can't go out here. I don't care if you're making your money. You don't have to contribute to the cause. You don't have to support what the community's doing. We forgive you for that. But when you're undermining that by sharing, by getting paid to harm the community, then I can't co-sign on that. And I don't care how great your music is. Those are disconnected things. So my point is to say that with hip hop, with rappers, the thing about rappers, unfortunately, is that because we've allowed people to pay some of our most talented black men and women to promote a culture that encourages criminality, the culture that encourages the sexualization of little girls, a culture that encourages financial irresponsibility, a culture that encourages ignorance, a culture that cheers on the death of black people. What you really have is a space that is anti-health, anti-wealth, anti-family, anti-relationships, anti-happiness. It's a space that produces lots of trauma. It's a space that produces long prison sentences. There's a long list of rappers that have gone to prison because rappers are easy to arrest. It's weird. The culture is so crazy that they will kill somebody. Some of them will kill somebody and then go make an album about who they shot. Because the culture tells them to keep it real. Or the police, they used to have what they called the hip hop squad or the hip hop police squad or whatever they called it, and they would just follow the rappers around because they said, okay, these guys are goofy and dumb. They're going to eventually do something illegal, so we're going to just wait for them to do something illegal so we can lock them up. And so my point is to say that Jay-Z was kind of unfortunately a leader of that culture. And we live in a world now where even things that you did when you were very young can come back and haunt you when you're very old. I believe now Jay-Z's almost a grandfather. He's not in the shenanigans like he used to be. This is not 1998 anymore. But the thing is, in my opinion, a lot of the things that he might have done, participated in 1998, 1999 are coming back full circle now. For example, just little stuff like, oh, well, why were you messing around with Foxy Brown when she wasn't 18 yet? What was going on with you and Aaliyah? What was going on with, and I told you I was friends with Dame Dash, and he told me a lot. I got a front row seat to a lot of Aaliyah stories, and so I think that there are questions people are going to ask, and it's unfortunate, because you have this very public track record that people are going to lean into when they start to question other things that you might be accused of doing. And for him, unfortunately, it's going to be financially costly because there's something called Bayesian priors, where basically people, this is in statistics. Bayesian priors means basically that people will make assumptions about you based on what they already think they know about you. right? That's not exactly the only application, but that's one application. So it means that if you're accused of stealing, and I know you went to jail for theft, then that means anybody can come back and accuse you of stealing, and people will believe it because you stole something before. Do you see what I mean? Like, so if you've never been accused of anything, then then that's different, right? It's much harder to accuse someone who's never done anything as opposed to someone who had a past and then reform themselves and they're like, I'm clean, I didn't do it. But people are like, no, but you did do something. And so because we're accusing you of this now, we're going to link this new accusation to the fact that you're already indicted, not just because you're a black man, right? The black man is seen as the greatest criminal in America, even though we're not, but that's how we're viewed, right? So hip hop unfortunately distorts the image of the black male throughout the world by making black men look like a big pack of criminals and terrible people and everything else. So my point is to say that this creates financial jeopardy. I was talking to my son the other day. We were going down to the Black Ownership Ball hosted by Jamal Green in Chicago. Jamal Green is a great guy, super smart, a great leader for the future. I look this guy up. I just have so much respect for him. Anyway, in fact, I got to bring him in here because I just like this guy a lot. Anyway, so we were on our way and we were talking about how Elon Musk became the richest man on earth. And Elon Musk right now has a net worth that is higher than Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates combined. He's now considered the richest human being to have ever lived. They said he just passed Mansa Musa. They claim Mansa Musa was worth about 440 billion. Elon's worth about 447 billion. All this happened after the election. Something amazing happened with his stock price. And I said to him, I said, well, people don't understand that wealth can be very fragile because Elon Musk, a lot of his wealth is driven by how people perceive him. A lot of his wealth is driven by how many people trust him. He can get bank loans because the banks believe in him. People invest in the things they believe in. They don't invest in the things they don't believe in. So I said, if something were to happen and he were to be painted in a negative light and people stop believing in him, then Tesla would go bankrupt immediately. When Elon Musk signed a plea deal with the Securities and Exchange Commission, Elon said it himself. He said, the only reason I signed this deal is because I knew that I would be under investigation. I didn't do anything wrong, but I knew you guys would be investigating me. And he said, according to my bond covenants with the bondholders, the money, the financing, basically the banks and the debt holders, the bond covenants basically said that if he's ever under investigation or seen in a suspicious way, then all debt that he owes to them would be payable immediately. He would have to pay all his debt back immediately. And here's the thing, as rich as Elon is, he could not pay back all the debt that Tesla has, all the debt that SpaceX has. Most of these companies are funded by debt. Debt is driven heavily by belief and perception in the individual that receives the support. So going back to a Jay-Z, Jay-Z's disadvantage would be that he's a black man, right there, which already means that either people don't believe in you or their belief in you is very, very fragile. It can easily be tripped up. If someone makes an accusation, doesn't matter if it's true, then suddenly all that belief and support goes away. I bet you 99.9% of all of Diddy's business partners are gone because he is on trial. But for him, there's no such thing as innocent until proven guilty. In the eyes of some, he was guilty, period. And truth be told, I will say this. I'm very happy I never got invited to any Diddy parties. I almost got invited to one, actually. He had this white party in the Hamptons, and if somebody had asked me to go, I'd have been like, yeah, that'd be kind of cool to just check it out. I'm so glad I didn't go. This is back when I used to hang out with Al Sharpton and stuff. And I'm telling you, I don't know what shenanigans they all got going in New York, but I'm glad to get out of that space. That's just something about it. Smartest people I've ever met. Al Sharpton is a genius. Wendy Williams, a genius. Russell Simmons, a genius. And I knew all these people pretty well. But when you get into these weird spaces, it just gets like strange things start to happen. And I'm so happy. And then even Kanye invited me to come to his house and sit with him and do stuff. And I didn't want to go because I was like, I don't know what you're going to do to me in that house. Y'all are weird. Y'all drug people. Things happen. I don't want to be in this space like that. So I didn't go. I didn't go to his house, but he did. He sent me his little address. He was in some hotel in Beverly Hills, some expensive. I was like, how the hell does somebody pay like $10,000 a day to stay in some hotel for like 6 months. But he had that kind of money and he invited me and I was like, I thought about going, but then I was like, no, I don't want to be in that kind of space because I don't know what weird stuff y'all do in Hollywood and everything else. I don't want no parts of that. So a lot of I think life is about keeping your soul clean, as clean as you can, so that you don't have these weird things happening. Because I think that there's some shenanigans that happen. But anyway, just going back to the whole financial side of it. I would say that you shouldn't be surprised if it does get to the point where Jay-Z does end up having his financial legacy significantly disrupted. If these lawsuits turn into an avalanche of accusations, that one lawyer that he's fighting against, Tony Busby, over that one case, there's thousands of lawyers out there that are ready to fight, right? And so Busby might lose that round, but I can personally see this becoming a big problem. For many, many years, I always said that once the Me Too movement catches up with hip hop, it's going to be an absolute mess. Because I'm a black man. I'm the same age as a lot of these guys. And I remember hearing what they rapped about and the way they lived. And I said, these Negroes don't forget that they black. They really forgot that they're black. They literally are openly talking about doing things that are illegal, unethical, harmful to other people, and are going to get them sued. And the thing about a civil lawsuit is you don't really have to have a whole lot of proof to win a civil lawsuit. You just need what they call a preponderance of the evidence. That means that somebody listening, a jury member, just has to say, do I think that there's a 51% chance that you did this? Do I think that if I was a betting man, would I bet that you did it or didn't do it? I think you probably did it. Okay, that's $50 million. Pay the man, pay the lady, right? And if you have hundreds of these people, then it becomes a problem. And so I personally think that Jay-Z's wealth is in jeopardy. I think that every single gangster rapper or anybody who's ever been involved in that side of hip hop, their wealth is in jeopardy and their life's work could easily be destroyed. And a lot of it's because the hip hop in itself, not all of it, but some of it, the toxic side is in direct violation of everything that protects and preserves your wealth. So how does that translate to regular people and the rest of us? It means really that the rules of wealth go deeper than just putting money in your 401k, buying the right stocks and everything else. It goes into like a point where you kind of have to keep your nose clean. You kind of have to think about risk management as not just remembering that you're black, but also remembering that if you are in the wrong spaces with the wrong people at the wrong times, bad things can happen. I know a lady who was a professor who was high flying. She was kicking butt, taking names, getting all these promotions and all these raises and doing really well in her career. And she married a loser. She married a bum. She married a guy who was jealous of her, who couldn't succeed in anything. So he got resentful of the fact that his wife was doing so much better than him. And so this guy just decides, he wanted to kill his wife and kill himself. He did a murder suicide. And they had two young children. So now her two children are growing up without a mother and a father because her father was a punk. And this is something that she probably never would have guessed this would have happened to her in a million years because sometimes we think that what we do professionally is disconnected from what we do personally. When we think about risk, we're always thinking about risk as, well, what if the stock market drops? Or what if the real estate market declines? Or what if something bad happens with my portfolio? No, risk is anything that jeopardizes your wealth, including lawsuits, because you were wrong place, wrong time. Lawyers love to sue rich people. They always look for a wealthy person connected to a case because wealthy people are going to pay up sometimes. And if it's a wealthy person, if it's a black man with a stellar reputation that's making money from that reputation, and he's even remotely associated with some shenanigans, a fight happens at the club and somebody says, well, he spit on me or he punched me or whatever, they're going to throw him in the lawsuit in the hopes that he will write a check just to make the lawsuit go away. That's considered to be a cost of doing business. The cost is very, very high when you're in when you already have a pre-designated perception that society has of you as a black man. And so I think that when you're talking to kids about wealth, your children and your grandchildren and your nieces and nephews, talk to them about these things. Talk to them about like, look, you have to you have to try your best to be as strategic as possible, almost like you're operating with a halo around you, like where you have to say, okay, who's in my space? Now, what woman did I pick to be by my side? What kind of friends do I have? how do I respond to conflict? And if you are connected to a culture that says, you got to get ghetto, somebody talk crazy about you, you got to go punch them in the face because you want to keep it real because you're from the street. Well, just get ready to be sued. You're gonna lose millions of dollars. And rappers love to talk about that. A lot of guys like to prove how tough they are. Because something happens in the club, so they pull out a gun, they want to start punching people or whatever. Well, those are lawsuits. You're gonna get sued, and you're gonna get sued for millions of dollars. So if I'm a sinister person that wants to take your money, all I do is I tap into your ego. Like Denzel said to Will Smith when Will Smith went up there and slapped Chris Rock, and he said or Will said that Denzel had said to him that right when you hit the mountaintop, that's when the devil shows up. And so the devil might be your insecurities. And so the devil's going to show up and somebody's going to poke you. They're going to poke you right where it hurts, right where you're triggered. And if you haven't healed, if you're not smart enough to be balanced as a human being, and gone through the therapy, knowing how to kind of manage things, learning how to be conscious and strategic about your next move, then guess what? Somebody pokes you, pricks you, boop, you get triggered. Next thing you know, you don't put yourself in some shenanigans that destroys everything you've ever worked for. So how would I summarize this? Let's go back to hip hop then. Since we were talking about Jay-Z, I'm going to lay this out because I want to make sure I organize this thought properly so that you can really get this. So remember, I was telling you that the problem that I have with some segments of hip hop, I love hip hop, by the way. That's why I talk about it. It's because I love it so much. I know a lot of rappers that I admire and respect, from D1 to Killer Mike, Immortal Technique, all those guys. Even Kanye, I think, is very talented. He's just a little bit troubled. And so this is not anti-hip hop. This is pro-hip hop, actually, because I think hip hop was taken from us. I think that it was ruined. I think that they deliberately used it to destroy us from the inside out. That's what I truly believe. But remember, I was telling you that some segments of hip hop are bad. Why? Because I put up a tweet about it. And my Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, Dr. Boyce Watkins 1. So feel free to follow me on Twitter. I'm going to read my tweet so I can be clear on my thought, and I'm going to link this to economics. And this is something that you'll never learn in any finance class that I've ever seen anywhere. But then I have a PhD in this, so I'm qualified to chop up this conversation in this way. So I'm going to go ahead and go out into a space that it may seem disconnected, but you'll connect the dots. All right. So here's what I put on Twitter. I said, when people talk about the culture, you ever hear people say, well, we're doing it for the culture. We're doing it for the culture. We're part of the culture. You turn your back on the culture, right? It's the culture, the culture, the culture. You have to be really careful about what you mean when you say the culture. Because when people talk about the culture, they're usually talking about something that relates to hip hop and rappers. Now, here's the problem with hip hop culture. Not all of it, but a big chunk of it. It promotes the death of black people. Okay. It promotes drug addiction. It promotes going to prison. It promotes the sexualization of little girls. It promotes financial irresponsibility, and it promotes ignorance. Now, let's connect that to wealth. Black death. When people die in your family, is your family going to be better off financially or worse off financially? If you have the head of a household, a mother or father, or even the kids, and somebody gets hit by a stray bullet, or somebody gets into some gangster shit and it ends up in the morgue, or the provider, one of the providers of the household, is now deceased, is the household going to be better off or worse off financially? Are they going to run into more financial problems or less? Answer me in the chat. Especially when you talk about, people that maybe die with no insurance, and your kids are in front of the church begging the church to donate to the GoFundMe account because daddy didn't handle his business before he went out in the street. He was handling his business in the street, but wasn't handling his business at home. Number two, let's talk about drug addiction. Does a drug addiction enhance your ability to make money or reduce your ability to make money? If I decide to go out and get hooked on Molly Percocet, there's a whole song with a chorus like that, by the way. You should be put in prison for making a song like that because you're marketing drug addiction to children whose brains have not been fully developed. I talked to a black DEA agent who was pissed off and angry because he said, I don't understand why my people don't get the fact that these drugs destroy your brain. They eat your brain like a brain-eating bacteria. So he said, when you get hooked on some of these drugs, these kids, they never come back. It's not like they can say, yeah, I used to use all this stuff when I was 16 and now I'm okay. No, your brain, a big chunk of your brain is fried. I know, I know, I can think of at least two single moms I know right now who have sons that are in rehab, in and out of rehab. They're not assets to the family. They could be making money for the family. They could be building a future. They could be providing security. They could be helping the family, but instead they become a liability. So let me ask you this question again. Do drug addictions help or hurt the family's ability to build wealth? What do you think? Give me a yes or no, or help or hurt. Answer in the chat. Okay. Third question. A third thing I said. Toxic hip hop promotes prison. They make prison sound like Disneyland. Like you go to prison, you keep it real, and you a gangster if you went to prison and you survived and all that. When someone goes to prison, does that help or does that hurt the family's wealth? When you are locked away and you're paying $5 $5 a minute for a collect phone call or whatever they charge, or $1 per email that to eat, or $5 an email, whatever, and working for 25 cents an hour or maybe $5 a day, does that help or hurt your family's ability to build generational wealth? Let's keep going. It promotes the sexualization of little girls. What am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about that stripper rap that's out here. The stripper rap is very popular. It's very popular. It's very simple message. Just if you look good and you're a freak and whatever, then men will like you. Men will give you attention. It's worthless attention, but they'll give you attention. And so you can get money. You can get a Gucci bag or whatever, but you might get an STD with the Gucci bag and an unwanted pregnancy, and you're going to become a single mom or whatever. So do you think that the sexualization of little girls helps or hurts their ability to have a wealthy life? Do you think that a little girl that is introduced to Cardi B and memorizes Cardi B lyrics instead of learning her ABCs and learning math is going to be better off long term financially or worse off? Is she more likely to build generational wealth or less likely? Because maybe she was so traumatized as a kid by the assaults that came because she's 12 years old trying to date a grown man, that she never is able to even elevate to the level where she can think long term because the trauma is so deep that literally her mental illness debilitates her from having the ability to really move forward in life. Let's keep going. Hip hop, I mentioned that toxic hip hop promotes financial irresponsibility. So answer me in the chat. Is my wealth going to go up or down if I am buying Gucci and Louis and going to see Jake the jeweler and showing off because I got Gucci from head to toe, and I bought me a $500,000 car with my signing bonus, and I'm going to the club and spending $100,000 putting the money in stripper thongs? Is that going to help or hurt my ability to build generational wealth? Is it going to go up or down? Last one. I mentioned that toxic hip hop promotes ignorance. Is an ignorant person more or less likely to build wealth? Is an ignorant person who is not educated, who doesn't know what the hell's going on, who doesn't know up from down, who doesn't understand economics, capitalism, the systems, none of that, is that person going to have more money or less money? Is that going to help their wealth or hurt their wealth? But this is the culture. See, this the culture, y'all. This the culture, yo. Dr. Boyce, you ain't down with the culture, man. Man, excuse my French, cover your kids' ears. Cover your kids' ears. I got to be honest with you. Fuck you and fuck your culture. Okay? Just now you can uncover the baby's ears. F you, F the damn culture. That ain't my culture. That's the devil's culture. That's damn near say that's as bad as I'd rather go worship the devil than to get into your culture. That ain't no culture that I want to be a part of. That's not a culture that makes me into more of a man. That's a culture that makes me into masses, little beta male. And I'm not, you could take that culture and shove it all the way up your butt like you went to a Diddy party with no Vaseline. I care nothing about that culture. That is not my culture. I reject it. I reject it. I reject it to the point where everything that I said that the culture promotes, I want to do the opposite. Now let's dissect it further. What does the opposite look like? I mentioned that toxic hip hop celebrates Black death. Look at how many Negroes I killed today. I'll shoot a black man I'll shoot a Negro if he makes me mad, right? So instead of promoting Black death, how about we promote Black life? How about we want our children to live instead of hoping that they die? How about I work to keep my brother alive than to want my brother in a morgue? How about that? What do you think? You think would that be okay, or am I like out of touch? Or am I being a nerd? Or am I being a hater? How about instead of promoting drug addiction, how about we promote other forms of addictions, if you will, or other habits, healthy habits? Like maybe instead of being addicted to drugs, maybe kids can become addicted to learning. Right, right. Maybe instead of wasting our lives by doing things that are going to destroy our brains, how about we do things that are going to enhance the brains of our kids and make them smarter, make them more prepared, make them more strategic, make them more capable? Because you can't deny that the songs aren't promoting drugs. They are. They are. This is clear. People understand this at a high level. Anyone who listens to the music consistently knows that this is what's going on. How about instead of promoting prison, how about we promote freedom? How about we talk about what freedom even looks like? How about we consider the fact that the most revolutionary thing you can do in America as a black person is to be economically and intellectually free. If you are intellectually and economically free, then you are one of the most dangerous black people around. And let me tell you why. You're dangerous because when you are free, they cannot make money from you. When you are free, you're not going to be a corporate slave. When you are free, you're not going to be making money in the prison system. When you are free, they're not making money from you being a ridiculously excessive consumer of any crappy product that they throw at you. So freedom is very dangerous. Freedom is very radical. I think that's why maybe that's why my Facebook page got taken down. I had almost 1 million followers. They took it down. What am I doing? I'm not hurting nobody. Oh, that's right. I'm talking about things that are opposite to the culture, right? It's because there's plenty of rappers that will tell your child to go get hooked on dope and kill himself, and their pages they'll have 30 million followers, right? So how about that? How about instead of promoting incarceration, we promote freedom and by knowing what freedom looks like, studying it, being able to identify it, having the courage to pursue it, and having the courage to plan for it. You plan for it, it will happen. You plan for my child to be free. My child's a baby. I need my baby to be free. So I'm going to invest for that child. I'm going to teach that child. I'm going to make sure that they understand how the game works. I'm going to give them the game so that when they're little, they're not, and they grow older, they're not going to feel like they got left behind and forgotten and abandoned. They're not going to have a scenario where they say, gosh, I would have done things so different if somebody had told me. A lot of you feel that way. When a lot of you come to class in the morning, you're like, gosh, I wish somebody had told me this when I was 10 or 20 years old. My whole life would have been different. Well, I don't want your kids saying the same thing 50 years from now. You teach them while they're 10. You teach them while they're 7. Talk to them. Let's get going. How about instead of promoting the sexualization of little girls, maybe we promote the protection of little girls? How about that? How about we protect black women and really commit ourselves to that? And I'm not just talking about the men, I'm talking about the women too. Some of y'all promote the shenanigans and the sexualization and rapping Cardi B in the car with your little 7-year-old daughter in the back, or whatever. So I would say, because here's what I think. This is something I actually talked to my son about. I said, the hard part about dating for you, he's really tall, by the way. So like if you see him and I say, this is my son, you're immediately going to say that can't be your son because you can't make a child that's 6'9". He has a great father. His father is a wonderful man, and I am the bonus dad. And it's an honor for me. It's a privilege. I love black kids. I just love the kids in our house. So that's another area where I'm a simp, apparently. Because I married a woman with children, but it's been a great asset to my life. And I was talking to him and I said, look, man, I said, you're tall. Women naturally love tall dudes. I didn't even know that because women never told me. I guess they didn't want to hurt my feelings, but apparently guys that are over 6 feet tall are like a hot commodity and only 15% of men are over 6 feet tall. He's 6'9", so he's probably in the 1 percentile, right? So he comes in and he's a good looking dude. So he comes in and the girls instantly are like, who's that? Right? So I said, you have to be really careful when you're dating. I said, because we have a society where we don't understand the tragedy of the fact that 76% of black girls don't grow up with their father in the house. We act like that's not a big deal. That's not a problem. That everything's fine. And I said, but imagine if you didn't have your mother. Imagine if you grew up and didn't have your mother in the house. Think about what kind of man you would be. You'd be a very different person. And if you don't acknowledge that and notice that differential, then you might end up becoming something other than what you should have been, right? And you may not even know that it was a problem if everyone tells you like, oh, mothers don't matter. It's okay. You can not have a mama and be okay. I believe that if we grow up without mamas, we have a dramatic increase in the percentage of serial killers in society. Like we have a whole lot of crazy psychopaths in the world because a mother's love is irreplaceable. And I also think a father's love is irreplaceable. I think a father's protection is irreplaceable, right? So I would say that when you talk about the little girls, I think that we are complaining about the problem that we're helping to facilitate and create. I think that when we're teaching little girls that they don't need a man, then you're harming the girl. You're putting her out here in the world where she's going to be very vulnerable. Because I don't care what you say, I think men matter. I matter for my wife. My wife matters for me. I would never go through life thinking I don't need a woman. I don't need black women. No, I need black women. Black women done had my back so many times it's ridiculous. Starting with my mama. My mama could have just aborted me and I wouldn't even exist. So that was the first woman that had my back. Then she fed me for approximately 158,670 hours until I hit the age of 18, and she's been with me ever since. So don't you ever try to convince me that I don't need women, that we don't need women, because that would be ridiculous. I would look at you like you're an alien and that you're crazy. So men matter. We matter. So I think that with little girls that go into the world and bad things are happening, and sometimes at the hands of predatory men, like you see all these allegations that are out there and stuff like that. It makes me very sad because I think that we've forgotten what that looks like to really protect black girls. And I don't think it's men's fault, women's fault. I think it's everybody's fault. It's all of our fault. So anyway, let's keep going. Third, or next, how about instead of promoting financial irresponsibility, we relentlessly and just almost vehemently promote financial intelligence? How about that? How about instead of encouraging ourselves to be extreme consumers, we encourage ourselves to be extreme investors? That literally, because we can do this. We've got everything we need. Literally, just with 1/10 of what I've taught you all in this class so far, you could take 1/10 of that and financially dominate 60, 70% of the earth. I guarantee you. Like Americans are so horrifically financially unprepared. It's ridiculous. And I don't, you can't tell me that's an accident. That's not an accident. They can easily put financial literacy, basic financial literacy in the public school system and make sure everybody knows how to be financially intelligent. Everybody understands investing. I can show you how to, people say, well, I talked to a pastor. He was a big time pastor. He ran some big organization, a Southern Baptist something. And I was sitting next to him and in a meeting, and we were talking. The person was speaking about something. He goes, "So, Dr. Watkins, how long would it take?" He said, "If I gave you, if we had 3 or 4 hours of a seminar, would you be able to teach people how to invest in 3 hours?" I said, I could show you how to invest with $5 in 5 minutes. And he kind of looked at me like, "What?" I said, "Yeah, it's easy. I've told you all about the monkey experiment. They taught monkeys how to invest, and monkeys made more money than the investors on Wall Street." Burton Malkiel, look it up. Random Walk Down Wall Street is a book written in 1971. So it does not take long to teach someone how to invest. And the biggest mystery of my life that still baffles me is, how is it that you have a child from the age of 0 to 18, they have 157,680 hours in your custody, and nobody took 10 minutes to teach them how to buy a share of stock, which is the number one wealth driver in America right now. Elon Musk would not be the richest man on earth if he did not own a bunch of stock. Warren Buffett is right up there with him because he owns a bunch of stock. People are building wealth like crazy because they own a bunch of stock. So I'm like, how in the hell is it that so many people haven't just spent like a fraction of the money that we spend on everything else and bought some stock with that? It's not calculus. So the point of the matter is to say, I would say that if you want to be the opposite of the culture and build a better culture, then get rid of the financial irresponsibility and the goofball shenanigans and say, no, we're going to get serious about this. We're going to get gangster with our economics. I love Jamal Green. I told you I went to Jamal Green's Black Ownership Ball last night. I came all the way from Kentucky to be there. I canceled. I was going to go to John Hope Franklin's event, the Operation Hope, the Hope Global Forum, and he had invited me. I like John a lot. But I was, with my mother. My mother's not doing well. But I said I got to get to Jamal's event because I want to support this young guy because he really gets it, and he got real gangster with the banks. He got real gangster. I think it was Chase Bank. And he said, "You're not loaning money to the black community. You're not, you are a vulture. You are taking things from the community and giving nothing back." So he literally got on their asses so bad that they banned him from the banks. But they came around and they actually started loaning hundreds of millions of dollars more to the black community because of what he did. And I said, I have so much respect for this guy. So I wanted to go there. So anyway, at the black ownership ball, that was one of the things that I just thought about. Is I said, God, if we had more people doing this kind of thing, just really being gangster about our economics and not trying to be politically correct, not trying to make friends with your so-called fake ass allies, not trying to fit in, not trying to just be a good boy all the time or a good girl all the time, just being radical when it comes to the protection of our community, protection of our children, because the protection of our kids is our job. That is our damn job. So when our families are not protected, when our people are not doing well, that is something we gotta look in the mirror. I get it. I know that there are other people that don't want you to be successful. Well, so the hell what? Join the damn club. Ain't nobody gonna want you to really win like that. People don't give trophies away for free. What you think this is? You think this is back in the 90s when we started giving the fat kid in the back of the room a trophy? Even though he didn't practice, he didn't stay in shape, he chose to eat the chocolate candy bar, he chose to show up unprepared, but yet you gonna give him the same trophy that you gave to the kid who did the work? Life don't work like that. Y'all know this. Life don't work this way. So to me, I think that us really tapping into the best of ourselves and turning inward and really just saying, okay, how do we really make sure we're ready for this thing? How do we really get out here and get ready to fight a little bit? I personally think we do that. Anybody who does that is gonna have a far greater likelihood of winning at something. You're going to succeed at something. And at the very least, people will know that you were there. People will know that you're not to be messed with. You're not to be shoved around. I scare people a lot. I don't mean to scare people. I think I'm a nice person because I believe deeply in love. I will love the hell out of you because I want to love first. But people know don't come messing with Boyce with no BS. And definitely don't come to me with some shenanigans because I'm smart enough to see what's going on and I'm not afraid to say I'm not doing that. That's stupid. That's bad. Why would you even expect me to go for this nonsense? So when people tell me that this is the culture, I want to just tell you, you come up to me because I've had people call me and say, I told you, rapper friends who are like, hey Doc, we don't want people to think that you don't like all the rappers. I said I love the rappers, but that son of a bitch, oh, he's an enemy to the black community. You don't see it? Oh, he's a Klansman. They just put Negro colors on him. They colored him brown, and you think that the Klansman is one of you. We know that all skin folk ain't kinfolk. We know this. So why are you trying to tell me that somebody whose actions are harmful is somehow my brother or my ally? I can't make you my ally. I don't hate you, but I'm not going to let you come up in my house with no shenanigans because if something bad happens to the people that I'm supposed to protect because I decided to let you come in there and do that to my children, then that is my fault. That is on me. So last thing I would say is we talked about, how the culture, promotes ignorance. So how about instead of promoting ignorance, we promote intelligence? How about we make intelligence cool again? How about we stop making or letting people make the smart black kid feel bad or feel embarrassed or let people say, well, you acting white because you reading books and stuff and you speak in a certain way and you just that stuff like that should make us violently angry, not to the point where you're ready to fight somebody for real like that. I don't want to promote no violence, but really, it's insanity. It's insanity to me. See, here's the thing. Okay, let me tell you about dumb people. See, dumb people can't be blamed for being dumb because when you're dumb, you're too dumb to know how dumb you are, and that's okay, right? That's all right. It's dumb. I forgive you for you know not what you do. But you know what pisses me off? You know what drives me crazy? Is when you have a smart person who pretends to be dumb just so they can fit into the culture. I want to fit into the culture, right? Because they feel like it's cool. That makes me sad. That makes me angry because I'm like, but you know what you're doing. You know that that's stupid. Why are you doing this? Where's your testicles at? Where's your courage, dude? Like, why would you act dumb just to fit in with dumb because you think dumb people are winning? And I get it, right? There's peer pressure and all that, but I hate that because that's a wasted resource. That smart person could have been as smart as they could have been really smart and done some really smart stuff and really solved some important problems. But instead, they're like, duh, 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 you don't do it. Like, okay, we don't need more dumb people. They've already flooded the market. There's already too many. There's an oversupply of stupid people. Let's take the smart ones, the hardworking ones, the intelligent black people, the people that really know what's going on, the ones that really want to learn, the ones that want to grow, and let's elevate them. Let's hold them up like Simba and the Lion King and be like, this is who we are. This is the culture. But instead, I got to go to a damn political rally and see Megan the Stallion twerking and all this other nonsense. Or some comedian up there telling jokes, hey, because a black man is a clown. In case you didn't know, they love it when we show up as clowns, rappers, or athletes. That's pretty much it. Very childlike demeanors. Because athletes they play a game. Children play games, right? Comedians tell jokes. You're a clown. That's why they like it. That's why they feel comfortable with you, right? And then unfortunately, many rappers have been trained to degrade themselves and degrade their community. They love that. Oh, they'll clap for that. They'll give you all kinds of money. And because we don't understand the power of money in terms of how money can shape perceptions in an awkward and terrible way, we think that you're successful because you have money when that is not success. That money is not a symbol of success. That money is a symbol of an epic failure. That's what that money is symbolizing. It's not symbolizing anything great, anything successful. It's symbolizing the fact that you sold out more than anybody else, and that's why you got paid. And if I don't tell you anything else about money, I need you to understand that all money is not good money. Some money is poison. So with that said, I want to see the smart people. You know, I want to see the black man or black woman that's like trying to build rocket ships like Elon Musk. I want to see the black man or black woman that specializes in quantum computing and can explain to me what a qubit is, right? And how quantum computers are going to dominate the world one day. I want to hear from those people. I don't want to. I'm tired of hearing about the rappers and the comedians and the athletes. And God bless them. Some of them. I mean, I'm not saying they're all stupid. I'm not dismissing them at all. Some of them are cool. Some of them are growing and all this. I respect that. But man, some of this stuff. It's like, Lord Jesus. Let me tell you a story that really made me angry. This happened in, I guess I need to stop, but I guess a lot of stuff makes me mad. But there was I went on the Breakfast Club one time, and there was this rapper named Trinidad James. And anybody remember Trinidad James? In case you don't remember, Trinidad James had a whole mouthful of gold teeth, and he had a whole bunch of chains. He'd wear like 40 chains. And he had that song, Gold all in my chain, gold all in my ring, gold all in my watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Igga, 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 don't believe me, just watch. Right? You remember that? I mean, the song was so bad that I saw it and I put it on Facebook. I said, what is this crap? And people were making fun of me. They were like, Doc, that's a spoof. That's not a real music video. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I got it. I must have messed up. I must be getting old. I thought it was real. I thought it was a real song. Well, guess what? It turns out that they were wrong and I was right. This was a real song. He became a real rapper. He was famous for about 25 minutes. And so I went on the Breakfast Club and he came in the day before me. And I was like, oh God, I'm so glad that guy didn't come in the same time I did because I just can't take it. It's too much. And somebody said, no, Doc, he's actually really smart. He just acts dumb, because he wants to, make his song popular. And I said, okay, now you really done made me mad. Now I'm really pissed off because it'd be one thing again if he was dumb, I would forgive him for his disability. Like, okay, you just think this is good because you don't know any better, and that's okay, right? It's all right. But the fact that you know better, the fact that you're smart and you're behaving this way, you're behaving like a damn animal, just because so these white folks will write you a check, that bothers me, man. That really, that really just it doesn't just upset me. It angers me because you're damaging so many of our children. You're not, as a black man, I think that we all have a responsibility to be stewards of the community, right? I think this is why I love to mentor black kids. I love to, I was happy to marry a woman with kids. Like, even though the guys are like, don't do that. I didn't, black kids are great. That's the future, right? I invest in the future. And to me, when we don't uphold that responsibility and we give them just horrific examples and don't try our best to at least try our best to set a good example for them, that makes me sad. I think that that's a dereliction of duty. I think that we have not met our responsibility. And I encourage you to consider what I'm saying. I'm not. You don't have to agree with me. I'm an angry black man this morning, and I understand for some of us it may be a little bit hard to digest. But I say this in love. I will, and in fact, I don't. I say this in love and just with clear determination. F the culture. F that culture. Ain't nothing about that culture. I just dissected that. There's nothing about that culture that's going to promote your wealth. There's that culture is part of the reason that black wealth is not going up. Now, who's responsible for the creation of this horrific demonic nonsense? I don't know. We can debate that. I'm not here to say black. I don't think black people created any of that. I don't think that black folks had anything to do with planning this. I think that there were people who might have planned this who don't want to see you win. They don't want to see you thrive. They don't want to see your children safe. They don't want to see you happy. They don't want to see you unified. They don't want to see your families. They don't want to see any of those things because when you are unified, when you are intelligent, when you are prepared, when you are solid, it makes it that much harder for them to exploit you. And I've talked to you guys about this, that capitalism is built on the exploitation of those who are unprepared. So we got to prepare. So you can take that culture and shove it up your butt. I don't want no parts of none of that nonsense. If you tell me I'm not connected to the culture, that to me is a compliment because I want to build a new culture. I think that that's what we really deserve as a people. So anyway, I'm going to finish up. If you want to know the stock, I mentioned to you guys, I was going to give you a stock that I want to buy. It is Uber. I am buying Uber because I believe Uber has a great capacity to possibly become very powerful, very dominant. I think as this robo-taxi thing kind of takes place, there are many players in the robo-taxi space, and I believe that they're going to have to go through Uber because Uber has a really extraordinary infrastructure that will the technological infrastructure that will allow them to be a critical aspect of the long-term development of this robo-taxi space. So I think Uber is a stock worth taking a look at. Of course, this is not investing advice. This is just me just talking to you. All right. So the second thing I wanted to do was those of you who are in here, by the way, if you want to get on the text list and be invited to this class, we meet every morning at 7 a.m. You can bring your family. That's all I ask. Or you don't have to pay anything. Just pay attention and bring people that want to hear something that is going to help them. If you want to be invited, just text on your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. So text morning to 87948. And last but not least, Laura Key, she's an international real estate expert. Right now in the Fly Nubian Money Club, she's doing a special session on how to buy your first property. So you can't say nobody told you. She can answer all your questions. I put that link in the chat. So if you guys want to go, and if you're watching like right now, you literally can leave right now and go over to her session and then decide if you want to join the Fly Nubian Money Investment Club. I put the link in on YouTube, and I just put the link inside the Zoom. So feel free to go hit that link, pop over there, and check out what she's doing over there. I'm going to go watch because she's super smart, and she knows a lot about real estate. And I want to support you guys in your effort to buy property and to learn how to get past the loopholes. All right. So anyway, hope you guys have a great day. God bless you. Thank you guys for listening. And last but not least, if you want to start your wealth building journey, feel free to go to blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. So have a good day, everybody. Oh, and one more thing I want to mention too is I forgot to mention that Aisha Verzi is in here, and she is. If you're interested in real estate, stuff like that, Aisha's been a supporter of the Black Business School for a long time. So if you want to talk to Aisha about whatever you're doing with your family in terms of real estate and stuff like that, then you can, not real estate, I'm sorry, insurance and whatever your financial goals are, you can give her a call. And Aisha, if you're here, put your phone number in the chat so that everyone can see it. Because I don't have your number in front of me. So so share your phone number so that others can give you a call. All right, guys. So have a great day. God bless you. And I will see you all very, very soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, what's up, everybody? How you doing? My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. It's so good to see everybody, and I hope you all can hear me okay. I wanted to come in to talk about something that I saw on IG. There's always financial lessons everywhere that I think we can all learn from, things that we see that can actually help us to understand money a little bit better. And before I move on, though, I'd like to ask you if you could hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. We don't get corporate backing. We're not trying to be mainstream and all that stuff, but we are looking for intelligent Black people. And so if you are in that category, if you are a person who wants to do better, if you love your community, if you love your family, love your people, then we are your people. So feel free to hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And also, as I begin, I want to remind you guys that every single morning, 7 days a week, at 10 a.m. Eastern, I do financial training for anybody that wants to learn about money, anybody that wants to learn about economics. And I see Yoshika. How you doing today, girl? Good to see you. Tony Brown is FBA. All right, Foundational Black Americans. Shout out to all foundational Black Americans. Give us our reparations. Give me a yes if you agree that we deserve our reparations. All right, so one of the things I wanted to show you guys is a clip that I found of a young lady who is apparently from Nigeria, and she says her dad pays all of her bills. And I thought that would be an interesting financial lesson because a lot of y'all got kids. How many of you got kids? Anybody got kids? Give me a yes if you got kids, and give me a yes if your kids get on your nerves sometimes. if you got kids and they annoy you sometimes, then you put a yes in the chat. We got 3 kids in the house, and I'm their bonus dad, so I didn't actually give birth to these kids. Our son is 6'9", so if you saw him, you would know that I cannot have the biology to produce a 6'9" kid. But I love him. I love him very much, and shout out to all the people out here that are taking care of their kids, whether you gave birth to them or not. So let me go ahead and play this clip. Give me a quick yes if you guys can hear the clip. There's a young lady that should be on the screen. If you're on Instagram, you won't be able to see the video, but you'll be able to hear it. Also, those of you that are listening on Spotify, same thing for you, but I'll explain what we're seeing here. So hopefully you guys can all hear it. So let me know if you can hear it. Here we go. I'm going to play it right now. It's on my Instagram page, which is Dr. Boyce Money, and here we go. Oh.
And what do you do for a living?
I vibe. I'm joking. No, I do acting and social media.
What would you say you spend in a typical month?
I can't say this online.
Roughly.
Between like 5 to 8.
How do you spend that money?
Shopping and Uber.
And rent and stuff?
My dad covers my rent.
How much a month are you paying in rent then? Or is your dad paying?
I pay yearly. My dad covers. I'm Nigerian. For everyone out there, you know, in the culture, that's just how we are. But yeah, my dad covers everything. My dad covers my life.
How much do you think you need to earn a year to be comfortable living in London?
I don't know how it works in terms of like how much people make in this country. I can't lie to you. Me personally, I need a lot. Because I spend a lot. I need a lot.
How much do you earn a year?
I don't really have like a base for how much I earn. If we're talking about what I get from my dad,
yeah,
I can't say. Unfortunately, I have to keep that one to my chest.
Above 100K?
Just know I'm enjoying life, and that covers my life.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
And what do you do for a living?
I vibe. I'm joking. No, I do acting and social media.
What would you say you spend in a typical month?
I can't say this online.
Roughly.
Between like 5 to 8.
How do you spend that money?
Shopping and Uber.
And rent and stuff?
My dad covers my rent.
How much a month are you paying in rent then? Or is your dad paying?
I pay yearly. My dad covers. I'm Nigerian. For everyone out there, you know, in the culture, that's just how we are. But yeah, my dad covers.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing right now. I hope you guys, let me know if you were able to hear that. Give me a yes if you were able to hear that. I know some of you are on Instagram. Dr. Boyce Money is my Instagram page. So feel free to follow me there. I'm going to go live on Dr. Boyce Money in the mornings when I do my morning class. So if you want to follow there, you can. Let me know if you guys can hear that. Okay, so here's what was going on in this video. This young lady basically says that she's 23 and her father pays all of her bills. And she spends $5,000 to $8,000 per month. And she said mostly shopping. And here's the thing. I think that was inspirational. First off, let me ask you all a question. How many of you give me a type the word good if you think that that's a good thing. Type bad if you think it's bad that a 23-year-old can do whatever she wants because somebody else is paying the bills. So give me a good if you think that's good. Give me a bad if you think that's bad. What do you all think? I'd be curious to know what you all think about this. Interesting thing. Okay, I see a bad from Angela Africa. Okay, Vanessa says bad. Jay says good. Jay says she's honest. Yes, honesty is good. Kim Hitchcock says bad. Okay, Emma says bad. Who else? Okay, April says yes and no. Okay, that's interesting. All right. Let's see. Moyo says good. Yoshika says I'm torn. Yeah, you know what, Yoshika, I'm with you. I am torn. Todd Buchanan, you said both. Yeah, I'm gonna give the short answer on this. Again, in my simple opinion, I'm not an expert on being a dad. I'm considered an expert in finance, but that does not mean I know everything. So I'm not a know-it-all. First thing you learn when you get a PhD is how little you actually know. So your opinion really does matter to me. And I like hearing perspectives because I like learning from you. Let me go ahead and give you my answer. So the Dr. Boyce answer to whether this is good or bad is that the answer is both. It is good and bad. So what I'm going to do is give you some pros and cons so that when, some of y'all are doing well, some of y'all are making money. You're going to have kids out here that are going to, go out in the world and they're going to say, anybody, I don't know if y'all remember the Cosby episode where one of the kids was like, yeah, Dad, we're rich. And he was like, no, we're not rich. I'm rich. and so it's kind of like sort of letting kids know, like, hey, I learned it. I figured it out. I got it out of the mud. You have to get it out of the mud too. A lot of us have families like that. But then there's that other extreme of saying, like, well, just because you got it out of the mud, just because you struggled and strained and stressed to get ahead, that does not mean your kids have to stress. Just because you were traumatized does not mean your kids have to be traumatized too. And I think that that's the balancing act, right? That's what we're all grappling with as first generation, middle class, upper class people. Give me a yes. In fact, let me just do a quick check. How many of you, give me a guess if you are kind of considered first generation of middle or upper class in your family? Give me a yes in the chat. If you started off poor and now you become successful, you started from the bottom, now you're here. All the people that are in that category, put a yes in the chat. And I'm going to put myself out there too, because I was, born to my mother was 16 when she got pregnant. When we were 17 when she gave birth to me. Shout out to the mothers that they gave birth to their kids even when they didn't have enough money, because I know Planned Parenthood had another plan for me. They didn't even want me to be here talking to you. I'm not going to lie. But anyway, my mother had a really hard time. When I was a baby, we did live in the projects. I didn't know they were the projects, but that's where we lived. It's called the Sal Place. And so money was really tight. It was really hard. We had to kind of work to get ahead. And in the midst of that struggle, we picked up a lot of excellent values when it came to work ethic, delayed gratification, hard work, consistency, all that stuff, long-term planning, right? So I learned that from my family. Well, you know what? Our kids are some suburban kids. Suburban Black kids don't have those same skill sets all the time. Suburban kids don't have to go through some of the challenges we might have went through, some of the life or death experience some of us went through, and or just all the other things. And I'm kind of glad they don't, right? I'm kind of glad they don't have to struggle like we do. But at the same time, there's a type of strength you gain from struggle. Okay, let me know if you get what I'm saying. Like there's a strength you gain. There's a set of abilities, superpowers you get. If you watch any Marvel movie about any superhero, they will tell you that superhero got their superpowers from some really difficult experience. They were challenged by the experience, they overcame it, and because they overcame it, they became very powerful. So a lot of you have your innate superpowers because you did come out of the mud and you did go through hell in order to create your own heaven. I learned that heaven is a place I had to build. Heaven was not a place that someone was going to ever give me. And that resilience has been beneficial to me. And that's something I'd love for the children to inherit. But the truth is, they're not going to ever really, they're going to be who they're going to be, but I don't know if they're going to be who we are. Right. So anyway, with that said, though, here are some pros of what I see. First of all, if you have kids that are able in their early 20s and 30s, or early 20s at least, to be able to live their lives without financial stress, you'll find that they're able to focus on activities that build their long-term career. They won't have the immediate stress of financial burdens. A lot of research shows that early support in a young person's career can lead to positive long-term outcomes. So if you take that financial burden off of the plate for them, they're able to make long-term decisions as opposed to making short-term decisions, putting out short-term fires. You know what I mean? So I remember when I was 23 and I was working hard. I was a straight A student. I was trying to get my PhD, but I would have to distract myself from my long-term career building activities so I could get $500 to pay the rent. Okay. That was not beneficial. That was not something that was not a character building experience necessarily. That was something where if somebody had said, hey, let me write this check for the rent so you can focus on school, that would have benefited me, because it wasn't like I was going to take the money and go out and become a thug or go out and start gambling with it. I was going to pay the rent with it. So that is one benefit. Also, when you delay financial stress, research shows that young adults face significant financial pressure in early adulthood. Give me a guess if you've noticed how many young people are on TikTok literally crying and breaking down in tears because they can't pay the bills. Has anybody noticed this? This is a really popular trend right now of just falling to pieces on TikTok. as if the internet cares about your feelings. And I guess that maybe those are the only friends that they have. And they're all crying. They're all sad because they don't have enough money. And I feel so bad for them. And I say, why didn't your daddy invest for you? Where's your daddy at? I believe every little girl deserves a daddy. I hate the fact that we have become so distorted in our community that we somehow have become used to the idea that 76% of all Black girls don't have a father in the house. I think every Black girl deserves a daddy. Every Black boy deserves a father. Every Black boy deserves a mama and a daddy, right? We all get a mama. Most of us get a mama. Almost all of us get a mama. But unfortunately, the majority of Black children don't have a daddy. And if they do have a daddy, a lot of daddies can't do for them what this young lady did. So I think a lot of young women were watching this and really happy for her because they were like, gosh, I wish my dad was able to do this for me. So, to all the daddies that are being good daddies, shout out to you for holding up the standard. I think that we should be the protectors and the providers. I provided for kids that wasn't even mine because I just believe deeply in the ability to be there for our kids. And we're not there for our kids. And that's why they struggle. As much as we might want to point fingers at them and be mad at them, a lot of them are just making it the best way they can. It's a complex world. We didn't teach them nothing. We ain't leave them nothing. We don't leave them any assets. We got people that die and leave a damn GoFundMe account. All that is unacceptable. All that is unacceptable. We cannot do that. You have to invest for the kids. We have to leave them something. You got to have the life insurance policy, man. Get your trust, protect your assets, man. You put something together for the kids. Start buying stock for them when they're babies so that they don't have to struggle. So that's what I like about it. I like the fact that she's got a man in her life who is not trying to sleep with her, who is there for her on a financial level, who's not trying to push her to go 50-50 and not telling her she's a gold digger because she don't want to eat at the Cheesecake Factory. I think all of that is a beautiful thing. And I'm going to tell you, all this goofiness with the dating where the women are getting yelled at because they have a standard in terms of what they would expect from a man financially. I think that comes from the fact that a lot of these poor girls don't have fathers that can help set that standard. But at the same time, though, that goes to the other side of this argument. So I'm actually going to point that out. So the last benefit I'd say is that it does enhance family bonds. Research shows that if you're supportive of the kids, you're going to be more connected longer term. Why is this a benefit? Well, because one day you're going to get old and you're going to need that young brat to take care of you one day. So you want to make sure that they love you and they don't sort of remember like, well, you left me out to the wolves. You threw me out there and left me with nothing. So now that you're 85, I'm going to throw you out there. Okay. So anyway, do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Let's see. Talisa says, what is this notification? I don't know what that question means. I'd like to ask, what is this question? Because I don't quite know what you mean, but I hope you got a notification. Anybody get a notification? I'm gonna tell you, when you talk about Black people stuff, they tend to mute your channel. You have people that'll do goofy stuff and they have 10 million views, and I'll do the same topic, and it's very difficult to get people in. We have to sort of reach out to you on our own. And in fact, speaking of that, if you want to follow me in the morning, I will go live at Dr. Boyce Money. So on Instagram. So follow me at Dr. Boyce Money on Instagram, and you get a chance to see me go live. I'm gonna go live tomorrow. I'll probably go live once a day or so. And if you're interested in your economic development, then I can sort of help you with some of that. Secondly, don't forget also that tomorrow we're going to do stock options. If you've ever seen how much money and income you can generate by selling stock options, you'll be very impressed by that. I'm going to literally show my students exactly what I do to make money. My wife and I do this. This is how we make our money. So if you'd like to do the $1 trial for the Prime program, which is a very popular stock options income program that we have in the Black Business School, just check the link in the bio. If you're watching on drboycetv.com, the link is in the bio. And also, I have a training called How to Make Money Without Working that'll knock your stocks off. It's totally free. Just text the word money to 87948. So text money to 87948. Okay, all right. So let's see. Ricardo says notification from Twitter, not the text number. Oh, okay. So Twitter gave a notification. That's good. Well, that's better than nothing. I'll take that. All right. Thanks to Elon Musk. I guess he's helping us out. All right. So here's the three cons that you might want to consider when you're talking about taking care of your adult children. The first is kind of a delayed financial independence. So while the support is helpful in the short term, it may undermine the child's ability to develop essential financial management skills. This young lady is spending $5,000 to $8,000 a month with no responsibility whatsoever. She didn't mention that, like, I'm working really hard to finish medical school or I'm busting my butt to build my business. She kind of seemed like she was really living the soft life. And the soft life is good for your mental health to a point, but it can also create a type of stagnation that you don't have when you have a purpose. So a lot of studies show that when a child is able to depend on others financially for a long time, it can delay their transition to full independence. So if you notice in this video, when he asked her basic questions about like, well, how much does it cost to live here? How much do people have to pay to live in London? She had no idea. She had no idea. So to me, that's a sign of a what I call in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I refer to that as economic immaturity. The economic immaturity showed itself in the sense that she didn't even know what people pay in bills to live in that place. So what if one day she has to pay the bills? What if one day daddy's money runs out and he can't do it for her anymore? She's going to kind of be stuck. That's going to be a real problem for her. And so feel free to go grab a copy of the book, actually, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can go to drboycebooks.com and I'll even sign your book for you. And actually our 17-year-old, we don't give our kids the soft life. They work for us. So our 17-year-old is actually the one who will send you your copy of the book if you want to order one, and she'll even have me sign it for you before we send it out. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and just search for the word autograph, and you get autographed copies of my books. All right. So the next reason why you want to be really careful about that soft life sort of thing is that it can create a little bit of entitlement. Okay. If you give a lot of financial support to a child, especially a child that is an adult, technically, they can have a sense of entitlement and financial dependency. A lot of research shows that young adults receiving significant financial help may struggle with personal responsibility and motivation to achieve financial autonomy. Now, let me explain it like this. How many of you remember just being hungry? How many of you became successful because you just really wanted it and you felt it? You felt the fire in your belly. You woke up with it. You went to sleep with it. You were hungry like a Rocky movie. Hey, anybody ever have that feeling? Anybody just sort of go through it where you're just feeling like, I got to go do this. I got to make it happen. Ain't nobody here for me. I got to go get this, right? Give me a yes if you've gone through this. I know that was my experience all through my doctoral program. Every single day I woke up, I would study 8, 9, 10 hours a day. I don't think I would have done that if somebody was paying my bills. I was in school for a very long time, and I was just a fighter, man. I just fought. And that fighting ability has really helped me a lot in my life. I'm not scared of nothing. I'm just not scared of nothing. I ain't scared of nobody. Can't nobody get in my way and make me flinch. I'm going to fight until the end, until the finish line, because that's what I was trained to do. And I got that through what I call God's training camp. And that's where you want something, you feel like you deserve it, you worked hard for it, but you still didn't get it because the universe has decided that you're not worthy of it yet, right? The world does not give you what you want. The world does not give you what you want. The world gives you what you deserved. The world typically gives you what you earned. Now, sometimes there's exceptions. Sometimes people get lucky, sure, but we're not going to sit around and hate on that. It's random luck, but you can't rely on luck forever. Typically, life gives you what you pay for. So if you don't get what you feel like you deserve, that means you didn't pay a high enough price. That's what it is. So ultimately, that hunger, that thirst, that push, that's something that entitled kids don't tend to have. And also, it can be the last reason why this could be a problem, taking care of your adult children in that same way, is that basically it can put strain on the parents. I don't know if anybody's seen these studies, but did anybody see this? This was actually in major news media recently. The Surgeon General came out with a report where they basically said that parents in America are in a health crisis. They're in a mental health crisis that literally you're getting crushed in what they call the sandwich generation, especially those of you between, say, the ages of, I don't know, maybe 35 and 55. The sandwich generation is where you've got kids to take care of and you got aging parents to take care of. And you got your job, and you got the bills, and you got inflation, and you have unprecedented amounts of credit card debt, unprecedented amounts of auto loan debt, unprecedented amounts of student loan debt. You're dealing with all of that, right? So you are literally under a lot of pressure. And the Surgeon General literally said, this is a public health crisis of epic proportions. Like, this is a big deal. So really, the part of the reason that I'm a little bit concerned about, taking on a financial obligation like that, $5,000 to $8,000 a month, is because, if you run into a financial strain and your child is saying, hey, daddy, where's my $8,000? And you're down to your last $2,000, that can be a problem because you're trying to maintain this image of being the strong man financially. And maybe that image is one that you can't handle at the moment. Maybe you're having a tough time. Maybe your business is struggling. Maybe your savings have been depleted. So ultimately, that's one of the downsides that I see. So if you want to know my 2 cents on it, I think I'm definitely a big believer in investing in kids. I believe you should invest in them in terms of time, invest in them in terms of money, invest in them in terms of energy, invest in them emotionally. All these investments matter. I think some financial support is certainly beneficial, especially if they're doing good things for themselves. And if you got it like that, maybe when you do make those investments, not get to the habit where you create it as a fixed cost. A fixed cost is where they know they're getting the money every month. Instead, make it like a sporadic gift. Like, okay, here you go. I just decided to send you $500 today. And I just want to say I'm proud of you. You're doing a great job. But don't say, hey, I commit to sending you $500 a month forever, because eventually when that relationship comes to an end, or when that financial thing ends, you might have some friction there. You're going to have some financial anxiety. Financial anxiety causes people to start fighting with each other. It causes a lot of conflict in families. My wife is a therapist, and she deals with that type of stuff. In fact, I'm going to bring my wife to class later on this week. She's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. And so if you want to join us for Money in the Morning financial consciousness training, where we train on the art of economic elevation, how to get your finances right, go sign up at b1moneytips.com. The class is free. It's every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So feel free to go to b1moneytips.com and you can join us. And this week, I want to say Wednesday or Thursday, I should be able to get my wife in there to bring her by so she can kind of talk to you guys about financial anxiety and how to deal with financial psychology, the emotions of money. Money is very emotional, and it's something where you don't want money to destroy you and your best relationships. You want money to enhance these things. So that's what we're going to do later on this week. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Reminder, this podcast is on Spotify. So if you look up my name on Spotify, you can find me there. I'll also be live tomorrow morning at Dr. Boyce Money. So feel free to check that out. And last but not least, don't forget the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th through the 27th. This is where we get together. It is a Black sponsored conference with the smartest Black people on the planet coming together to solve problems specifically for Black people. The politicians aren't doing anything specifically for Black people. The corporations are not doing things specifically for Black people. The government ain't doing nothing specifically for Black people, but Black people are doing things specifically for Black people. So if you're into that kind of thing and you want to be around other people that are looking for solutions for their families, that want to build wealth, that want to educate their kids, that want to build a stronger community and want to just connect with each other, go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. We usually have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people there. We're almost out of tickets. We're going to sell out. We always sell out every year. So you may want to get your passes now. I don't expect there'll be any passes available at the door. So I hope to see you guys in Chicago, October 25th through the 27th. So anyway, I'm out of here, guys. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. And don't forget, if you want to do the $1 trial for the stock options income program, it ends tonight at midnight. You can actually look for the link in the bio. It should be in the bio. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. How are you? Happy Sunday. I am Dr. Alicia with Coaching with Dr. Alicia. I just want to welcome all of you all to the Dr. Alicia Healing Haven Book Club. Looks like there's a little bit of a lag on my internet, but it doesn't matter. We're going to keep going. Today, we are going to finish up chapter 2 of How to Be an Adult in Relationships. It's the 5 keys to mindful, very demure, very cutesy type of loving. And it's by David Richo. He is such a wonderful therapist, and he's been practicing, look like 50 years he's been practicing. And I've been practicing for 20 years. I've been a licensed therapist. It has to be 21 years now. Thank you, Joseph. It has to be 21 years. Still eating. We just had dinner. I can't believe we had a big old dinner, and then you got junk food. Okay. He said hello. But isn't that something? Your candy. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I'll see you. All righty. Anyway, we just finished eating dinner, so I I'm surprised he's still eating. We had a big plate of food today. Anyway, so we're finishing up chapter 2 of this book. So that means that next week we're going to start chapter 3. And chapter 3, y'all, is all about how to find a partner. And that's going to be kind of fun. So we're going to put chapter 2 to rest. And then we'll start chapter 3 next week. I am coming in next week because I have no travel, nothing going on next week. Anyway, so we're going to start. The author of this book, he ends every chapter. So the ending of chapter 1 and the ending of chapter 2, he puts into place practices, things that you can do to help heal, and things that you can do to help you learn how to interact with individuals in a way that's healthy. And I think that's the whole point of this series. He recommends, although he didn't come out and say it, but he recommends that you start a journal. As you go through this book, he recommends that you have a journal and that you go through certain steps and processes in your journal. So today, what we're going to do to close up chapter 2, I'm going to go over all of the different activities, journal activities that the author recommends that we need to do to develop yourself. So I say, everybody, get your journal out. And we went over this, half of this. We went over a couple of the activities last week. And by the way, if you want to view some of the previous material, you can look at the show notes, and there's links to chapter 1 and chapter 2. So all of you all who are just joining and you don't have the book yet, don't worry. You can go and watch my other videos. I read from the book, but in addition to reading from the book, I also kind of break it down and I kind of throw in my thoughts and ideas about it. And so today, what we're going to do is go through all of the practices that the author is recommending that you do in your journal. And then we will next week continue with chapter 3. So I want to say hello to everybody. Hi, Ronald. How you doing? Good evening to you. Hello, Joseph. It is a nice book. Hi, Rhonda. Rhonda was in here early. Maya. Hello, Maya. How you doing? Maya Bowen. Nice to see everybody in here. You can say hello in the chat. I'll shout you out as much as I can. Neutral Sovereignties Corp. I love that. Love that name. Chalet, how you doing? Okay, cognitive warfare. That name sounds familiar. I love that. Cognitive warfare. You know, that's really great name you got there. That's really what this book is about. This book is about cognitive warfare. It's about reclaiming your mind. And there is a war going on for your mind. And this is about us reclaiming your mind. Moments with LJ. Oh, how you doing? Lori Victory Boyd. Lord, Victory Boyd. I voted for her, by the way. Y'all check out Victory Boyd. I voted for her so she can get this award. She's up for an award, international award. And I was on her Instagram earlier this weekend, and I voted for her. She's an amazing voice, an amazing person. She is an amazing person to write all that music. But anyway, let's get down into it. What we're going to do is go over the practices. So I talked about some of this last week. So I will start right after Heroic Journey. We're going to start on page 73. And I want to review the practices. So number 1, in your journal, what the author is asking for you to do is to think about the important people in your life. And he wants you to go through mentally and do these mental checks in your journal about who is safe and who is not safe in your life. And it's very important to identify the people that you're in constant communication with, constant contact with on a daily basis. Hopefully it's not just work related. I'm imagining there's people in your family, some of your friends that you're in contact with. And what the author is recommending that you go through a process where you check to see who is safe and who is not safe in your life. And he's asking certain questions. Can I chance being myself and let love happen with you? Right? These are questions he wants you to either think about it with yourself, or if you are safe enough, bringing it up with the people who are important to you, particularly if you're married, if you have a spouse. You should ask these questions, and not only ask these questions of your partner, but have your partner listen to you answer some of these questions as well. Can this relationship provide a zone of security where the submerged parts of me can surface? What are your insecurities? What are the things that you feel uncomfortable about, or things you were teased, usually things you were teased about in high school, or, you know, certain insecurities that you have. A lot of it comes out in high school, and things have happened to you when you were growing up, things you've experienced that you may feel embarrassed about, things that you submerge about yourself. You mask some of these, and they could be insecurities. Can you talk about these things with a safe person? So that's the very first practice he's asking, because not everybody is safe, and not everybody can give you the safety that you need for you to open up. And it's important to kind of assess what you're doing. The second item that he wants you to talk about is about mirroring. Well, we talked about mirroring a few weeks ago. You can check that out. But he is saying in your journal to ask your partner, can you help me in my efforts to get back on track? When you have this trusted person, can you lean on them to help you develop into the best person that you can be? And can you give them permission, so to speak, to just say, you know, this situation was uncomfortable for me. I experienced bullying, or I experienced an embarrassing situation with me. And these are some things that I'm struggling with. In a lot of the practice I work with couples, we talk a lot about, how did that person trigger you? What is it with that person that triggered you to react in such a strong way that you did? And a lot of this is the basis of healing and to understanding each other a little better. And I got to tell you, I mean, this is the reason why I think there is nothing like your spouse or the person that you are in a relationship with. I don't think that can be compared to anything. And I know there's some ways of thinking where people believe that how you interact with your partner, you should give that same level of interaction with a boss or with a colleague or with a subordinate. And I don't believe that. I don't believe that there is a comparison between an interpersonal relationship, somewhere where there's intimacy there. I don't think there's a comparison there. So the person that you decide to get married to, the person you decide to settle down with, that relationship is like in nothing else, right? So I really do think that that relationship is unique. And this is why having these conversations, do I sometimes trigger you into feeling something I couldn't bear to feel, so that you can help me identify it and then hold it with me? You don't have that level of intimacy with anybody else, right? So that's sort of my thinking there. Okay, the next thing, or challenge, I call them challenges or exercises that he recommends that we do. The third one is adult seeking. And with this, he's saying that sometimes we come into a relationship, or we come into a situation where we're just kind of lacking. You know, there's certain qualities or needs that we want to get fulfilled. And no matter what happens, no matter where it comes from, we always seem to feel a little empty. So he's saying, you know, if you fear loneliness, if that's the fear deep down inside that you're going to be lonely, you know, why would you get married? There's a bottomless pit that comes along with that. So he wants you to be able to think about this in your journals. Can I receive a moderate amount of attention and be happy with it, because it's unrealistic to think that somebody can just shower you with attention forever, right? So, but it's important to set aside special time for attention and for allowance and for all of the things that you need in a healthy relationship. But at some point, you're going to have to fill it up yourself. So he's asking you the second thing to do that. The third task is to do that. The next challenge that he gives people is you have to face certain options in yourself. So what he wants you to do in your journal is to think about, how are you progressing in certain scenarios? Are you acting as an unmirrored inner child in all of the ways in which it possesses you? So what, in my mind, how I like to think of it is, do you respond in a way where you're responding as a hurt person, a hurt little child, or are you responding to life in a way where your pain has been processed? Okay, so that's how I like to see it. Is it the hurt child talking, or is it the adult talking? An adult means no matter what pain you went through or whatever happens to you, you've processed it and you can go forward in life as an adult, right? So here's his challenge. You write this in your journal. Do you seek relationships that mirror and build trust? Okay, that's the healthy adult. Or do you seek relationships that fail and mirror that breaks trust? You know, are you seeking relationships and not picking up that this person is not trustworthy? Are you trying to get trustworthiness out of somebody that could never give that to you? You know, are you in denial, living in denial because you can't face the pain of understanding that the person that you're with right now is not even capable of giving you what you need, right? So are you seeking out relationships that is doomed from the beginning because the person wasn't very trustworthy? Why did you ignore the red flags? That's what I think he's saying in here. When you ignore the red flags, you're putting your emptiness ahead of what you know is best for you, right? So, so that's you operating as a hurt child. Okay, so the second thing, I think there's a little bit of a delay, but I'll keep going. The second task is, do you understand that trauma is a bridge, right? Or do you experience trauma as only an obstacle, right? So is it an obstacle you can't get through, or is it a bridge to make sure that you can overcome something, right? He's also asking, do you recover from the past and move beyond the pain? So moving beyond the pain and recovering from the past, or are you on an unconscious level repeating the past and clinging on to the hurt and pain? So he's asking you to write these down. Ooh, it takes a lot of honesty to get to this point, to be able to honestly answer these questions about you and your relationships. In your relationships, how does this fit your experiences? Do you wish to transcend an experience, or do you feel compelled to reenact an experience, right? Do you want to, because when you reenact an experience, you are just continually replaying something so that you can master it. Not by dealing with the pain, but by looking ahead and saying, I want to try to master this, so I'm going to replay it over and over again. Or are you the kind of person that says, you know what? Instead of repeating this cycle, this trend that happens all the time, I'm going to stop. I'm going to look back and I'm going to figure out, how can I transcend this experience by working through the pain? Okay, so that's what he wants you to put in your journal. And lastly, are you the kind of person that expects relationships to succeed? Do you go into relationships expecting it to succeed? Are you expecting success out of your relationships, or are you going into a relationship and you're just like, this won't last? And my wonderful illustration of this is something that Cam Newton said. He said, my fear of getting divorced is greater than my fear of being married, right? So or he's scared he may get a divorce, and that fear overrides his ability to even get in a relationship and commit himself to someone. So this is the Cam Newton example, because if you're going into a situation and you feel deep down inside that I can't trust this person, that this person is going to deceive me, that this is going to end horribly, that's enough fear to make it so that I don't trust myself. I don't trust my judgment. I do not trust that I have the ability to pick the right person for me. And the reality is that you do. You know how to pick the right person for you. You can't make a mistake. And even if the relationship doesn't work out, which often sometimes it does, it's okay. Sometimes people come in and out of your life, and sometimes it's not meant to last forever, unfortunately. But you don't go into it knowing that it's not going to last. There is a possibility that it will last, but you have to kind of deal with a lot of things, have these expectations, because there's a self-fulfilling prophecy that goes into it. Don't get married if you just feel like nothing, I'm going to get divorced anyway. So I really think that it's important that we look at these things. And this is what this author is suggesting that all of you all do in your journals. The next step he wants you to do in your journal is self-care. Come on. Y'all got to have a self-care plan. Self-care does not cost money either, by the way. My self-care plan, most of the time, because I'm so freaking busy sometimes, my self-care plan is a bubble bath. And you could go to the dollar store and buy a bubble bath in a dollar store. And if you don't have $1, I don't know what to say, but I soak in the bathtub. I don't know if I'll do it tonight, but I spend a lot of time shutting out the world and taking time to invest in myself, particularly if it's been a long day. So yeah, I soak in the bathtub. So the next one is talking about your self-care plan, making sure that that you just take care of yourself, and that's always important. The next step that he writes in his journal, I did talk about this last week, is refusing abuse. We don't need to talk about it. Nobody deserves to be emotionally, psychologically, or physically abused, particularly physically abused. And of course, if there's any physical abuse happening, that is illegal. It's not illegal to psychologically and emotionally abuse another person, but it is illegal to physically abuse another person. It's also illegal to financial abuse is also illegal, by the way. Can't be taking people's money without their knowledge. So some forms of financial abuse is illegal, and people can go to jail. You can prosecute them for that. But outside of all of that, you have to set some boundaries, right? Sometimes you can work with the person that you're with and say, I'm not going to tolerate this, right? You can work with someone and talk to someone about it. But you know what? Another thing you can do is that you could just leave, I did talk about how I work with a lot of people who are worried about upcoming holidays. And I could just say, well, what is your boundary? Sometimes you need to make your boundaries very clear to the other person. I have boundaries. Once we start getting into this type of conversations, it's uncomfortable for me. Or if you're in a situation, there's no need to judge anyone. There's no need to do any of that. You just pluck yourself out of that situation, put your coat on and leave. No one stops you. We're all adults here, right? This is not for children. This is an adults here. You can go to your room. You can close the door. You can say, this conversation is over. It takes two people to have a conversation. What I don't recommend is yelling and arguing, and that's not healthy, right? I do recommend healthy behavior. And of course, calling a therapist if you need help with that. I think abuse is very serious. I think psychological abuse is just as damaging as even physical abuse sometimes, right? And so we just don't tolerate those types of instances. The next thing he is bringing up here in terms of practices, and I use a lot of this in my practice, he's talking about you got to reverse these messages, right? Sometimes you need to get into the self-talk. What do you tell yourself? What is it that you say to yourself? and then you need to kind of get into it and just get into it. Most of us, he says, most of us have internalized messages by which we judge and insult ourselves. And a lot of those messages were given to us. We agreed to them on some unconscious level. We agreed to it, and it seeps into us, and we think subconsciously that there's something wrong with us. And he's saying you need to reverse this. You need to identify it. You need to be able to, I like to, in my practice, point to who told you these things. This person lied to you, because I know, as well as all therapists I talk to, I know that the basic goodness is the core of all of our being. Even the people we label narcissistic, the people we label as toxic, I understand, even as a therapist, that that is a hurt child, that sometimes we operate from a place of pain and hurt. And it could be, I can't pay attention to you empathizing with you. I can't pay attention to having even sympathy for you because I never received it, right? So I do believe in the basic goodness. And I love this part of the book because he talks about how love is all around us. It all depends on what you pay attention to. And I'm gonna pause a little bit here because there's some thoughts coming up for me. There's so many of us who believe that we live in a dangerous world. How many of you guys believe that? Keaton, do you believe it? I see you, Keaton. How many of us believe that we live in a world that's dangerous? How many of you think, oh, we live in such a dangerous world? How many of you all don't believe that, right? Ask yourself. Some people believe that all relationships are about control. Some people believe that as soon as I step my foot outside my house, I'm in a war zone, right? Some people really have these beliefs, and I kind of question people like Ronald. Yes, we believe that the world is dangerous. Well, you know what? It doesn't have to be. It does not have to be. I believe we live in the world of sex. Yes, okay, Keaton, I believe I live in the world of sex. Yes. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. The world that we live in is up to our choosing. If you walk outside and you think that the world we live in is somehow sexual, then everything you run into is going to be filtered through the sexual lens. Keaton. If you believe, like I think maybe Ronald is saying, that we live in the world that's dangerous, then everywhere you go, you're going to find and seek out danger. It really is a self-fulfilling prophecy. You can reverse this message of fear, right? I believe we live in the world of peace. Like Kevin is saying, okay, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Maybe that's how I see the world. I see the world as blessings. I see the world as peaceful. I see the world as prosperous. I'm with Kevin. That's how I choose to see the world. And I guarantee you, I've said this to people, and I know people really, look at me like I'm crazy. But, I have said to people, I've never been in a fight. Never. I'll talk to people about it. I was talking to my husband about it. Not one time has anyone ever punched me. No one has ever. I've never gotten into a physical fight with anybody. I am 50 years old. I turned 50 this year. I have never in my life been in a fight because fighting is not my world. But I know people who see fighting as their world and they fight all the time. I've never been in a physical fight. Yeah, so Irma brings up a good point. The children who were victims of school shootings thought the world was a safe place. The world still is a safe place. Like, think of it now. We are way more safe than we've ever been in the entire history of this world. The history of this world. We are safer now than we've ever been. That's a fact, by the way. We are, not only are we safer, right now than we've ever been in the whole history of the world, but we're also live longer, we live healthier. The way we live right now, if we lived like this hundreds of years ago, I don't even think the most prestigious people lived as good as what we live now. And even think about poverty. Poverty in this country is nothing like poverty in a third world country. If y'all been to a third world country, poverty here is nothing. Most people in third world countries or developing nations, their poverty is they don't have lights and running water. You know, most people who would consider to be poor, they got cell phones. So it's all relative. It's all relative to who you compare yourself to. But the reality is, and y'all can look it up, we are safer now than we've ever been in our entire life, and we need to appreciate that. So our world is safe. But it's what you see it, and there's ways to reverse it. You can meditate. Love is all around us. I love this quote on the bottom of page 77. Love is all around us. I encourage all of you guys to, y'all get this song called Love Surrounds You. It's by a group called Bird Tribe. Y'all get that book, get that song. Love surrounds you, and start listening to it, meditate to it. And love will surround you. It will happen. You can program yourself and you can reverse these messages. And I'm saying that because that's the way I live. I live that way. A little bit of a delay here, but that's okay. We're going to keep going. Love surrounds you. Get that song, download that song, Love Surrounds You by Bird Tribe. Get them people they download credit, okay? Because that's a beautiful song. Okay, so next he talks about, after reversing the messages, allowing both sides. Yeah, so the next piece that he wants you to do in your workbook or your journal is to allow both sides. I really like this because this is almost like, how many of you guys are familiar with the Hermetic principles? How many of y'all familiar with the Hermetic principles? Y'all download, y'all can get a PDF, just do a basic internet search, download the Hermetic principles, and y'all read it. It's not a very long document. I do recommend that you read it. It is how the world works. Thank you, Maya. God is love and he is omnipresent. Yes. And I love the God in you, Maya, and all of you all. So that's what it is. There's a God force in us. If I got to talk about God on a Sunday, but there's a God force in us. And that's what I'm talking about. Tapping into that. Thank you, Maya. That was golden. So the Hermetic principle, one of the Hermetic principles is that what goes up is going to come down. What goes left is always going to go right. What comes around is always going to go around. These are the Hermetic principles. It is the foundation of how the world works. So if you want to know how the world works, get the Hermetic principles. And he is talking about, you're going to have painful experiences. You're going to also have joyous experiences. And he's asking you to write about it in your journal. Will there be losses in my life? Yes, there will. I've been there and back. Will there be a wonderful gain? Yes, there's always going to be gains. You're always going to lose. You're always going to fail. And that's the whole point of it. I want y'all to get this song. This is the second song, number 2. I want y'all to download. It's called, I wrote it down here, Good Days. The name of the song is Good Days. And it's by this white lady. And bless her heart, I met her. She's a beautiful soul. Her name is Luki. Luki. I guess that's how you pronounce it. I don't know. I've never introduced myself to her. I never said, hi, I'm Alicia. How you doing? Her name is Luki. Luki. And the name of her song is Good Days. Listen to that song. Meditate to that song. I want you to meditate to Love Surrounds Us, Love Surrounds You by Bird Tribe, and meditate to Luki, Good Days. And that song is very powerful because she's saying in that song, there are good days, there are bad days, but I'm going to be okay no matter what. So it could almost be a gospel song, but it's not. It's like folky, but she's saying, you know, sometimes things are unfair and that's just how life is, but it'll be okay. So you got to get that song Good Days. And she sings about it washes over me like waves. And that's how life is. Sometimes good things happen to you, that washes over you. Sometimes painful things happen, that washes over you, and it's okay, right? So let me tell y'all, download that song, give that white lady her download credit, and the conversations that we're having right now in this moment transcends race, okay? Because this white lady she's writing about our science, the science of Black people. I don't know if she realizes that that's what she's doing, but we have got to get back to, I really do believe that us as Black people have got to get back to who and what we really are originally. And sometimes you have to transcend race in order to get there. And so give this white lady her download credit because she is amazing. And I met her in person. I've spoken to her. I've sat with her. She does spiritual stuff, a lot of spiritual stuff. And she's an amazing, beautiful soul of a woman. So anyway, all of her music is fantastic, by the way. But if you want to get into how to allow both sides to come through to you, get into Luki, Luki, Good Days. There's good days, there's bad days. It washes over me like, you know, like a wave. Anyway, I can't talk about that enough. But anyway, so let's move on. So I'm kind of summarizing for all of you all who are just joining me. I'm summarizing the end of chapter 2 of How to Be an Adult in Relationships. It's the 5 keys to mindful loving. This is how you do it. So I'm going through the ending of chapter 2. He gives out some practices and some things that you need to do in your journal. So y'all got to keep a journal. He's talking about some things that you need to do. The next step that he talks about is being aware of fulfillment. I really love this. He's saying that in your journal, he wants you to list specific ways, the 5 basic needs: attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and allowing. He wants you to write out in your journal where, when you were growing up, where has each of those 5 things been neglected? Where has each of those 5 things, when you have been growing up, has been fulfilled? So, did you get the attention you felt like you needed when you were a child? Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Okay, sometimes it's different for everybody. Everybody has a specific level of attention. But do you feel like the adults who raised you, who were around you growing up, did they give you the attention that you felt like you needed? Yes, no, write about it in your journal. Did you feel accepted? Did you feel accepted, or did you feel like people were judging you? Did you feel appreciated, or did you feel unappreciated, growing up? Did people appreciate you, right? Did you get affection? Did your mama hug you? Did your daddy hug you? Did you get hugs and kisses when you were growing up? Or do you feel like it was unfulfilled in some way? And were you allowed to be and to say and to think and to feel everything that came to you? Or were you often shut down? So write that in your journal and write about that. And he wants you to say, once you write this down, since these 5 needs are also central qualities of love and support, list what you have been looking for in adult relationships. I'm almost certain they're connected to some of the things that you feel like you're missing. Things I missed at home. I know that's Boyce and I, that's one of our favorite songs by, God, I can't remember who it's by, but there's a song about that. He's asking, are your most desperate needs the very ones that went unfulfilled in your childhood? Ask your partner, ask people around you, are you good at receiving and responding to their own needs? So he's challenging you to reach out to the people who are close to you and ask them, do you feel like I give you enough attention? Do you feel like I give you enough acceptance? Do you feel like I give you enough appreciation, affection? And do I allow you to be who and what you are? If you have an honest conversation with the people around you about how you're doing, it's so important that you don't shut them down. Don't argue with them. Don't go, I don't know what you talk about. Don't get offended. Just be mindful and write it down. List what it is. No arguing. And I really do. I have a prediction. Here's my prediction. My prediction is that all of the things that you all of the things that you felt like you did not receive when you were a child, I'm interested to see where in your current life do you feel like people think that you aren't giving them what they need, right? Some people say, I feel like my parent didn't give me the attention that I feel like I needed as a child. So I want to make sure that when I have children, I want to be able to give them the attention. You know, that's always. But on the other hand, there are some people who feel like because they didn't receive, maybe they didn't receive acceptance when they were growing up. Sometimes they can't give acceptance to other people. So maybe if they felt judged as a child growing up, they can fast forward when they're an adult interacting with their own children, that maybe perhaps their own children feel judged because you grew up being judged. I don't know. I just really think that it is an enlightening experience. This particular exercise, I absolutely love it. And as a matter of fact, I think I may steal this exercise because I may actually use this in an upcoming retreat. I'm thinking about, I have a team of people. I have a new team of people. I had an old team, but now I have another group of people that I'm working with. I'm thinking about doing a retreat about this. So I may do a retreat surrounding some of these things, but it's in the works. And y'all, planning retreats and planning things like the All Black National Convention and stuff like that, it takes a lot of work. So hats off to anybody who even attempts to put stuff like this together. It takes a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of money, a lot of resources to put these things together. Anyway, all right. So being aware of fulfillment. Oh, yes. Okay, Irma wants me to repeat. In this book, on page 79, list specific ways that these needs were fulfilled or neglected. It was attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and allowing. And I talk about that in chapter 1. So you can go back to the videos in chapter 1 and I go into what they all look like. But you kind of know what attention means. Like, do people give you attention, or are they always on their phone, or always, half listening to you, So, so you can use those. Okay, what is this? Yeah. Okay, moments. You must have planned something in your life. Planning events take a lot of work. It's a little overwhelming, I ain't gonna lie. But the thing is that I have this like desire to do retreats, and every time I try to get rid of it, the idea just keeps sticking into my head. So I feel like I have no choice but to do it. But it takes a lot of work. Anyway, Keaton over here talks about giving all his attention. I'll give you all my attention. Look at Keaton over here. Keaton is a lover boy. Was Keaton the one that talked about, wait, it wasn't Keaton. Who talked about I see sex everywhere? Was that Keaton? I can't remember. Anyway, look at Keaton. That's good. Okay. Okay. All right. Moving along. In case you guys are just joining us, it's about 8:15. Let me just let you know, we are reading from How to Be an Adult in Relationships, The 5 Keys to Mindful Loving by David Richo. I'm talking and going through what he lists as activities that he expecting everybody to do in your journal. So he's listing a bunch of activities, and we just have 1, 2, 3, 4 more left, okay, for today. Okay, the next thing he wants you to do in your journal is to think about where you have holes, finding the holes. So I don't know. I like this because I play a lot of bid whiz. I'm from Gary, Indiana. So you can't be from Gary and not know how to play bid whiz. I grew up, my family plays bid whiz. My cousins, they play bid whiz. They've won like bid whiz tournaments and stuff. So they're really good. I don't like playing with them because they're too good. No one can beat them. But when you play bid, y'all ever play bid whiz? When you play bid, you have to actually bid how many books you can make past 6 in your hand, right? And you have a partner, right? So hopefully your partner, once you win the bid, hopefully your partner has your holes, right? You play all big and bad, and then if you win the bid, then you have to deliver. So that means and there's a kitty in there that helps you out. So you can pull the kitty up. So you have an advantage going in playing bid if you win the bid, but you also need to rely on your partner. Bid whiz is like spades, moments with LJ. Bid whiz is kind of like spades, but it's like spades, but way more interesting to me. So it's saying that you have a hand, you also have a kitty to help you out. So you got helpers along the way to help you get your bid, but ultimately you're going to need your partner to come through for you, right? But sometimes you have holes and sometimes your partner can't help you, right? So that's what I think of when I think of finding the holes. So this is a metaphor for finding the holes of what's going on with you, right? This is what the author is saying. It is painful for us to find ourselves fully. We avoid the holes that were left in us by disappointments of early life and adult relationships. So when we compare that to bid whiz, you're dealt a hand. And maybe the hand that's dealt to you is similar to your parents, the family members you grew up with. That's the hand that's dealt to you, right? And sometimes you got a strong hand, which means you have a really healthy family. And sometimes your hand is weak. You're like, I can't bid nothing. I got nothing in this hand. I got a bunch of losers. So to speak, maybe you're dealt a hand where you have a family member, which could be, I don't believe in labeling people as a loser, but giving you the 5 A's that you need, which is attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and allowing. Maybe you were dealt a hand from God, from your family, right? You have no control of it. It's just shuffling the cards and you passing them out, right? Okay, so that is the disappointments of early life. Some of us were not dealt a wonderful hand. Some of us were dealt better hands than others, but that's okay because you know what? You got the kitty. The kitty helps you. You win that bid, you got the kitty. And I think the kitty is almost like you yourself. The kitty is kind of like things in yourself that you can draw upon to help you overcome, right? But at the same time, you have adult relationships. And in those adult relationships, that's your partner. Your partner sometimes can fill the holes, but sometimes your partner can't fill the holes. Your partner's like, I do not, I don't have a big joker. Who got the big joker? I don't have it. So that's the thing. I really think that we need to really understand here exactly what hand that we're dealt, what we have in terms of the kitty to help us get through things, and then what we can rely on our partner to help. But what this book is saying is that the disappointments of early life, what you were dealt with, and adult relationships, your partner, there's always holes and you feel disappointed. But we launch ourselves into them and through them. Here is an empowering experience, practice, to be done in a quiet, meditative way. Here are things that we can do in a meditative way. Number one, find the holes in yourself, the places where the 5 A's have been unfulfilled. Find them, actively look at them. Number two, think of all the times you've tried to fill the holes with someone or something. Usually it's with someone and something. Usually it's like an addiction, right? Number three, make a commitment to climb into the scary craters and sit in them on your own with no attempt to fulfill them. The only tools you bring in with you are the 5 A's, right? Simply stay in each of your deficiencies attentively, acceptingly, appreciatively, and affectionately, fully allowing it to be there. Let it be there, right? Without protest, shame, or blame. The 5 A's are the only true fulfillment of the needs. By giving them to yourself, you are healing wounds you received because you didn't get them from others in your past. This is a great, this is going to be an activity for my retreat. I guarantee you, we're going to be doing some of these things and processing some of these experiences. He's also saying that once you realize what those holes are, that you need to stay with your empty places again and again. You will gradually see them open into lively spaces. Our gaps are not covered or canceled, but exposed by the 5 A's. Oh, and he's going back to Alice in Wonderland because we talked about Alice in Wonderland a few weeks ago. How it's really a metaphor of self-discovery. So y'all check out that movie, Alice in Wonderland. Again, you got to give it to Disney. Give it to Disney. Disney knows how to write some really powerful children's stories. Alice, by herself, she followed the white rabbit into a hole that led into parts of herself that were confused and scary. She was scared the whole time. What's going on? Why did I shrink down? What's happening? She was confused the whole movie, really. Ask yourself if your various partners were meant to be just such rabbits that kindly tried to show you the way into your deepest self. That is your eyes open, your open heart. Now you are finally willing to enter. So he's saying, go down that rabbit hole, explore, find out who and what you are metaphorically down that rabbit hole by doing these exercises. This is all about self-discovery. That's pretty heavy. I think it's tough to do. This is tough to do, but you can do it in your journal, and you can always burn it once you're done if you feel that embarrassed by some of the things that you feel like you were lacking in your life. Okay. He also talks about witnessing your pain. Early or throughout life, your partner or you may have suffered abuse or betrayals or hurt. Early or throughout life, your partner or you may have suffered abuse or betrayals or hurts. Offer your partner the experience of mindful witnessing of the pain that still remains. Come on, men. I'm challenging men to do this. Do this with Mindful witnessing means listening with complete attentiveness, acceptance, allowing affection and appreciation to what the other person reveals and to the feelings behind the person's story. If you ever are in a position where you have a child or a spouse who feels like they want to open up to you, just sit there and watch. Come on. And whenever Dr. Boyce, to you guys, whenever he feels like he needs to get something off his chest, I'm so excited because he doesn't talk that much, believe it or not. So usually I say, what's on your mind? What's happening? And I just button it up and I just let him go, right? He tells me things that he wouldn't say to anybody else, right? And I'm a safe person. I'm not going to bring it up in an argument, or if I get mad at him or something, I'm not going to bring it up. It's going to be confidential. But I love when he opens up and I thank him. You got to thank the other person. Thank you so much for opening up to me. Just because I'm married to you doesn't mean that you have to open up to me. So I appreciate it. I do say that. There must be something about me that makes you feel safe enough to open up to me. So I make sure that I spend a lot of time and effort creating this type of atmosphere for him. And you guys need to do that for each other. As a mindful witness, you do not give advice or try to fix anything, but simply take in what is said and felt in a respectful and encouraging way. Keep what is said completely confidential. Completely. Don't tell your best friend. Don't tell your mama. Can't tell your mama everything, right? And do not talk about it with that person. Don't even talk about it unless the other person asks you to bring it up. Yeah. One caution: do not try this if one of you feels unready to face the pain. Okay, you have to be ready for it. For the practice may bring up pain that has been repressed and controlled for years. Yeah, you don't want to open Pandora's box for things that have happened that can be really challenging, right? But whatever it is, it's confidential. You lock it in a vault, and hopefully that person will open up to you and share with you some more. This is how we have healthy relationships. Kevin, problem is several women have unsafe to open up to. For me, one time was one too many. Yeah, so Kevin, that's why you got to go to the first exercise, Kevin. Checking for safety. You got to check for safety. You got to check for making sure that you're with somebody who's adult enough to handle what you got to talk about, right? So Kevin, you bring up something really wonderful. You got to check for safety. That's the very first practice he asked for. So that is a problem. And if you find someone that you're not safe with, do not open up to them, right? Work on trying to find a mate who you feel comfortable with and not your enemy, right? Someone that you can feel safe with. Thank you, Kevin, for bringing that up. Kevin is a male name, so I guess he's a guy. And a lot of men are vigilant. A lot of men are very vigilant of trying to find someone they feel safe with. Look at Rhonda. Thank you, Rhonda. Dr. Boyce looks amazing since your marriage. Yeah, he's an amazing person on the inside. He really is. And we got to get it on the outside too. But yeah, that's my guy. He's always been Boyce as long as I've known him. So thank you for that. How do I turn that off? Okay. Witnessing the pain. That's a challenge. So whenever you're in a position where somebody is really opening up to you, you have to keep it confidential. Thank you, Irma. Men sometimes are too closed and everything is confidential. Yeah, because they don't want to be hurt. Just look, Irma, you got to look at men sometimes where it's either the hurt child that's talking or the developed adult that's talking. And when they feel like they need to keep everything confidential and they don't feel like they can open up, that's hurt child. and you just have to understand that. And I think if you can have a conversation about it, if you can say, what can I do to make you feel more comfortable with me? What happened to you that makes you feel like you can't open up? They're going to have a story. So try to get from them, what's going on, and you be open. Sometimes you can model for a lot of men. If you feel safe enough, now you don't want to share everything, but if you feel safe enough, you can honestly say, hey, let me share something with you. And you can model for them how to open up and how to be vulnerable, because men can't be vulnerable and they shouldn't be, right? But with people that they trust and people that they feel safe with, they need to open up to them. So it's a very tricky thing. Thank you, Irma. That comment is really spot on today. Okay, one caution, do not try this. Yeah, bringing up the pain. Just make sure it's something that you feel comfortable bringing up. Okay, last two ones. You got to locate the pearl. I love this analogy. The author comes up with this analogy about the pearl. He's saying, consider the commentary on the pearl as a metaphor for pain and its potential to be changed into something beautiful, like a pearl, right? Because pearls are mysterious. Anyway. Then this poem, then write a poem. He wants you to write a poem. Oh my goodness, this author wants you to write a poem about the pearl, exploring your memories of pearls and how they figure in your life, or answer these questions that he supplied. So let me give you the scenario about the pearl. Okay. In reaction to an irritation caused by a parasite or a grain of sand, the self-healing power of the oyster covers it with layers of aragonite. I don't know how to pronounce that. But the pearl covers it. After several years, the oyster. Okay, let me start from the beginning. In reaction to an irritation caused by a parasite or a grain of sand, so something's irritated this oyster, got in, he covers it up. The oyster, self-healing power of the oyster covers it with layers of this material. After several years, the pearl is created, composed of the same materials as the inner shell of the oyster. A pearl thus achieves its beauty and value from deep within its own protective shell. Y'all know where they're going with this scenario, right? The unique luster of the pearl depends on the refraction of light from their translucent layering. The iridescence that some pearls emit is caused by the overlapping of successive layers that disperse the light as it hits them. The pearl science is amazing, right? Unlike any other gems, pearls are not cut or polished. Pearls is the only gem that's not cut or polished. Y'all see how shiny pearls are? I don't have pearls today. Usually I wear pearls. It is not cut or polished, but they're very translucent, right? They can easily decay, and their softness makes them very vulnerable to acid and heat. Pearls like to be worn against human skin, which is the best way to maintain their luster. So pearls have to be worn to maintain their luster. Okay, there's some science about pearls. There are many layers of metaphor in this description. Journal. Pull your journals out. Journal your responses to these questions. What is the grit in you? The grit, that little grain of sand that gets into the oyster. What is your grain of sand? What is your grit that awaits attention or has already been covered up? Do you trust your inner resources to provide the layering that will transform grit into pearls? Yes, Ronald. That's why women love pearls. You're right. That's why women love pearls. Yes, Ronald. So when you get, hey, that's romance right there, Ronald. You got to give your significant other a pearl and tell the story about the pearl. They'll be all excited about that. Notice the phrase is self-healing power from deep within its own protective shell. Their softness makes them vulnerable against human skin to maintain their luster. How will they work for you? What is it that you're going to have in yourself to help you gain your luster? And I do think, well, I don't think I know, and all therapists know this, that everybody already has what it takes to turn that grain of sand into a pearl. And it's funny because that's the whole purpose of therapy is to help you find that grain of sand that's initially an irritant. It's a pain that you don't have to suffer from, but what you can do is turn it into a pearl. And that's on the other side of therapy: self-acceptance, self-love, understanding, going through your life, being calm, being relaxed, never feeling pain, never suffering, feeling pain, but never suffering from the pain, right? That's the whole point of therapy, being in connection with how you felt in that moment when that painful thing happened to you and connecting with that. Yes, the inner beauty. There's beauty in pain. There's strength in pain, right? And you know what the biggest thing that pain gives you? There's a birthing process. Anybody ever have a baby? I've had 3 babies. It's a birthing process, right? There's something beautiful that comes out of something painful. Let me tell you, birthing is very painful. So, but yeah, the inner, unearthing the inner beauty, I think that is spot. All right, so how y'all doing? How y'all doing, everybody? Yes, there's joy. As soon as you have a baby, all of the chemicals, the love chemicals run through your body and you're just joyous. And sometimes, why would I have 3 children? Well, because I got amnesia and I forgot how painful it was. The joy took over. And then I have another baby and I'm like, yeah, now I remember this was painful. But anyway. Lastly, we're going to finish up chapter 2, and then we're going to go on next week. We're going to figure out how to find a partner. Y'all got to tune in to that. Rhonda said, "Is heaven to give birth?" Girl. Oh my God. Yeah, I guess that's heaven. I could look back on it and say it's heaven, but in the moment, I just remember thinking this feels painful. Okay. Especially natural childbirth, which I had natural childbirth. It was hard. Okay. The last thing that David Richaud, we're talking about for people just joining, how to be an adult in relationships, the 5 keys to mindful loving. We are going over the practices. Get your journals out. He wants you to write about this. The last thing he talks about in chapter 2 is how to grieve the past. Y'all ready for that? Turn to the appendix and read the introductory section. Okay, so he wants you to go to the back of the book. He wants you to read the introduction. When you feel ready, begin the steps of grieving for childhood losses and abuses. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree to this strategy. I use this strategy a lot when it comes to people who consider a relationship as failed, people who end a relationship. I always say, you got to grieve that relationship because you put your hopes and dreams into this relationship that it will last forever, and it didn't last forever. So sometimes you need to grieve the idea of a perfect relationship that you didn't get. I also think that all of us need to grieve all of the things that we didn't get as a child, because you can't reverse time and go back and change things a lot of times. So it is important to grieve childhood losses, childhood abuses. Continue with the steps according to your own timing as you read this book. Perhaps working on one step with each of the following chapters. You may also opt to begin the steps after reading this entire book. Respecting your own timing is an essential element of success in any practice and in any relationship. And with that, we are done with chapter 2. Y'all, we're going to tune in next week. Oh, let me talk about what I need to talk about. I'd like for you all to go to, I can't even find it. Let me see if I can find. Y'all, I'm not the best YouTuber, but, text love to 87948. I think you get text messages on whether, when I go live. I don't know what time on a Sunday I go live, but sometimes it's around about this time of the day. It all depends on what I got going on with my private practice. But y'all want to text love to 87948 so that you can find out when next week I'm going to be talking about how to find a partner. So I'm excited about talking about that, because that's always something we like to analyze and try to figure out. But I thank you all for joining me today. Follow me on Instagram, Coaching with Dr. Alicia. If you need to get a hold of me, if you want to reach out to me, I will email you back, either myself or my assistant. You can find me at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Let me say goodbye to everyone. Thank you, Ronald, Kevin, Dr. Vibe. Love you so much. Rhonda, McClure. I will see y'all next week. Okay. Bye-bye.
Sometimes it makes sense to do that, or you think it's something that you should never do. Is it a hard no? Is it like okay, Chelsea says it depends. Calvin says depends. April, it depends. Mark McKiss says heck no. He's probably thinking hell no. Okay, I see Irma says no. Okay, I see some yeses and some nos. And so what I want to do is kind of, I don't know, this was on my brain today, and I thought this would be a nice topic to drill into in order to just gain some perspective on some of this. So maybe when it comes time to make that decision, you'll have a framework that you can lean on that'll help you decide whether or not it works for you, whether or not it's something that you want to do. Believe it or not, there's financial research on almost everything. There's research on all kinds of topics in terms of what, how people respond to money. As you know, money is power. Money is also a source of a lot of emotion. It could be a source of happiness and feeling good about life, or it could be a source of tremendous distress. And so so what I'm going to do is basically explain when you should loan money to relatives, okay? And not so much tell you that you should or should not do it, but just to say that if you ever thought about doing it, there are ways to do it safely, and ways to do it in a way where you're not going to end up hating your cousin for the next 40 years because they didn't pay you back. My grandfather, I've told you all, how many of y'all know that my cousin was in that group TLC? Give me a yes if I've ever told y'all that story. I don't know. Some of y'all know me well enough to know the TLC story. But anyway, yeah, my cousin's in TLC, which I think is the greatest female group of all time. Her name was T-Boz, aka Tiana Watkins, and she's I felt kind of awkward when I realized she was my cousin, because I always thought she was the prettiest one in the group, and but you can't be looking at your cousin like that. That's just weird. And so anyway, the way we're related is our grandfathers are brothers. Her grandfather's name is Sam. My grandfather's name is Matt. And basically, Sam and Matt, the reason I was asking my family, I said, okay, I know we got 10 billion cousins, because they had a lot of kids, generate a lot of generational wealth in terms of children and family. Family is a form of wealth. We've talked about this. We talked about how your family is your multi-million-dollar asset, but you have to activate it. It's just like a business or a trust. If you don't put assets in a trust, then a trust has no value. But if you put assets in the trust, you fill up that bucket, then that can become something that is creates generational wealth for the next 100 years. So or business. If you get the business and you work the business and you're skilled at the business, then the business can make you very wealthy. But if you're sloppy with the business and you don't know what you're doing or you don't put the time into it, then it's not going to help you. It becomes a liability rather than an asset. So really, when it comes to family and children, what I encourage you to really, really think hard about is how do we activate this asset? How do we really, take these little badass kids and really turn that into something that's just going to put our family, on fire in a good way. And help us to just really do some amazing things. And I spoke today with a brother that I met when I went to Atlanta. I forget, I don't have his name in front of me, but he was a black man that he happens to be a member of the Nation of Islam, which I told you, I think that you should study the nation in terms of their philosophies on family structure, on economics, education, things like that, mental health, because there's a lot to learn there. Anyway, he had 3 kids. He homeschooled all of his kids because he didn't want them to be harmed by the school system. And now a lot of his kids, I think at least 2 of his kids work for him, and he has a very successful construction company that's doing really amazing work. And so, really, ultimately, I encourage you to really understand that children are an asset, but like any asset, you have to activate the asset. You got to work the asset in order for the asset to become worth anything. If you acquire an asset and you don't invest in it, it's going to fall apart. So, for example, I was listening to a podcast where they were breaking down whether or not private equity firms are good or bad for business. Is it good or bad when a private equity firm takes over a company? And they point out examples where it was good and examples where it was bad. Like Red Lobster pretty much got destroyed because the private equity firm came in and they sucked the company dry. It's kind of crazy how they do this. They do these things called leverage buyouts. It's crazy, right? So what they'll do is they'll say, we want to go buy Red Lobster. And they'll say, well, we got to borrow $3 billion to buy Red Lobster. So we'll put up, 300 million, and the rest, the 2.7 billion, we're going to borrow from a bank. But then what you tell the bank is you say, after we borrow this money, Red Lobster is going to have this debt. Red Lobster is going to go into debt. Not me, not the person who's controlling the asset. The company I'm acquiring is going to take on this debt. So again, these are not specific numbers. The numbers vary from, situation to situation. But basically, Red Lobster is now in debt. Not you, Red Lobster, but you're able to control the company. So they're milking the assets. They're making all these crazy deals where they're just basically sucking the company dry. And then next thing you know, Red Lobster, which was a great business before the private equity firm came along, is suddenly saying, oh, we got to shut our doors. And they're saying it's because we gave endless shrimp. And it wasn't because of the endless or bottomless shrimp or free shrimp, all you can eat shrimp. That wasn't what brought it down. It was basically some moves by the private equity firm that allegedly caused this company to have so many problems. Okay. So ultimately, I think it's like, in a way, you can think about that like with children, where or any asset that you have, if you invest in the asset in a relevant way, where you are pouring something into it consistently, you're not just sort of milking it dry, you can actually create something that's bigger and stronger. Like there's been times where private equity firms took over a company and made it better. Like Burger King, there was one company that took it over, and now Burger King's stronger than ever, and so that can work out very, very well. But if you go the opposite direction, where you either don't invest in something or you're just a taker and not a giver, then that thing's going to fall apart. And this is not just true for economic investments. This is also true for relationships. Relationships. Hey, seriously, has anybody ever had a relationship with a taker? If you're a giver or a pleaser or whatever it is, however you might be defined by your therapist, has anybody ever been in a relationship with somebody who takes? How many of y'all have gone through that? It is the absolute worst feeling in the world. It's terrible. It's not fun. You don't like it. And takers tend to know they know who to go after. Believe me, take it from a man who's had money for quite a while. I can spot a gold digger from a 50-mile radius. I can pick up on it. I can pick up on the women that suddenly thought all my jokes were hilariously funny and that I was the most interesting man in the world and all this other stuff. And it's not, I mean, I don't have a problem with it, right? Because the studies show that the women are naturally attracted to resources and stuff. And I get that. But when I get a sense like, okay, that you're literally looking at me like fresh meat, and you kind of know, like, okay, because this guy has this money, I can buy this and I can buy this and I can buy this and I can buy this. that's not interesting to me, right? And so when I married my wife, I specifically was happy to marry somebody where money isn't that important to her, and also she had her own money, so it wasn't as big of a deal, right? So ultimately, when you're talking about relationships, it has to be give and take. It has to be reciprocal. Some of you have relatives that take. You have people that you've had relationships with that take. And those sorts of interactions don't tend to work. They're not sustainable because you can't take from something forever without replenishing what you take. You can't, I'm gonna stop right there. You can't just keep taking and then not replenish. It's okay to take. See, this is the thing. People think that it's bad to take anything. I had a whole conversation when I spoke at UPS yesterday. I spoke to a young lady, 27 years old. She was a single mom and she was an airplane pilot. So we kind of really had a good conversation about airplanes and flying because I got my pilot's license, but she's a real pilot. I'm just a student pilot. And she was saying that she said, I really want to fly more, but it's expensive. I said, yeah, it is expensive. And but I said, you're around all these airplane pilots. I just met with all the black UPS pilots the other day. They would love to help you. They would take you up. It wouldn't cost you anything. And she said, yeah, but I really don't know. I really don't like asking for help. And I said, no, 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 no. See, don't think like that. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to take things. You deserve support. You're doing great things with your life. I'm really proud of you. People will want to help you. I said, but if you want to make yourself feel better, make it reciprocal. If you feel guilty about taking, just give. Just make a rule. Give twice as much as you take. Right? So if somebody offers you help, it's not charity. It is mutual support. So when they come in and they say, "Hey, I'll help you fly. It won't cost you anything. We can take my airplane and whatever." Then what you do is you say, "Okay, anything you ever need, I got you." Their birthday comes up, you send them a gift. They have a problem, you step up and you help them as much as they help you, and then it becomes a great relationship. Then you have a web and a network of people around you where everything is beneficial for everyone. It's a win-win-win-win-win. Right? And so taking is not the problem. Taking is not the issue. Taking is only a problem if you're not giving as much as you take. It's only a problem when it's not reciprocal, right? And this is the issue that you run into. This is why a lot of athletes go broke, why a lot of celebrities lose money, is because they're giving, but nobody's giving anything back. Nobody, and part of that is built around how you frame yourself. Some people frame themselves as charity cases. If I have a brother who goes off and becomes a rap star and he's making lots of money, maybe I define myself as a person who can do nothing for him except be a part of his entourage and just sort of hang around him and wait for him to pay my bills. Right. And that's not effective. What has to occur is that I got to say, okay, how can I help? Maybe you need security. Maybe you need somebody that can cook for you. Maybe you need somebody that can help handle your business affairs. Like, I want to help. I'm available. What you need, cuz what you need. And you have to have a mindset that says, okay, how can I activate you? LeBron did this. LeBron activated a lot of his friends. He didn't want a big entourage of a bunch of people that he was just throwing money at. He would send them to places to learn skill sets that he needed. I do need a chef. Here, I'll send you to culinary school or whatever. I do need a business person. So I'm gonna make sure you get trained so that you know what to do with my money when I start getting rich. Rich Paul, thank you. That's his name. So long story short, there's nothing wrong with taking. I would think of it almost like when they do environmentalism. If you notice, the environmentalists, I think they have these rules like where every tree they chop down, the environmentalists worked with the industrialists who want to go chop down these trees. So they have these little rules where it's like for every one tree you chop down, you plant 5 trees or something. So that works out perfectly fine. Okay. So don't think that taking is bad. Don't get to the point where you embrace this rugged individualism where you're trying to do it all by yourself, figure it out all by yourself. That's what a lot of folks do. I think a lot of people get caught up in that nonsense of thinking that they're supposed to conquer the world all by themselves. And that's very lonely. It's very, very hard. It typically fails and it doesn't work. But if you find good people that will give to you as much as you're giving to them, then that becomes a beautiful thing. Then you can ask for things and it's okay. So let's talk about loaning money to relatives. So one of the things I want to sort of drill into, and actually before I forget, let me give you all this quiz that I created this thing. You can try it out. Tell me what you think about it. But it's a quiz on whether or not your estate plan is is properly put together. And so this quiz will allow you to kind of figure out where you are. Remember, building all this wealth doesn't matter if you throw it all away, but when you die and stuff, because we're all going to die. And what's interesting is that a lot of us are not prepared for death. We just kind of, I don't know, think we're going to live forever or something. But you're black, and that doesn't happen for black people or anyone. Actually, no one lives forever. But black people, we kind of die a lot. So it's kind of important for us to kind of have a plan for that, especially if you love your kids and love your family and stuff like that. So in fact, that same single mom, and I hope I invited her to class, so she may be in here. I hope she doesn't feel embarrassed. I won't say her name, but I was talking to her about her. By the way, the link is in the chat. I did tell her, I said, as a single mom, you got to ask yourself, what happens if I'm not here tomorrow? If I'm not here tomorrow, what happens to my child? What happens to my life? Who knows where my bank accounts are? Who knows where my investment account is, right? So anyway, so there's the link to the quiz. It's in the chat, so feel free to grab it, and you can keep it and take it, or you can take it right now. It's totally up to you, and it'll kind of give you a sense of where you are in terms of planning for your estate. And also, don't forget, if you want to be on the text list to get invited to this class, just text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. All right, so here's a few stats on loaning money to relatives. I wrote about it a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. And you can find a copy of that at drboycebooks.com. And so anyway, here's some data on loaning money to relatives. And I chose to write about this because I've loaned money to relatives before. I still do. And sometimes it hurts your feelings. It really does. Sometimes it's like, damn it, like who built these people that think they can borrow lots of money from you and just never pay it back? Like who created these childlike individuals? I call it childlike. It's a form of what I refer to as economic immaturity, because you don't understand, you're not grown enough to understand that person who loaned you that money, they need their money. Like, what makes you think that you can take from other people and they're going to be okay? Like who defined you to be the 30-year-old kid in the family? You're in your 20s, you're in your 30s. It's okay to ask for help. But when you ask for help and then you don't do what you say you're going to do, you don't pay back the money that's owed, somebody has to pay that price. In economics, we have a term that says or a phrase that says there's no such thing as a free lunch. And that means somebody's paying for that. So the idea that you think that you can take and not give anything, and that somehow it's going to magically get covered for or taken or sort of fixed by somebody else, pretty much means that you have what I refer to as a form of economic immaturity. Because economic immaturity is where you're thinking like a child. Children do that. Children are like, I'll make a mess, somebody gonna pick it up. Children think like, oh well, I need new toys, somebody's gonna buy it, not me. I mean, I just a little kid. And you get these like 35-year-old versions of little kids. Like, I just a little kid. I gonna borrow money. I just gotta pay. I can't pay it back. I don't have no money. Right? So when you don't solve the problem, you're handing the problem to somebody else. And part of what creates challenges in a lot of our families is that, again, you got these grown ass kids, 45 years old. Hey, yeah, I can't, I'm just struggling, cuz I can't come up with nothing. No, that's not appropriate. Because if everybody thought the way you think, then everything would fall apart. Everything will fall to shit. It really goes deeper than that. Even goes, to the point of somebody making a baby and just being like, oh, well, my baby's mamas, they got it covered. They holding it down. They're holding it down because your weak ass can't hold nothing down. Like, that's what they're doing. They're holding it down so you can go play like a child. And they're the ones who figuring out how to go pick up the baby from school, how to take care of the baby when they're sick, how to go buy an extra pair of diapers or a set of diapers that the baby needs. I mean, it's crazy to me. And it's not just men, right? It's everybody, right? So it's not just gender specific, but it's a mindset. It's a mindset that says, I am not without accountability. I can add no value to anyone else's life. And if I do have the ability to do something good for the world, I'm going to do it for me. Right? I'm going to do something that's going to give me pleasure, or I'm going to go buy me a new pair of Jordans, knowing that I owe my cousin $400 that they really needed when they loaned that money to me. That is a mindset. That is psychological. That is 100% in your brain, because there are other people who think in the completely opposite direction. There are people who say, gosh, I know you really need your money, I borrowed it from you. I'm going to get it to you as soon as I can. Even if I can't pay it right away, I'm going to do everything I can to try to make this right. I'm going to be accountable to you because I understand my role in the ecosystem. I understand my position on the basketball team. If I don't get the rebound, if I throw the ball out of bounds, or if I can't hit the open shot, then the team is going to lose. You understand? Because remember, your family is your team. Your family's your team. And a lot of your teams are losing because your players don't understand their position. They're not playing their position. They're not playing their role. You're passing the ball and they're asleep on the bench. Or you're waiting for them to play defense with you. You're playing defense all by yourself because they at the club getting high or something, right? So ultimately, this all is a mindset, and this is something that is detrimental. It costs the Black community trillions of dollars. There's so many different reasons that this horrific ecosystem does come into existence because it's one of these things where you can't sort of isolate the blame. You can't say, well, it's because of these men or it's because of these women. Because remember, a lot of these men were raised by women. So you can't say it's just the men, and you can't say it's just the women because a lot of the women are abandoned by the men, right? And so and I believe that men, we have a certain type of power, and we do set a standard. So if we don't set the standard the right way and show up in the best way we possibly can, then guess what? Everything falls apart. This is where I become the old school Southern Black man. I'm not politically correct. I don't give a shit about being politically correct. I believe that the man is the tent pole of the tent. I believe that the father, the man, you got this thing in your body called testosterone. You've got these big muscles and all this, these other things that give you special skill sets nobody else has. And I believe that you set the standard. You are the tent pole of the tent. So if the tent pole falls down, the whole tent collapses on everybody. If the tent pole is flimsy, then the tent cannot withstand the storm. If the tent pole is short and tiny, then the tent's not going to be very high. So one of the things that I talk to our son about all the time is I say, look, man, you're the tent pole. You're the leader. You set the standard. You're 6'9". He's 6'9", by the way. So he's not my biological son. I am not capable of creating a child that's 6'9". His father's a wonderful man, but I spend a lot of time with him in the house. I'm his bonus dad, and I love that role. I'm honored to play that role. And I just remember talking to him and saying, look, man, you're 6'9". You're very smart. You're a natural leader, and people sort of follow suit based on what standard you set. So in my view, when you see women around you that need help, you're supposed to step up. You have to be reliable. You have to be sturdy. If you're not reliable and sturdy, then it kind of creates chaos for everybody. And it's really disruptive to the Black community because you have to have so many scenarios where women are like, well, there is no man here, so I'm going to be the man. And then it just creates all this awkwardness, because when a real man shows up, then you got two dudes trying to fight it out for power, which just becomes chaotic, right? So again, this is my personal observation. And probably some of this is a reflection of my own unique experience. So I'm definitely biased, but I'm assuming some of you can relate to this because I think some of you see the imbalance that's occurring in our families and in our communities. So let's start with this basic idea that says, if you talk about the financial side, you have to understand the code of conduct as it pertains to money and as it pertains to borrow money from family. So let me give you some stats on this. Basically, 57%, according to a survey by Bankrate, 57% of people who loan money to friends or relatives said they had negative outcomes, including damaged relationships, resentment, or not being repaid in full or not at all. So that means 57% of people endured what my wife talks about a lot. She has a workbook on this. They endure financial trauma. It's very traumatic when you loan a lot of money to somebody and you have this, this loving, touching, bonding moment where they're like, oh, thank you for coming through for me, cuz I appreciate it. Oh, it's all right. I got you. I love you too. And I just make sure you get the money to the landlord because I don't want you and the baby to get evicted. And then next thing you know, the person disappoints you. Like, it sucks. It's horrible. It's so painful. It just pisses you off too. You're pissed off, but you're pissed off because you're hurt. I had a cousin I loaned a lot of money to one time. He ain't the only one. And I remember that I like came through for him. Like, it was like this triumphant moment of like, yeah, we're going to elevate. We're going to really do this together. We're going to really, I want to see you do better in your life. And then the Negro disappeared. Like, I didn't see him for 4 years. And when I saw him again, part of me was like, I want to knock you out right now. You sorry ass piece of shit. Excuse my French. It's too early to be cussing. That's how I felt. I was like, wait, we had this bonding moment and you just lied to me. You just completely just fed me a whole fairy tale. I don't know if you own dope or something, because drug addicts are good liars. I was like, what happened? But then there's the other part of me, the part of me that went to therapy. That see, all of Boyce didn't go to therapy. Only half of me showed up with the therapist. The other half of me needs to. I need to go get him and bring him to the sessions with me. And the part of me that went to therapy was like, well, Boyce, forgiveness is a superpower. And you have to give them grace because, not everybody can do everything that they plan to do. And you have to forgive and you got to move on, because being mad is not going to help the situation. It ain't going to get your money back. And also it's only going to hurt you to be bitter and angry. So that was the therapy side of me. But the other side of me was like, I want to kick you in your testicles right now because you lied to me. So the anger that we feel it's driven by hurt. Like I felt that way because I was like so disappointed. Like, damn, man, that was a lot of money, man. And they told me not to loan you the money. I was being stupid to trust you, and I did it. And now I'm looking even dumber because I took a chance on somebody who didn't deserve my support. So what does that do? That then affects how you view loaning money in the future. Somebody else comes along, so with maybe a good investment idea, or maybe they really need help and maybe they're really going to come through, but you're all bitter. You're all scarred now. So now you're like, I ain't loaning money to nobody. I ain't never loaning money to relatives again. I hate my family. I hate my relatives. F all of y'all. F all of y'all. That's what happens. And you got to think about how toxic and unhealthy it is to go through life. Think about this. The Jewish community, they be loaning money to each other all the time. There's a section of India where they literally own like, I want to say like 60% of the hotels in America and like 80% of the 7-Elevens in America or something, because they loan money to each other all the time. They do. I forgot what it is. If somebody knows the name of that section, let me know. And I probably got the stats wrong. But they own an insane number of hotels and an insane number of 7-Elevens. Ironically, I have no idea how this happened. And it's because they're loaning money to each other. But you get into like a lot of black families, we like, I ain't never I'll loan money to a white man who I don't even know before I loan money to my own damn sibling. Because these Negroes ain't nothing. And that's just such horrible energy to have to carry around. It's the Patels. Thank you, Mike. So generally speaking, let me go through the stats. Let me lay some of this out. All right. I'm gonna try to get more serious now because I'm in a goofy mood today. All right, so 46% of lenders lost money, according to the same Bankrate survey. They said 46% of respondents who loan money to loved ones reported not being repaid. So think about that; it's almost half. That's just terrible. And it's not just Black people. This is a survey they took of Americans. Period. 26% feel resentment or hurt. I mentioned that there's a lot of hurt when you trust somebody and you go on a limb for them and they completely let you down. And so the question would become like, well, what made me trust you in the first place? That's when you question yourself. But then the question for them is, what made you think it was okay for you to do that? What in your culture? See, culture is very important when it comes to money, because in the Patels, apparently the culture is if you borrow money, you pay that shit back. If you borrow money, you pay it back. You pay what you owe. Right. But for whatever reason, in our culture, it's like, maybe I'll pay you back, maybe not. And there's not sort of an understanding of the fact that you're not just going to lose the money there, but you're going to lose the relationship. So loaning money to people that are close to you, it's important to find a way to do it because we have to share resources. That's a powernomics principle. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. But the downside is that it's a highly risky endeavor. It's a highly leveraged kind of thing because so many assets that you have are correlated, connected to what you're doing. So what do I mean by that? Well, you're not just, when I loan you money and you're my cousin and we have this relationship, and then what happens is, about me loaning you money, I'm not just risking the money, I'm risking the relationship. Because if I loan you a lot of money and you don't pay me back, then I lose a cousin and I lose the money. and which makes me a double sucker. It makes me sit back and say, man, what was I doing? That was so stupid. I should have told my cousin no, but then that creates the other alternative where you left somebody you love stranded like that. And it creates a special dilemma for those of you that are doing well. You know, when you got extra money and your family knows that you're doing well, you're doing better than everyone else. So your survivor's guilt kicks in, and you want to make sure that you're there for other people, you know, and you say things like little things that don't typically mean anything, like, hey, let me know if you need anything. Well, that term means nothing if you're broke. If you have nothing to offer anybody, then if you say, hey, let me know if you need anything, then that's easy. It's easy to say it because you ain't got nothing to give nobody. So it's like a greeting. You just say it, just to say it. But what if you got like $1 million in the bank and you say, you talk to your broke cousin because you want to keep it real. You want to be, you know, you want to stay down, and you're like, hey, let me know if you need anything. And then, 2 hours later, they're like, hey, we got a situation. And I had a cousin, he would always call me and say, hey, cuz, I got a situation. And I'd be like, oh, Lord Jesus. Like, I don't want no situations on my doorstep. And so, long story short, I even got to the point where I was afraid to even say, like, let me know if you need anything. And that's crazy. That's like a reflection of very awkward trauma, because there was a big burden that suddenly came with even saying that. I remember I saw an old friend from high school, and he was my buddy in high school, but I hadn't seen him for many years, and I saw him in Walmart, and he wasn't doing so good. You know, to be honest with you, he wasn't really big on education or nothing. So he kind of ended up where you end up when you don't make the right choices. And I remember saying, hey, all right, man, well, good to see you. All right, well, let me know if you need anything. Why did I say that? He literally called me 2 hours later. He needed me to, he got in a fight with his wife, and he was trying to move out that day from the house. It was something crazy, something really weird. And I was like, I don't want to be in the middle of your drama. I don't even know you like that. But it was like that was an example of where even that little statement, like, let me know if you need anything, that can be kind of weird. So anyway, let me read more of the stats, and then I'm actually going to give you a solution. You guys know I want to be solution oriented and not just talk about the problem. So another thing is that family loans often lead to unspoken expectations. Research from the Pew Charitable Trust in 2019 highlighted that people often struggle with unspoken expectations when they loan money to relatives. The absence of formal contracts or repayment terms tends to exacerbate misunderstandings. So that means that if you don't have something written down, maybe a contract or at least something written on paper, then you can have misunderstandings. Misunderstandings are literally the trigger for a lot of broken relationships. But then also sometimes people loan you money and they expect more than just the money. Right? So all money isn't good money. This is a general principle that you have to be really thoughtful about who you take your money from, because when they give you money, many cases there's something else that they expect. So for example, that's why with the All Black National Convention, we don't take any money from corporations. We don't take any money from the government. We don't take any money from the Democrat or Republican parties, because I know money well enough to know that you're not going to write a big fat check without having some sort of expectation that comes with that check. Like, oh, hey, Dr. Boyce, we want to put this person on a panel, or we'd like for this politician to come speak at your event. No, I don't want to hear all that. And I'm not going to be on stage, thanking Walmart for Black liberation. That's not something I'm interested in doing. So it's like, you know what? I'll pass on that money. We'll get the money some other way. Same thing is also true when I was Michael Bloomberg gave hundreds of millions of dollars to a lot of HBCUs, and I was very concerned about that. I was happy because it's great. A lot of young Black kids get to go to school and become doctors and lawyers and everything else. But also Bloomberg is a strategic person. He moves in a certain way. He's very, very political. So you don't even have to tell me. It doesn't have to be revealed to me that there are going to be certain expectations that come with this money. I know that if the guy who wrote you a $50 million check calls the president of that university, he can pretty much get whatever he wants, right? If he says, I think this person should be your commencement speaker, then that person's going to be the speaker. If he says, I need you to not bring these ideas in, or not do XYZ, or I heard Farrakhan was coming to your campus and I'm very concerned because he's anti-Semitic and whatever they want to say about him, right? So these sorts of things are very real, and it's very important to understand that when you get money from someone, I think it's really critical to kind of just figure out like what comes with this. And if you don't have that conversation, then you can have a lot of confusion, a lot of misunderstanding. So lack of repayment is very common. A lot of emotional tension is connected to loaning money to relatives, and also formal agreements can really help to kind of clear the process. Now, let me give you a few rules that you can apply when it comes to loaning money to relatives, so that if you decide to embrace a poweronomic strategy and group economics within your family, you will have a pathway to kind of do it in a way that's not harmful to you or that minimizes the damage. Okay. And actually, before I do that, I want to remind everybody, tonight we're doing a stock options training in the Prime program. If you're interested in options and you want to get an invitation, it's not free, but it's worth the investment. Feel free to text the word options to the number 87948, and you can join us in the Prime program. A lot of you are members of Prime, and you can feel free to say something in the chat about your experience, so others will know. But feel free to text the word options to the number 87948. All right, so so here are a few recommendations for how to kind of deal with loaning money to relatives. First of all, you have to have clarity. You have to have clarity. In financial theory, there's a whole set of thousands of research papers written about something that I've talked to you guys about before called moral hazard. Moral hazard. And pretty much one way to define moral hazard is it pretty much says that that once somebody has your money, they can pretty much kick you in the butt. Once somebody has the power that you've given to them, they can screw you if they want to. And so an example of moral hazard would be once this actually happened where a lot of banks made loan money to a lot of Central American governments. And once the governments had their money, they pretty much were like, well, screw you. Like, we'll pay you when we feel like paying you. Right. And so they had to negotiate, and they got just pennies on the dollar on all the money they loaned, because these people that had their money were pretty much laying out the terms. And a lot of you have gone through this. Have you ever had somebody where you loan money to and they're really, really polite before they get your money, but what happens after they get your money? What happens? What happens a lot of times after they have your money and you're trying to get your money back? Well, suddenly the attitude has shifted, right? They're not as friendly as they used to be. They used to pick up the phone on the first ring when they were trying to get your money. It was like, sure, anything you need, cuz I'm gonna pay you back on Tuesday, and no, actually I'm gonna pay you Monday because I'm gonna get paid. And as soon as I get paid, I'm gonna walk the paycheck to your job. Where you work at? What's the address again? Are you gonna be free at 3:00? Like, it's real, like, serious and intense and accommodating before they get the money. But then after they get the money, what happens? They kind of slack off, because when you're loaning money to relatives, typically the people that are coming to you to borrow money, they're not your sturdiest relatives. They're not the ones who are typically on top of everything, because if they've been on top of everything, they wouldn't have trouble paying the rent this month, right? If they've been on top of everything, they wouldn't be behind in their finances every month. So they're already kind of, or before they ask you to co-sign for the loan because their credit's so bad, well, if they'd been on top of everything, they wouldn't have bad credit needing someone to co-sign for their loan. My father used to cuss about that. My father used to get really pissed off when people would ask him to co-sign for stuff, because he was like, why in the F, I'm not going to cuss because I'm going to repeat what my dad said to me, but he said, why in the F would you think that I believe you're going to protect my credit when you didn't even protect your own credit score? You didn't even protect your own credit score. So I know you ain't going to give a damn about mine. So you got to remember that sometimes those people, I'm not talking about people who need help every now and then. A lot of us need help. I've borrowed money before. So I'm not talking about you if you're the person that comes through for other people. Let's make that clear. But those people that sort of chronically have one disaster after another in their life haven't yet figured out that the number one variable in their life is the person in the mirror. I really feel sorry for people who have one problem after another, and every single time they somehow believe that it's always someone else's fault. That's kind of a hell to be trapped in, where your life is screwed up and you feel like you ain't got nothing to do with it. I got 4 kids and I ain't had nothing to do with it, but you did. You made the kids. Like, those are yours. You were there when the sex happened, right? Were you conscious? And you were there, right? Nobody did anything inappropriate, right? So basically, generally speaking, the moral hazard issue, let's go back to that, pretty much says that once you let go of that money, you're letting go of power, because money is power. So same thing happens even in dating. You have a guy that's super nice to a lady in the beginning, because even the worst men can be very, very nice. Even the worst women can be super nice in the first 3 or 4 weeks. And then when they get whatever they want from you, sometimes the attitude changes. That's what moral hazard is. Well, the solution to moral hazard is something they call optimal contracting. And what optimal contracting means is it means that you want to set everything up properly before the problems arise. Before you give away the power, you make sure that you put safeguards in place to ensure that they cannot screw you. That's why banks ask for collateral, right? That's why, if you're trying to get married or something and you're afraid of what might go wrong in a divorce, well, that's what prenups are for. My wife and I got a prenup, but it wasn't because I thought she was a crazy gold digger, and it wasn't because she thought I was going to take what she had. It's because she's like, I got what I got, you got what you got. Let's just go ahead and make an agreement now so that we're not trying to figure it out when we're angry at each other in the event that we did choose to get a divorce, right? It's very hard to go back and make that contract with someone you hate. It's easier to make the deal with somebody that you love, right? So while the love is flowing, you go ahead and say, okay, well, you know what? Can we go ahead and just get something on paper? That way we can preserve our relationship and make sure everything's clear. So one of the rules of loaning money to relatives is you got to set clear terms. You got to be super clear about exactly who's going to do what, and what each party is going to do and by when. That's really important. Two, loaning that a lot of people believe you should never loan more money than you can afford to lose. I don't care how bad the situation is. I don't care what promises are made or how sure you are you're going to get paid back. Loaning more money than you can afford to lose typically is a losing strategy. If you consider the fact that half of all the people who loan money to relatives don't get their money back, you're taking a huge financial risk by loaning money that you actually need. And that's just not a healthy thing to do in general. So generally, I've seen people where they understand, like, look, the relationship is more important than the money. I want to not hate you as my cousin, so I'm only going to loan you an amount of money that I can afford to give away. In fact, some people do it just in advance. They say, look, don't, it ain't a loan here. Just take this. Cause just, or sometimes what I might do is put a condition on it. I might say, here, I'm not going to loan you the whole 3,000 that you want, but I'll give you $400. And the agreement is that you cannot ask me for money again for 2 years or something, right? Or a year or whatever. And that would be my way of saying, okay, now when you come back to me and I tell you hell no, or I say, hey, don't forget what we agreed on, then we're not going to have a further conversation. I don't want to have and I think that's okay, because here's the thing. I like being generous. I think being generous is more natural to the human spirit. I don't like being an asshole. I don't like being stingy. That's not fun. It's stressful. It's like, and think about this. You can ruin the relationship also by being the person who says no to everybody. There are lots of people out here. There are lots of people that are successful or maybe celebrities who cut off their whole family because they're like, I'm tired of people asking me for stuff and da da da. And that's not a healthy energy either. Sure, you're protecting you. You're taking care of you. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But the world is bigger than just you. You're part of a group. You are part of a team. And I do believe that it's okay to conclude that the star of the team has an obligation to the team as well. Like Michael Jordan can't just say, well, screw everybody else. It's all about me, when he was trying to win championships with the Chicago Bulls, because he needed his teammates. Michael Jordan could not win championships by himself. He tried for 7 or 8 years and he realized, dang, I need more. So he needed a Scottie Pippen. He needed somebody getting the rebounds. He needed a Dennis Rodman. He needed those other people in order to fill in that void, because he never would have won a championship if he tried to do it all by himself. So ultimately, I would say to you that finding the balance is probably the healthiest approach, as opposed to going to one extreme or the other. The extremes would be where you're loaning money to a bunch of people that are screwing you financially. The other extreme would be where you become such a traumatized miser that you completely cut off everybody and just say no to anybody, even the people that have really been there for you in ways that are far more important than money. Like, I'm never going to say no to my parents. I'm never going to say no to my siblings. I don't say no to my children unless it's like a matter of discipline, right? With kids, it's a little different. With kids, you got to kind of make sure they don't get too dependent on things. But balance is the key. And I think every decision can be made independently. And by putting optimal contracting in place and safeguards in place, you can make these investments knowing there's a reasonable amount of risk. I mean, there's no such thing generally. Well, there's rarely such a thing as a risk-free investment. There are technically investments that will be considered risk-free, but for the most part, most investing is gonna have some risk, and some of that risk you cannot eliminate, and so just sort of understanding that this risk is going to occur and these ups and downs can happen is also part of being a healthy human being. It doesn't mean you go through life where nothing bad ever happens to you. It's like, for example, if you never want to ever be in a car crash, then stay home for the rest of your life. Never get in a car. But that's not a healthy life. That's an extremist life, right? So what happens is maybe you get in the car and you drive safely, you put on your seatbelt, and you minimize the risk, but there's still risk out there, right? So in accepting that as a part of life. So also, a lot of experts believe you should discuss the consequences. Like, look, if you don't pay me back, I'm gonna let you know like what's gonna happen. My grandmother, rest her soul, she's right behind me, by the way. That's our panther. Our panther's name is Felicia in the Black Business School. My grandmother, her rule was straight up. It was real simple. It was like, if you don't pay back the money I loan you, then I will never loan you money again. And she had people in the family that would come to her to borrow money, and she would say, "You didn't pay me back in 1972, so don't ask me for nothing. Don't ask me for money ever again." And that was her rule. Whatever your rule is, pick a rule, stick to it. Also, a lot of people believe you could consider alternatives to loaning money. Money is not a final solution to every problem. Money may be part of the issue, but sometimes it's deeper than just the money. Maybe it's there's a way I can help you without necessarily giving you money. Or maybe I use that opportunity. So now that I've got your attention and you want money from me, I'm also going to give you some advice on certain things, or maybe some connections, or share some alternatives that may not involve me giving you a whole bunch of money. So you want to really look at the alternatives, because sometimes when you do get to the point where you have a little more money than the other people around you, it's very hard for a struggling person to hang out with a person who's not struggling and not see that they have resources that they can actually use. And I think it's really as you get more money, I think you have to be careful about sort of how you engage with other people. You just do. If money's not a thing to me and I take my buddy on a trip and we spend $20,000, but he can't raise $1,000 for the rent, that's going to create awkwardness when we get home and he says, "Hey, cuz, can you loan me money to pay the rent?" And he knows I got the money. I can't lie. I can't say, "Well, no, nah, man, I'm broke. I don't have the money." Well, he just saw you spend $20,000 going on the trip, right? But you want to spend money on the trip. You don't want to spend that money paying somebody's rent. So it just creates like a lot of strangeness and awkwardness. And what I've noticed is one thing that's inevitable is, as people climb the economic ladder, it's difficult to keep all the same friends and all the same people around you that you had when you were broke. It doesn't mean you have to cut them off or be snooty about it, but it means you have to be thoughtful about sort of what that sort of looks like, right? So anyway, that's my thought on that. And I would encourage you to not just sort of think that your relatives are toxic and you can't support them in any way. I think that I know the powernomics principle is that we support each other, and maybe it's just a matter of having balance and containing it. So if you want to know what my rule is when it comes to helping family and stuff like that, I help a lot of people every year. I probably loan and give away more money than most people make in a 2 or 3 year period. Like, to really, I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars that I have that's allocated to helping other people. I don't regret it, but what I do is I draw boundaries. I draw boundaries because I have to protect me. And I have to be a little selfish because if I am this golden goose that's helping all these people, well, if the goose dies, then nobody gets helped anymore. So really, by preserving me and my energy and protecting Boyce, I'm protecting other people at the same time. And my rule is I will never ever just love other people as more than I love me, more than I love myself. It doesn't mean I'm going to put myself above others. I don't do that. But at the same time, I matter too. You matter, right? So I think having those boundaries can really help, because when you keep the boundaries, then you can show up appropriately when there are people that want to lean on you for whatever reason. So when relatives call me and stuff like that, if I don't have the energy to deal with whatever problem you're trying to dump on my desk, I'm just not going to do it. I'm just not. but hey, when I got a little extra energy, a little space, and I'm able to handle the capacity, then I'm all in, right? So, and I love that. I really like doing that. I think that that's okay. It doesn't make you stupid or weak or a user. And I get advice all the time. Like, Boyce, you got to stop letting these people use you like that. And I'm like, no, I know so and so is using me, but it's okay. I want them to use me, and actually, me and Dr. Claude Anderson have that relationship too. It's very interesting. That's why we became so close. He's like a dad to me. I love this man, and I love him because he's very sturdy. He's very consistent. So, for example, there would be people that would say, well, Dr. Boyce is just using you, and he's doing this, and he's like, number one, Boyce has actually helped me in a lot of ways, and he said, number two, I want him to use me. He said because I use him, we use each other, we help each other. That's a powernomics principle. This idea that somehow somebody's always getting screwed and exploited and all that to some extent, I think comes from us sort of having this victim mentality. It's like if I go to a record label, right? And the record label signs me to a deal. And let's say that we sign the contract and they agree to give me 10% of all the records that I sell. And so we sell $10 million worth of music. And I make $1 million, they make $9 million. The simplistic way to look at it is to say, damn, they just used me. They exploited me. I only made 1 million and they made 9 million. And I'm the star. I'm the one that everybody comes to see. But that's not seeing the whole picture. The whole picture is that, remember, they were investing $1 million in you before anybody knew who you were. So they had to take a risk. And if that $1 million investment had not worked out, I wouldn't have been paying them back. I wouldn't be giving them their money back. Right. And so they had to take a chance. They had to make an investment. They had to, so you could argue that I used them because without that record label that signed me, nobody knows who I am. I'm singing on the street corners because I don't have any distribution. I don't have any marketing. I don't have any promotion. I can't get on Ticketmaster by myself. I can't perform at Madison Square Garden by myself. So really, again, it's not to say that the exploitation can't occur. It does occur. It occurs all the time. Right. But it does mean that sometimes a lack of balance or very short-sighted, selfish thinking where I did this all by myself and I'm the only one who matters here can just cause people to say things that just don't make any damn sense. So I would encourage you, form a good relationship with the world, a good economic relationship with the world where you matter and they matter and you all matter. Form it with the right people, and that'll take you to the moon. I got some people that I work with on a regular basis where we don't get caught up in the minutia of who got the most out of the deal or you made more money than me. We don't get into that. We're just like, hey, how can I help you? Let me figure out how I can support you. Because I know that you're going to come back and support me when I need it. And because you're part of my ecosystem, you're part of my team, and I need my team to be strong, I'm going to pour into you because I know that even if I don't get it back right now, eventually it's going to circle back. Eventually what goes around is going to come around and you're going to be there for me too. But that only works with the right people because there are people out here that will take and give you nothing back at all. So that's where discernment really comes into play. So generally speaking, I would use my relationship with Dr. Claude Anderson as an example. There are many, many times where I have written very big checks. We just wrote another big check to help to buy more of their books, and you hear me talk about Dr. Anderson all the time, and it's not just as a favor; it's because I believe in the man, I love the man, his legacy. Everybody needs to know Powernomics. Everybody needs to know about this man. Every Black student, every HBCU that does not teach Powernomics should be embarrassed and ashamed that you're not celebrating the contributions of this man. You're putting mediocre white people ahead of one of the greatest Black men in the history of this country. So I do that partly because that's just what I believe, but also it's a great interaction. It's a great relationship. He's helped me so many times. It's ridiculous. He's given me so much wisdom through the years. He's been there to be a part of what we're doing in the Black Business School. So find those people. Find the people that in your life that are going to show up for you. Find the people in your life that understand. Like we're all a basketball team, and I don't want to have a team where my teammates are sitting on the sidelines watching me score all the points. right? I want teammates that are gonna, die for the loose ball, that are gonna play defense, that are gonna box out for a rebound, right? Whatever you can do to help out. But that's a mindset, that's a mentality. Because Michael Jordan had that problem. Michael Jordan had a problem for a while where he was scoring 35 points a game, and his teammates were standing around watching. And they had to teach them, like, no, you have value. You can still help out. If Michael's going to take the shot, then you can set a pick, or you can go and you can play defense or get the rebound, or you can do something. So everybody in the family team has a job, and the job is to help the team win. And you instill this mindset in them very young. And if you do that when they're young, then they won't grow up and be the 35-year-old who borrows money from a sibling and just forgets to pay it back and thinks that it's not going to affect anybody. They're not even, that's not, that kind of mindset doesn't even cross their brain. Okay. So that's my 2 cents on this. I hope I didn't overtalk it. I hope I didn't lay it out in a way that sounds awkward or weird, but it's me just sort of laying it out as honestly as I can see it. And I wish you the best. And I encourage you to drill into that multi-million-dollar asset called your family, build on that, pour into that, invest in that. That's the best investment you'll ever make. It's more valuable than any investment you'll ever make on the stock market or anywhere else. All right. So have a good day, everybody. I'm going to get on out of here. Really quickly, if you want to get a copy of my book or any of our financial flashcards for kids or anything like that, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. That's our Black Wealth Mastery store, drboycebooks.com. Also, make sure you're on the text list. I'll send you some other information through via text. To get on the text list, you can text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I'll send you an invitation to join us in Money in the Morning. We do this every single morning. And actually, I think today's Thursday. I gotta check, but I think we might have Dr. Cornell West coming in sometime. I gotta check. I think it might be Friday, but I could be wrong. So anyway, we are talking. I'm hoping I can get him in here because I like Dr. West. That's a good guy. All right, so have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Take care. We're this notoriously wealthy family that just pretty much, they own so much stuff that people just make up rumors and myths about the family. Like they're almost like the financial boogeyman to some extent, where people are just scared of that family. They sort of believe that they control almost everything, which to some extent is probably somewhat true. And I'll kind of give you some insight into that. But I thought it would be a worthy discussion today in terms of really understanding the secrets of just what families like that are doing and what your family can do that can help you to have a level of power that's pretty extraordinary. It does require a certain degree of planning and stuff like that, but I'll try to break it down for you so that you can kind of sort of see the vision for your own family. In fact, how many of you feel like your last name is important? Give me a guess if you care about your family legacy. Give me a guess if you understand what I'm talking about when I talk about the afterlife. The afterlife isn't just heaven in a place where the streets are paved with gold and everybody eats blueberry pancakes for breakfast. The afterlife basically is what happens after your life is over. What happens after your life is over. And I spent a lot of time thinking about that when I was in Egypt, as the Egyptians were obsessed with the afterlife. They would just have these elaborate tombs and they would put all this stuff in there. They would try to take stuff with them, like their horses and their gold and everything else, which is crazy. But it was interesting though, because when I saw that King Tut only lived like 9 years, but he spent the whole 9 years preparing for the afterlife, and now he's got this 5,000-year-old legacy that came out of 9 years of labor. I thought that was kind of interesting, right? So I decided to talk a little bit about legacy building, and what I want to do is kind of give not just sort of a history and an understanding of the Rothschild family, but also some things that we can kind of learn in terms of how they got to be so powerful and so wealthy. If you want to know how wealthy they were, they were so wealthy that and Ferraris. They had the kind of wealth where they could decide which countries will go to war with other countries, or which countries are going to win the war. And this sort of went on for hundreds of years. In fact, I heard Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, or I think that's his name, the presidential candidate, and he was explaining that when we give a bunch of money to another country like Ukraine or Israel, it's not really money being given away. what it is he described it as a type of money laundering. And I was like, huh, money laundering, interesting. And what he said is that, think about it like this. So you give a bunch of money to Ukraine or some other country because they're in a war and you want to help them win that war. But what do? With most of the time, money is power. Money is power. Money isn't just about the financial. Money isn't just like, I'm putting something in your bank account. Good luck with your life. Money is something that translates into things that money can't buy. It translates into influence. It translates into conditions that you can use to shape the world into what you want it to look like. This is why things like Powernomics are so important, why every child on earth, every child in our community anyway, needs to read books like Powernomics, because what money lets you do is money lets you influence people. It can influence policy. It can influence governments. Like, think about it. Process it like this. If I go, let's look at it. Let's bring it down to earth real quick before we get back to the Rothschilds. If I go out to a school, and this has actually happened, and I come in and I say, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to write a $50,000 check to your school. What are they gonna say? They're gonna be like, especially if it's a small struggling school, doesn't have a lot of money, they're gonna say, wow, thank you. This is amazing. We appreciate this so much. But what if I didn't say, I got a cousin that's a teacher and I need you to hire my cousin on your faculty. Okay, sure, absolutely, because we want to maintain this relationship. Okay. And then I say, yeah, I'd like my name on a building or something, like, for my family. Like, that would, okay. And then let's say it could go into other things like, well, I really think you all should teach Black economics in the school because, our kids need to learn economics. Okay, well, Dr. Watkins wants that. That's what we want. Right. And now, mind you, power doesn't have to be used for malicious purposes. It's not like I've donated to a lot of schools, but never once have I pushed for anything that would be deemed inappropriate. But what happens is that money affects people. Money affects relationships. So let's go back to the example Kennedy gave. So Kennedy basically said, when we give money to Ukraine, we're not really giving money to Ukraine. What's happening is they're giving the money and they're making all these stipulations that come with the money. Money usually comes with a set of rules. That's why in the Black Business School from the very beginning, we say we're not going to take money from corporations. I don't want to be in bed with a bunch of raunchy, goofy ass celebrities. I also am not taking money from the Democrat or Republican parties because they don't write blank checks that allow you to do whatever you want. They're buying influence from you. So basically, when they give money to Ukraine, they'll say, okay, we'll give you the money, but we need you to agree to some conditions. Oh, okay, sure. What do you need? What do you need? We need you to upgrade your weapon systems to a specific global standard in order for you to move forward here. So that means your old stuff is garbage. You need to buy new stuff. Okay, no problem. Oh, and by the way, when you buy your new stuff, we have these defense contractors in the United States, Northrop Grumman and some other companies, that would be more than happy to sell you everything you need, right? You need more missiles? Oh, we got you. You need more bombs? Oh, we got you, right? You need tanks? Oh, we got a company that makes tanks. So you're giving them the money so they can spend it right back with American corporations. Do y'all follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? And this, Kennedy correctly defines this as a type of money laundering. He said, what you're doing is you're taking taxpayer money and you're funneling that money to corporations that gave money to your campaign. This is why, and I'm sorry, and I know I hurt people's feelings because I don't jump on bandwagons and I'm not into all this Democrat Republican nonsense. I make fun of it. I joke about it. It's like, yeah, oh, Kamala washed greens in the bathtub. Oh, that makes her perfectly fit to be president. Or Trump. It's funny. The funny thing about Trump is that everybody's known Trump was an asshole for 30 years. Anybody who's ever followed him has known this guy is a blowhard, arrogant guy. Like, when I met Kanye West and I was on the phone with Kanye for all those hours, I said, okay, now I understand why you and Trump get along, because both of y'all are crazy. Both of y'all need therapy. Both of you think that you're the most important human beings on the planet. And I don't want to be around either one of you. So I make jokes about it. And I know people get offended because somehow they falsely believe in this nonsense. They believe that this stuff is really going to represent their interest. And what they don't understand is that politicians don't work for you. Politicians don't work for you. Politicians work for the people who gave them the money to get elected. they can buy you. They can buy your vote. All they got to do is tell you that they wash their greens in the bathtub or do the electric slide with you, and they got you. They got you. But the corporations say, I'm gonna write this check. They're saying this to Trump, the Silicon Valley saying, Trump, we're gonna write you billions of dollars in checks. Elon Musk says, I'm gonna give you $45 million a month to become president. But when you get in office, I need you to subsidize the EV industry because we're getting our butts kicked by China. BYD's killing us. They're going to put us out of business. We need you to put tariffs on Chinese-made electric vehicles because they're flooding the market and we can't stay in business. Silicon Valley saying, yo, look, we're going to write this check for you, but we need to make sure you call off the Securities and Exchange Commission so they'll stop investigating us because they're really messing up our game. They're disrupting our swag. We can't go Google. We can't dominate the way we used to dominate because the Biden administration's investigating us for antitrust violations. Do you understand? So it is fundamentally, you could call it corrupt. It's definitely driven heavily by money. And this is a reason why I think it's kind of a joke. It's like we think that they're working for us, and it's like, no, they're not working for you. They're working for the people who gave them the money. If they don't work for the people who gave them the money, they will not get reelected. There was one sister out of Ohio who spoke up about AIPAC, and she was like, we can't just be doing what AIPAC says, and we need to do what's right, and da-da-da-da. You know what they did? They found another Black person in that area to run for office. AIPAC came along and said, we're going to give you X millions of dollars so you can beat this lady and get her out of office. And that's what they did. And when they spent the money, they were basically buying advertising, which ultimately buys influence. You advertise to people, you tell them that you make your greens in the bathtub so they'll vote for you, and whatever it is. I'm not picking on Kamala, but whatever. You know, politicians say, I don't even think, to me, it's like, that's such a goofy topic anyway. I don't even care about that. But it's funny, right? It's funny. And then when you get in office, they're like, they call you up and they say, hey, we're the people who gave you all this money. We need you to go ahead and do what we agreed that you're going to do. And it fits right in with your policies because this is what you said before the election, because you knew that we gave you money and you knew this is what we wanted. That's why, for example, Trump speaks heavily about putting big tariffs on products coming from other countries because Silicon Valley pretty much made that a condition before they could get his money. So effectively, circling back to the Rothschilds, they had a lot of financial influence that went beyond just writing checks and hiring people. This financial influence allowed them to determine whether England or France was going to win the war. And so let me kind of break down some of this so we can kind of understand the Rothschilds. In fact, actually, before we do that, I know sometimes I get kind of intense, and I don't want us to be too stressed out on a Sunday morning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually play this video that I saw that was like this horribly made movie from the 1950s that basically kind of talked about the Rothschild family. And I thought it was kind of interesting. I think it's a good way to kind of start the discussion so we can pick up some of our lessons out of this. So give me 1 second. This is on my Instagram page. My Instagram is one of my Instagrams is Dr. Boyce Money, Dr. Boyce Money. So feel free to follow me on the gram. I could use your follows. All right. So here we go. Because y'all know my pages get taken down because I talk about stuff that you're not supposed to talk about. All right. So here is the Rothschild video. Check this out.
For money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, mother.
Come, you must speak with you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. And you must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work and strive for money. Money is power.
I'm going to play it one more time. First off, let me know if you all can hear that. Will y'all give me a yes real quick in the chat to let me know you were able to hear that okay? All right. And I'm going to play it again because this, y'all don't understand. There was a ton of financial consciousness exercises in that statement, in that short statement that he made. There were about 3 or 4 things that I want to drill into that's really going to shape how you see money. So let me pull this back up again, and I want us to watch this again because it's that interesting to me. So here we go.
Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak for you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work.
Okay, wow. First off, did anybody else sort of understand how powerful that was? Give me a yes if you could feel the power of that state of what you just saw, without me even jumping into it. Let me know. I want to know if you get why I watched this, why I had you watch this twice, why this was a hell of a lot of game dropped in one. And then this was, again, Dr. Claude Anderson's been dropping this kind of game for many, many years, and people don't listen. But what I want to do is I want to go through piece by piece that short video in 4 or 5 financial consciousness lessons that you can extract from just something that simple, right? To learn finance, you don't have to go to a college campus or take a class or wait for white people to put you in school. You can learn these things on your own. You can learn these things from each other. And I think that's better and it's actually safer because I don't think other people should be educating us, because someone who makes money controlling you is never going to teach you how to be liberated. People who make money managing you and keeping you in your place will never, ever benefit from teaching you how to break out of their management system. And this really even goes back to especially when you talk about Black folks and how many people have worked extremely hard to maintain control of Black people. In fact, I got to go find this. I'm going to put this up on my Instagram later today. There's a brother who found a document in 1922, where there was a meeting of the Communist Party representatives, and they literally made a document on how they would control the Black community by basically connecting with the pastors, by creating organizations that would be set to manage Black people, by sort of connecting to us in certain ways. It was so deep that I really want to break that down as well. And what someone said is that, and actually he fast forwarded to things that Malcolm X said about how liberals work to control the Black community, and how some of these very same ideas about sort of going through the pastors and connecting with us in certain ways, that's exactly what the blueprint is, and it works effectively. So I'm not going to talk about that though, because I want to stay on this Rothschild thing, but that made me think as well. So the first thing I want you to notice is in that video, he starts off by saying that for his community, money is the only weapon that he says the only weapon we have to defend ourselves. It is the only weapon we have to defend ourselves. So he's talking about 2 things at once. He's talking about playing offense and playing defense. He's saying that money is a weapon, but it's used to defend ourselves. Now, if you read books like Powernomics and you listen to me even 3 or 4 times, you'll understand all the different millions of times I've tried to explain to you that money is a tool. Money is power. Money is a weapon that is used to control you. Money. So if you don't have something to defend yourself with, to defend your freedom, to defend your family, then someone's going to come and conquer you. So he says that in his community, money is the only weapon that we can use to defend ourselves. And if you think about it, his community, and I'm not going to keep saying that J word because they're so powerful that they literally will ban you or come get you just for even mentioning their name. So we're not even going to do all that and also I don't want this to be interpreted as anti-nothing. I'm not into all that stuff. I ain't got time for that. And that's what I told Kanye too when he started ranting on all this stuff. I said, man, I don't want to hear all that. I want to talk about us. I want to talk about what we can do. Ain't nothing you can do to us that we can't do to you. Ain't nothing somebody else can do to harm us that we can't harness ourselves. So stop talking about how powerful other people are and let's start learning from that power so we can have power ourselves. So anyway, long story short, he uses the words weapon and defense. And I did a training with you guys called the economics of self-defense. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. If you go Google it, you could probably find it somewhere. And because literally I said, I get it. Black people want to be free and we don't feel free. The reason we don't feel free is because we got to get up and go work for a white man every day. That's why you lack freedom. And another reason you can't be free is because for whatever reason, we're not shifting the culture enough to implement enough economic discipline, like basic things like a $5 a day investing plan for our children to help them to become free. If we simply invested as much money as we spend on Gucci belts, fast food, and new cars, we would have plenty of wealth to be able to defend ourselves. We would not have to get up and go to work every day for somebody who disrespects us. That's the first thing. He uses the words weapon and defend. This goes back. This is a powernomics principle. Dr. Claude Anderson, he's talked about this for many decades. Number two, he says, during times of war, when your gold is transported, it will be seized by the enemy. And during times of peace, it will be seized by thieves. Now, if you remember, one of the things I've always explained to you guys, and I'm going to go through it real quick, is I said there's pretty much 4 stages to wealth, 4 stages. One is you got to know where the money's at. You'd be surprised how many people lack even the basic financial consciousness to even know where money is. My thing is like, how do you plan to have money when you don't even know where the money's at? You don't even know that the stock market is the #1 wealth builder in America. You don't even know that entrepreneurship gives you a far greater likelihood of having wealth than working for somebody. You don't even know the value of owning versus renting. You think you can consume and buy things for the rest of your life and that you're going to somehow be wealthy. That doesn't make any sense. Or you're going this, get my bachelor's degree, go $200,000 in debt and work for other people route. That doesn't work. The studies show that doesn't work. So financial consciousness is critical for anybody that wants to be financially strong. So the first step is financial consciousness, learn where the money's at. The second step is you have to have a plan. I tell my girls, I say, look, if you ask a man what his 10-year plan is and he can't give you an answer in 60 seconds, that's not the man for you. Because success doesn't typically happen by accident, especially when you're Black. Because there's already a plan. You don't have a plan for your life, but they got a plan for your life, though. They got a plan for you already. So because you have not thought about your plan or God's plan, you're gonna have to submit to Massa's plan. Because Massa has a plan for you. Massa's plan for me was that my mother would abort me before I was born so that I would never be a problem. That was Massa's plan for me. So my mother, by going to those public schools and arguing with those teachers who wanted to put me on medication and put me in special ed because I didn't follow their rules, she was aborting, or she was, I don't say use the word abort, that's a different kind of abort, right? She was basically superseding Massa's plan and saying, no, this is my plan for my child. This is what my child's going to be. And actually, if you ask my mother to this day, she'll say, I was implementing God's plan, because in my mind, when I sat down at that altar and prayed to God about this baby, should I have it? She said, God told me, this is what my mother says. Now, maybe she's making it up. I don't know. But she says, God told her, you got to have this baby because this baby is going to help change the world. She literally will say that. She said, I did not feel that about in my other children. I love my brother and my sister. They're amazing people. But she literally said that to me. And who knows, maybe it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Maybe the fact that she told me that made me say, okay, I got to go do this, right? Which is yet another interesting thing about how the mind works, right? Whatever it is, but that's what my mother told me. So you have to be able to implement your plan and be strong enough and committed enough and fearless enough to make sure that that plan overrides any other plan that's out there, because they got a plan for you. They do. So the first thing is financial consciousness. The second step is to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, then you're not going to be successful typically. The third is you got to work the plan. You got to execute. Wealth is nothing but an accumulation process. All wealth is doing the same thing over and over and over again, and then eventually you've done it a whole lot. You're saving $20 a day or whatever, and then over time you end up having $1 million because you've been investing that money the whole time. Or just like walking down the road, if I take 2 steps every 10 seconds and I do that consistently, I'm going to eventually take 10,000, 20,000 steps, right? That's literally how wealth is accumulated. So you have to work the plan, be consistent, do the same thing every day. Every single day I get up each day and I talk to you every day about economics. Every single day. I've been doing this since probably about 2009. And now I look back and I'm like, holy crap, I've done 22,000 videos and it's gotten over 1 billion views. Oh, it was step by step by step. Because I'm not the most popular person in the world. There's a lot of people that hate my guts. A lot of people don't understand me. A lot of people don't want to hear what I have to say. I'm not a great speaker. I'm okay. I'm not anybody special. But one thing I am special about is that I know who I am and I'm very consistent about it. You can call me whatever you want to call me, but one thing you cannot call me is inconsistent. That's it. Even the people who hate me, sorry, my chair came down. Even the people who hate my guts can never say that I'm not consistent, right? So, and that's all. When I hear them say that, then when I hear them admit to that, I'm like, okay, that's all I need. I don't need you to like me. I need you to know that I'm going to be here. Period. So, what else? The fourth part. And this gets to the Rothschilds thing. So we talked about having consciousness, knowing where the money's at. 2, making a plan to get the money. 3, executing the plan. Number 4, this is what the Rothschilds were referring to. When you pile up resources, you better be able to defend that stuff. If you can't defend what you got, then you will not have it for very long. Once you get money, you become a target. You become a target of every cousin that's got a sob story. You become a target of the government that will tax you into the ground. You become a target. You a man, you're going to become a target of every cute little girl who's trying to come and get a piece of that money. If you are a woman, there are women that I know, wealthy Black women who are hit on by what they call these hobosexuals, these men that are sexy and know how to drop it in bed, and they're really trying to get close to you so they can get access to what you got. Even the men are doing that to the women now, right? And so what he's saying is that during times of war, when you got money, somebody's going to try to take it. Either the enemy's going to seize it, or the thieves are going to try to steal it. So what he's saying is we need a plan so we can protect what we got. We're going to go get it, and after we get it, we're going to defend it. Okay, now let's move on. What's another type of defense? Well, one thing he says in that video is he says, I want all 5 of you to go to different countries and set up banks in different countries. Now, again, I don't know if these conversations ever happened. Nobody knows, but that is what the Rothschilds did. So they went to different countries and they set up banks in different countries. Well, what is that? What concept of economic self-defense is that? Well, that's called diversification. Diversification is a critically important part of economic self-defense. It is an area in which many of our people fail. Many of our people fail for one reason. We've been raised on this false belief that having a job was the safest way to make your money. That when you have a job, you have job security, so you're more secure than if you are a person who's getting different streams of income, and that's not true because you're never secure if all your income is coming from one place, especially if it's coming from somebody who don't give a damn about you. You know that corporation don't love you. You know that they'll drop you in a second. You know that you could die at your desk. They're going to sweep your dead body up and then replace you within a week. But somehow you feel more secure because you're getting all your income from that one source, and you're pretty much raised and trained to serve these people from birth. Like that's all, you're custom designed to do that. It's like the Eddie Murphy movie Coming to America, when the girl came in and she's drop dead gorgeous, and he says, so what do you do? And she says, I spent my whole life being trained to serve you. So when he decided he didn't want her, she had nowhere to go. She had nothing to do. She was like, well, I've lost my sense of purpose. Well, a lot of you were raised that way. You were raised to go to school, get good grades, go to college, and get a good job. And if this society and if this economy does not want you, a lot of you feel like you have nowhere to go. That's why you see so many people when they can't get a job or can't keep a job. Give me a yes if you've seen somebody where because they lost their job and they can't get another one, they get depressed, they start drinking, they sit around and start doing. See, this is where the wino started. I talked to a black man one time. I spoke for the National Black Chamber of Commerce. They had a real cool dude that was running the organization. Well, I was really impressed because I know that they have to be very political. And I said, okay, do you want, if when I speak, do you want me to give you the political Boyce Watkins or the safe Boyce Watkins, or you want me to give you the real Boyce Watkins? He said, I want the real Boyce Watkins. I said, okay, you got it. And he was a good guy. I can't remember, I think his name was Big B or something like that. And anyway, when they were driving me back to the airport, I was talking to his driver, and his driver was an entrepreneur. I think he owned the limo company where he was driving me in this car. And he was 62 years old. And he said, I've never had a job in my life. I said, you've never had a job. Tell me what have you done your whole life? He said, well, he said, I just get money. I know how to make money. And I said, really? I said, where'd that come from? He said, well, when I was a kid, my father used to work in the steel mill, and he had a good job, was making good money. And then the steel mill shut down. You know, they make these big trade agreements with other countries. It was one Clinton made where and basically saying, uh-oh, somebody said I'm frozen with no sound. Can you guys hear me? Okay, let me know if you can hear me. Oh, this is bad. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Let me see. Am I in here? Can y'all? I'm gonna. You can hear me. Okay, yeah. I'm in a hotel and this hotel Wi-Fi. Lord Jesus. All right, let me. You know what? Let me try. I'm gonna try to switch Wi-Fi's real quick. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can switch my Wi-Fi. All right, so you guys can hear me. I'm good now. Am I good enough to keep going? Okay, let me know. Interrupt me if I go out again. Okay, so what he said was, he said, my father used to work in the steel. That's what. So let me tell you. So the reason that the manufacturing base in a lot of countries disappeared is because when they let China into the World Trade Organization, China was able to make a product for $1 that would have cost $30 in the United States. So why would you manufacture a product in the US where you got to go pay a worker a living wage and the product's going to cost $30 when you could go make it in China where it's going to cost $1? So that's when you started to see a lot of the major cities that have manufacturing bases just sort of fall apart. Milwaukee, Gary, Indiana, Detroit, places like Akron and Toledo, stuff like that. A lot of the Midwest got hit. So basically, effectively, these sorts of agreements end up harming people. So what happened was, this man told me that when those manufacturing jobs went away, he said that's when the winos started. He said, because you had a lot of black men who had only been trained to work for white men. That's all they knew how to do. So what they did was they would just sit around and drink all day, sit around, drink and play chess all day. When a man loses his sense of purpose, it's hard for him to maintain his manhood. So a man has to maintain some sort of a sense of purpose that goes beyond just showing up to work for this white guy, or anybody. You have to know your value beyond just whether or not you have a job or can get a job. In my view, a better way to look at it would be, okay, I got all this free time now because you don't want to hire me. But now that I've got this free time, I can put this into something else. There's always something for me to do. There's always something I can do in order to make money. So rather than just working for a company, I think that children should be trained to just kind of work for the world, right? Like if I work for a company, that means that if that company doesn't want me anymore, then I'm done. I have no income. I'm in trouble. Oh my God, there's financial anxiety. I'm stressed out. That's why my wife is a therapist and she has to work with people that are going through this. But if your child is trained to just kind of work for the world, then they know, like, hey, you know what? If I can't work over here, then I'm going to find a customer somewhere. Instead of finding a job, I'm going to find a customer. Do you understand the difference? If I find a customer, that means, okay, this lady needs her grass cut. That's my customer. This other guy, you need the house painted? You're my customer. Oh, you need me to help come and build something for you? You're my customer. You want to buy this shea butter, whatever it is, you're my customer. So ultimately, I think that it's just as easy to train children to find a customer as it is to train them to find a job. Because when you find a job, all you're doing is trying to find a customer. That's it. Because your customer is a corporation. That's it. That's literally when you go on a job interview, all you're doing is selling yourself. Well, I went to Brown University and I got a master's degree in mechanical engineering and I'm a diligent worker and I like to set goals and my biggest weakness is that sometimes I work too hard and you're going to all these interviews, you're selling yourself. You're code switching, you're trying to fit in, you're trying to show them how great you'd be with the company. All you're doing is selling. So if you can sell yourself, then you can sell a lot of stuff. If I can sell myself, I could sell ink pens. If I can sell myself, I can sell cars. If I can sell myself, I can sell services. And the difference is, though, you just have a different boss. Really. So I would just encourage you, and with kids, I'm sorry. People think I'm radical for saying this, but I don't think this whole raising your kids to go work for white people thing is really working out for us. When I look at how many people I know that are going through all kinds of daily struggle because of the stress of their job, I say, wow, you're really crying on your way to your dream job. You used to dream about this job back you really wanted this job. Now you have the job. Now you're crying because the job is so stressful for you. This isn't where you're supposed to be. And maybe no one gave you the courage to realize that you can be in other places than this bad relationship. Maybe we have to heighten your economic self-esteem a little bit to let you know that you are worthy, you are valuable, even if this company don't want you no more. And I just think this is something that has to be taught in the beginning. So because I don't think any of the Rothschilds were sitting around saying, well, how are we going to get a good job? I don't. I think they were thinking, how we're going to find a customer. So let me keep going. Let me finish this video. I'm going to play this video one more time for those of you that just came in. And also some of you are asking for this link, the link for the estate planning class in the Dr. Boyce Academy. In case you just came in, I did finish it's estate planning essentials. So it's for beginners. It's all about legacy building, protecting your legacy, stuff like that. A lot of you have asked me for this, so I put something together. It's $2.99 for lifetime access. But the first 100 people can actually get it for $99. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this link and I'm going to put it in the chat. And also, I'm going to text it out later. If you want to get the text, make sure you're on the text list. To get on the text list, pull out your phone and text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, before I show this Rothschilds video again, I'm going to actually give you the link in the chat for those of you that want to hurry up and sign up now. Give me a second here. Hold on. All right. I am grabbing this. And I think everybody should have some sort of estate plan in place. I mean, you have too many celebrities that die without any sort of plan. And it's just terrible because you're throwing all that money away. You're literally selling your kids into slavery. I mean, that's the craziest thing in the world. And so anyway, let me, there we go. So if you are in the chat, you should see the link right there. If you want to hop over and sign up now, you can. It's totally up to you. All right. So let me go play this video now. And this is a video of some movie. I don't know the name of this movie, but I liked the theme in the sense that they were kind of going through the story of the Rothschilds. A lot of you have heard of the Rothschilds, but you may not know why they were famous and why they were so powerful. But here's the video. I'm going to play it one more time, and then I'm going to go through a couple of other lessons, financial consciousness lessons you can pick up from this. Here we go.
And strive for money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak for you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work and strive for money. Money is power.
Okay, so we talked earlier about some basic lessons. First of all, he talks about money as power, as a weapon, and as a tool to defend yourself. Okay, so that is that's important to understand from a powernomic standpoint. Never think money is just money. I don't know the name of the movie, Rosa. I wish I could tell you. I just saw the clip and I thought it was great. I'm always looking for something. But I see something where I'm like, oh, this would be great to cover in class. That's what I grab. If anybody knows the name of the movie, then feel free to share it with me. I'm sure we can Google it. Number 2, he talks about another aspect of financial consciousness, which is that when you acquire money, you have to be aware of how people see you. He says that during times of war, money will be seized by the enemy. During times of peace, it will be seized by thieves. The lack of financial consciousness reminds me of this woman that I met who told me that one of her friends, they had a little group of 3 really pretty girls, and they would keep track of when athletes or rappers would come to town because they feel like rappers and athletes are stupid. But they have lots of money. So what they would do is they would find out what they like and what they want to talk about and stuff like that. And they would show up and basically give the man whatever he wanted. And then they would put a date rape drug in his drink and set him up and basically extort him. They would put the 15-year-old in the bed and say, if you don't give us X amount of dollars, we're going to call the press. We're going to call your wife. We're going to call your football team or whatever, and you're gonna lose everything. So men would have to pay money, and it was due to their lack of financial awareness, their lack of consciousness, that would cause them to be put in this situation. They don't understand that you can't be a multi-million-dollar, multi-billion-dollar, whatever commodity and just sort of be hanging out and doing anything that you want. Literally, this is real stuff. I like to use real stories in real life. In fact, I remember my father always telling me that a man who has something to lose should not be in a space with a bunch of people that have nothing to lose, or a woman too. If you've got a lot to lose, you should not be in a space with people who have nothing to lose. Tupac, I think that's why Tupac's not here anymore, to be honest with you. Tupac always wanted to be the same no matter what, but he didn't understand that the more famous you become and the wealthier you become, the way the world sees you is going to change, and you're going to have to adjust with that. So anyway, with that said, he talks about thieves and enemies stealing your money once you get it. Then he talks about diversification. Okay, there's 5 of you. All 5 of you are going to go start banks in different countries because we're going to be spread out. We're going to be diversified. That's another rule of economic self-defense. The other thing, too, is he understands the power of family. He says we have 5 sons. And he says at the end, he says there's nothing more important than being a Rothschild. He says that no one, he said, you will stand by one another. No one is allowed to fail. You are one family. That is a powernomics principle. That is understanding that many of you, how many of y'all got kids? Any of y'all got kids? Anybody in here? Any parents in the room? If you are a parent or a grandparent, raise your hand. All the parents, because your job is extremely important, and it's the most important job in society. I don't care what anybody else says. One mistake people make in America is we view children as what they call a luxury item. In economics, they call that a luxury item. A luxury item is something that you do that's pretty much a waste of your money anyway. A luxury item is like buying a Coach purse or a Mercedes Benz. You don't need a Mercedes. You don't need a Coach purse. You do it. Why? Well, because you got extra money. You got a little money to burn. You're feeling yourself, so you go ahead and just make it rain a little bit. That's fine, but children are not a luxury item. See, there was a time where children were viewed as an asset. Not in a malicious way, not in an exploitative way, but in a way that said the more babies we have, and if we train these children properly, they become a source of power for the family. We're now gang affiliated. Like, anybody remember when you were little, and you ever know that kid at your school who had like 12 brothers and sisters and then 14 play cousins? And anybody remember a family like that back in school? No one would ever beat up anybody in that family because you knew that if they were loyal to each other, you were going to get your ass kicked. Like, you knew they were all going to show up at your house and kill you. Like you did not mess with the kid who had a bunch of older siblings that were always with them. There was protection there. There was safety there. Well, the grown-up world ain't much different. When you've got people that are with you, that have your back, then you can achieve a whole lot more than if you're trying to operate solo. This is one of the reasons why, since slavery, they have worked so hard to keep us isolated from one another. This is why people like, what was it, Hoover, or the guy that ran the FBI, whatever his name was. This is why they consider Black unity to be the greatest threat to national security in existence. They said, oh my God, if these people all start working together, we're in trouble. We are in trouble. So what I want you to understand is that what this Rothschild father was seeing is that I got 5 sons. Oh, that's a power move. I'm wealthy now. I just ain't got no money. Right? But I'm very wealthy already. I'm a millionaire. I just ain't got no money. And so what he did was he said, you are 5 sons, you will set up 5 banks in 5 countries, and you will be unified. He also said, you will not allow anyone to fail. None of you can succeed while the other one's failing. That's not going to happen. What he's establishing there is a gang. He's establishing what I refer to as an economic gang, and everybody's gang affiliated. Every gang out here has a code of conduct, and gangs aren't just in the streets. It's not just Crips and Bloods and all that. No, gang. The police department ain't nothing but a gang. The Apple computer ain't nothing but a big economic gang. They all got the same little logo. They all follow the same rules. If you don't follow the rules, then they're going to put you out the gang. The North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, is an economic gang. We got together with Mexico and said, hey, homie, look, I got something, you got something. If we work together and set special rules for each other and codes of conduct, we can have more power. The Asian Pacific Union is the economic gang. The European Union is an economic gang. And the problem that you have as an American, particularly as an African American, is that you're constantly inundated with this very rugged individualism. You're constantly inundated with this false idea that you're supposed to do it all by yourself and that you're supposed to be the man, or you're supposed to be the woman, you're supposed to be the boss, you're supposed to be the HNIC. I run into it all the time. I talked to D1 before he went to InvestFest, and we were talking for a long time. And I said, man, I love rap and I love rappers. I said, but some of these dudes, I cannot talk to them because they are so caught up in trying to be the man, trying to dominate, trying to be King Kong this, and I'm the best, and I'm the baddest, I'm the greatest. And it's a reflection of why the whole Black community fails, because you're always looking for this one guy to be the superhero instead of building institutions. It's ego. Maybe it's ego, insecurity, weirdness, bad culture. But this whole idea that it's like one person has to always be the boss and the leader and everything, it makes it so hard to collaborate, because when I approach other aggressive Black males with collaborative energy, sometimes, not all of them, I mean, a lot of them get it, a lot of guys get it, but some people, it's like they see that like threatening, like it doesn't, like they've never seen that before. Like either I'm dominating you or you're dominating me, but we can win together. Like, what's with the scarcity mindset? I think that's a scarcity mindset, to be honest with you. I think it's scarcity because it makes you think that the only way I can be successful is if I push you out of the picture. And that's not how the world works. When you're working together, there's something called synergy. And synergy is where 2 + 2 is not 4. Synergy is where 2 + 2 is 7. Synergy is where, we're not getting together to chop up one pie. We're getting together because we're going to make the pie bigger. And then when it's done, each of us will have a bigger slice than we had before. It's magic. And I really think that you should really tune into that. I think that this is something that is cultural. It's cultural, and it's something that can be taught. It's something that simply says, look, man, stop thinking. It's a consciousness concept, actually. It's consciousness, right? Think about it. Imagine a football team where you got a bunch of players who are a bunch of individuals who are all concerned with their own stats and whether or not they got the ball, versus another team that says, look, I'm not worried about whether I get the ball or not. I'm worried about whether or not the team wins. That second team is going to win far more championships than the first team, and there's going to be a lot more success to go around. And typically what's interesting is that when you start to see people's consciousness decline and people start to operate on that low vibrational level is when the team starts losing. When the team starts losing, it becomes every man for himself, and everybody's trying to get their best stats in because they know the team's not going to win. And that's when you start to get people and their egos kind of clashing and fighting with each other. But when the team is winning, and if everyone has the right energy, then you can all understand that you're better together than you are individually. Go look at, for example, groups like New Edition. In New Edition, when they were young and immature, Bobby Brown wanted to be out swerving his hips and kind of being the superstar. The other guys got jealous of Bobby. Next thing you know, the group breaks up. Ralph goes solo. Johnny goes solo. Bobby goes solo. The other three are just sitting there. They don't know what to do because none of them sing. But actually, what's interesting is that Michael Bivins, who I actually did meet him, I liked the guy. He seemed like a leader. He seemed like a guy that would pull people together. He forms Belle Biv DeVoe. Belle Biv DeVoe became more successful than Johnny and Ralph, and almost as successful as Bobby, right? And they'd had the least talent, but they had the right energy. They said, well, okay, individually, we suck. We can't sing that well. I'm not gonna say they suck, but y'all know they couldn't really sing as well as Bobby and Ralph and all that. But they became successful because they understood how to work together. They understood synergy. And then now that synergy of New Edition is as great as ever, because now they're older guys. They're all over 50. A lot of the egos are gone. And now you see all six of them on stage. Bobby's up there huffing and puffing, looking like he's about to pass out at any moment. But I love watching that because it reminds me of this basic idea that you really can be far more successful when you are willing to submit to something bigger than yourself. People don't like the word submit. You talk about submit, people are like, I ain't submitting to nothing. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to do it. Well, okay, keep your selfish ass over in the corner and keep on losing by yourself. I'm submitting. Every day I submit to my wife. My wife submits to me. Every day I submit to my family. Every day I submit to my goals. Every day I submit to y'all. I'm not better than you. I just want to be a good teammate, right? I show up every day because I'm like, I want to be a good teammate for you so that you'll be a good teammate for me. So that if I come through for you every day, you're going to come through for me when I need you to come through for me so we can be a great team. I will never, ever meet any of you and pretend like I'm better than you. That's it. I'm just not interested in that. Why do I need all that? If you are mentally healthy, you shouldn't need people to constantly hoist you up like you're so special and you're better than other people. Then you're sitting up there all by yourself. No, I want to be surrounded by great people. I'm a great man. Hell yeah, I'm a great man. I ain't scared of nothing. I know how smart I am. I know how good I am. You can't hold me back. I can't be stopped. But I also want you to have that same energy. I want you to know how great you are, because working together, we can be a great team. I am never going to be a great man because I'm better than you. That does not make me better. I want to be great together. What's wrong? I think that is how you win. I really think that's how you win. If we're all great together, then guess what? We become the baddest group of people on the planet. And I believe that intelligent Black people, B1 people, are going to be the most extraordinary group of people on the earth. I believe that within the next 20 to 30 years, it's going to take time, but we will be the most economically advanced group of people on the planet. We're going to be doing things that people can only dream of. Our children are going to understand economics at a level that far exceeds anybody else. Do you know I met a kid who was in the Black Business School years ago? I told you I got to bring him up again. Caden, I saw him at InvestFest. Caden was 14. I had not seen Caden since he was 7, but his father, they always check in with me every few years because Caden started off in the Black Business School and everything. And I'm talking to Caden, and I'm gonna tell the story again. I know some of y'all might have heard this, but Caden, literally, I was like, "Is that you, Caden?" And he was talking. He's a real polite kid, and I said, "You're 14. You're about to start high school. That's a big deal. Are you ready?" And he said, "Oh, I already finished high school." And I thought he made a mistake. I was like, wait, no, you didn't. And his father's like, oh yeah, we got high school out of the way. I homeschooled him. We got him through high school. And I said, so where's he going to go to college? And his dad said, well, Caden already makes more money than most college graduates, so he's just going to focus on his business. We went to the White House last week. Like, this is what this kid is doing. And here's what I'm saying to you, is that I think we can mass produce little Cadens the same way you mass produce cars off an assembly line. I believe that we can have 10 million kids like this. Because let me tell you about Caden. Caden, his dad told me, he said Caden couldn't talk until he was 5. He could not talk till he was 5. There was something going on in terms of a delay or something. I don't know what the issue was, but his dad said, so it's not like he's some, he was born some massive super genius. He's smart now. Don't get me wrong. He's very smart, but he's not any different from a lot of the kids that you have in your own household. It's just his father understood the value of his child. He understood that the gold did not lie at the back of some white man's house. The gold was not in some factory. The gold was not in some corporate office. The gold was buried in his backyard. Do you understand? His family was the prize. He was the prize. His son was the prize. So he said, instead of investing my energy, think about this. When you invest your energy into something, what you're doing is it's like you're digging. You're digging for oil, or you're drilling for oil, or you're digging for gold, right? So you're going to your job every day, digging for gold. You're going out into the world looking for possibilities. You're like, oh, I wish they would give me an opportunity. But what you don't understand is, for a lot of you, just like it was for the Rothschilds, the gold is buried in your backyard. That's where, in my view, that's where you should be digging. So if you're a parent, grandparent, play parent, step parent, mentor, coach, whatever, understand your multi-million-dollar asset is right there around you. But what we do that is so backward, in my opinion, is we will neglect the kids so we can go off and serve massa. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me if I'm lying. We will literally, our kids grow up like, I forgot my mama's name because mama's working 14 hours a day. And I understand mama's got to go pay the bills sometimes, but Lord Jesus, we don't even understand. Again, because we look at our children as luxury items. We're like, oh, we have these little badass kids. They cost all this money and whatever. And you do the bare minimum. And then you say, well, you drop them off at some public school so that some white guy can like get into their brain, right? And next thing you know, they're coming home and telling you that you're mispronouncing your pronouns, right? Or whatever. They're teaching in school, because in Chicago, kids that are coming out of the public schools cannot read and write. And these are brilliant children. These are our children. These kids are smart. Somebody said my sound is breaking up. Let me switch my Wi-Fi real quick. I'm probably gonna have to. Can y'all hear me? Are y'all able to hear me? Because I keep going. Somebody said I'm going in and out. Am I good now? Thank you. Okay. I'm getting annoyed. All right, so let me give the last lesson, because then I'm gonna go. My wife and I are gonna go to brunch today, and I don't want to make her wait for too long. The last thing that he mentions in that Rothschild video. So he tells them, you're one family, you stick together. And what he's doing is he's creating a defense system by saying, none of you let the other one fail. This is exactly what I talk about in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. That's exactly what in that book. If you go read that book, you will see that these are the things that I talk about. You have to set up a code of conduct. You take your family, they become an economic gang. Every gang has a code of conduct, and he's giving them the code. He's giving them the game. He's saying, look, this is what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to protect each other. All right. So somebody says my sound is going in and out. You know what? I'm going to switch Wi-Fi real quick so I can finish this point up. So give me 1 second. Let me open up my personal hotspot, because apparently this hotel Wi-Fi is a piece of junk. So, and then we'll do the last point. Then we're going to get out of here. So give me 1 second. All right. Hold on. Okay. All right. So I'm back now. Give me a yes if you can hear me okay. Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through all right, because I'm on my phone Wi-Fi now. Okay. And if I have to turn off my video, I will. Okay, great. All right. Thank you so much, April and Gerald and Kelsey and Renee. I appreciate you. All right. So he sets up a mindset early, right? This is so important. He's telling the children, don't go looking out in the world for what you need. Look toward each other. Instead of turning outward, you turn inward. See, a lot of y'all were raised in households where you were not taught to do that. You were not taught to turn inward to fulfill your economic needs and responsibilities. You were taught to turn outward. Okay, Billy, I got 3 smart kids. You're going to go work for him. You're going to go work for her. You're going to go work for this company. And then next thing you know, all of you are so spread out. You're all applying insane amounts of energy toward things that are not amounting to shit, just so you can get enough money so you can barely pay your bills. That's what you're doing. But what the Rothschild father told them was, he said, turn inward, look at each other, go to your brother, make sure he's good. And this is exactly how the European Union got formed. This is how Apple Computer got formed. This is how any successful economic entity has that same philosophy. You take your energy and you apply it to the people that matter to you. It's the same energy that leads me to get up every day and to talk to you. Harvard University cannot hire me to stop doing what I do every day because I would just tell them there's no place that I'd rather be and no place that I need to be that's more important than me being right here educating Black people about economics. This is the best use of my doctorate, period. So that's another thing that he was given. Because remember, if you don't give the kids the right mindset, they can have all the talent and opportunity in the world and it won't amount to anything. So mindset is everything. Economic culture exceeds economic education. Education means nothing without culture because the education gives you the skill to do something. It tells you how to do something, but the culture tells you why you should be doing something. It tells you what you should do with your skill. If you teach me how to shoot a gun, but you don't tell me who I should be shooting at, I'm going to kill some people. I might pull that gun out and shoot my mother in the face. So you have to train me like, no, you don't shoot your mama, boys. You got to shoot the enemy. Aim right here. This is who you got to tell them the why. We don't give them the why. We give them the what and the how, but we don't give them the why. Why are you doing this? The why is where the fire's at. When I come in here acting like a crazy man, jumping up and down, it's not the what and the how that's making me do this. It's the why. I'm doing this because I know that in a few years, we're going to kill it. And I'm going to tell you, I was extra fired up when I went to InvestFest and I said, this is what I was always aiming for. Thousands of Black people getting together only to talk about economics. This is so different from the beginning when everybody acted like it was crazy and weird and stupid and nobody was interested. Now everybody's interested. Now we got our people right where we want them. Now in the next generation, what we do is we're elevating this. We're building on top of this. See, because the Jewish community did not become the most economically capable group of people in the world in one generation. It took hundreds of generations. It took a long time. So ultimately for us, we're still in the infancy of this movement. We're still at the very beginning. Sure, we're doing a lot, but what's going to be amazing is what your grandkids do. They're going to be looking at us 100 years ago and say, this is where it started. And this is what we're doing now. They're going to be running trillion-dollar corporations. And what our job is to lay out the framework, to lay out the groundwork, to get them started, to move them in the right direction, to make sure that we can clear the obstacles. It's like if you're trying to build a building on a forest, first you got to clear the land. You got to chop down the trees. You got to remove all the stuff that's going to get in the way. And then they're going to build on top of what we created. So the last piece I'm going to throw in here is the last thing. The Rothschild father said that was really interesting. He said, there will be many wars. Now, he did not say which side of the war you're supposed to pick. He didn't say who you're supposed to fight for. He said there will be many wars. And in these wars, both sides are going to need our services. So he wasn't saying go out here and gamble and get into a war and fight people. He said, pay attention to the war. And whenever people need a service involving the transport of money, they will come to the Rothschilds. So here's what this made me think about. In the California gold rush, most people who rushed for gold did not get any gold. Most people who went into the gold rush, they jumped in and they did everything they could to be a part of it. But most of those people came back with nothing. But there were people who said, look, I don't want to go dig for gold, but I'll sell lunch to the people who are tired after they spent the whole day digging for gold. Or I can be a tour guide for the people who are trying to figure out where to go to dig for gold. Or I'm going to sell, or Levi blue jeans. They said, we're going to sell these really rough, rugged blue jeans so that when people are digging for gold, they can have some good pants to wear while they're digging for gold. I'm not going to dig with you, but I'll sell you the service that will help you to go and speculate. And that's what the bankers and the Rothschilds were doing. They were like, look, we ain't going to fight in these wars. We ain't trying to be involved, but we'll finance the war for you and we'll sell weapons to both sides. That's what and so to this day, and this creates some animosity for them, unfortunately, is to this day, this is kind of the reputation they have. This is why they became the economic boogeyman, because they were the ones who got to decide as the bankers who was even going to win the war, who was going to have what they needed, who was going to get access to the gold. And so again, so effectively what it says is that when you're thinking about business, see, it's like, almost reminds me of like stock options, right? A lot of people are into buying stock options. They love to speculate. They love to, throw money out and invest it and hope for the best. And I got a text message from a rapper. I'm not going to say his name, but the other day he was a rapper. He sent me a message on Instagram and he was asking me about stock options. And he said, man, I was curious to know what you think, because he said, I lost, $100,000 buying stock options. And he said, so what do you think about that? I said, well, actually, I don't buy stock options. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, well, I don't speculate. I sell stock options. I don't want to buy the option, because that means I might either make a bunch of money or I'm going to lose money. But if I sell the option, I'm always going to make money, because I'm selling the option to the people who want to speculate. I don't want to be the gambler. I want to be the house. And so basically, when you're thinking about investing and making your money move, you want to sort of understand the terrain well enough to know where you want to position yourself. So this is that was the last point that was really interesting, is that he was basically telling his sons various aspects of economic consciousness. He said there's going to be many wars. Money is a weapon that can be used to defend yourself. He mentioned that when you get money, you're going to have haters and enemies that are going to try to take it from you. He said, which means that you're going to have to stick together and you're going to have to diversify, which is why I want all of you in different countries. I also want all of you to have each other's back. And then at the end of the day, we're not trying to get involved in the petty nonsense and the low vibrational stuff, like wars and all that. What we're going to do is we're just going to give people what they need so they can do whatever they're going to do, because at the end of the day, the Rothschilds are always going to win. And I kind of think that there's something to really learn from that. So like literally when I'm watching all this stuff, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm very frustrated because I don't enjoy watching Black people fight each other over Democrat Republican stuff. I don't want to see, one Black person stop being friends with another Black person because they're fighting over politicians that don't give a damn about either one of you. I understand if you're a Democrat, be a Democrat. If you're a Republican, be a Republican. But I don't see where any of this division is going to benefit our community directly. So I would encourage you that after you finish being a Democrat, after you finish being a Republican, become an intelligent Black person. Connect to each other and say, okay, now that we've argued over the basic stuff, let's go ahead and put that to the side so we can focus on the stuff that actually matters. And I think this is a level of consciousness that I hope more people can embrace, because I don't think everybody's going to get it. They know exactly how to trigger us. They know exactly how to get us fighting with each other. And I just really encourage you, and I applaud those of you who are able to kind of see beyond just the very basics. So anyway, that's it, guys. I'm done talking. I hope this conversation was helpful to you. I hope you guys have a great day. I'm going to go eat lunch with my wife. She's been waiting patiently. So I will see you all tomorrow morning. If you want to be on the text list to get notified when we do Money in the Morning, this is 7 days a week, every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, I will text out a link where you can join the estate planning essentials class. I put that together. The lifetime access fee is $299. For you guys, for the first 100 people to sign up, it's $99. So I cut the price by $200, and it's lifetime access. It's yours for life, and it'll get you started on legacy building and preparing for the next generation. So I'll text that out to you as well later on today. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I'll see you all tomorrow. We're this notoriously wealthy family that just pretty much, they own so much stuff that people just make up rumors and myths about the family. Like they're almost like the financial boogeyman to some extent, where people are just scared of that family. They sort of believe that they control almost everything, which to some extent is probably somewhat true. And I'll kind of give you some insight into that. But I thought it would be a worthy discussion today in terms of really understanding the secrets of just what families like that are doing and what your family can do that can help you to have a level of power that's pretty extraordinary. It does require a certain degree of planning and stuff like that, but well, I'll try to break it down for you so that you can kind of sort of see the vision for your own family. In fact, how many of you feel like your last name is important? Give me a guess if you care about your family legacy. Give me a guess if you understand what I'm talking about when I talk about the afterlife. The afterlife isn't just heaven in a place where, you know, the streets are paved with gold and everybody eats blueberry pancakes for breakfast. The afterlife basically is what happens after your life is over. What happens after your life is over. And I spent a lot of time thinking about that when I was in Egypt, as the Egyptians were obsessed with the afterlife. You know, they would just have these elaborate tombs and they would put all this stuff in there. They would try to take stuff with them, like their horses and their gold and everything else, which is crazy. But it was interesting though, because, you know, when I saw that King Tut only lived like 9 years, but he spent the whole 9 years preparing for the afterlife, and now he's got this 5,000-year-old legacy that came out of 9 years of labor. I thought that was kind of interesting, right? So, so I decided to talk a little bit about legacy building, and what I want to do. Is kind of give not just sort of a history and an understanding of the Rothschild family, but also some things that we can kind of learn in terms of how they got to be so powerful and so wealthy. If you want to know how wealthy they were, they were so wealthy that and Ferraris. They had the kind of wealth where they could decide which countries will go to war with other countries, or which countries are going to win the war. And this sort of went on for hundreds of years. In fact, I heard Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, or I think that, yeah, that's his name, the presidential candidate, and he was explaining that when we give a bunch of money to another country like Ukraine or Israel, it's, you know, it's not really money being given away. What it is he described it as a type of money laundering. And I was like, huh, money laundering, interesting. And what he said is that, think about it like this. So you give a bunch of money to Ukraine or some other country because they're in a war and you want to help them win that war. But what do you do? With most of the time, money is power. Money is power. Money isn't just about the financial. Money isn't just like, I'm putting something in your bank account. Good luck with your life. Money is something that translates into things that money can't buy. It translates into influence. It translates into conditions that you can use to shape the world into what you want it to look like. This is why things like Powernomics are so important. Why every child on earth, every child in our community anyway, needs to read books like Powernomics, because what money lets you do is money lets you influence people. It can influence policy. It can influence governments. Like, think about it. Process it like this. If I go, let's look at it. Let's bring it down to earth real quick before we get back to the Rothschilds. If I go out to a school, and this has actually happened, and I come in and I say, you know, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to write a $50,000 check to your school. What are they gonna say? They're gonna be like, especially if it's a small, struggling school that doesn't have a lot of money, they're gonna say, wow, thank you. This is amazing. We appreciate this so much. But what if I didn't say, I got a cousin that's a teacher, and I need you to hire my cousin on your faculty. Okay, sure, absolutely, because we want to maintain this relationship. Okay, and then I say, yeah, I'd like my name on a building or something, like, you know, for my family, like that would. Okay. And then let's say it could go into other things like, well, you know, I really think you all should teach Black economics in the school because, you know, our kids need to learn economics. Okay, well, Dr. Watkins wants that. That's what we want, right? And now, mind you, power doesn't have to be used for malicious purposes. It's not like I've donated to a lot of schools, but never once have I pushed for anything that would be deemed inappropriate. But what happens is that money affects people. Money affects relationships. So let's go back to the example Kennedy gave. So Kennedy basically said, when we give money to Ukraine, we're not really giving money to Ukraine. What's happening is they're giving the money and they're making all these stipulations that come with the money. Money usually comes with a set of rules. That's why in the Black Business School from the very beginning, we say we're not going to take money from corporations. I don't want to be in bed with a bunch of raunchy, goofy ass celebrities. I also am not taking money from the Democrat or Republican parties because they don't write blank checks that allow you to do whatever you want. They're buying influence from you. So basically, when they give money to Ukraine, they'll say, okay, we'll give you the money, but we need you to agree to some conditions. Oh, okay, sure. What do you need? What do you need? We need you to upgrade your weapon systems to a specific global standard in order for you to move forward here. So that means your old stuff is garbage. You need to buy new stuff. Okay, no problem. Oh, and by the way, when you buy your new stuff, we have these defense contractors in the United States, Northrop Grumman and some other companies that would be more than happy to sell you everything you need, right? You need more missiles? Oh, we got you. You need more bombs? Oh, we got you, right? You need tanks? Oh, we got a company that makes tanks. So you're giving them the money so they can spend it right back with American corporations. Do y'all follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? And this Kennedy correctly defines this as a type of money laundering. He said, what you're doing is you're taking taxpayer money and you're funneling that money to corporations that gave money to your campaign. This is why, and I'm sorry, and I know I hurt people's feelings because I don't jump on bandwagons and I'm not into all this Democrat Republican nonsense. I make fun of it. I joke about it. It's like, yeah, oh, Kamala washed greens in the bathtub. Oh, that makes her perfectly fit to be president. Or Trump. It's funny. The funny thing about Trump is that everybody's known Trump was an asshole for 30 years. Anybody who's ever followed him has known this guy is a blowhard, arrogant guy. Like when I met Kanye West and I was on the phone with Kanye for all those hours, I said, okay, now I understand why you and Trump get along, because both of y'all are crazy. Both of y'all need therapy. Both of you think that you're the most important human beings on the planet. And I don't want to be around either one of you. So I make jokes about it. And I know people get offended because somehow they falsely believe in this nonsense. They believe that this stuff is really going to represent their interest. And what they don't understand is that politicians don't work for you. Politicians don't work for you. Politicians work for the people who gave them the money to get elected. They can buy you. They can buy your vote. All they got to do is tell you that they washed their greens in the bathtub or do the electric slide with you, and they got you. They got you. But the corporations say, I'm gonna write this check. They're saying this to Trump. The Silicon Valley saying, Trump, we're going to write you billions of dollars in checks. Elon Musk, it says, I'm going to give you $45 million a month to become president. But when you get in office, I need you to subsidize the EV industry because we're getting our butts kicked by China. BYD's killing us. They're going to put us out of business. We need you to put tariffs on Chinese-made electric vehicles because they're flooding the market and we can't stay in business. Silicon Valley saying, yo, look, we're going to write this check for you, but we need to make sure you call off the Securities and Exchange Commission so they'll stop investigating us because they're really messing up our game. They're disrupting our swag. We can't go Google. We can't dominate the way we used to dominate because the Biden administration's investigating us for antitrust violations. Do you understand? So it is fundamentally, you could call it corrupt. It's definitely driven heavily by money. And this is a reason why I think it's kind of a joke. It's like we think that they're working for us, and it's like, no, they're not working for you. They're working for the people who gave them the money. If they don't work for the people who gave them the money, they will not get reelected. There was one sister out of Ohio who spoke up about AIPAC, and she was like, we can't just be doing what AIPAC says, and we need to do what's right, and da-da-da-da. You know what they did? They found another Black person in that area to run for office. AIPAC came along and said, we're going to give you X millions of dollars so you can beat this lady and get her out of office. And that's what they did. And when they spent the money, they were basically buying advertising, which ultimately buys influence. You advertise to people, you tell them that you make your greens in the bathtub so they'll vote for you, and whatever it is. I'm not picking on Kamala, but whatever. Politicians say, I don't even think, to me, it's like, that's such a goofy topic anyway. I don't even care about that. But it's funny, right? It's funny. And then when you get in office, they call you up and they say, hey, we're the people who gave you all this money. We need you to go ahead and do what we agreed that you're going to do. And it fits right in with your policies because this is what you said before the election, because you knew that we gave you money and you knew this is what we wanted. That's why, for example, Trump speaks heavily about putting big tariffs on products coming from other countries, because Silicon Valley pretty much made that a condition before they could get his money. So effectively, circling back to the Rothschilds, they had a lot of financial influence that went beyond just writing checks and hiring people. This financial influence allowed them to determine whether England or France was going to win the war. And so let me kind of break down some of this so we can kind of understand the Rothschilds. In fact, actually, before we do that, I know sometimes I get kind of intense, and I don't want us to be too stressed out on a Sunday morning. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually play this video that I saw that was like this horribly made movie from the 1950s that basically kind of talked about the Rothschild family. And I thought it was kind of interesting. I think it's a good way to kind of start the discussion so we can pick up some of our lessons out of this. So give me 1 second. This is on my Instagram page. My Instagram is one of my Instagrams is Dr. Boyce Money, Dr. Boyce Money. So feel free to follow me on the gram. I could use your follows. All right. So here we go. Because y'all know my pages get taken down because I talk about stuff that you're not supposed to talk about. All right. So here is the Rothschild video. Check this out.
For money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak for you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work and strive for money. Money is power.
I'm going to play it one more time. First off, let me know if you all can hear that. Will y'all give me a yes real quick in the chat to let me know you were able to hear that okay? All right. And I'm going to play it again because this, y'all don't understand. There was a ton of financial consciousness exercises in that statement, in that short statement that he made. There were about 3 or 4 things that I want to drill into that's really going to shape how you see money. So let me pull this back up again, and I want us to watch this again because it's that interesting to me. So here we go.
Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak for you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work.
Okay, wow. First off, did anybody else sort of understand how powerful that was? Give me a yes if you could feel the power of that state of what you just saw, without me even jumping into it. Let me know. I want to know if you get why I watched this, why I had you watch this twice, why this was a hell of a lot of game dropped in one. And then this was, again, Dr. Claude Anderson's been dropping this kind of game for many, many years, and people don't listen. But what I want to do is I want to go through piece by piece that short video and 4 or 5 financial consciousness lessons that you can extract from just something that simple, right? To learn finance, you don't have to go to a college campus or take a class or wait for white people to put you in school. You can learn these things on your own. You can learn these things from each other. And I think that's better and it's actually safer because I don't think other people should be educating us, because someone who makes money controlling you is never going to teach you how to be liberated. People who make money managing you and keeping you in your place will never, ever benefit from teaching you how to break out of their management system. And this really even goes back to especially when you talk about Black folks and how many people have worked extremely hard to maintain control of Black people. In fact, I got to go find this. I'm going to put this up on my Instagram later today. There's a brother who found a document in 1922, where there was a meeting of the Communist Party representatives, and they literally made a document on how they would control the Black community by basically connecting with the pastors, by creating organizations that would be set to manage Black people, by sort of connecting to us in certain ways. It was so deep that I really want to break that down as well. And what someone said is that, and actually he fast forwarded to things that Malcolm X said about how liberals work to control the Black community, and how some of these very same ideas about sort of going through the pastors and connecting with us in certain ways, that's exactly what the blueprint is, and it works effectively. So I'm not going to talk about that though, because I want to stay on this Rothschild thing, but that made me think as well. So the first thing I want you to notice is in that video, he starts off by saying that for his community, money is the only weapon that he says the only weapon we have to defend ourselves. It is the only weapon we have to defend ourselves. So he's talking about two things at once. He's talking about playing offense and playing defense. He's saying that money is a weapon, but it's used to defend ourselves. Now, if you read books like Powernomics and you listen to me even 3 or 4 times, you'll understand all the different millions of times I've tried to explain to you that money is a tool. Money is power. Money is a weapon that is used to control you. Money. So if you don't have something to defend yourself with, to defend your freedom, to defend your family, then someone's going to come and conquer you. So he says that in his community, money is the only weapon that we can use to defend ourselves. And if you think about it, his community, and I'm not going to keep saying that J word because they're so powerful that they literally will ban you or come get you just for even mentioning their name. So we're not even going to do all that, and also I don't want this to be interpreted as anti-nothing. I'm not into all that stuff. I ain't got time for that. And that's what I told Kanye too when he started ranting on all that stuff. I said, man, I don't want to hear all that. I want to talk about us. I want to talk about what we can do. Ain't nothing you can do to us that we can't do to you. Ain't nothing somebody else can do to harm us that we can't harness ourselves. So stop talking about how powerful other people are, and let's start learning from that power so we can have power ourselves. So anyway, long story short, he uses the words weapon and defense. And I did a training with you guys called The Economics of Self-Defense. I'm sure it's out there somewhere. If you go Google it, you could probably find it somewhere. And because literally, I said, I get it. Black people want to be free and we don't feel free. The reason we don't feel free is because we got to get up and go work for a white man every day. That's why you lack freedom. And another reason you can't be free is because for whatever reason, we're not shifting the culture enough to implement enough economic discipline, like basic things like a $5 a day investing plan for our children to help them to become free. If we simply invested as much money as we spend on Gucci belts, fast food, and new cars, we would have plenty of wealth to be able to defend ourselves. We would not have to get up and go to work every day for somebody who disrespects us. That's the first thing. He uses the words weapon and defend. This goes back. This is a powernomics principle. Dr. Claude Anderson, he's talked about this for many decades. Number 2, he says, during times of war, when your gold is transported, it will be seized by the enemy. And during times of peace, it will be seized by thieves. Now, if you remember, one of the things I've always explained to you guys, and I'm going to go through it real quick, is I said there's pretty much 4 stages to wealth, 4 stages. One is you got to know where the money's at. You'd be surprised how many people lack even the basic financial consciousness to even know where money is. My thing is like, how do you plan to have money when you don't even know where the money's at? You don't even know that the stock market is the #1 wealth builder in America. You don't even know that entrepreneurship gives you a far greater likelihood of having wealth than working for somebody. You don't even know the value of owning versus renting. You think you can consume and buy things for the rest of your life and that you're going to somehow be wealthy. That doesn't make any sense. Or you're going this, get my bachelor's degree, go $200,000 in debt and work for other people route. That doesn't work. The studies show that doesn't work. So financial consciousness is critical for anybody that wants to be financially strong. So the first step is financial consciousness, learn where the money's at. The second step is you have to have a plan. I tell my girls, I say, look, if you ask a man what his 10-year plan is and he can't give you an answer in 60 seconds, that's not the man for you, because success doesn't typically happen by accident, especially when you're Black. because there's already a plan. You don't have a plan for your life, but they got a plan for your life, though. They got a plan for you already. So because you have not thought about your plan or God's plan, you're gonna have to submit to Massa's plan. Because Massa has a plan for you. Massa's plan for me was that my mother would abort me before I was born so that I would never be a problem. That was Massa's plan for me. So my mother, by going to those public schools and arguing with those teachers who wanted to put me on medication and put me in special ed because I didn't follow their rules, she was aborting, or she was, I don't say use the word abort, that's a different kind of abort, right? She was basically superseding Massa's plan and say, no, this is my plan for my child. This is what my child's going to be. And actually, if you ask my mother to this day, she'll say, I was implementing God's plan, because in my mind, when I sat down at that altar and prayed to God about this baby, should I have it? She said, God told me. This is what my mother says. Now, maybe she's making it up. I don't know. But she says, God told her, you got to have this baby because this baby is going to help change the world. She literally will say that. She said, I did not feel that about in my other children. I love my brother and my sister. They're amazing people. But she literally said that to me. And who knows, maybe it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Maybe the fact that she told me that made me say, okay, I got to go do this, right? Which is yet another interesting thing about how the mind works, right? Whatever it is, but that's what my mother told me. So you have to be able to implement your plan and be strong enough and committed enough and fearless enough to make sure that that plan overrides any other plan that's out there, because they got a plan for you. They do. So the first thing is financial consciousness. The second step is to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, then you're not going to be successful typically. The third is you got to work the plan. You got to execute. Wealth is nothing but an accumulation process. All wealth is doing the same thing over and over and over again, and then eventually you've done it a whole lot. You're saving $20 a day or whatever, and then over time you end up having $1 million because you've been investing that money the whole time. Or just like walking down the road. If I take 2 steps every 10 seconds and I do that consistently, I'm going to eventually take 10,000, 20,000 steps, right? That's literally how wealth is accumulated. So you have to work the plan, be consistent, do the same thing every day. Every single day I get up each day, and I talk to you every day about economics. Every single day. I've been doing this since probably about 2009. And now I look back and I'm like, holy crap, I've done 22,000 videos and it's gotten over 1 billion views. Oh, it was step by step by step. Because I'm not the most popular person in the world. There's a lot of people that hate my guts. A lot of people don't understand me. A lot of people don't want to hear what I have to say. I'm not a great speaker. I'm okay. I'm not anybody special. But one thing I am special about is that I know who I am and I'm very consistent about it. You can call me whatever you want to call me, but one thing you cannot call me is inconsistent. That's it. Even the people who hate me, sorry, my chair came down. Even the people who hate my guts can never say that I'm not consistent, right? So, and that's all. When I hear them say that, then when I hear them admit to that, I'm like, okay, that's all I need. I don't need you to like me. I need you to know that I'm going to be here. Period. So, what else? The fourth part. And this gets to the Rothschilds thing. So we talked about having consciousness, knowing where the money's at. 2, making a plan to get the money. 3, executing the plan. Number 4, this is what the Rothschilds were referring to. When you pile up resources, you better be able to defend that stuff. If you can't defend what you got, then you will not have it for very long. Once you get money, you become a target. You become a target of every cousin that's got a sob story. You become a target of the government that will tax you into the ground. You become a target. You a man, you're going to become a target of every cute little girl who's trying to come and get a piece of that money. If you are a woman, there are women that I know, wealthy Black women who are hit on by what they call these hobosexuals, these men that are sexy and know how to drop it in bed, and they're really trying to get close to you so they can get access to what you got. Even the men are doing that to the women now, right? And so what he's saying is that during times of war, when you got money, somebody's going to try to take it. Either the enemy's going to seize it, or the thieves are going to try to steal it. So what he's saying is we need a plan so we can protect what we got. We're going to go get it, and after we get it, we're going to defend it. Okay, now let's move on. What's another type of defense? Well, one thing he says in that videos, he says, I want all 5 of you to go to different countries and set up banks in different countries. Now, again, I don't know if these conversations ever happened. Nobody knows, but that is what the Rothschilds did. So they went to different countries and they set up banks in different countries. Well, what is that? What concept of economic self-defense is that? Well, that's called diversification. Diversification is a critically important part of economic self-defense. It is an area in which many of our people fail. Many of our people fail for one reason. We've been raised on this false belief that having a job was the safest way to make your money. That when you have a job, you have job security, so you're more secure than if you are a person who's getting different streams of income, and that's not true, because you're never secure if all your income is coming from one place, especially if it's coming from somebody who don't give a damn about you. You know that corporation don't love you. You know that they'll drop you in a second. You know that you could die at your desk. They're going to sweep your dead body up and then replace you within a week. But somehow you feel more secure because you're getting all your income from that one source, and you're pretty much raised and trained to serve these people from birth. Like, that's all, you're custom designed to do that. It's like the Eddie Murphy movie, Coming to America, when the girl came in and she's drop dead gorgeous, and he says, "So what do you do?" And she says, "I spent my whole life being trained to serve you." So when he decided he didn't want her, she had nowhere to go. She had nothing to do. She was like, "Well, I've lost my sense of purpose." Well, a lot of you were raised that way. You were raised to go to school, get good grades, go to college, and get a good job. And if this society and if this economy does not want you, a lot of you feel like you have nowhere to go. That's why you see so many people when they can't get a job or can't keep a job. Give me a yes if you've seen somebody where, because they lost their job and they can't get another one, they get depressed, they start drinking, they sit around and start doing. See, this is where the wino started. I talked to a black man one time. I spoke for the National Black Chamber of Commerce. They had a real cool dude that was running the organization. Well, I was really impressed because I know that they have to be very political. And I said, "Okay, do you want, when I speak, do you want me to give you the political Boyce Watkins or the safe Boyce Watkins, or you want me to give you the real Boyce Watkins?" He said, "I want the real Boyce Watkins." I said, "Okay, you got it." And he was a good guy. I can't remember, I think his name was Big B or something like that. And anyway, when they were driving me back to the airport, I was talking to his driver, and his driver was an entrepreneur. I think he owned the limo company where he was driving me in this car. And he was 62 years old. And he said, "I've never had a job in my life." I said, "You've never had a job? Tell me what have you done your whole life?" He said, "Well, he said, I just get money. I know how to make money." And I said, "Really?" I said, "Where'd that come from?" He said, "Well, when I was a kid, my father used to work in the steel mill, and he had a good job, was making good money. And then the steel mill shut down. You know, they make these big trade agreements with other countries. It was one Clinton made where they and basically saying, "Uh-oh, somebody said I'm frozen with no sound. Can you guys hear me? Okay, let me know if you can hear me." Oh, this is bad. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Let me see. Am I in here? Can y'all? I'm gonna. You can hear me. Okay, yeah. I'm in a hotel, and this hotel Wi-Fi. Lord Jesus. All right, let me. You know what? Let me try. I'm gonna try to switch Wi-Fi's real quick. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can switch my Wi-Fi. All right, so you guys can hear me. I'm good now. Am I good enough to keep going? Okay, let me know. Interrupt me if I go out again. Okay, so what he said was, he said, "My father used to work in the steel." Oh, that's what. So let me tell you. So the reason that the manufacturing base in a lot of countries disappeared is because when they let China into the World Trade Organization, China was able to make a product for $1 that would have cost $30 in the United States. So why would you manufacture a product in the US where you got to go pay a worker a living wage, and the product's going to cost $30 when you could go make it in China where it's going to cost $1? So that's when you started to see a lot of the major cities that have manufacturing bases just sort of fall apart. Milwaukee, Gary, Indiana, Detroit, places like Akron and Toledo, stuff like that. A lot of the Midwest got hit. So basically, effectively, these sorts of agreements end up harming people. So what happened was, this man told me that when those manufacturing jobs went away, he said that's when the winos started. He said, because you had a lot of black men who had only been trained to work for white men. That's all they knew how to do. So what they did was they would just sit around and drink all day, sit around, drink, and play chess all day. When a man loses his sense of purpose, it's hard for him to maintain his manhood. So a man has to maintain some sort of a sense of purpose that goes beyond just showing up to work for this white guy, or anybody. You have to know your value beyond just whether or not you have a job or can get a job. In my view, a better way to look at it would be, okay, I got all this free time now because you don't want to hire me. But now that I've got this free time, I can put this into something else. There's always something for me to do. There's always something I can do in order to make money. So rather than just working for a company, I think that children should be trained to just kind of work for the world, right? Like if I work for a company, that means that if that company doesn't want me anymore, then I'm done. I have no income. I'm in trouble. Oh my God, there's financial anxiety. I'm stressed out. That's why my wife is a therapist and she has to work with people that are going through this. But if your child is trained to just kind of work for the world, then they know, like, hey, you know what? If I can't work over here, then I'm going to find a customer somewhere. Instead of finding a job, I'm going to find a customer. Do you understand the difference? If I find a customer, that means, okay, this lady needs her grass cut. That's my customer. This other guy, oh, you need the house painted? You're my customer. Oh, you need me to help come and build something for you? You're my customer. You want to buy this shea butter, whatever it is, you're my customer. So ultimately, I think that it's just as easy to train children to find a customer as it is to train them to find a job. Because when you find a job, all you're doing is trying to find a customer. That's it. Except your customer is a corporation. That's it. That's literally when you go on a job interview, all you're doing is selling yourself. Well, I went to Brown University and I got a master's degree in mechanical engineering and I'm a diligent worker and I like to set goals and my biggest weakness is that sometimes I work too hard and you're going to all these interviews, you're selling yourself. You're code switching, you're trying to fit in, you're trying to show them how great you'd be with the company. All you're doing is selling. So if you can sell yourself, then you can sell a lot of stuff. If I can sell myself, I could sell ink pens. If I can sell myself, I can sell cars. If I can sell myself, I can sell services. And the difference is, though, you just have a different boss. Really. So I would just encourage you with kids. I'm sorry. People think I'm radical for saying this, but I don't think this whole raising your kids to go work for white people thing is really working out for us. When I look at how many people I know that are going through all kinds of daily struggle because of the stress of their job, I say, wow, like you're really crying on your way to your dream job. Like, you used to dream about this job back you really wanted this job. Now you have the job. Now you're crying because the job is so stressful for you. This isn't where you're supposed to be. And maybe no one gave you the courage to realize that you can be in other places than this bad relationship. Maybe we have to heighten your economic self-esteem a little bit to let you know that you are worthy, you are valuable, even if this company don't want you no more. And I just think this is something that has to be taught in the beginning. So because I don't think any of the Rothschilds were sitting around saying, well, how are we going to get a good job? I don't. I think they were thinking, how we're going to find a customer. So let me keep going. Let me finish this video. I'm going to play this video one more time for those of you that just came in. And also some of you are asking for this link, the link for the estate planning class in the Dr. Boyce Academy. In case you just came in, I did finish it's estate planning essentials. So it's for beginners. It's all about legacy building, protecting your legacy, stuff like that. A lot of you have asked me for this, so I put something together. It's $299 for lifetime access. But the first 100 people can actually get in for $99. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this link and I'm going to put it in the chat. And also, I'm going to text it out later. If you want to get the text, make sure you're on the text list. To get on the text list, pull out your phone and text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, before I show this Rothschilds video again, I'm going to actually give you the link in the chat for those of you that want to hurry up and sign up now. Give me a second here. Hold on. All right. I am grabbing this. And I think everybody should have some sort of estate plan in place. I mean, you have too many celebrities that die without any sort of plan. And it's just terrible because you're throwing all that money away. You're literally selling your kids into slavery. I mean, that's the craziest thing in the world. And so anyway, let me, there we go. So if you are in the chat. You should see the link right there. If you want to hop over and sign up now, you can. It's totally up to you. All right, so let me go play this video now. And this is a video of some movie. I don't know the name of this movie, but I liked the theme in the sense that they were kind of going through the story of the Rothschilds. A lot of you have heard of the Rothschilds, but you may not know why they were famous and why they were so powerful. But here's the video. I'm gonna play it one more time, and then I'm gonna go through a couple of other lessons, financial consciousness lessons you can pick up from this. Here we go.
And strive for money. Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with. Oh, never.
Come, you must speak with you. All of you.
Much money is lost through sending gold by coach from one country to another. In times of war, it is seized by the enemy. In times of peace, by thieves. You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. You must stand by one another. No one brother must be allowed to fail while another brother succeeds. Your 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. Work and strive for money. Money is power.
Okay, so we talked earlier about some basic lessons. First of all, he talked about money as power, as a weapon, and as a tool to defend yourself. Okay, so that is that's important to understand from a powernomics standpoint. Never think money is just money. I don't know the name of the movie, Rosa. I wish I could tell you. I just saw the clip and I thought it was great. I'm always looking for something. If I see something where I'm like, oh, this would be great to cover in class, that's what I grab. But if anybody knows the name of the movie, then feel free to share it with me. I'm sure we can Google it. Number 2, he talks about another aspect of financial consciousness, which is that when you acquire money, you have to be aware of how people see you. He says that during times of war, money will be seized by the enemy. During times of peace, it will be seized by thieves. The lack of financial consciousness reminds me of this woman that I met who told me that one of her friends, they had a little group of 3 really pretty girls, and they would keep track of when athletes or rappers would come to town because they feel like rappers and athletes are stupid. But they have lots of money. So what they would do is they would find out what they like and what they want to talk about and stuff like that. And they would show up and basically give the man whatever he wanted. And then they would put a date rape drug in his drink and set him up and basically extort him. They would put the 15-year-old in the bed and say, if you don't give us X amount of dollars, we're going to call the press. We're going to call your wife. We're going to call your football team or whatever, and you're gonna lose everything. So men would have to pay money, and it was due to their lack of financial awareness, their lack of consciousness that would cause them to be put in this situation. They don't understand that you can't be a multi-million-dollar, multi-billion-dollar, whatever commodity and just sort of be hanging out and doing anything that you want. Literally, this is real stuff. I like to use real stories in real life. In fact, I remember my father always telling me that a man who has something to lose should not be in a space with a bunch of people that have nothing to lose. Or a woman too. If you've got a lot to lose, you should not be in a space with people who have nothing to lose. Tupac, I think that's why Tupac's not here anymore, to be honest with you. Tupac always wanted to be the same no matter what, but he didn't understand that the more famous you become and the wealthier you become, the way the world sees you is going to change, and you're going to have to adjust with that. So anyway, with that said, he talks about thieves and enemies stealing your money once you get it. Then he talks about diversification. Okay, there's 5 of you. All 5 of you are going to go start banks in different countries because we're going to be spread out. We're going to be diversified. That's another rule of economic self-defense. The other thing, too, is he understands the power of family. He says we have 5 sons. And he says at the end, he says there's nothing more important than being a Rothschild. He says that no one, he said, you will stand by one another. No one is allowed to fail. You are one family. That is a powernomics principle. That is understanding that many of you, how many of y'all got kids? Any of y'all got kids? Anybody in here? Any parents in the room? If you are a parent or a grandparent, raise your hand. All the parents, because your job is extremely important, and it's the most important job in society. I don't care what anybody else says. One mistake people make in America is we view children as what they call a luxury item. In economics, they call that a luxury item. A luxury item is something that you do that's pretty much a waste of your money anyway. A luxury item is like buying a Coach purse or a Mercedes Benz. You don't need a Mercedes. You don't need a Coach purse. You do it. Why? Well, because you got extra money. You got a little money to burn. You're feeling yourself. So you go ahead and just make it rain a little bit. That's fine. But children are not a luxury item. See, there was a time where children were viewed as an asset. Not in a malicious way, not in an exploitative way, but in a way that said the more babies we have, and if we train these children properly, they become a source of power for the family. We're now gang affiliated. Like, anybody remember when you were little, and you ever know that kid at your school who had like 12 brothers and sisters and then 14 play cousins? And anybody remember a family like that back in school? No one would ever beat up anybody in that family because you knew that if they were loyal to each other, you were going to get your ass kicked. Like, you knew they were all going to show up at your house and kill you. Like you did not mess with the kid who had a bunch of older siblings that were always with them. There was protection there. There was safety there. Well, the grown-up world ain't much different. When you've got people that are with you, that have your back, then you can achieve a whole lot more than if you're trying to operate solo. This is one of the reasons why, since slavery, they have worked so hard to keep us isolated from one another. This is why people like, what was it, Hoover, or the guy that ran the FBI, whatever his name was. This is why they consider Black unity to be the greatest threat to national security in existence. They said, oh my God, if these people all start working together, we're in trouble. We are in trouble. So what I want you to understand is that what this Rothschild father was seeing is that I got 5 sons. Oh, that's a power move. I'm wealthy now. I just ain't got no money. Right? But I'm very wealthy already. I'm a millionaire. I just ain't got no money. And so what he did was he said, you are 5 sons. You will set up 5 banks in 5 countries, and you will be unified. He also said, you will not allow anyone to fail. None of you can succeed while the other one's failing. That's not going to happen. What he's establishing there is a gang. He's establishing what I refer to as an economic gang, and everybody's gang affiliated. Every gang out here has a code of conduct, and gangs aren't just in the streets. It's not just Crips and Bloods and all that. No, gang, the police department ain't nothing but a gang. The Apple computer ain't nothing but a big economic gang. They all got the same little logo. They all follow the same rules. If you don't follow the rules, then they're going to put you out the gang. The North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, is an economic gang. We got together with Mexico and said, hey, homie, look, I got something, you got something. If we work together and set special rules for each other and codes of conduct, we can have more power. The Asian Pacific Union is an economic gang. The European Union is an economic gang. And the problem that you have as an American, particularly as an African American, is that you're constantly inundated with this very rugged individualism. You're constantly inundated with this false idea that you're supposed to do it all by yourself and that you're supposed to be the man, or you're supposed to be the woman, you're supposed to be the boss, you're supposed to be the HNIC. I run into it all the time. I talked to D1 before he went to InvestFest, and we were talking for a long time, and I said, man, I love rap and I love rappers. I said, but some of these dudes, I cannot talk to them because they are so caught up in trying to be the man, trying to dominate, trying to be King Kong this, and I'm the best, and I'm the baddest, I'm the greatest. And it's a reflection of why the whole Black community fails, because you're always looking for this one guy to be the superhero instead of building institutions. It's ego. Maybe it's ego, insecurity, weirdness, bad culture, but this whole idea that it's like one person has to always be the boss and the leader and everything, it makes it so hard to collaborate, because when I approach other aggressive Black males with collaborative energy, sometimes, not all of them, I mean, a lot of them get it, a lot of guys get it, but some people, it's like they see that like threatening, like it doesn't, like they've never seen that before. Like either I'm dominating you or you're dominating me, but we can win together. Like, what's with the scarcity mindset? I think that's a scarcity mindset, to be honest with you. I think it's scarcity because it makes you think that the only way I can be successful is if I push you out of the picture. And that's not how the world works. When you're working together, there's something called synergy. And synergy is where 2 + 2 is not 4. Synergy is where 2 + 2 is 7. Synergy is where we're not getting together to chop up one pie. We're getting together because we're going to make the pie bigger. And then when it's done, each of us will have a bigger slice than we had before. It's magic. And I really think that you should really tune into that. I think that this is something that is cultural. Right? It's cultural, and it's something that can be taught. It's something that simply says, look, man, stop thinking. It's a consciousness concept, actually. It's consciousness, right? Think about it. Imagine a football team where you got a bunch of players who are a bunch of individuals who are all concerned with their own stats and whether or not they got the ball, versus another team that says, look, I'm not worried about whether I get the ball or not. I'm worried about whether or not the team wins. That second team is going to win far more championships than the first team, and there's going to be a lot more success to go around. And typically what's interesting is that when you start to see people's consciousness decline and people start to operate on that low vibrational level is when the team starts losing. When the team starts losing, it becomes every man for himself, and everybody's trying to get their best stats in because they know the team's not going to win. And that's when you start to get people and their egos kind of clashing and fighting with each other. But when the team is winning, and if everyone has the right energy, then you can all understand that you're better together than you are individually. Go look at, for example, groups like New Edition. In New Edition, when they were young and immature, Bobby Brown wanted to be out swerving his hips and kind of being the superstar. The other guys got jealous of Bobby. Next thing you know, the group breaks up. Ralph goes solo. Johnny goes solo. Bobby goes solo. The other three are just sitting there. They don't know what to do because none of them sing. But actually, what's interesting is that Michael Bivins, who I actually did meet him, I liked the guy. He seemed like a leader. He seemed like a guy that would pull people together. He forms Belle Biv DeVoe. And Belle Biv DeVoe became more successful than Johnny and Ralph, and almost as successful as Bobby, right? And they'd have the least talent, but they had the right energy. They said, well, okay, individually, we suck. We can't sing that well. I'm not gonna say they suck, but y'all know they couldn't really sing as well as Bobby and Ralph and all that. But they became successful because they understood how to work together. They understood synergy. And then now that synergy of New Edition is as great as ever, because now they're older guys. They're all over 50. A lot of the egos are gone. And now you see all 6 of them on stage. Bobby's up there huffing and puffing, looking like he's about to pass out at any moment. But I love watching that because it reminds me of this basic idea that you really can be far more successful when you are willing to submit to something bigger than yourself. People don't like the word submit. You talk about submit, people are like, I ain't submitting to nothing. I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to do it. Well, okay, keep your selfish ass over in the corner and keep on losing by yourself. I'm submitting. Every day I submit to my wife. My wife submits to me. Every day I submit to my family. Every day I submit to my goals. Every day I submit to y'all. I'm not better than you. I just want to be a good teammate, right? I show up every day because I'm like, I want to be a good teammate for you so that you'll be a good teammate for me. So that if I come through for you every day, you're going to come through for me when I need you to come through for me so we can be a great team. I will never, ever meet any of you and pretend like I'm better than you. That's it. I'm just not interested in that. Why do I need all that? If you are mentally healthy, you shouldn't need people to constantly hoist you up like you're so special and you're better than other people. Then you're sitting up there all by yourself. No, I want to be surrounded by great people. I'm a great man. Hell yeah, I'm a great man. I ain't scared of nothing. I know how smart I am. I know how good I am. You can't hold me back. I can't be stopped. But I also want you to have that same energy. I want you to know how great you are, because working together, we can be a great team. I am never going to be a great man because I'm better than you. That does not make me better. I want to be great together. What's wrong? I think that is how you win. I really think that's how you win. If we're all great together, then guess what? We become the baddest group of people on the planet. And I believe that intelligent Black people, B1 people, are going to be the most extraordinary group of people on the earth. I believe that within the next 20 to 30 years, it's going to take time, but we will be the most economically advanced group of people on the planet. We're going to be doing things that people can only dream of. Our children are going to understand economics at a level that far exceeds anybody else. Do you know I met a kid who was in the Black Business School years ago? I told you I got to bring him up again. Caden, I saw him at InvestFest. Caden was 14. I had not seen Caden since he was 7. But his father, they always check in with me every few years because Caden started off in the Black Business School and everything. And I'm talking to Caden, and I'm gonna tell the story again. I know some of y'all might have heard this, but Caden, literally, I was like, "Is that you, Caden?" And he was talking. He's a real polite kid, and I said, "You're 14. You're about to start high school. That's a big deal. Are you ready?" And he said, "Oh, I already finished high school." And I thought he made a mistake. I was like, wait, no, you didn't. And his father's like, oh yeah, we got high school out of the way. I homeschooled him. We got him through high school. And I said, so where's he going to go to college? And his dad said, well, Caden already makes more money than most college graduates, so he's just going to focus on his business. We went to the White House last week. Like, this is what this kid is doing. And here's what I'm saying to you is that I think we can mass produce little Cadens the same way you mass produce cars off an assembly line. I believe that we can have 10 million kids like this. Because let me tell you about Caden. Caden, his dad told me, he said Caden couldn't talk until he was 5. He could not talk till he was 5. There was something going on in terms of a delay or something. I don't know what the issue was, but his dad said, so it's not like he's some, he was born some massive super genius. He's smart now. Don't get me wrong. He's very smart, but he's not any different from a lot of the kids that you have in your own household. It's just his father understood the value of his child. He understood that the gold did not lie at the back of some white man's house. The gold was not in some factory. The gold was not in some corporate office. The gold was buried in his backyard. You understand? His family was the prize. He was the prize. His son was the prize. So he said, instead of investing my energy, think about this. When you invest your energy into something, what you're doing is it's like you're digging. You're digging for oil, or you're drilling for oil, or you're digging for gold, right? So you're going to your job every day, digging for gold. You're going out into the world looking for possibilities. You're like, oh, I wish they would give me an opportunity. But what you don't understand is, for a lot of you, just like it was for the Rothschilds, the gold is buried in your backyard. That's where, in my view, that's where you should be digging. So if you're a parent, grandparent, play parent, step parent, mentor, coach, whatever, understand your multi-million-dollar asset is right there around you. But what we do that is so backward, in my opinion, is we will neglect the kids so we can go off and serve massa. Tell me if I'm lying. Tell me if I'm lying. We will literally, our kids grow up like, I forgot my mama's name because mama's working 14 hours a day. And I understand mama's got to go pay the bills sometimes, but Lord Jesus, we don't even understand. Again, because we look at our children as luxury items. We're like, oh, we have these little badass kids. They cost all this money and whatever. And you do the bare minimum. And then you say, well, you drop them off at some public school so that some white guy can like get into their brain, right? And next thing you know, they're coming home and telling you that you're mispronouncing your pronouns, right? Or whatever they're teaching in school. Because in Chicago, kids that are coming out of the public schools cannot read and write. And these are brilliant children. These are our children. These kids are smart. Somebody said my sound is breaking up. Let me switch my Wi-Fi real quick. I'm probably gonna have to. Can y'all hear me? Are y'all able to hear me? Because I keep going. Somebody said I'm going in and out. Am I good now? Thank you. Okay. I'm getting annoyed. All right, so let me give the last lesson because then I'm gonna go. My wife and I are gonna go to brunch today, and I don't want to make her wait for too long. The last thing that he mentions in that Rothschild video. So he tells them, you're one family, you stick together. And what he's doing is he's creating a defense system by saying, none of you let the other one fail. This is exactly what I talk about in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. That's exactly what in that book. If you go read that book, you will see that these are the things that I talk about. You have to set up a code of conduct. You take your family, they become an economic gang. Every gang has a code of conduct, and he's giving them the code. He's giving them the game. He's saying, look, this is what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to protect each other. All right. So somebody says my sound is going in and out. You know what? I'm going to switch Wi-Fi real quick so I can finish this point up. So give me 1 second. Let me open up my personal hotspot because apparently this hotel Wi-Fi is a piece of junk. So, and then we'll do the last point. Then we're going to get out of here. So give me 1 second. All right. Hold on. Okay. All right. So I'm back now. Give me a yes if you can hear me okay. Give me a quick yes if I'm coming through all right, because I'm on my phone Wi-Fi now. Okay. And if I have to turn off my video, I will. Okay, great. All right. Thank you so much, April and Gerald and Kelsey and Renee. I appreciate you. All right. So he sets up a mindset early, right? This is so important. He's telling the children, don't go looking out in the world for what you need. Look toward each other. Instead of turning outward, you turn inward. See, a lot of y'all were raised in households where you were not taught to do that. You were not taught to turn inward to fulfill your economic needs and responsibilities. You were taught to turn outward. Okay, Billy, I got 3 smart kids. You're going to go work for him. You're going to go work for her. You're going to go work for this company. And then next thing you know, all of you are so spread out. You're all applying insane amounts of energy toward things that are not amounting to shit, just so you can get enough money so you can barely pay your bills. That's what you're doing. But what the Rothschild father told them was, he said, turn inward, look at each other, go to your brother, make sure he's good. And this is exactly how the European Union got formed. This is how Apple Computer got formed. This is how any successful economic entity has that same philosophy. You take your energy and you apply it to the people that matter to you. It's the same energy that leads me to get up every day and to talk to you. Harvard University cannot hire me to stop doing what I do every day, because I would just tell them there's no place that I'd rather be and no place that I need to be that's more important than me being right here educating Black people about economics. This is the best use of my doctorate, period. So that's another thing that he was given. Because remember, if you don't give the kids the right mindset, they can have all the talent and opportunity in the world and it won't amount to anything. So mindset is everything. Economic culture exceeds economic education. Education means nothing without culture, because the education gives you the skill to do something. It tells you how to do something, but the culture tells you why you should be doing something. It tells you what you should do with your skill. If you teach me how to shoot a gun, but you don't tell me who I should be shooting at, I'm going to kill some people. I might pull that gun out and shoot my mother in the face. So you have to train me like, no, you don't shoot your mama, boys. You got to shoot the enemy. Aim right here. This is who you got to tell them the why. We don't give them the why. We give them the what and the how, but we don't give them the why. Why are you doing this? The why is where the fire's at. When I come in here acting like a crazy man, jumping up and down, it's not the what and the how that's making me do this. It's the why. I'm doing this because I know that in a few years, we're going to kill it. And I'm going to tell you, I was extra fired up when I went to InvestFest, and I said, this is what I was always aiming for. Thousands of Black people getting together only to talk about economics. This is so different from the beginning, when everybody acted like it was crazy and weird and stupid and nobody was interested. Now everybody's interested. Now we got our people right where we want them. Now in the next generation, what we do is we're elevating this. We're building on top of this. See, because the Jewish community did not become the most economically capable group of people in the world in one generation. It took hundreds of generations. It took a long time. So ultimately for us, we're still in the infancy of this movement. We're still at the very beginning. Sure, we're doing a lot, but what's going to be amazing is what your grandkids do. They're going to be looking at us 100 years ago and say, this is where it started, and this is what we're doing now. They're going to be running trillion-dollar corporations. And what our job is to lay out the framework, to lay out the groundwork, to get them started, to move them in the right direction, to make sure that we can clear the obstacles. It's like if you're trying to build a building on a forest, first you got to clear the land. You got to chop down the trees. You got to remove all the stuff that's going to get in the way, and then they're going to build on top of what we created. So the last piece I'm going to throw in here is the last thing. The Rothschild father said that was really interesting. He said, there will be many wars. Now, he did not say which side of the war you're supposed to pick. He didn't say who you're supposed to fight for. He said there will be many wars, and in these wars, both sides are going to need our services. So he wasn't saying go out here and gamble and get into a war and fight people. He said pay attention to the war, and whenever people need a service involving the transport of money, they will come to the Rothschilds. So here's what this made me think about. In the California gold rush, most people who rushed for gold did not get any gold. Most people who went into the gold rush, they jumped in and they did everything they could to be a part of it. But most of those people came back with nothing. But there were people who said, look, I don't want to go dig for gold, but I'll sell lunch to the people who are tired after they spent the whole day digging for gold. Or I can be a tour guide for the people who are trying to figure out where to go to dig for gold. Or I'm going to sell, or Levi blue jeans. They said, we're going to sell these really rough, rugged blue jeans so that when people are digging for gold, they can have some good pants to wear while they're digging for gold. I'm not going to dig with you, but I'll sell you the service that will help you to go and speculate. And that's what the bankers and the Rothschilds were doing. They were like, look, we ain't going to fight in these wars. We ain't trying to be involved, but we'll finance the war for you and we'll sell weapons to both sides. That's what and so to this day, and this creates some animosity for them, unfortunately, is to this day, this is kind of the reputation they have. This is why they became the economic boogeyman, because they were the ones who got to decide as the bankers who was even going to win the war, who was going to have what they needed, who was going to get access to the gold. And so again, so effectively what it says is that when you're thinking about business, see, it's like, almost reminds me of like stock options, right? A lot of people are into buying stock options. They love to speculate. They love to, throw money out and invest it and hope for the best. And I got a text message from a rapper. I'm not going to say his name, but the other day he was a rapper. He sent me a message on Instagram and he was asking me about stock options. And he said, man, I was curious to know what you think, because he said, I lost, $100,000 buying stock options. And he said, so what do you think about that? I said, well, actually, I don't buy stock options. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, well, I don't speculate. I sell stock options. I don't want to buy the option because that means I might either make a bunch of money or I'm going to lose money. But if I sell the option, I'm always going to make money because I'm selling the option to the people who want to speculate. I don't want to be the gambler. I want to be the house. And so basically, when you're thinking about investing and making your money move, you want to sort of understand the terrain well enough to know where you want to position yourself. So this is that was the last point that was really interesting, is that he was basically telling his sons various aspects of economic consciousness. He said there's going to be many wars. Money is a weapon that can be used to defend yourself. He mentioned that when you get money, you're going to have haters and enemies that are going to try to take it from you. He said, which means that you're going to have to stick together and you're going to have to diversify, which is why I want all of you in different countries. I also want all of you to have each other's back. And then at the end of the day, we're not trying to get involved in the petty nonsense and the low vibrational stuff, like wars and all that. What we're going to do is we're just going to give people what they need so they can do whatever they're going to do, because at the end of the day, the Rothschilds are always going to win. And I kind of think there's something to really learn from that. So like literally when I'm watching all this stuff, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm very frustrated because I don't enjoy watching Black people fight each other over Democrat Republican stuff. I don't want to see, one Black person stop being friends with another Black person because they're fighting over politicians that don't give a damn about either one of you. I understand if you're a Democrat, be a Democrat. If you're a Republican, be a Republican. But I don't see where any of this division is going to benefit our community directly. So I would encourage you that after you finish being a Democrat, after you finish being a Republican, become an intelligent Black person. Connect to each other and say, okay, now that we've argued over the basic stuff, let's go ahead and put that to the side so we can focus on the stuff that actually matters. And I think this is a level of consciousness that I hope more people can embrace, because I don't think everybody's going to get it. They know exactly how to trigger us. They know exactly how to get us fighting with each other. And I just really encourage you, and I applaud those of you who are able to kind of see beyond just the very basics. So anyway, that's it, guys. I'm done talking. I hope this conversation was helpful to you. And I hope you guys have a great day. I'm going to go eat lunch with my wife. She's been waiting patiently. So I will see you all tomorrow morning. If you want to be on the text list to get notified when we do Money in the Morning, this is 7 days a week, every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, I will text out a link where you can join the estate planning essentials class. I put that together. The lifetime access fee is $299. For you guys, for the first 100 people to sign up, it's $99. So I cut the price by $200, and it's lifetime access. us, it's yours for life, and it'll get you started on legacy building and preparing for the next generation. So I'll text that out to you as well later on today. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I'll see you all tomorrow. It's about in his book, which is Black Exceptionalism, which is something that I hope we all agree on. I hope we have some sort of concept of what that might mean or some appreciation for this idea. And he literally gave a whole blueprint about Black exceptionalism and what makes us exceptional, why we are not to be messed with, why we are unique, why there's nobody else on earth like us. And I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. I think this is I was reading through it today and I said, man, everybody's going to love this. They're going to be so excited about this. And couple quick housekeeping notes. Don't forget the All Black National Convention. Speaking of Black excellence, that's going to be October 25th through the 27th in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago. And we're almost out of tickets, just so you know. We usually sell out every year. That's because we're not trying to have 50,000 people there. We actually like a good 600-700. That's the most we can really be comfortable with. And so if you want to get a pass, you may want to get it in advance. There won't be anything at the door. So it's not like you'll be able to walk up and buy a pass at the door. And so for those of you that do Money in the Morning, when we do our financial consciousness training, which is our free class we do every single day, you can actually get your pass at a discount this week. I think Thursday or Friday and Saturday, the team is going to send out links to discount passes. They only have 50 that they can sell for general admission, 50 for VIP, and I think 10 for President Circle. And the President Circle is a little more intimate. That's where you get a chance to sit and talk with me and stuff like that in a smaller group setting. So it's up to you to decide if you'd like to participate in that. So anyway, all right. So I hope we're all doing well. And I'm going to say hi to you. I'm in the chat in a minute. I'm just trying to get everything together. And I want to see who is here. Let me see who's here today. I see Royal Calhoun and James Keller. Calvin McWilliams says they're not like us. They sure not. Justin Pender, good to see you, my friend. Fannie Wilson from Columbia, South Carolina. Cassandra Winborn. Hello, hello, hello. Also, Amani's in the chat. Amani is on our team. And so if you have any questions about anything going on in the Black Business School, you want to talk about the Black Investors Championship, as you guys know, that's happening right now, the Black Investors Cup. And I'm going to announce the leaderboard at the end of the week. Or anything else, anything that you want to do in terms of educating your kids on economics, feel free to talk to Amani. She is part of our support team, and they really value you. They're very good at what they do, and they've all been here for several years. Pretty much supporting the cause and helping us to become extra Black and extra smart. Because being financially intelligent, that's acting Black, in my opinion. That's called acting Black. All right, so let's get started here. Let's go ahead and begin this discussion. Okay, so here's what Dr. Anderson wrote about. We're reading Dr. Claude Anderson's book. It's called The Black History Reader. I've been switching sections a little bit because I want us to read stuff that I think is appropriate for the tone and the conversations that we're already having. A lot of us are having conversations about the politics of America and reparations, things like that. So I'm going to read some of this to you. And so let me pull this up. All right, so what Dr. Anderson talks about, and I believe he's going to dig into the reparations conversation a little bit, is he talks about Black exceptionalism and just what that looks like, why you're exceptional, why you should not let other people lump you in to everybody else's stuff. And this is on page 186 of the book, The Black History Reader. The book can be found at powernomics.com. That's powernomics.com. And also, just so you guys know, another little note I want to mention is later on, I'm going to do some conversations about NVIDIA stock. And I explained actually a short video explaining why I did not buy NVIDIA. I'm not buying any more of it. I own it because I bought it cheap. I think it could be overpriced, and I think it's very, very risky. Everybody's been talking about NVIDIA. So it was on my mind because my son came in and asked me about it. And I explained to him why the stock price went down, even though they exceeded the earnings expectation. That's a whole stock market conversation. So just kind of be ready for that. Make sure you're on the text list, and I can send that to you. If you're interested in stocks, just text the word stock to the number 87948. Text stock to 87948. Yeah, Darlene, did it crash? I don't know if you call that a crash. At the very least, it's a correction. So there is some stuff to unpack there. And then second of all, I wanted to also, Tyler Perry said something interesting. and I wanted to kind of address that. I'll probably address that tomorrow morning, the economics of Tyler Perry in Money in the Morning. So if you want to join our morning class, also text the word morning to the number 87948. So there's different lists based on what you're interested in. So text the word morning to 87948 if you'd like to join our economic elevation class, which is 7 days a week, every morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Bring your whole family. That's all I ask. You don't have to pay money, just pay attention, because I want you to be tight on your economics. And then the NVIDIA stuff, I'll send you a link on that stuff as well. All right, so here is page 186 in the book, The Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson, and he talks about Black exceptionalism, and he asks this interesting question. This is question 65. He says, is Black exceptionalism the unused key to Black self-empowerment? Have you not tapped into your exceptionalism when it comes to getting what you want? I think that there is this myth that there's something wrong with us, that we are perhaps disabled, or that we should be lumped in with all the misfits of society. Anybody who's not a white male, I vehemently disagree with that. I don't think there's anything. I don't think we're broken. I think that we just, or maybe some of us have been broken by society, but I think that we are exceptional in a lot of ways because of what we've gone through and how that built us into who we are. So here's what Dr. Anderson says. He says, Blackness has had special importance and impact in America and the world. For centuries, the American public and politicians in particular have proclaimed that America's democratic values, freedoms, and immigration policies make it an exceptional nation among societies, and is therefore due special recognition, respect, and an elevated status over all other nations. Exceptional means something that is different, unique, rare, unusual, and remarkable. In the case of a group, it means that the members have been treated in an uncommon manner from all others. So he's saying that you are, pay attention now, he said unique, rare, unusual, and remarkable, and that you've been treated differently from everyone else. So give me a yes or no if you agree that no one else in this country has been treated the way Black people have. Give me a yes if you agree with me that we have had a unique experience in America, that we've been sort of dealt with in a way that no one else has been dealt with, that that Black Americans are being treated differently from immigrants or LGBT people or anyone else. Give me a yes if you agree with that basic idea that we are treated differently from everyone else. Let's start there. Okay, so this is what his Black exceptionalism concept is built upon. So here's what else Dr. Anderson says. He says, what group of people in America, in nearly every respect, have been viewed and treated in a more egregious manner than Black Americans? Black Americans are exceptional people in this nation in many ways. It is time for Black Americans to demand compensation, recognition, appreciation, and respect for what their exceptionality created in America. Because of Black exceptionality, it is an affront and disrespectful for this nation and the Black overclass, the Black overclass, the Black overclass. Those are all those people that are telling you who to vote for and what to do with your money and what to do with your life. The Black overclass, y'all know who they are. You can pick whoever you want. The Black overclass, it is disrespectful for them and the rest of the nation to continue relegating Black Americans to broad and ambiguous groupings such as, pay attention to these keywords. These are keywords Dr. Anderson's using. Minorities, poor people, people of color, diversity, disadvantaged, and multicultural. So he's saying that the use of these terms dilutes and waters down your exceptionality. It waters you down. You're taking Whitney Houston and you're making her become part of a music group where she's a backup singer. Whitney Houston should not be anybody's backup singer. Whitney Houston should be a lead singer. Okay, and this is kind of what he's saying, is that you are unique. When people try to say, oh, well, you're not a white male, so we're going to lump you in with gay trans people. We're going to lump you in with every immigrant. We're going to lump you in with white women and let them get to the front of the line and put you at the back. There's a problem with that. And it shows itself in a lot of statistical outcomes in terms of who gets the most opportunities, who gets to eat first. You eat last because you let everybody else sit at your table. That's what he's basically saying. So he says here, inclusion into those categories not only denies Blacks recognition for their achievements, it gives the misleading impression that all categories of class minorities, immigrants, native Indians, gays, transsexuals, and women that they were all enslaved, denied free land and wealth, lynched, castrated, denied to benefit from their own labor, denied human rights and love, and were maltreated as Black Americans. That's what they're saying when they just lump you in and say, oh, well, you're Black, go in the back with all the other misfits. they're pretty much saying that they went through the same thing you went through, and we know that this is not true. He says they were not. None of those groups have been treated like black people. Blacks are very special people. This is page 187. 187 on an undercover cop. Remember that? I just had to say that because 187 hip hop. I like rap. I've always been into hip. That's why it bothers me so much when people think that they say you hate rap, you hate rappers, you don't know what you're talking about. Whenever I critique hip hop, I always have some fool that comes in the chat and says that, and I'm like, you big dummy, I know rap better than you. That's why I critique it, because I want it to get better. Y'all, they took rap and made it stanky. Rap was supposed to be beautiful. Rap was supposed to be wonderful. Rap was supposed to elevate us, and they turned it into something that just started to stink, like rotten eggs and nasty, like nasty curdled milk, and then just had you out here looking crazy. That's what I'm mad about. I love rap. Let me keep on. Black exceptionalism is the missing factor needed to ignite a movement to change the bottom rung status of blacks. A fundamental premise of my Powernomics concepts. Hold on. Why am I coughing? I need water. Hold on. Whenever I start coughing, somebody in the chat says, okay, doc, just take your time. Get some water, doc. So I'm going to take my time. All right. So it says here, a fundamental premise of my Powernomics concepts urges blacks to build group self-sufficiency and competitiveness upon its advantages and exceptionalities. Powernomics principles are the best hope that black Americans have to survive and prosper in America. However, the window of opportunity is very small and closing quickly. In my book, Powernomics, the National Plan to Empower Black America, I correctly project that when compared to other population classes, blacks would be a permanent underclass. He predicted this by 2013. So on page 187 of the book, the Black History Reader, Dr. Claude Anderson, when he wrote this book, said that by 2013, black people would become a permanent underclass. Now, I'm trying to remember. I keep forgetting. Is 2013 the future or the past? I can't remember. Have we already passed 2013? Because when you get older, you like remember when the year 2000 was way off in the future, because Prince would sing about it, like we're gonna party like it's 1999, and you couldn't even imagine it. I can't remember. It was 11 years. Thank you, Kendall. Thank you. I forgot. Sometimes I forget. So 2013 is a long time ago. So according to what Dr. Anderson says, there is a segment of the black community, not all black people, because I know Kendall Green, I know his wife, and they're not an underclass. They've been investing. Their children are not part of an underclass because they did a good job. They raised their kids and they raised them well. But the majority of our people, according to Dr. Anderson, might be stuck. I don't know. All I do know is that the labor market has changed. AI is here. A lot of people don't even know about AI, and so this is going to be interesting. Underclass status is measured by a group standing on social discomfort indicators such as measures of health, employment, poverty, income, wealth, education, criminalization, and business ownership. So pay attention. So this is how Dr. Anderson measures whether you're an underclass. You can write this down if you want to. This is good. So that when you figure out, like, okay, how are black people doing? You can look at health, physical and mental health. Okay, since integration, are we doing better or worse in terms of physical and mental health? What do y'all think? Better or worse? Better or worse? And then let's move to employment. Are we doing better or worse than we were in the past? What do you think? I think employment is almost even, though. I think we have a lot of black jobs. I think that most people that want work can find work. White people will always be happy to have black people working for them. I think that there's space for that. However, here's what's interesting. I was listening to an economist speak today on a financial show, and he said something very interesting. He said that for the first time, for the longest time, politicians would never admit something that most economists know, that excessive amounts of immigration, and Dr. Anderson's talked about this, that excessive amounts of immigration undermines wage growth, that your wages, part of the reason that American wages have not gone up. And what they'll do is they'll tell you inflation's getting better. Well, part of the reason it's getting better is because wages aren't going up. Well, why aren't they going up? Well, because you're adding 10, 20, 30 million people to the workforce. So you got more people competing for jobs. So inflation going down, or better yet, it doesn't actually go. So inflation doesn't go away. You don't actually have deflation. You have disinflation. Inflation's always there. but it's slowing down. So it's like a car moving down the road. It doesn't stop. It's just not going as fast as it was before. Do you understand there's a difference there? That's different from the car stopping and turning around. The inflation car does not turn around. It goes in one direction, but sometimes it goes faster than others. So basically when they tell you, hey, hooray, everybody, inflation is under control. Well, a big indicator of that is how much employers are having to pay you to do your black job. So what they're partly saying is, yeah, your wages aren't going up. Because we don't have to pay you as much because now we've got a bunch of new people in the workforce that are going to compete for your job. Now, you can do with that as you want. There's different arguments, right? It does help national productivity. It does help GDP. But just because GDP goes up, that doesn't mean that wealth is going up for everybody. So if you are in that working class, which a lot of us are, I don't think that this economy works in your favor. This is not a poor man's economy. This is not a working man or working woman's economy. This is a rich person's economy. And that's why I want you to invest, because I need you to do what rich people do. If you're a stockholder, yes, you're gonna do very well. You're gonna keep making money. They're never gonna stop helping rich people make money. But if you are, say, somebody who doesn't invest and you get up and you work hard and you go to work every day so you can pay off that $100,000 in student loans, you'll be stuck on that hamster wheel. And it's the running on the hamster wheel that generates the electricity that builds the wealth of rich people. That's capitalism, folks. So I hope that you will understand that, because if you don't, it can be very costly. So let me keep going here. Let's see, poverty. Okay, so he mentions poverty. I think in terms of poverty, maybe we're doing better. Okay, income. Are we doing better or worse? Like we were ranked dead last in income after integration. I think we're still dead last now. So income, we're worse or the same, right? We're not doing better. Okay. Wealth. How about wealth? Is our wealth just skyrocketing and shooting through the roof, or is it going down? Education. How do you feel about education? Do you feel like our kids are just getting a pristine education in all these nice public schools in all these big cities, or do you feel like that's kind of an issue? I'd say it's an issue, and it's connected to culture, right? I think that when you're talking about broken families and then musical culture that celebrates criminality and broken families, you get a big problem. I think I read Poor LeBron. He started that school. And they said not one of the children was able to pass the state math exam in that school. And I don't think that's all LeBron's fault, though. I think he was probably doing his best, and he did actually get the school built, which we know that sometimes can take a while for some of us. But anyway, he built this school, and I think I'm sure it's a great school. But none of the kids could pass the state math exam, which you can't just put all that on the teachers. You can't put all that on the school. You also have to look at what's happening in our homes. And I think that what happens in our homes that's what we can control, and that should be a paramount concern for all of us. What else? Criminalization. Incarceration, things like that. That's another factor, and business ownership. So these are the things that Dr. Anderson says we can look at to determine our quality of life. So maybe as you go vote, whoever you vote for, you can make this list: health, employment, poverty, income, wealth, education, criminalization, and business ownership, and sort of look at these as indicators of which candidate you feel is going to benefit you the most. Personally, I don't think either one of the major candidates will do it, but it's up to you to make that decision. These data show that blacks are fixed at the bottom of every negative indicator and bear a disproportionate share of social pathologies. Underclass status is evident when, in public discourse or policy, blacks are ignored, no longer mentioned or acknowledged by name as a group. Black Americans must use their exceptionalism to change direction. They have devoted nearly 500 years to running away from blackness as a negative, but they must now turn to their exceptionality, view it as a positive, and proclaim it based upon the exceptional treatment and history they've experienced in American society. To use group exceptionalism as a positive force, it is necessary to know what makes them exceptional and distinguished from other groups in society. The following is a partial list of the ways blacks are exceptional in the U.S. You ready? This is a list. Dr. Anderson has a list. There's a lot of stuff on this list. Black people in the U.S. were the first people on earth and ancestors of all mankind. 2, the first people in North America, the Folsom people and the Moors. 3, the only people enslaved by the U.S. Constitution, the U.S. Supreme Court, and state Jim Crow laws. 4, the only people classified as property, 3/5 of a human being and a quote-unquote peculiar species. Let's see. 5. The only people made a permanent minority in underclass by the 1790 nationalization laws. 6. The only people excluded from billions of acres of free land granted to white immigrants. 7. The only people not paid for their labor, therefore they could not acquire assets to pass to their descendants. 8. The only people who gave free labor that, along with free Indian land, became the definition of the American dream sought by immigrants. So we were the American dream. We didn't get the American dream. We became a commodity for the American dream. Interesting. 9. The only people for whom it was illegal to attend school or learn how to read and write. Number 10. We were the only descendants of slaves and were in America before 99% of all other people arrived. 11. The most patriotic people and fought in every major war since the nation's founding. 12. Creators of music, dance, and slang copied and confiscated by every nation. 13. Pawns over which the North and South fought in the 1860s American Civil War of brother against brother. 14. Only people who created, and this is interesting, right? Let me go back here. 13 with the pawns, Civil War, pawns, slaves were pawns. We were enslaved people. We weren't slaves. We were enslaved people. We were pawns. And it's interesting because that idea of us being pawns to help other people win a bigger battle, a war, or even an election, that ideology still exists today. To this day, we're still pawns. To this day, the Republicans and Democrats use us as pawns just like the North and the South did. So it's not like they all show up and they trigger your trauma and they get you all getting the Holy Ghost on behalf of whatever they're trying to do. And they figure out how to use you and what you have to achieve a bigger objective that has very little to do with you. So do you see what do you get the connection here? It's interesting because the Civil War is kind of the same thing. Well, nobody really fighting trying to free no slaves. Well, nobody like, yeah, I really care about black people like that. The people in the North, Dr. Anderson, thank God for him. He was one of the few people who helped us understand that even the people in the North did not want black people up there because they were competing for jobs. Black people were getting killed for trying to take somebody's job. They made laws blocking skilled black people from getting certain jobs. You can go up there and be a carpenter or a mason, bricklayer, whatever. You can do all that stuff, or plumber. They blocked all that out. They blocked you out of the unions and blocked your grandfather and grandmother out of certain trades. So this idea that the North and the liberals loved us is a false idea. It is simply not true, 100% not true. So Dr. Anderson is helping us to understand that. So you've always been pawns, though, for a bigger game. So let's keep going. And actually, that leads to another thought. As before I read this, one of the reasons that we do financial consciousness training every day is because consciousness allows you to have self-awareness. When you are conscious and self-aware, you no longer are easily commodified by someone's bigger agenda because you can see the agenda. Consciousness is leveling up. It's a deeper perspective. It's where you see the world in higher dimensions. And that's what we do every morning. And I said, if we're more financially conscious, then what happens is that you start to understand your economic power. When you're financially conscious, you understand the position you have in the system. Like, imagine if somebody trained you to be a cog in a wheel and there's a big machine, right? And you're a little tiny bolt in one of the machines. Well, if you're not conscious, then you're just going to do what the bolt does. You're just going to sit there and just play your position. But when you become conscious, you elevate and you see the whole machine. And you say, oh, there I am. I'm the bolt in the machine. I don't want that damn job. Get me the hell up out of here. Do you understand? So really, consciousness is critical for us to really know what's going on. Consciousness maybe starts with knowledge and information. I can provide a lot of that on the economic stuff, but then it also is almost just meditative, and it's meditative in terms of really seeing the bigger picture. Consciousness is also connected to self-esteem and self-awareness, which is why Dr. Anderson's layout of the clear definition of Black exceptionality is really important, because then you will know how valuable you are. You will know how important your children are. You will know how valuable your community is. And when something's more valuable to you, you're going to invest in that. I'm an investor. I've been an investor a long time. I will never invest in a company or a business that is not valuable. or that does not have potential. So when you value something, you invest in it. When you value something, you take care of it. When you value something, you protect it. When you don't value it, you give it away. That's why we got all these poor little girls giving their bodies away, twerking on Instagram because they don't value their girls that value their bodies don't do that. Or men run around planting seeds in every girl that that looks good that walks by. And, Nick Cannon and Cam Newton, that whole conversation, like, I'm gonna just go sleep with her and her and her and her. I think a man that values himself and values his seed doesn't really think that way. He says, no, I'm the king, and as the king, I'm only going to choose the proper queen that will carry my seed. I'm not having some stripper having my baby just because she's cute. I need to make sure I vet the people that are allowed to even be part of this very important, very significant, very royal bloodline. Do you understand? So really, that self-awareness, that knowledge, that ability to see the big picture, all these things relate to consciousness, and this is why we must be conscious. So when I say woke, like when I had that, y'all saw me at InvestFest, I had the shirt on that said financially woke. For me, woke is like wide awake, like you're seeing it all. And when you're really woke about the world and you really are committed to that, you start to just see things. And unfortunately, what happens sometimes is because I try to stay as woke as I can, and I see stuff and I say, I see that, and I see that, and I see that. Sometimes people don't understand it. And I get it. I understand that. So let's all wake up. Let's pay attention. We are exceptional, and we should demand that. You got to stand on that. You can't be letting people knock you off your perch. You got to stand on your exceptionality. So let me keep going. So he says, also, we were the only people that were pawns in the Civil War. I mentioned that. Number 14, we were the only people who who created the need for a second U.S. Constitution, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments and civil rights laws. 15, we were the only people we were only Southern labor class whose images were displayed on Confederate currency. Didn't know that. 16, only people in America who were denied the humanity of loving, nurturing, building, and protecting their own families. You weren't even allowed to nurture and love your children. And so when you see it that way, it helps us understand why we're not nurturing our children the way we should right now. For hundreds of years, we weren't allowed to do that. So it says here, reflection upon the exceptionalities listed above should lead readers to question how different the U.S. would look today if, 1, blacks had been a paid labor force that cleared the land, built the roads, bridges, canals, government offices, and universities. What would have happened if you had got paid? Number 2, if blacks had been members of the founding fathers, what would the nation look like if that had happened? Participating in the writing of the nation's constitution, allowed to vote, hold public office, and express a group self-interest. What would the country look like if we had done that? What would America look like today if blacks had ownership of some of the thousands of acres of free land upon which to build mega farms and ranches and extract the minerals, oil, gas, lumber, and other resources, and the opportunity to accumulate wealth from the generous land giveaways? I want you to think about whatever city you're from. Put the city that you're from in the chat. Everybody tell me what city you're from. I'm gonna read literally from the chat. Tell me, what city do y'all live in? Type the name of your city. Rep your city right quick, because I'm gonna use this as an example. Let's see here. What we got? Let me hold on. I'm opening up the chat. It's taking a minute. Sorry. Okay, I see Chi-Town. I see Dr. Vibe. It looked like I saw Toronto for you. Was that right? Kansas City, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Brooklyn for Douglas. Okay, so Douglas. Let's start with Douglas and Brooklyn. Douglas, I love Brooklyn. The black people in Brooklyn are amazing. I got to do another event there, because when I went there, you guys really came out in droves, and I appreciate that so much. So imagine if you went through Brooklyn and think about all the skyscrapers you see in Brooklyn, just thousands of skyscraper buildings. Each of these buildings worth hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe billions for some of them worth billions of dollars. Imagine if black people owned like 13% of those buildings. Imagine if like one in every 10 or one in every 8, 9, or 10 buildings you saw that was like 80 stories high, you could say, oh yeah, that's owned by a black family, or another black family owns that building. Or a conglomerate with investors from the black community bought that building. Like that's the kind of world we would live in if we weren't locked out of economic opportunities. But I dare you, you go to a big city like Chicago or New York, and there's thousands of skyscrapers. You're gonna have a hard time finding one that's owned by black people. One out of 10,000, 5,000, whatever the number is. And I think that's atrocious. That's appalling. That pisses me off. That makes me angry. And again, that's another thing that consciousness does. Consciousness doesn't, it takes you from just seeing the world as it is to seeing the world as it could have been. And then also consciousness allows you to see the world as it could be if you make certain decisions. So you literally can time travel, mind travel to different dimensions. You can travel through space and time and see things in various ways. So I don't really see what's happening around me very much. I'm seeing 20 years in the future. I'm seeing the what ifs all the way across the board. So the big what if is that if you didn't have hundreds of years of slavery, Jim Crow, and oppression, if you didn't have hundreds of years of wealth extracted and stolen from the Black community, if you did not have hundreds of years of consistent, horrific abuse and disregard and disdain for Black people, the world would look very, very different. And I think that we should fight for that world. When Dr. King had that dream of, unfortunately they weakened his dream. They watered it down to that whole thing about little white girls and little Black boys holding hands. I ain't never wanted to hold hands with a white girl. No disrespect. If you're white, I don't hate you. I just like Black women the most. I want to hold hands with my wife. And my dream is much bigger than that. And my dream is not holding hands with a white woman. My dream is us owning what we really should own. My dream was when I went to the Black Business Conference this weekend and saw thousands of Black business owners, hundreds of CEOs. They had dozens of African delegations forming deliberate connections to do tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of business with Black-owned businesses. My dream was InvestFest, where I went over there and saw thousands of young people sitting there listening to information about everything from trading stocks to buying real estate to starting a business. That's the dream I have. That's what I want to see, because if we double and triple down on that and really commit to that, taking back our stuff, we got to take back our stuff. If we commit to taking back our stuff, I think that we will have a future that is incredibly bright. And not only should we do it, we have to do it. You have to do it, because if you don't do it, then your kids are going to end up in slavery just like you. Our grandkids will be in slavery, just like I don't want anybody going through what I went through. It was really hard to get by. It was really hard to figure out how to get a couple of nickels to rub together. It was really hard to be in a workplace where it was so toxic that it affected my mental health. Why do you think I never worked for anybody? I never went to corporate America. I got my dream job. You talk about Black jobs. I got a real good Black job when I was in college. Let me tell you what happened. I got a job, an internship with GE Aircraft Engines, because I told you I was the top Black student on campus. I had the highest grade point average, so I got everything I applied for. So I applied for this internship because it paid the most money. I needed money, and they put me in this super nice apartment in Boston, and I worked for the General Electric Aircraft Engines division in Lynn, Massachusetts. That was a great summer. I had a lot of fun, but I absolutely hated that fucking job. Excuse my French. I'm not going to cuss anymore, but I hated that job with a passion. It was terrible. It was boring. I didn't relate to anybody. My boss was a racist. Her name was Mary Perna. I'll never forget this terrible lady. And it was just a bad experience all the way around. I remember walking away saying, man, is this it? Is this what I've been fighting for? It's gotta be better than this. And so once I understood wealth, and then I started to explore how certain other people live when they built a legacy, when they do the investing, when they have the discipline, when they prepare for the future, I said, oh, that's the American dream over there. You see, you was pointing me over to this stupid corporate job and white women or whatever the hell you think I was that was supposed to be my dream, or BET. Like that's supposed to be the American dream, like becoming a famous rapper or something so you can get shot in the face in front of your kids. No, that's not a dream. None of that's a dream. The American dream, in my view, is financial security. The American dream is peace. The American dream is freedom. The American dream is for me to be able to provide for my family and to be a proud man to knowing that my wife can depend on me, and to know that I can simply just be a happy human being. That, the American dream for me is being physically and mentally healthy. The American dream for me is being able to be proud and Black and hang out with other Black people without being scared, being a bug-eyed slave, like, y'all, they gonna find out the Black folks is talking. I can't hang out with the Black people. I kid you not, when I told y'all when I went to Syracuse University, there was a Black woman that got hired who told me that she deliberately avoided spending too much time with the other Black people because she didn't want to get in trouble. I'm like, we're not in the 3rd grade. This is not kindergarten, lady. Like, what are you talking? Like, what do you mean get in trouble? We're in our 30s at the time. Well, who's gonna get us? But that was what she told me, and I was like, this is the Twilight Zone. This is crazy to me. They got us scared to be honest. They got us scared to be real about who we are. Ain't nothing wrong with you loving yourself. Ain't nothing wrong with you loving other Black folks. Ain't nothing wrong with you being pro-Black. Nothing's wrong with that. There's something wrong with them. Anybody who defines you as being bad, dangerous, or disruptive because you're pro-Black family, pro-Black community, you want to fix the problems and you're committed to that, there's nothing wrong with you. There's something that is wrong with them. They're the crazy ones. They're the ones who become so attached to a dysfunctional, jacked up reality that when you give them a dose of honesty and truth, they don't know what to do with that. Well, Dr. Boyce is dangerous. What did Dr. Boyce ain't no dangerous, man. I ain't out here hurting nobody. If you see me, I'll give you a hug. I'll shake your hand. If you're hungry, I'll feed you. What the hell makes me dangerous? What am I doing that's dangerous? I get it. I'm chopping up your bullshit false reality with some honesty, and I'm a pretty smart guy, so I know the difference between real shit and bullshit, and you don't like it. That's your problem. That's what makes me dangerous. But I'm not a dangerous man. A lot of y'all met me. You know I ain't dangerous. I think I'm a nice guy. I'll smile at you a lot. I smile a lot. I'm friendly. So why do we have this weird world where, like, oh, well, I can't say that I'm on Instagram, and why? That's insanity. So I don't think we have to submit and commit to a ridiculous reality. I don't think we have to submit to that. I think that you can dream a little bit, and I encourage you to dream hard. Dream strong, dream as a free man, free woman. Have those dreams of freedom, whatever that looks like for you. Have that dream and commit to it, and don't be scared. Don't let anybody knock you off of that. Let me keep going. Let me keep reading. All right. So we're on page 189 of Dr. Claude Anderson's book. I hope that you will support him. Every Black child should be reading his books. His website is powernomics.com, by the way. And this book is called The Black History Reader. And you won't find this in any public school anywhere because he's another one of those dangerous Negroes. Dangerous guy. All right. So here's what Dr. Anderson says. He says, reflection upon the exceptionalities listed should lead readers to question how different the U.S. would look. And we talked about what would the world look like if we had been paid? What would the world look like if we had been among the founding fathers? What would the world look like if we had ownership of the thousands of acres of free land that was given to other people where they built oil and gas and lumber empires, etc.? What would the world look like if we'd been allowed to economically benefit from our inventions, our music, our dances, our culture, and our communities? What if hip hop belonged to us? What would that look like? It would be amazing, right? Because hip hop is this $1 trillion industry that's owned by a bunch of people who can't even rap. That doesn't make any sense. Number 5. What would the world look like if Blacks had received the land, money, and tribal membership mandated in the 1866 Indian treaties? What about that? Y'all know about that? If you don't know about that, Cody Ransom came in. Cody Ransom is in Greenwood, the Greenwood section of Tulsa, Oklahoma. He knows all about that. He knows about all that land and property that was given to Native Americans and that Black people were supposed to get a big chunk of that. He knows that we were supposed to get a lot of the special benefits that were given to other groups, and that not only did the colonizers block Black folks out of that, but even some of the Native American tribes, some of these tribes that you're taught that are your allies or whatever, they block Black folks out. Right. So you don't really have any friends, and they create narratives that make you think you have friends. Well, my thing is, like, if you're my friend, why aren't you sharing your wealth? If you're really my friend, then you're going to give me my piece of the pie. If you lock me out and have me out here starving, you ain't really my friend. So anyway, let me keep going. Number 6, what if Black people, what would the world look like if Black ownership rights had been preserved to land in Florida according to the Adams-Onis Treaty? That's another one. We haven't read about that yet, but we are going to get to that. That's another treaty where apparently we are supposed to have a big chunk of the land in Florida too. What if blacks had received the $50 million stolen by whites from the Freedmen's Bank? So there was a Freedmen's Bank where they put money in there that was supposed to be for y'all. Somebody took all that money and nobody knows where it went. The exceptionality of Black Americans is their best, but so far unused pathway to socioeconomic competitiveness, independence, and self-sufficiency. So since we just got finished talking about that treaty, let me read to you what this treaty was. This the treaty that involved Florida. Oof, there's a lot here. Oof. Okay, all right, let's keep going. All right, the Adams-Onis Treaty of 1819 was a treaty between the U.S. and Spain that sold the Spanish territory of Florida to the United States. The treaty also settled the fights that the two countries had long waged over slavery and the rights awarded to Black people who settled in Florida. Some Black settlers had always been free, and others had escaped from slavery. For 300 years, Spain had claimed the Florida territory that stretched from the Atlantic Ocean along the Gulf Coast to mid-Texas. During that period, the Spanish government and the Catholic Church proclaimed Florida to be a haven for free blacks and runaways who escaped southern plantations to become Spanish citizens. Spain's offer of citizenship included physical protection and free land for blacks accepting Catholicism. After a number of costly military conflicts, Spain fell on hard times and by 1819 agreed to sell Florida to the U.S. for a mere 5 cents an acre or approximately $15 million. The sale was formalized in the Adams-Onis Treaty signed by Secretary of State John Quincy Adams and ratified by the Senate in 1821. The terms of the sale should have protected blacks who were made U.S. citizens by the treaty. So they were Spanish citizens. They were made U.S. citizens. How many of y'all knew this? How many of y'all... Let's pause. Yes or no? How many of y'all learned any of this in school? Anybody learn about this stuff in school? Did they tell you this specific stuff? I'm looking for one yes. I see nope. Monica says nope. Jama, April, hell no from Jean Trey. I'm looking for one. I need just like I'm looking for one. I don't see one yes. One yes. Now do you kind of understand why I can't get fired up about fighting for like public schools? I can't do that because they lie to us and they don't tell us anything. Like, I think we should be educating our own kids. I want our kids to be like Caden. I told you I saw about Caden. I saw Caden at InvestFest and he was 14 and he just finished high school at 14 and he's already a millionaire because his parents really did what most parents should do, which is embraced him and really loved him and taught him in a nurturing space so he could be his best. I'm in that camp. But again, I'm not criticizing anybody's choices. I just think that these schools are just not that great, and that's what I believe. I think you're a commodity. Your kid makes somebody else money, and that's why they want them there. All right, so let me keep going. But no disrespect to all the teachers I know you're doing your best. But we know what the system does. It doesn't give you the ability to really do what I think you need to do. If I could raise a couple $100 million, I swear I would totally start a bunch of schools across the country and hire a bunch of Black teachers who love Black children and pay you as well as I could to allow you to be the intervener in the lives of these children. Because what these children need isn't just education. What they really need is love. They need love. Love is the glue that elevates education. It's not even just about learning the math and the science and the facts. It's about learning it from somebody who really cares about you and wants the best for you. And I believe that when you are around people that want the best for you, you bring out the best in yourself. And I only know this because I was a Black boy in public schools who acted a fool, who never made good grades, who was very disruptive. But when I was around people that genuinely loved me, particularly Black women, so thank you for being there for us. When I was around people that really loved me, a man who was really mentoring me properly, a woman who really nurtured and cared about me, I became a whole different person. I became the best kid ever. And I think that's true for so many of our children. I think that they feel like they're in little penitentiaries when they're going to these public schools. And so if I had my way, I would get as many of our kids out of there as I possibly could. Again, no disrespect to anybody else's approach. I know some of us can make it work, and I'm not in any way criticizing that or criticizing you as a parent. I just, in my view, that's the gold standard. So when I become a billionaire, just know one of the first things I'm going to do is start a public school. So if you have $1 billion and you want to donate to the cause, hit Amani up and tell her you want to make a donation or something. All right. So anyway, let's keep going. All right, so the sale was formalized in the Adams-Onis Treaty signed by Secretary of State John Quincy Adams. Okay, he says the terms of the sale should have protected blacks who were made U.S. citizens by the treaty, which conferred upon them ownership of the Florida land they had worked. So they were supposed to get ownership of their land. Alas, that did not happen. What a surprise. The Adams-Onis Treaty is just another instance in which whites one-sidedly benefited from circumstances and assets created by black people. The Adams-Onis Treaty expanded this nation's landmass and provided the opportunity for whites to steal land and benefits that had rightfully belonged to blacks. Whites not only stole land ownership and freedom from blacks, but also severely punished them. Treaties are the highest laws of the land and have the strength of international law when they are made between sovereign nations. The treaty stipulations required the U.S. to honor the protections and rights that the Spanish crown had granted the slaves, free blacks, and native Indians. It required the U.S. to treat people with African blood living free in Spanish Florida the same way it treated whites. The language of Article 6 of the Adams-Onis Treaty specifically bound the U.S. to these conditions, stating, quote, "The inhabitants of the territories which this Catholic Majesty cedes to the U.S. shall be admitted to the enjoyment of all privileges and immunities of citizens of the U.S." That means basically everybody who lives here gets the same rights. That's kind of what he's saying. Like, that's pretty much what it says. It is clear that the terms of the treaty guaranteed all black settlers freedom, U.S. citizenship, and rights to their Florida land. So 3 things: freedom, citizenship in the U.S., and rights to their land. Rights to their land, rights to their land. Which one do you think they took first? The rights to the land, then they took the freedom. The U.S. citizenship, you kind of got that because you were 3/5 of a person, but that's it, in a commodity. It also gave them the right to migrate to any territory owned by Spain. Did y'all know that? I didn't know that. Interesting. So they had the right to migrate to any Spanish territory. Years before the Adams-Onis Treaty, the U.S. was under great pressure from white slaveholders who wanted their runaway slaves returned. So they want, here we go, this is where they get into the greed. So they wanted their slaves back. I'm sure this is going to be part of the narrative. They also wanted the Florida land that the runaway slaves, free blacks, and native Indians owned there. So they wanted the people and they wanted their land. So there we go. Remember we were saying like the land and the freedom were the 2 things that we're going to take? That's what they're doing right now. It was estimated that black settlers owned, pay attention, that black people owned approximately 40% of the land across northern Florida. That's a lot of land. 40%. That's ours. That's ours. Where's my cut? That's ours. 40% of the land in northern Florida. Slave owners petitioned General Andrew Jackson to use his military forces to help them seize the land and the slaves. So the slave owners went to Jackson. They said, those Negroes, we want their land and we want their bodies. We want their black bodies and we want that land. And so they got Jackson to use the military to go to Florida and take it back. General Jackson, a slave owner himself, was sympathetic and obliged the slaveholders. He made several illegal military incursions into the Florida territory to capture runaways, take their land, and to destroy the black maroon towns and Seminole Indian villages that were protecting black settlers. Jackson had no military, executive, or congressional authority to invade Spanish Florida and to kill its black and Indian citizens. His actions nearly threw the U.S. into war with Spain over these incidents. The only reason Jackson's military invasions did not trigger a war at the time was that Spain was so financially weak that it preferred to sell Florida to the U.S. rather than get into another fight. Are y'all as freaked out about this as I am? I'm reading this with you. I did not know these things. This is fascinating. This is one thing that's interesting too is Spain's ability to defend itself was driven by economic problems. I think that's a profound point that I want to make to you, and I want you to understand that even in your life as an individual, your ability to defend yourself and to defend your own freedom comes down to whether or not you are financially prepared. So therefore, the fact that you live in a society that teaches you to be economically reactive instead of economically proactive pretty much opens the door for you and your children to end up in slavery. When you don't have financial security, in general, you don't have security, period. So many of us are trained from birth to live in a consistent state of financial insecurity, which opens the door for others to come in and invade territory that should belong to you. No, what does that invasion look like? No, they're not showing up and they're not killing you. They're killing you slowly, but not killing you directly. But what does that mean? Well, that means they're going to take your time. So they're going to take your freedom. You can't do what you want during the day because you're going to have to go to work. They're going to come in. They're going to get your children. Your children can't work in the family business. They're going to have to go work for, this white man over here and that white man over there, right? And then on top of that, you're just going to be in this constant state of economic anxiety. So what I want you to understand is, that this is bigger than money. Money is bigger than money. Money is not that important to me, honestly. Just today, I get people on my Instagram all the time. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, by the way, and I have another one, Dr. Boyce Money. Follow me on Instagram if you want to. And one guy, I put up a financial video today, and the guy said, "This is nice, Boyce. I'm glad you're on brand," whatever that means, right? And I said, "I'm always on brand. Every single thing I say is on brand. It's because I'm not a finance professor who happens to be a black man. I'm a black man who happens to be a finance professor. My only interest in economics, my deep interest in economics, is only driven by one thing: that economics is deeply connected to the other things that matter in our lives in terms of freedom and overall well-being. Money is a pathway to these things. That's why I care about money. I'm not trying to sit here and be rich so I can talk about how I have more money than another person. That's silly. That's for children. I believe money is important. I believe wealth is important because wealth will protect you when they come and try to invade you. And colonizers will always come and try to invade you in a capitalist society if you don't have your money right. So what you do for your kids, if you love them, is you make an economic plan. You prepare them financially. You start investing while they're young so they have assets when they're older. So therefore they don't end up like this, like Spain. Spain couldn't do anything. They were economically weak. So they had to give in. They had to give away people and territory and everything else. Just like it. So imagine if these citizens were kind of like their children. An entity or an individual that is not financially secure cannot defend and protect its people. So the part of the reason you cannot defend and protect your community is because we have not fully embraced the discipline required to be financially intelligent and financially prepared. Do you understand? Do you follow what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? Do you see the connection here? If Spain had a different approach to its finances, they could have fought the war, defended their people, told them to fuck off. Whatever. Excuse my French. I know I cussed a lot today. I hope please forgive me for that, but I got to be honest. They could have said, "Screw you. These are our people. We're going to fight you till the end because we've got the resources to do that." But because they had no resources, they had to bow to the crown. They had to bow to the aggressor. So in many of your homes, in many of your families, because you don't have resources, you have to bow to the aggressor. Black men can't be men the way we want to be because we didn't grow up in spaces where they taught us to be economically strong and prepared. You have to go out groveling and begging and hoping that massa will give you an opportunity. And I'm not making fun of anybody in this position. I was there too. But I believe every black man on earth should know how to start a business from the time he's a child. I think that should be a requirement for all of our boys. Same thing. I think the girls too. The girls have their own reasons to be economically independent. So this is what I'm seeing here. This is what I'm seeing. That not being prepared makes you vulnerable. And then that's when people come in and they take your stuff and they take the people around you. So you are the head of a household. You've got some stuff. You've got some people that you're protecting. You can't protect them because the money's not right. Why ain't the money right? Why don't we have a plan? Why aren't we doing more? Why aren't we understanding economic preservation as a critical element of personal and collective freedom? Freedom, influence, power, whatever you want to call it. Money is power. Money is power, and economic warfare is a very real thing. It's declared on you every single day, and it's going to be declared on your children. So make sure that they're ready. Let me keep reading here. All right, so it says, as stated earlier, after the treaty was signed in 1821, Florida became an American territory and the inhabitants became U.S. citizens. However, that did not stop General Jackson from breaking the law. He committed numerous additional reprehensible acts to aid the white slaveholders. He repeatedly used the U.S. military to capture blacks in Florida and delivered them to the slaveholders. In doing so, Jackson violated the U.S. Constitution that declared it illegal to bring slaves into the country after 1808. These intentional illegal actions on the part of Jackson and the complicity of the U.S. government, because it let those illegal acts occur, raise numerous questions. The answers to those questions create legal pathways to remedies for reparations for today's Black Americans. In the following section, I am intentionally framing detailed legal arguments that should be used to compel the U.S. government to provide reparations to Black Americans as a group. And I mentioned with reparations, it's not the government is not the only entity that owes us money. Every corporation on the planet that in the U.S. that has money needs to be contributing to this pot, because we see those $1 trillion. We see NVIDIA with that $2-3 trillion valuation. Apple, all these companies, you can drop a couple $100 billion into the pot too. So let's keep reading. Violations of the Adams-Onis Treaty provide a strong statutory basis for reparations that Blacks should pursue. The following legal issues arise out of Articles 4, 5, 6, and 9 of the Adams-Onis Treaty. These articles articulate the citizenship and land rights granted by Spain to all Black settlers and the rights that transferred with them upon the sale of Florida. To pursue reparations based on this treaty, Blacks must develop a comprehensive legal strategy. The first step Blacks must take is to demand that the U.S. government provide a historical investigation into each legal issue I have identified and make a formal claim. The most appropriate investigators should be the U.S. Department of the Interior and Congress. Second, the realities of history, given the realities of history, Blacks must organize their legal scholars and elected officials to monitor government progress and identify descendants of Black Spanish settlers. Third, Blacks must make restitution from the Adams-Onis Treaty a political issue and organize the masses. These facts below are some legal issues that Blacks today must demand answers to as they pursue reparations based on the Adams-Onis Treaty. 1. General Andrew Jackson and the United States accepted ownership of Florida as a new state, but ignored the numerous provisions of the treaty that Spain had made for free Blacks, runaways, and Black Seminole Indians. 2. What compensation is due to the descendants of the free Blacks in Spanish Florida that General Andrew Jackson killed or shanghaied and delivered into slavery more than a generation after 1808, the date after which the Constitution, as ratified, prohibited bringing slaves into the country? 3. Why didn't Black Spanish citizenship and land ownership convert into citizenship and ownership in the United States as required by the treaty? So why weren't the citizenship and land ownership converted over? 4. When Indians and Black settlers were removed from Florida by the U.S. government, why weren't millions of acres of Florida land owned by Black settlers and Black Seminoles held for them in accordance with the Adams-Onis Treaty? What happened to the ownership of that land? That can be traced. You can trace who owns property, right? Am I right? Yes. So on page 193 of the Black History Reader, Part 5, Dr. Anderson says, do the descendants of Black landowners still have entitlement to that Florida land? They owned the land based on Spanish decree and natural or divine law, but did not have paper documents such as deeds. 6. If the terms of the treaty are invalid, then the state of Florida still belongs to Spain. Nearly 2 centuries after the U.S. Congress signed the Adams-Onis Treaty, it is necessary to track ownership of the many Florida lands that have been owned by Black Spanish settlers whose land rights should have followed them after the U.S. purchase. If the treaty is valid, then the obligations to Black settlers must be honored. 7. What happened to the sovereignty rights of free Black settlers who had lived throughout Florida for centuries and were forced into slavery? Think about this. You've been free for centuries and they force you. I mean, that's terrible. That's horrible. And who had been lived in Florida throughout Florida for centuries and were forced into slavery or were later marched along the Trail of Tears with Native Indians to the Oklahoma Territory. What happened to their land? Were the owners compensated? Were their descendants compensated? Or is that a bill still waiting to be marked, paid in full by the U.S. government? That's what Dr. Anderson's asking about. That is a lot. That is very deep. And that is where we're going to stop for today. Whew. I don't know about y'all, but I'm kind of tired. I need a cigarette and I don't even smoke. If I was an alcoholic, I'd be getting a drink right now. Shoot. If I was a drug addict, I'd be hitting the pipe twice. But fortunately, I'm none of these things. So instead, I think I'm going to go kiss my wife and eat some of her delicious dinner. So with that said, we're going to meet next week for book club. If you want to get an invitation, you want to be on the list, text the word greatness to 87948. Text greatness to 87948. Couple reminders of things happening in the Black Business School. Number one, this week, Constance Carter who owned the largest Black real estate firm in California, is doing a session. I believe that session is Thursday night. We have B1 Real Estate, and it's her mastermind. So that's going to happen this week. Also tomorrow, or sorry, scratch that. Sorry, that's going to be tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow night, Thursday, duh. And she's going to come in. So if you are on the text list, I'll send you a text about that. Also Friday, Dr. Lene Javette, who is our Dean of Entrepreneurship, is going to do a special session called Concept to Cash Flow, where you take your ideas, turn them into a business. Dr. Javette studied Black entrepreneurs in her doctoral work. She's on the faculty. She's going to be doing that Friday. That's free. Now, the real estate event, that's part of Dr. Boyce Real Estate. The real estate event with Constance, you can get a free trial in that. Just make sure you're on the list. In fact, if you want to join us tomorrow morning for financial consciousness training, those who haven't signed up, text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948, and I'll send you invitations to all that stuff. So text morning to 87948. Number 3, we have an estate planning training that I put together in the Dr. Boyce Academy. Lifetime access will be $299 if legacy building is something that you're interested in, you want to learn estate planning. I am going to reduce the price by 48% for 48 hours for a couple days on Thursday and Friday. You'll get a text to decide if you'd like to participate in that. And then last but not least, the All Black National Convention is October 25th through the 27th. We're going to convene in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago at the Westin Hotel, and spend a couple days just being super Black and getting to know each other and connecting and having our family reunion, learning and having fun and connecting. And that's pretty much what the convention is. So if you'd like to learn more about the convention, you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right. And the book that we read tonight is called The Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson. You can get a copy at powernomics.com. He has a whole bundle pack of all of his books you can get for $99. Best $99 investment you'll ever make. So feel free to go to powernomics.com. So God bless you guys. I hope you have a great night. I'll see you all tomorrow morning for economic elevation.